Hello everyone, welcome to another video. Please enjoy this monstrous supercut of the 30 and 30 challenge results. Thank you all for listening, I hope you enjoy, and thank you TJ Lee of Dusklight Radio for doing this painful journey with me. I hope you all enjoy. Now let's delve into the dark together. I've lived in this town all my life. I know all the weird traditions that come with living in a place as remote as mine, but nothing explains what happens at our deer park. I used to come out here most evenings during the pandemic, park up by the base of the hill overlooking the sanctuary, and just immerse myself in nature. I was always mindful of the distance I had to keep from the deer, particularly during mating season, and it wasn't like the deer didn't know what a car was. These were in their own reserve, sure, but the trail cut right through their vast fields, and they'd grown accustomed to seeing cars all manner of times in the day and evening, which is what makes the situation all the more unsettling. Starting last week, a sign was put up on the entrance gate to the park. Impossible to miss as the car slowed and the tires rolled over the metal grates. With it being the late hours and very few cars on the road, I decided to stop and read it in full. A polite notice to our valid visitors entering the Oboro Nature Reserve. Our deer are exhibiting unusual behaviors, and we are politely requesting you observe the following guidelines in place as to best protect yourself and the well-being of our deer. 1. While the park is open 24 hours a day, we are recommending visitors do not stop their cars during observable grazing periods and on midsummer nights. You are welcome to drive through and observe from a distance, but please do not slow down or stop. 2. Should you be slowed or stopped at any other time and the deer be curious by your vehicle, act calmly and do not speed up. Let them inspect you and judge you as a safe passerby. If they begin snorting, that is your cue to leave. 3. There have been reports of deer standing on their hind legs and remaining idle in the fields. These rumors are a fallacy. Please do not pay any attention to them. 4. There is a black stag that holds dominion over the western herd. His antlers are sharp and his stride is impressive, but do not attempt to approach him. Please pay him the respect you would normally, and do not stare at any of the females in his harem. He will charge you. Bucks are not friendly. 5. Deer remember faces. They can recognize you from a distance and will verify your smell as you get closer, listening intently the entire time. There are many of them and only one of you. You would do well to mind that. 6. Lastly, no matter what salacious rumors have been propagated amongst the community, the deer are not congregating in the dead of night. Deer are social animals that sleep and graze together in a herd. This is normal. The deer are acting normally. Drive safely, keep your doors locked, and have a lovely drive to the Oboro Nature Reserve. Strange, right? The notice wasn't your usual steel sign with carefully embossed wording. Rather, it had been hastily marked up and nailed to the wall adjacent to the welcome sign, as if in a hurry. I had not heard any sort of rumors about town, and nobody had complained about the deer park. We're a population of maybe 2,000, so it's not hard for word to get about. Still, I had my routine, and intended to stick to it. Some of the info was valuable for newcomers. There was indeed a large black buck who paraded the western herd. His name was Jojo, and I fully believed he would gore anyone who outstayed their welcome or got too close. A beautiful specimen of muscle and authority. He ensured his harem never strayed too far, and seemed to be borderline obsessive about making sure they never went across to the eastern side where the large swaths of trees sat. In fact, I'd observed him on a couple of occasions actively nudging or ramming younger males away from the splits in the road and back to safety. On the rare occasion that a member of the herd crossed the line, he would refuse to acknowledge them and actively keep them away from entering, as if they were banished. As I drove through the archway, I realized I'd not seen many deer in the eastern section of the park. Looking out my window and staring as the makeshift forest to my right, and a burning question coming to the forefront of my mind that didn't leave as I reached the hill overlooking both sides of the hill. Where are the rest of the deer? It was unnerving to sit there and try to enact my ritual of riding under the clear night when there was a strict absence of the herd where they should be. I tried to focus, but something was pulling my eyes back to looking at that spot time and time again. Eventually, I decided that I needed to get some fresh air and take a better look, satiate my curiosity, and then, with my mind at ease, I can get back to finishing my blog. The air is humid when I step outside. No breeze, and the stars are out on full display. Thank goodness for no light pollution in the countryside. I leave the engine running and walk to the barrier my car is parked in front of. Leaning over and taking a pair of binoculars I bring for slower days when I want to see the deer in better detail. As I direct my vision to the eastern herd, I see something darting in the tree line. It's quick, hairy, and seems to move the second my binoculars motions towards it. Even a deer shouldn't be that spooked, especially from this distance. My joints seized up, and I damn near dropped the binoculars when I hear a familiar snorting from behind me. I turn and see Jojo, standing 15 feet from me, just by the rear of my car, and his eyes gleaming in my rear lights. His head is low, and his antlers are thick, sharp, and aimed at me. In that moment, I don't know if he's going to charge, and whether I should be fighting for my damn life. Instead, I do as I was instructed, and stay still, not making sudden movements as he snorts again, closing the gap between us slowly. As he gets within 5 feet of me, he rears his head up. I see the most baffling expression on his face for a fleeting moment. Fear. Something ripples through the eastern forest and birds begin flying away in droves. Some of the deer heard in the western area are circling something, and Jojo immediately bounds down and out of sight to control the chaos. I waste no time getting in my car and driving down after them, keeping the doors locked, the window open a crack, and my speed at a decent crawl. As I come along the embankment that connects to the road, I see Jojo running full sprint towards another deer. He knocks the rival over and contorts the body as it skids across the grass and falls into the trail just ahead of my car. I know I'm not supposed to, but I stop the car and wait. In a choice between breaking the rules and breaking my car, I'll choose the former any day. The western herd deer under Jojo's command are gathering behind him, making horrific shrieks of terror. Jojo strides up and bows his head again in front of the still contorted deer, antlers on full display and dripping with black blood. It was a clear threat. Do not come back here if you value your life. I started wondering how I'd safely get this deer out of the way, or if I could mount the grass on the other side and go around it, when I saw something horrific unfold in front of me. The body twisted itself around and the limbs snapped to reset themselves. The head still cracked at an ugly angle, bones sticking out of the sides as it got onto shaking legs. When it screamed, it sounded as if its lungs were filled with blood. A horrible, muted cry of anguish that backed up every other deer but Jojo. I don't know what was keeping this fucking thing standing, but it let its head flop lazily around as it carefully backed away on the eastern side of the reserve before bounding into the tree line as if nothing were wrong. My irrational mind chalked it up to adrenaline as the instinct to survive, but it was impossible to shake the feeling that something was wrong. I carried on driving as soon as the deer was out of sight, not looking at Jojo or the other animals as I carried on down the trail. For the remaining few minutes, I felt unseen eyes staring intently at me until I crossed the threshold and back into civilization. I'd never been more grateful to see other humans, or my bed. Something about the whole incident just took it out of me. As I slept that night, I dreamed I was a deer alongside Jojo, frolicking in the herd and grazing peacefully. But as I cast my eyes upwards to the sky, a bitter chill on the wind, I saw the moon bathed in an almost purple plume. a strange light cast onto the land and noises rustling from the woods opposite. I don't know how I knew this, but something in me instinctively knew we weren't supposed to go there. I saw shapes begin to emerge from the trees, and that same horrible shriek ring out as I woke up in a sweat. I leaned forward to catch my breath and grab a glass of water. As I changed position to reach for my nightstand, I swear I heard the sound of something running up the trail to my house. I was probably still half asleep, but that didn't make it any more damn unnerving. I decided it would be best to drive out the next night and confront my concerns head on. If I'm not going to sleep soundly, then I should use my time wisely and document what I'm seeing. Maybe pass it to the rangers in the morning, right? When I drove back out there last night, the atmosphere was vastly different. A mist was enshrouding the trail, and the majority of the deer on the western side huddled together, shaking and staring intently at the other side of the nature reserve. I couldn't see Jojo anywhere. Strange, I thought. Alpha males patrol their herds dutifully. Why wasn't he there? I parked up at my usual spot, and making sure he wasn't around, I pulled out my binoculars again and stared at the eastern area, the clouds beginning to part as the moon shone through. There was movement all along the tree line as shapes began emerging one by one. I think it took my mind a moment to process what I was seeing. I'd finally seen the deer on the eastern side, but they were wrong. Very, very wrong. Standing on their hind legs and taking confident, awkward steps, they marched out of the trees with their heads craned to the sky, all of them emitting that horrible sound like their heads were being held underwater as they screamed. It reverberated in my ears and made my skin break out in goosebumps. There were dozens of them, maybe a couple of 100. Some were dragging a structure out with them, others hauling a writhing shape I couldn't quite see. They congregated in a small huddle, the center of which was obscured by my vision. I looked over to Jojo's herd and saw the fear in their eyes. So many of them shaking and their teeth bared. A primal fear we humans have largely lost in the safety of being the dominant species. But this night showed me we're not as powerful as we think we are. As the huddle broke away and began walking again towards the edge of their field, I saw what they'd been huddled around. Jojo. He was still alive, but barely moving and breathing heavily. His eyes glazed over. When he began to come to, he started shrieking like a fawn. It was unnerving. They dragged him to the structure, a primitive set of steps with a hollowed-out hole in its center, coated in a thick substance on the sides, just large enough for Jojo to be thrown into. I watched these things, these not deer, use their front hooves to hoist him up and into the hole, his screaming incessant the entire time. They stood around it, their necks cranked as they stared at the moon and shrieked. Whatever god these not deer prayed to, it didn't reside up above. No, it lurked down below. A low groan called out in response. It possessed the same blood-filled lungs these monstrosities had, and Jojo's deer huddled closer together at its roar. Jojo had stopped moving, his crying completely gone as the not deer, too, fell silent and formed a circle around their altar, snorting in unison. It grew to a fever pitch before something began dragging Jojo from beneath, ripping at its limbs and pulling until a horrific squelch indicated the top had separated from the bottom. The hole spurted out blood and chunks of deer as the not deer celebrated, danced in the rain, and feasted on the pieces. One final roar rang out from the unseen creature. It shook the ground, and I felt my balance waver for just a moment, steadying myself on the car. I know I should have booked it out of there, but I was desperate to understand what I was seeing, rationalizing that perhaps this was a bizarre art piece. Maybe a protest from an animal rights group, or even a bunch of edgy, satanic teens. But that rational voice in my head grew very, very quiet when I grabbed my binoculars to look again. Every single one of them was staring up at me, emotionless, black eyes fixated on my position. I didn't wait any longer. I drove out of there at a breakneck pace, not looking at either side of the park on my exit and damn near coming off the road with the lack of traction. As I got to the archway, my tires smashing against the grate, I'd inadvertently attracted the forest ranger on duty. He pulled me over and walked up to my window, a friendly smile on his face.
You know there's a speed limit for a reason, right, son?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got a little spooked is all. I smiled back, nerves shot to hell. He raised an eyebrow.
You didn't break one of our rules now, did you?
Oh, no, I kept to them. It's just, well, Jojo got attacked by the eastern deer and I don't think he's doing well. It was just a shock to take in. I figured telling a half-truth would be best. Couldn't exactly say what I thought I'd really seen, could I?
That's so. Well, they made their choices carefully. We don't know much, but we do know not to interfere. This is how it's always been. Animals have strange practices. You get how it is. But so long as they don't look at you, you're fine. Deer remember faces, after all. Thanks for visiting. Drive safe.
He smiled again and tipped his hat before walking off to his station. My blood ran cold, and I couldn't get those words out of my head on the entire drive home. But so long as they don't look at you, you're fine. I've not stepped outside my house since last night. I live in a remote part of the village, and while I enjoy the privacy, it's been a hotbed for strange noises and unsettling emotions. Everywhere I go in my home, I feel like I'm being watched by those same vacant eyes. What happens now? What happens to those they look at? I can't get their eyes out of my head, and I can't sleep worth a damn either. This isn't going to end until I figure out what they want. I wish I had more for you. I wish I could tell you what the not deer were, what they prayed for, why they sacrificed, what the ranger knew. But there's so many unknowables that it makes my head spin. It's just like being deep in the woods. So many twists and turns, you never know which is the right path to take and what danger lurks behind every tree. I don't know what the deer are doing. I don't know what is going on at that park. But if you value your life, you'll stay far, far away from it. And whatever monster they're praying to.
Yo, what? They showed up at your house again last night?
My best friend, Thomas, or Tom, asked, clearly shocked. His voice was loud through the phone. I didn't want to explain what happened for the third time now. My girlfriend was already disturbed by the news, as was my younger brother, when I told them about the incident. Yeah, I guess they saw I live in the neighborhood. I told them to not randomly come over.
Maybe that face reveal wasn't a good idea. And what the hell are they doing coming over to your place, especially at night?
I didn't know what to say. Yeah, they accepted it and left. I lied, and I could tell he didn't believe a word of it. The brief silence told me he had more to say, but for the time being, Tom exhaled.
Right. I'll see you at the gas station. Bye.
There had been an alert on my security app on my phone that there was movement at my front door the night before. I was seated on the couch and using my phone, checking the security camera on my app, when I received a ping notification that there was movement outside. Curious and thinking it was my neighbor's cat, I tapped on the app and expected to see someone standing there. All I saw was the empty driveway, waiting for a couple of seconds, thinking perhaps it was a glitch. Sensor lights lit up outside, giving everything a green gleam in the dark. I was ready to tap the X when I saw it was two figures sneaking around the side, as though they were avoiding the camera. Their faces were covered with masks and hoodies, so I couldn't tell who they were. I could have sworn it was my mates messing with me. Tom, or maybe Chris. But their builds were wrong. I knew it wasn't a good idea to let crackheads roam around unless they stole or damaged something. Standing up and grabbing the baseball bat by the side of the door to scare them with, when I noticed a man and a woman in matching hoodies, with my roaring lion symbol on it. Part of a merch collection I'd been selling for some time now. Pressing the button to the outside, I hear what they were saying.
Don't worry, he'll answer soon.
A deeper, more masculine voice said. It sounded a little too close to my voice, like he was mimicking mine.
I can't wait, baby. We're going to see him in the flesh.
Lighter, more feminine, and somehow more terrifying.
Shh, keep out of the way. I think there's a camera. Hey, let's see if we can...
Her voice trailed off. They moved down the driveway and were now too far away from the microphone. It was concerning how they were also out of view of the camera, so I couldn't hear what they were saying. I stopped watching the camera app, stunned. Sure, I had some fans send me declarations of undying love, used bras in my P.O. box, people assuming that we were the best of friends, and people wanting me to have a meetup someday. General, mild parasocial behavior. But no one ever tried to show up at my house without actually being invited. Sitting on the couch with my cat, Biscuit, she purred on my lap. A tabby I found behind a trash bin when she was a starving kitten. Now she was a chunky baby who lived a good life, scratching behind her ear while watching TV in an attempt as a distraction, and with a quick glance at the app, noticed they were gone. My phone started to ring and I saw it was Brianna, my girlfriend, accepting the call. Hey, honey, yeah, I have to shoot this video with Thomas and Justin and then I'll get back to you. All right, I love you. I'll have him with me. I promise I'll be safe. Okay, I love you. Bye. I said goodbye to my girlfriend and hung up the call, resting my phone on my lap. I suspected she knew I was nervous. Exhaling, checking the time on my phone, when I realized I was going to be late. Thomas, a friend who went by Rider B2, a motorbike vlogger, said, "Hey man, I'm nearly there." After nearly tripping over my cat, grabbing my keys and my bag of supplies, and running to get into my car, my phone kept buzzing while I drove, tapping on the steering wheel while I waited at an intersection. That feeling of eyes lingering on me and glancing to the car beside me, I saw two people watching me. Far too intently. It was too far to tell if it was them. Choosing to ignore it, I kept driving down the highway and was happy when two cars got between us. Glancing at the dashboard, realizing that I was running low on gas. Normally, I ignore it until it becomes dangerous, but this time, the flashing light was building up anxiety in me. Pulling over by the pumps, turning off the car, and stepping out with stiff legs. Taking the gas pump and started putting gas in the tank.
Hey! Oh my god. Hi, Eric.
A woman with a creepy, bright smile and an intense stare approached me, arms wide for a hug. I froze. Hearing my real name spoken by someone I didn't know was odd. I never said it to anyone. Only 4 close friends in the community knew it. She didn't wait and wrapped her arms tightly around me, before putting her nose close to my chest, taking a deep inhale when she did so.
You smell as good as I imagined.
I was too stunned to speak. I have a girlfriend. Maybe she was a friend from high school I forgot about. Giving her a strained smile, I kept thinking where I met her. Unsure how to respond to her and realized she wore the same hoodie with my branding on it. Clearly, they were a fan, but how did they know where I'd be? Hi, I answered, attempting to collect the panic in my voice.
It's so good to meet you. Oh, sorry, you mentioned you weren't much of a hugger.
I gave an uncomfortable smile.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you saw us last night. I'm Becca. XX Stylish Vampiress XX. I sent those gifts to your P.O. box months ago.
She stood uncomfortably close to me, and whenever I stepped away, she would follow. Now closer, I realized she was up to my shoulder in height. Her makeup looked similar to Brianna's, with a red lip and red eyeshadow with cat eyeliner. Not rare by any means. A piercing at her nose with redness around it showing it was either recent or infected. I saw the roots of her hair, dyed red to look like Bree's, styled with the same bangs. I don't understand why she was morphing herself to look like her. I remembered Bree saying she had to block her for asking too many personal questions about our relationship. In the background, leaning on the wall of the gas station, I saw who I presumed was the man I saw her with. He had my piercing on his lip that I had 2 years ago, and it looked as though his clothing had been styled to be similar to me. I couldn't see his hair from that distance. He was glaring daggers at me in pure hatred. Becca mentioned him in the past, but I couldn't recall his name. I remembered receiving a range of items from her and other subscribers, and I did a video. My dining room table was filled with various boxes and letters. I showed them during an unboxing video. Mostly, it had been wholesome. A teddy bear, chocolate, a painting of my avatar, and some other smaller random items. There was nothing to be worried about.
Can I get a selfie with you?
Becca said, already with her phone out, and moved to stand alongside me. Yeah. I leaned in with a strained smile, then jumped when her arm wrapped around me. Suddenly, I felt a pinch, and my hand went up to my hair. Ow! I could have sworn she pocketed something.
Thanks.
She smiled, taking several photos with her head turned at different angles, and wrapped her arm around my shoulder again. A physical touch with strangers wasn't something I was okay with. I pulled away, and she didn't get the hint, glancing at my car and debating the best way to decline without looking like an asshole. Maybe I should just wait for Tom to arrive.
Hey, you won't believe who I got a chance to meet today.
Her words yanked me from my thoughts. She was live.
Wow, so we're gonna be working together.
Too stunned to do anything, I froze, only to have Thomas pull up and pushed her away from me. He grabbed the camera. His hand covered the lens, crushing it while she screeched at him, telling him that he was ruining everything. Drive off, he grunted at me through his motorbike, uncaring as always. I got in my car and drove away, then parked in an empty car park, trying to think about what I should do. Did I get doxxed? Who else had my info? Checking my socials for any signs of it being leaked when I heard a beep sound. I got a message from Tom. His profile picture was a Hans meme. A welcome sign. Hey man, don't go home yet. Check your car for any air tags. Where are you? In KFC's parking lot. See you there. The aroma of stale oil and grease filled my nostrils, causing my stomach to twist and turn, even more so than it was previously. Getting out of the car, first checking the hood for anything stuck on, and my heart raced. Checking around the front wheel while running my hand underneath for any signs. Moving around the side, dreading finding something when I heard the faint sound of a motorbike in the distance. Tom was far enough away for me to see him, but he couldn't hear me. Sliding my fingers under the rim of the back wheel, the smooth surface coated my fingers in dirt, and it bumped into something. My heart sank when I felt it. The white, circular AirTag had been taped onto it, securing it in place, and despite them already somehow knowing where I lived, the fact they could do this, remembering back when I first saw them sneaking around the two cars, I wouldn't have known it was there unless I was looking for it. What if they placed more? Shit! They put an AirTag on my car. I stated out loud, holding it and walking to Tom with it in the palm of my hand. He lifted the visor of his helmet, one hand casually rested on the handlebars of his black sport motorbike, and instantly started pulling the brakes. Throwing it on the ground, he stomped on it repeatedly and broke it into pieces.
Hi.
That same bright and irritating sound rang out.
It is so good to see you, Eric. We missed you.
Together, we saw them blocking the only exit out of here. Her partner had a mask on, concealing the lower part of his face, and the pair were similar in height. Worst of all, he held a weapon of some kind. a baseball bat, leaning closer, still with his visor up.
Run them the fuck over.
Tom snorted.
Dude, I can't do that.
Fuck it. I will. I reached out and held his arm to stop it. No point getting him arrested over them. Still, on his bike, he pulled the ignition and the engine instantly roared. Speeding over to her, he blocked her path and shaking his hand in her face, clearly not caring if he ran over their toes, trying to drive her away. She tried to push past him, and it didn't work. Using this bit of time, I got back in my car, followed him, and made my way outside. Turning away and driving away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror for any sign of them. Eventually, we were stopped in traffic. Tom stopped beside me and gave me a thumbs up to let me know things were okay. While I was stopped in traffic, I checked my phone to see if anything had been posted about me. I found the live stream, which was thankfully offline. It had gone on longer. There were comments about a crazy man on a bike harassing them. I didn't want to draw more attention to it, or be forced to create a video to explain what happened. Speeding through it, some people were talking about what happened. Suddenly, there was tension in my chest and throat, worrying about whether or not my information had been leaked, and I could have more crazy stalkers out there. There was a knock on the window, Tom letting me know there was a green light, and together, we sped off. My roommate's car was gone, leaving the driveway empty. Holding my phone while walking inside, I noticed links to what looked like a fake account commenting after the live stream was over. I found it actually had content. Videos with a few views. Scrolling through the list of videos, I recognized her face from the thumbnails. There was no mention of me directly, but I heard a knock and checked the phone app, only to see them standing there. I stepped away from the door, pretending I wasn't home, and told my roommate to be careful. My roommate, Wailing, swung open the door, causing it to strike the side.
Get the fuck out of here before I fucking kick your heads in.
They ran away, hurrying down the road, and he found a box left on top of my car. Picked it up and instantly threw it in the bin before slamming the lid shut.
They're gone.
My roommate shrugged and said he'd used the baseball bat on them. I didn't want to go home. Not straight away, at least. I figured I needed to warn my girlfriend about what happened and ask her if she had seen them. So I drove over to Brianna's place. I kept checking my rearview mirror to make sure I wasn't being followed. Parking my car, locking it, and she met me at the door with a smile. A loving hug and a passionate kiss. Concerned expression on her face. Her red hair was tied back. She was already dressed for bed. A singlet top with baggy pajama pants. She hugged me, inviting me inside, and took me into her room. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number stared back at me. It had a single message.
I won't let her have you.
My face fell. Even here I couldn't escape. Subconsciously my shoulders slumped. The air went out of my lungs. Bree walked over, leaning over to get a look at the phone, and stared angrily at the message. Tom told me what happened. Look, I don't care if your fans are into you, but this is a crime. You'll need to deal with it. Holding my phone and shaking her head, walking over to the door and opened it, then stepped out into her driveway, looking around while calling out into the empty streets.
Where the hell are you, you crazy bitch? Hey, you need to be careful. She's absolutely fucking crazy.
I hushed her, not wanting her to get dragged into it.
I told you that some of these fans get crazy. Haven't you heard about what can happen?
She demanded, worry clear in her voice. She wasn't wrong. Closing the door, locking it, and curling up to watch a movie. Some overly dramatic horror trash with a slasher. Pulling up a blanket over us, leaning into her, and feeling at ease with the warmth of her body. I had a nauseous feeling in my stomach that wouldn't budge, no matter how much I've tried to ignore it. Being in the moment with Bree was difficult, especially when I kept checking the windows in case I'd see Brianna's demented face staring through it. Midway through the movie, not turning her face toward me. Most of your fans have been great, but look. Bree took out her phone, flicking through it, and showed the different messages from all accounts attempting to message her. First on Insta, then on TikTok, and even on the private accounts reserved for close friends and family. Some were sickly sweet, promising to help her with our relationship and over-invasive questions. And other messages were threatening, demanding to know where I was, telling her to break up with me. What the fuck? I know. Do you think it's them? Bree sighed, struggled, rested a finger and thumb on her forehead, a gesture she always did when stressed. I don't know. After an hour, I went back to my place and told her to stay safe. Jenna and Mickey, her friends, came over, and they were going to head off. Just in case they knew where she lived too, Tom came over, and together we got in my car. I felt better about leaving with her friends. On the drive, I kept an eye out for any signs I had been followed. My eyes kept darting up to the rearview mirrors, and fortunately, there were none. Out of my peripheral vision, I noticed Tom doing the same, although he was trying to hide it from me. It didn't take us long to get back to my place. I pulled up into the driveway and managed to get back to my place with no issues. It was strange seeing the house so quiet, with no noise from the TV or chatting. My neighbors were all friendly, but kept to themselves. It was hard because they knew where I lived. I was worried because I don't know if they would end up telling more people my private information. How many people had seen that live stream? My roommate was staying at his girlfriend's place and wouldn't be back until the next Monday. The pair of us returned to a dark home, flicking on the lights, and made our way into the lounge room. It had to be 11 p.m., no later than midnight. I could stay the night. Best to check the place out, just in case. Yeah, I breathed, happy he was going to be here. Brianna wanted to stay too, but I don't want them hurting her. I asked her to stay at a friend's place till this gets sorted out. Makes sense. Right, I'm gonna grab a snack. Tom walked into the kitchen, opening up a cupboard to raid my snacks, and soon the whistle from the kettle filled the room. Walking to my room with a yawn, opening the door and turning on the light. Bissy. I kissed my lips, trying to call her over, looking around for my cat in her hiding spot in the cat tree. Not finding her, I lifted the covers to peek under the bed, and my eyes shot to the figure reclining on top, wrapped in my blankets. I nearly missed her. Unsure how she managed to get inside my house, since nothing was open, sitting there like she owned the place. Seated on my bed was that same woman, wearing my jacket and wrapped in my blankets. XX, stylish, vampirous, XX. Thankfully, my cat was nowhere to be seen.
Hi, Eric, honey. Good to see that you're home. Come, sit with me.
She patted the bed beside her, perfectly at home in my damn bed. What? Get the fuck out of my house! I heard Tom drop whatever he was doing in the kitchen, a loud bang, and he cried out loudly in pain, and I looked in the direction of the kitchen, expecting him to burst into the door soon. You need to get out, now, I demanded. I won't bother calling the police. I'll kill you if you don't get out. I snarled at her. I expected her to be scared. She burst into demented giggles while clapping her hands.
Oh, you brought out Azazel for me. You always knew he was my favorite character.
She exclaimed, kicking her feet in demented glee. Azazel was a demonic character I played briefly who was insanely popular. Crazy was a fucking understatement. I'd seen her before, only in comments to my content. At streams, she came to every single event and had been overly personal more than once, but barely knew her. She violently threw back the blankets and parting her legs to give me an eyeful, revealing she was naked, all except for the merch shirt and jacket. It barely covered her, and I turned my focus away, putting up a hand to block the view.
I'm ready for you.
Ready? What? For what?
To give me my baby, of course.
She beamed, then laughed, far too long to be normal. Her hands trembled, then shook violently, held her hands down and waited.
You're so silly.
As though I was the one being unreasonable. She reached out to ruffle my hair. I stared dumbfounded in horror while backing out toward the door, ready to run the fuck away. Tom! I called out down the hallway. Tom, where the fuck are you? Ready to slam the door to give me some time to escape. Her arms wrapped around my pillow and inhaled the scent deeply.
I could smell her perfume.
She picked it up and threw it away.
I tried to use the condom you used with... her.
Her words dripped with venomous hatred, not bothering to mention Brianna's name.
But it didn't work. How many times has she tried? I tried several times. So I need to go right to the source.
That predatory gaze rested on me, then dripped down to my groin.
You did what?
I nearly gagged in pure disgust.
You hurt me.
That smile was terrifying. That was enough. Slamming the door, I ran down the hallway, and seeing Tom laying on the floor with a pool of blood around him, and with his glass of Coke spilled over the floor, his red hair wet from the blood, a vacant look in his lifeless green eyes, his mouth open. What happened to him? I didn't know what else I could do.
I know you loved Ryder B2, or Tom. You two started working together on videos about the best restaurants in October 2019. Your first video. But you knew each other in school when you two became friends on a field trip. You two went to the history museum, didn't like each other at first, but soon became close friends. But I do. I know.
I reached for something to use as a weapon to protect myself. The kitchen knives and the wood block looked tempting, but the kitchen table was between me and it. The back door was out of reach, and to get into the lounge room, I'd have to get past her. Either way, I just needed to get outside.
You said so on your first live stream back on the 23rd of June 2018. You had technical difficulties, but I knew you'd pull through.
I was being backed into a corner.
You need to leave. And
on the floor, Tom started to groan, his fingers clenched as I knelt beside him, a hand on his shoulder.
Hey, stay with me. You two really are like brothers. I can't wait to be part of the family.
The euphoria at the end was disturbing. She was still dressed in my merch with nothing on the bottom.
I have waited for this since January. I was there for you during all of your important moments of your life. When your mom died. When you had your fight with Brianna, that fucking bitch. And then you two broke up and got back together.
I saw her fists clench before that terrifying stare returned. I wasn't a person. I was a possession. An object. Something she wanted but didn't know.
Then, for some reason, you wanted her. That Brianna bitch.
She hurried forward, trying to grab at my hands in a possessive gesture, and I kept pulling my hands away.
I was there when she wasn't. I saw you cry when you lost your mom in that car accident. It devastated you more than you thought.
What worried me was I never, ever announced any of these things publicly. Keeping my life private was important to me.
How?
I whispered, remembering I showed these tears to no one. Not Tom, not Brianna. No one. That damned creepy smile.
I've always kept an eye on you.
She was standing close to me now, our bodies that were barely touching.
I needed to know what you were doing.
Stepping forward, her body against mine, when I noticed she had a knife in her hand and lifted the teddy bear she'd given me. The teddy bear. The gift she had given me was up on my unit, pointed in the direction of my bed. She must have placed a camera inside it. Hey, I won't press charges, but you need to leave. Just get out of here. Leave me alone, and everything will be okay.
Oh, you don't mean that, silly.
She burst into laughter, lifted up one of the kitchen knives, and realized what I was aiming for.
Do you need to hurt me? Just like Jason the kidnapper? Oh, why didn't you say so?
Taking the knife, she ran it across her forearm, leaving a trail of blood behind it, and while staring at me, dipped her head down and ran her tongue along the bleeding wound, while never breaking eye contact with me. Well, surprising, I wasn't that shocked by this point.
You haven't finished yet. You haven't finished. Stick to the script.
Her voice took on a darker tone, with a terrifying pleading look in her eye.
I just need some things from you.
If it was something small, maybe I could give it to her, just to get her out of the house. What do you need?
The baby. Our baby. Your blood. Some hair. I need it all. If you give me all of this, I will leave you alone.
She demanded, looking at me as though I was the crazy one. Expecting me to do that to her was out of the question. Even if it wasn't with Bree, there was no way I would put my dick in crazy. My blood and hair. There were a range of things they could be used for.
Okay, listen, you seem like a nice person and all, but I'm just a person on the internet. You don't know me. You mean everything to me. I cater my life around you.
She took the knife, slashed it across her arm once, twice, and 3 times, all while possessing a wicked, cruel smile. Her eyes focused too intently to be normal. It was only now that I realized she had tattoos of my brand logo. But the face reveal picture I posted, too.
Jesus fucking Christ, stop! What the fuck? Look what you're doing to me!
She screeched loudly. The blood trickled down her arms. She paused, focusing in on the holes and twisting them inside to expand the wound. Her skin parted, pulling her skin away and cutting away a piece of her arm. The flesh moist with blood and sinew, like a bite-sized piece. How could she not feel pain? With a grunt, she lunged at me, knocking me to the ground, tried to push the piece into my mouth.
Eat it. We'll be one.
Holding my lips together tightly, trying to turn my head away when she forced her thumb into my mouth to pry it open. Her meat was shoved in my mouth. The metal, raw flesh caused me to instantly gag. Putting my foot at her chest and kicking her off, pushing her, and her back struck the kitchen cabinet. She grunted, fell down, clutching her stomach, winded, spitting out the meat and coughing up the pieces of blood. She grabbed my arm, bit down hard, and pulled away, leaving a large wound. I screamed, gripping my forearm, and it pulsed. Laying on the floor, the hoodie back, and her hair draped into the blood. A wide, maniac grin, giving a rapid cackle of victory.
We'll be together forever now. We're one.
She crawled on her hands and knees, sweeping through the blood.
If I can't have you, no one fucking will.
Tom grabbed her leg, pulling them back, and caused her to trip on the ground. She was screeching loudly while flailing around, trying to pull him away. We struggled to get the knife off her, cutting my arm in the process and throwing it away. Fortunately, the sound of red and blue flashing lights. The police came into the building. It all happened in a blur. The police had arrived. Becca was placed in cuffs.
No, you don't understand. This was supposed to happen. He was...
Her cries into the night were haunting while he dragged her out, kicking out at the officers. The last sight of her I saw was from her inside a police car.
Fucking crazy bitch,
Tom murmured under his breath, resting on his back while I knelt beside him. He looked over at me with a wicked grin and added, I am gonna milk this for content. We both laughed, and it wasn't exactly wrong either. Brianna didn't wait to see what happened. When she didn't hear from me, she decided to take matters into her own hands and called the police. While she was at her friend's house, Bree and her friends did some investigating of their own. They found the channel and the vlogging plans of what Becca intended on doing to me, and I wasn't a person to her, just an object she could control. The red and flashing lights of the police cars outside. She was taken into custody. Coated in blood, if she hadn't have hurt my friend, I could have felt sorry for her. Her boyfriend cut and dyed his hair to look like me, wore clothes that I wore, and allegedly tried to make him speak like me, to deepen his voice, trying to morph him into her ideal version of what she idolized me as. On her phone and laptop, there were large folders dedicated to stalking my life. One camera in the lounge room, and she had managed to sneak in through the back door while my roommate was getting ready to go out. He must have left Biscuit out for a bit, who was also okay. We found her outside when they were caught. They found more cameras and tracking devices she had hidden around the house. Scariest of all was the fact 2 of the cameras were live streaming. I don't know how many people saw the broadcast of who was recording. One thing that troubled me most was discovering there was a webcam dedicated to this sort of live stream. They called themselves the Loving Obsessed, or the LO, with 1,000 active members, all with the goal of turning themselves into their favored celebrity idol and trying to have a baby with them, with or without the creator's consent. I felt sick knowing this. Who else would be hunted by a deranged fan? The couple weren't working alone, and I knew there were others. Becca's boyfriend was never located. The grapevine said she made him get the same tattoos as me, the same piercings, anything to make him resemble me based on the limited information she had. It was uncomfortable, and it took things way too far. The case goes to trial soon. I am not a writer. I don't have a degree, I don't have a Substack, and I definitely don't have a book deal. I'm just a person who went somewhere I shouldn't have gone, and I lost someone I care about. If you came here for flowery metaphors and clever twists, you won't find them. I'm just going to tell you why my life has gone downhill. If you live anywhere near the northeast coast, and you've ever thought about visiting Corvus Vale for urbex content, or just for a moody seaside getaway, don't. That's the short version. The long version is why I'm posting. I film abandoned places. It started as weekend therapy after a rough patch, and turned into a small channel where I climb over fences, whisper, "Oh my God," at peeling wallpaper, and pretend I know anything about history. I've crawled through burnt-out terraces and drained leisure centers. I've stood on the stage of a murdery-looking social club with a torch between my teeth because I couldn't be bothered to get my tripod. I'm not scared easily, I thought. This one started, like most of them, with a message. A guy I knew from an Urbex Facebook group had posted a blurry photo of a lighthouse out in the fog. Someone had written in the comments, "That's in my town. Just don't." Which meant to people like me, please go and make a video. I'd heard of Corvus Vale, but mostly as a joke, that small-ish town dropped into the middle of nowhere. I thought it used to be a fishing town. There's a dock, but it just houses flashy speedboats from men going through some sort of midlife crisis now. There's a crescent of grey pebbled beach, good for sea glass collecting, a few streets of random shops, and a really nice chip van. It seemed very vanilla on the outside, although I've heard it hosts a good anime convention. The woods curl behind the whole town like a sleeping animal, essentially blocking it in. There's one road in and out, making the whole place kind of claustrophobic, or cozy, depending on how you look at it. You couldn't pay me to go in those woods. They have their own creepy stories floating about. People say it's pretty in summer if the sun hits right, but every time I've looked it up, it looks like November. Anyway, there's a bit of lore about the lighthouse. I didn't take it seriously then. I take it seriously now. The story goes that years ago, the harbor master was in debt to something in the sea. People say he made a bargain. He'd lure workers with decent pay and benefits to keep the light going. People that wouldn't be missed. Drifters, young lads with no family. Women who couldn't say exactly where they were going next. It wasn't a normal job. It rumored that once he went out there, he didn't come back off. There's no actual proof, obviously. Apparently, this guy was bound to pay tribute, and the tribute was people. That's what they say. I know this sounds like a campfire story, I would have laughed too. Actually, I did laugh, a little, when I told Sam. Sam is my best friend and my worst influence. She moved back up north last year and started coming out with me on my adventures to get out of the house. She's the kind of person who can chat to a stranger like they're already mates, which is useful and also terrifying to watch. If I'm the torch, she's the big, stupid grin reflecting in the glass. We are polar opposites, and it works great. Worked. We both had a terrible week, and we wanted to get away. Corvus Vale, I said, scrolling through photos on my phone as we sat in a Tesco car park, sharing a meal deal like teenage gremlins. We can get away for a bit, do a video, and take you to that chip van, 'cause nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday, she interrupted in her best advert voice, smirking at me from behind her sandwich. Shut up, dickhead. We cracked up. You had to be there. We set off the next morning, early enough that the roads were empty. The hedgerows were still white with dew. Clouds like damp cotton hung over fields that looked almost foreign without people in them. The last bit of the drive took us through a narrow lake that didn't seem legal for cars. Then the trees opened, and the sea was suddenly there. A long, low line that made my stomach drop in a good way. Corvus Vale didn't look like a real place at first. The town itself is wrapped into a neat little semicircle. The dense woods pressed in close, like they grew tired of standing back and decided to lean in. I counted 3 chip shops, 2 pubs, a charity shop with a single wedding dress in the window, and a post office that had handwritten opening times taped to the door. The woods beyond it are... I don't know how to explain it. I remember thinking it was strange that you couldn't see far into them. The trunks were close together, and even though it wasn't summer, the branches knitted like fingers. But if you maneuvered your head just right, you could see a building in there. I saw a peak of a chimney poking out the top of some of the trees. It must have been massive. I'm not going to talk about the stories people tell about those woods, because that wasn't why we were there. It's only to say the place has a way of making you feel watched, even in daylight. The lighthouse is set on a narrow, rocky outcrop a little away from the harbor, just far enough that you can't walk on it unless the tide is weirdly low, and you're into dying. There's no public ferry. The path that once ran along the rocks is busted in 3 places and signed off with a rusted council note, danger boards that look like they're part of the scenery now. The only sensible way is over the water. It took us a minute to figure out how to ask about a boat without saying we were idiots. We strategically asked about the place in 2 shops before going to the harbor. An old woman in a knit hat told us nobody went out there anymore.
Too much bother,
she said. And then she said the tide breathes funny out here. I didn't ask what that meant. Another guy in a hoodie shook his head and told us,
"The light's dead, love."
Which, obviously. We went down to where the boats were tied up. The harbor is a curved arm of concrete, maybe 50 yards long, with low steps that threaten to break your legs if you don't concentrate. There were a few little boats knocking gently against tires. Most of them were clearly used every day. Sam found our man. She always does. He was in his 60s, with a face that had been tightened by wind, not surgery, and hands that looked carved from driftwood. There was a tobacco smell around him that made me think of my granddad. He was easing a length of rope into a coil when Sam walked up and said, "Hi, a stupid question. Do you ever lend out your boat for filming?" He gave us a look that went from amused to suspicious in half a second.
Depends who's asking.
"We're making a documentary," I said quickly. "I make videos about the coast. We wanted to get some footage of the coastline. Just the coastline, the rocks. I've got a GoPro and a couple of vlogging bits. It'd be like an hour. We're happy to pay."
Do you know how to sail a boat?
He asked flatly. Yes, I lied. Well, not a complete lie. I'd done a weekend course on the Tyne once, when I was 14, for my Duke of Edinburgh awards. It was mostly about not hitting things and what to do if you do hit things. I'd never done it in the sea, and definitely not here. £50, Sam blurted out. I looked at her with wide eyes that clearly said, "What the hell?" She just smiled at me. He squinted past us at the water, like it was going to answer for us.
The tide's funny out here,
He said.
in the fog. Breezes in and out like it forgets itself. You won't be off the water when it turns. You got what? 2 hours tops. You'll get into port after that.
Sam did the thing where she tilts her head and smiles.
We'll be careful. Promise.
He hesitated. I could see him weighing up the effort of arguing versus the effort of making sure we didn't kill ourselves.
60,
I said, the words leaving my mouth before I could stop them. Sam raised his eyebrow and pulled out a wad of folded cash from the little pocket in her jacket and handed it over like we'd planned it.
And your name?
She asked.
Martin,
He said. He took the notes and tucked it into his wallet without counting it, which made me like him. He stepped into the small motorboat at the edge of the harbor and showed me where things were. Throttle, choke, pull start, fuel shut off, spare tank, kill cord. He repeated 3 times that we should be back before the tide turned proper. I nodded like a kid getting the keys for the first time. He asked again if I knew what I was doing. I said yes again. I don't think he believed me, but the decision was made. He pushed us off with the heel of his hand, and we bobbed like a duckling that had fallen out of formation. We puttered out, me gripping the tiller harder than necessary, Sam sitting on the bow with her phone poised like a news reporter, the GoPro clamped to a pole so we looked more professional than we were. The cold came up through the floor of the boat and into my bones in a way I didn't expect.
That was easier than I thought it was going to be.
She giggled.
Remind me again.
She started, raising her voice over the revving engine, hair whipping.
What? We live 34 miles inland.
She said.
Why did you learn to sail a boat?
In case I ever needed to dispose of a body, I said, deadpan. She snorted.
You watch too much Dexter.
Probably. I tried to focus on the feel of the water. Rivers are straightforward. They push you one way. The sea is like being in a crowded room with 100 people moving in different directions. You think you're still, and then you look up, and the horizon has shifted. Out past the mouth of the harbor, the fog changed from a light breath to a wall. It rolled in low, in sheets, and then in ropes. I could see the lighthouse sometimes, then I couldn't. When I could see it, it was a simple white column with a red cap. From far away it looked almost clean. Up close it looked like a long bruise. We slowed as we neared the rocks. There's a small jut of stone that rises like a knuckle below the lighthouse, and on that there's what's left of a dock. 3 posts, 1 ladder, and a grey plank that had seen better days a century ago. I eased us in on the shore side to keep us out of the worst chop. Sam hopped across like she'd done it all her life. I followed, tying us up with a loop that would have made my old instructor squint. We had, as Martin said, about 2 hours to get this done. I kept this in my head like a timer. Sam had the same idea.
We get our shots, she said, and we don't be stupid.
That's my line, I said. The lighthouse door was unlocked. That surprised me, though I don't know why. There was a heavy metal latch, rusted to an ugly orange, but it wasn't engaged. The door itself weighed more than it looked. It had that damp, swollen feeling like an old paperback that someone dropped in the bath and dried on a radiator. I brought 2 torches, one for me, one for Sam. We knew there wasn't going to be power. We clicked them on, and the beams made little cones through the fog that had somehow crept in. The ground floor was a round room with flaking paint and a metal staircase that spiraled up the inside wall like a ribcage. There were hooks where coats had once hung, and a metal locker with a warped door that wouldn't close. Someone had scrawled, "Keep out," on the inside of the door in marker, which made me roll my eyes. We did the usual. Close-ups, slow walking, me talking to the camera in a whisper like somebody could catch us and tell us off, which is always silly when the person who would tell you off has been dead for 30 years. Then we climbed.
This is the watch room,
I announced to the camera, panning the camera around the room. The ceiling was lower, and a little half-window looked out over nothing. The glass was long smashed, and a chilly gust of wind caught me off guard. There was a bed with a narrow metal frame, bolted like everything else, with a thin mattress on it. Somebody had stacked the cushions from the armchair on it, as if weight could make it comfortable, the way you do when you don't have a proper topper. Sam, of course, flopped down on it because she had no self-preservation around textiles. The mattress let out a groan and the cushions released a plume of dust into the beam of my torch, like a ghost finishing a magic trick. Sam coughed so hard she squeaked. "Gross," she said, half laughing, waving her hand in front of her face. The dust made her eyes water. "Fuck's sake, Sam, I've got asthma," I told her with an exaggerated wheeze, dragging her by her sleeve. There were hooks on the wall loaded with thick woolen coats and waterproofs, and a shelf with an old coffee thermos on it. I thought about the person who had washed that thermos each morning by the little sink, looking out at the same patch of sea until they couldn't tell you what day it was. That's a kind of life that slowly erases you. That's what this room felt like. I wonder why they didn't take their stuff, I whispered to no one in particular. "'Cause they all died here, didn't they?" Sam said, nodding her head toward the camera, spelling out, "Get into fucking character," with her eyes. We climbed again, metal steps, each one ringing a little underfoot, the sounds dented by the fog that seemed to press through cracks you couldn't see. At the top of the lantern room, the glass was fogged on the inside. That felt wrong. I wiped a circle and smeared it, which just made it look worse. The lantern itself was there, the big lens a dead eye. It felt like a museum where the signs had fallen down. I could hear, now and then, a noise like a sigh running along the rail outside. We found a notebook. It had been torn up, most of it. Pages ripped, others stuck together with damp and age. We shouldn't have been able to read anything. There was a blotch, a stain that had soaked through pages and made a brown halo, and in the middle of it, there was one word left, faint, as if it had given up fighting the rest of the ink. Closer. "Spooky," Sam said, leaning her chin on my shoulder. "That can mean anything." I checked the time. We had, by my mental math, 20 minutes before I wanted to be back on the boat, which would put us back at the harbor with a smug amount of safety to spare. We did a few last shots of the lantern room, the long, slow pans that make people comment atmospheric and chills below the video. I filmed the broken gauge. I filmed the little brass nameplate that had been polished so much in its life that the letters were soft. "All right, let's go," I said. We went down the stairs, our torches wobbling, our feet trying not to slip on edges that had been worn to a shine. I reached the ground floor door and put my hand on the latch. I was already rehearsing how I'd wave at Martin and say, "You were right," and feel like a responsible adult. I pulled the door open, and it was night. I don't mean it was darker than it should have been. I don't mean clouds covered the sky and the fog made it seem late. I mean the outside of the door was black, like somebody had gone behind the sky and switched it to the other setting. The fog wasn't white anymore. It was gray on black, like smoke above coal. The hairs on my arms prickled so hard it hurt. We weren't that long," I said, like time would be convinced if I said it firmly. The cold came in through the door like a living thing. I shut it. My hand shook enough that the latch clicked weirdly. Sam made a face that was halfway between "this is funny" and "this is stupid." "Okay," she said. "That's a problem." We both checked our phones. No bars, not even a flicker. I moved mine around like a diving rod for a second, then felt ridiculous and put it away. I could taste the fog now. It sounded like old pennies and something sweet that made my tongue curl. It got into my clothes. My torch felt like a candle in a football stadium. "It's fine," she said, voice too bright. She does that. She goes school teacher when she's scared. "We'll just wait, sleep a bit. Go back at first light. It's not like the boat will float away. We tied it." I looked at the door again, like something in it would change. "Martin said the tide turns funny," I said. "He said we'd get into bother." "We'll not get into bother. We're safe in here," she said. And I hated that she sounded like she was humoring a child, but I needed it. "Let's go back up. It's less drafty. We went back up to the lantern room, hoping to any god the guy that lent us the boat would send someone looking. The lighthouse creaked. That's the only word. It creaked like a tree in a gale and like an old man getting up from a chair. The sounds came from different places each time. Sometimes above us, sometimes below. Once it came from the outside rail, and my mouth went dry so fast I almost gagged.
Maybe there's a foghorn,
Sam said, poking at a lever on the wall near the stairs.
If we can get it going, someone might hear.
Don't, I said. But I said it too late. She pulled the lever like she'd been waiting her whole life for a dramatic moment. There was a heartbeat of silence, like a sucked breath. The horn sounded. It wasn't a modern sound. It wasn't that neat, low bellow you get now on ships that sounds like something designed on a computer. It was raw. It was a brass instrument being strangled by the sea. It tore itself out of the lighthouse and into the fog, and the fog swallowed it and hurled it back at us from everywhere. It made my teeth hurt. It felt like someone had pressed invisible hands to the back of my head and pushed. It echoed off nothing and everything. It didn't just ring in the air. It went through us. We clutched each other without looking, like children who don't want to admit they're scared.
Okay,
Sam said over the last shuddering tail of the sound.
maybe don't do that again.
Then the light came on. I didn't know it could. The lantern roared to life. The beam made the fog and made a white world that moved, and then it swung. It swung like it had always swung, in a long, patient sweep, and with each pass the fog was cut into layers that made shapes. Shapes. I wish I didn't write that. I wish I could say I was imagining things, but the light made figures in the mist. Not silhouettes you could explain away as rocks or sea spray. They moved wrong and then too right, like people who'd forgotten how to be bodies and were relearning in front of us. With each pass of the lights, they crept closer, jittering and jarring, limbs moving all wrong. Sam swore softly.
Shit, turn it off.
She said frantically, searching for a switch, a knob, a lever, anything. We tried the same lever she'd pulled for the horn. The horn stayed quiet, thank God. The light kept on, unbothered. We tried another lever, and the hand wheel that felt like it was welded to the past. The light ignored us. I could feel the heat of it against my face, and it made the fog sweat. We scrambled down again to the living room, where the little window sat like an eye that had been punched. There was a white feather on the sill. It moved in the draft like a twitching finger. A bird landed on the sill. I swear to you, I know what a gull looks like. I know what a pigeon looks like. I know what a crow looks like. This was a crow, but not black. It was white, not albino with red eyes. White, like someone had dipped a crow in milk and set it to dry. It had a scar on its beak, a little roughness that made it look like it had been welding at some point and didn't much care for PPE. It looked in at us, cocked its head, and cawed once. That sound went through the lighthouse and into my spine. It was like the horn, but small. It echoed down the middle bones. It made the lights sweep, hitch, just a fraction. I hate that I'm writing this, because I know how I sound, but the bird looked at me like it knew what was going to happen. It was aware. It fluffed its feathers, shook itself, and hopped to the side so it could watch the stairs. We both stood very still. There were footsteps below us, not the creaks and groans of old bolts shifting. Footsteps, a set of them. Not hurrying, not dragging. They sounded like somebody who was used to the stairs and knew exactly where to put their feet. One step, pause, another step. Slow, methodical.
It's just the wind.
Sam said, very softly.
I'm going to see if there's a manual kill on the light, like a breaker. There has to be.
Don't, I said, but I couldn't make my mouth say anything sensible. I'd like to tell you I was brave, and I grabbed a thing and I went with her. I didn't. My legs just stopped belonging to me. She grabbed a wrench from near the door, the kind you use to bully pipework.
If I don't find anything, I'll just smack the shit out of it,
she said, trying to sound brave. She was shaking, but trying not to. She looked at me like she wanted me to be the sane one, and I failed her.
Stay,
She said.
Call if you see anything.
I nodded. Useless. She went to the stairs and went up. Her footsteps made their own rhythm, and for a few seconds it covered the other footsteps, and I felt better. Then hers faded as she went higher, and the other steps kept coming. I backed up toward the wall like you do in a horror film right before the thing happens. My torch trembled, the beam catching on flakes of paint and making them look like eyes. The white crow watched the stairs with more attention than I have ever given anything. It made a small noise in its throat. I've never heard a crow make a small noise before. I heard Sam above me, metal on metal noises. A swear, a clatter, like a panel being opened.
Got it.
She called, breathless.
I think that there's a...
Her voice cut off, not like someone pressed mute, like something put a hand over her mouth, but through her voice. There was the sound of something struggling, a scuff. The footsteps below me sped up. I ran up the stairs after Sam. I yelled her name. I yelled until my throat hurt. There was a sound like metal bending where metal shouldn't bend, and then there was a scream. It wasn't long. That's the thing that replays. It wasn't a cinematic, long wail. It was a short, furious, scared sound. It was a human sound. Sam! I screamed, scrambling up the stairs on my hands as my legs were jelly. The light went out. I stopped, dead. I couldn't. Fear overtook my body, and I froze. All sound muted. It felt like someone had pressed pause, and even the sound of the crushing waves ceased. I don't know how long I stood there. I think I said no a lot, quietly, like you bargain with a pet that's about to be sick on your carpet. When I could make my legs work, I went up. I kept the torch pointed exactly where my feet were going, terrified I'd see something, anything other than Sam. The lantern room was empty. The panel near the floor that had looked bolted shut was open now, and the inside of it smelled like hot dust. There was nothing to see. It should have been better. It wasn't. Sam, I said, so quietly it would have been impossible for anyone to hear me. I moved the torch slowly across the floor. Nothing. She was gone. I don't remember much after that. I know I touched the lantern glass, and it was cold, like it was never on. I remember checking the rails to see if she had gone over. I think I went back down after that. My memory has blanks in it that shouldn't be blanks. I remember the feel of the wrench in my hand because I picked it up, even though I didn't know what I thought I would do with it. I remember opening the door to the outside for 1 second, and the night hitting me like a door in my face. I remember closing it again. I remember opening the door again, and it wasn't night anymore. The fog was still there, but thinner. I went outside, and the boat was still tied where we left it. I untied it with hands that didn't feel like mine, and I climbed in, and I turned the engine over, and I went back, and I didn't look behind me, because I couldn't make myself. Martin was there when I came back in. He was smoking. He looked at me, at my face, at the boat without Sam in it, at the time on his battered watch. "Where's your mate?" he asked, voice very neutral, the way nurses talk when they're trying to get you to say the thing before they go get a doctor. I opened my mouth, and whatever I said wasn't useful. I think I said stairs 3 times. He put his cigarette out on the heel of his boot and helped me tie up like I had never seen a rope before. He put a hand on my shoulder, and it was the first warm thing that had touched me in hours. "Come on," he said, and he took me to the harbor office that had a kettle and a beige phone. I told him everything. The night in the lighthouse, the figures, the footsteps. "Sam, you've been gone 46 minutes, Petal," he said with a sigh. "If I'd have known you were going to that damned lighthouse, I wouldn't have given you the boat." I wish I could tell you what happened next was heroic. I wish I could tell you there was a search that filled news bulletins for 3 days, and divers with little lights combed the rocks and found something that could be put in a box and named. I wish I could tell you there was a report with conclusions that felt like anything but paper. The harbor master in Corvus Vale is a different man than the one from the stories. He was kind to me. He took me seriously. He said he believed me. As he listened, he took quick, disapproving glances at Martin, like he was scolding him with his eyes. "I'm sorry this happened to you," he said. "I'll file a report. Say she fell overboard." "What?" I exclaimed. Were you listening? She didn't." "It doesn't matter," he said grimly. "Your friend isn't coming back. It's time you thought of yourself, and this is the only way you'll stay out of Beacon Point." "Beacon what?" "It doesn't matter. Listen, if it makes you feel a bit better, I'll go out myself. I'll have a look around the rocks and see if I can spot anything." "In the lighthouse?" "No one's going in that lighthouse," he shot back. He sounded frightened. "Then I'll come back, and we can work on something to tell your own authorities when you go home." He said that like they were two different things. His world and ours. They didn't find Sam. Back home, they asked me to come to the station. I made a statement. I made 3 statements. I repeated the route we took. They asked the questions people ask when someone goes missing. Did she argue with you? Did she drink? Did she take anything? Does she swim? I wanted, at some point, to stand up and walk until my legs fell off. Instead, I signed my name on a line, and as they took the paper, like that meant anything. I want to tell you I was brave, that I sat there and spilled my guts about the missing time, the footsteps, the light, everything. But I didn't. I lied. I lied to save my own ass because I found out what he meant by Beacon Point. I didn't think anything of it then, but I do now. I think it was a threat. If I opened my mouth and started a proper investigation, he would have me committed. And to be honest, it wouldn't have been hard. Everything I've told you sounds completely batshit crazy. So, I did nothing. And nothing happened. I know what you want from me, if you've read this far. You want the explanation. You want the thing that makes the fog make sense. You want the reason the light came on. You want the rational thing about old capacitors holding charge and currents and unseasonable weather patterns. You want me to say I saw a man and you pushed her. You want me to say she slipped and the sea took her like it takes people every year who aren't paying attention. I can give you some of that. She could have slipped. It is a real possibility. There were wet spots on the metal. She could have put her foot wrong in a place that forgives nobody. But the part that I can't get away from is this. When the light came on, the fog moved like people. And somebody walked down those stairs who wasn't my friend. Here's the part I haven't told anyone in real life, because I do want to be taken seriously. And I know this will make some people move me into the unhelpful file. 2 nights after I came home, I woke up because a horn sounded in my dream. It was the same sound, the strangled brass. I sat up in bed with my heart trying to push itself out through my throat. The room was dark. The window was open a crack because the heating makes me sweat. I got up and shut it, and as I did, something white flashed on the roof opposite. Just a bob, a bird taking off. I didn't see it clearly enough to say more. I'm not an expert. I'm not even a good storyteller. I'm just someone who went to make a silly video and came home without my friend. People will tell you the sea doesn't want anything, that it doesn't think. Maybe. The lighthouse did what it always did. It turned and it called. It brought things closer. It took what it was owed, or what it believed it was owed. And we were there. And we were easy. So, if you were an urban explorer, please, please be smarter than me. Don't go out there. Not to Corvus Vale. Not to that lighthouse. And if you're reading this and you're from Corvus Vale and you know anything, I'm asking you, please. Even if it's a stupid old story, even if it's just where to take flowers, that will mean something. I'll drive back. I'll stand there and feel stupid, and I'll do it gladly. I'll go back if someone tells me how to make it right. I'm not brave. I'm not a hero. I just want my friend. I don't know if posting this will help. Maybe someone will say, I know what happened. Maybe someone will tell me a version of events that lets me exhale. Maybe nothing. I want you to be careful out there. If you go to Corvus Vale for chips and a walk, and you see the fog roll in where the woods kiss the town, and the sea leans in like it's whispering, go home. Don't be brave. Don't be me. If you've got questions, I'll try to answer them. If you want to tell me I did everything wrong, you're probably right. If you want to tell me that I should have gone up those stairs and grabbed her and dragged her down, that you would have. I know. I tell myself that every night. The last thing I'll say is this. If you go to the harbor and you meet a man named Martin, be kind to him. He tried. He didn't have to lend us his boat. He didn't have to believe me. He did. I think he knows more than he says. I think he's doing the math of his own life, like all of us. And I don't want the sum to crush him. I'm going to hit post now before I delete this, in fear of being sectioned or some shit. If you're the kind of person who likes to put pins in maps, don't put one on Corvus Vale. Let it be a blank spot. Let it go back to being a photo you scroll past. Let the light stay off. Let the fog keep what it took. If I hear anything, I'll update. If I don't, please remember her name. Sam Pencott. She was funny, and she was kind, and she lay on a disgusting cushion-pile bed without thinking, because she wanted to make me laugh. And she did. I love you, Sam. I'm sorry. Chapter 1. The Quiet Keep. Mornings came and blew. There was no dawn. Not really. Not here. Just a slow shift in tone, like someone tuning a cold instrument. The sea bled from black to slate, the sky following a beat behind. The light came sideways and pale, never sharp, never warm. It slid over the rocks in thin ribbons and settled along the glass of the lantern room like it had nowhere else to be. He had stopped using an alarm months ago. The sea woke him now. Sometimes it was the gulls. Sometimes it was the sound of water folding itself onto stone with a gentle whomp. But most mornings, it was the sense of pressure. The subtle, inexplicable feeling that something just below the surface of the world had shifted. His name was Elias Mercer, mid-40s, trim from work, thick with solitude. He kept to a schedule: wake before the sun, sweep the tower steps, log the weather, check the oil lines. There were no guests, no tourists, no keepers in training. Just him and the light and the water. The lighthouse, Old Warden Point, had been manned for over 100 years, though it had long since been removed from shipping maps. The main shipping routes shifted decades ago, replaced by GPS-guided giants and offshore beacons, but some official somewhere had decided it was heritage value, so they left it running, automated but still manned, a vestigial organ in a forgotten corner of the coast. Elias never complained. There was nothing out here to interrupt the rhythm. The radio picked up nothing but static and the occasional burst of fisherman chatter. Supplies came monthly, dropped off by a sullen boy from the mainland who never made eye contact and always left early. The isolation suited him. It had, anyway. Lately, he'd found it harder to settle. Not insomnia, exactly, but something slower, more insidious. He would lie awake after midnight and listen to the sea, expecting to hear nothing, but hearing something nonetheless. Not voices, not music, just sequence, an odd cadence to the swells, a rising and falling that felt too precise, like breath, like speech slowed to a crawl. He tried not to dwell on it. Working the light helped. On this morning, he stood alone in the lantern room, wiping down the lenses with soft cloth, watching the water miles out. It had receded far more than usual, exposing long bands of jagged black reef not seen since last winter. He squinted at it, not because he feared anything, but because something about the pattern of rock emerging didn't match what he remembered. It was subtly wrong. More curved, less predictable, like it had grown or shifted or both. He chalked it up to memory. Memory in isolation was always suspect. Still, the thought hung with him as he descended the iron spiral stair. It looked like something had opened its eyes. He went about the rest of his morning as usual, boiling coffee grounds in the dented steel percolator, eating cold toast while standing barefoot in the stone kitchen. The gulls screamed in tight spirals outside, but their voices seemed further away than usual, like they were circling something beyond the tower, something they refused to land near. By mid-morning, the fog rolled in. It didn't blanket the water like a sheet the way it usually did. This fog was thin and restless, twisting itself into strands, unraveling in midair. It didn't cling so much as follow. Every time Elias turned his head, he was sure it had shifted position, crawling just out of sight like a shape caught in the corner of the eye. He stepped outside, onto the ringed catwalk around the tower's top. The wind was light, saltless. That in itself was strange. He leaned over the railing and looked down toward the shallows. The tide had pulled even further back. Where water should have been swirling over seaweed and rock, the shore lay bare and glistening, exposed like flesh. Cracks ran between the stones, long grooves with jagged ridges. He thought, absurdly, of ribs. His stomach turned, though he hadn't moved. There was something lying in the sand just beyond the rock pools. At first glance, it looked like driftwood, a crooked black shape half covered in wet silt. But it wasn't the shape of any wood he'd ever seen. It bent in too many places, it had texture, a slickness to it. Something veined and faintly pulsing. He should have gone inside, called someone, logged it. Instead, without even realizing why, he descended the tower. The path to the beach was a thin set of uneven steps carved into the cliffside, bordered by a rusted chain. It had eroded in places. The air down here was wetter, closer. The fog was thickest just above the beach, pooled like breath on cold glass. The closer he got to the object, the more certain he became it wasn't wood. It had skin. Not scaled, not furred, just thin, translucent membrane, like something halfway between fish and jellyfish. Not rotting either. Fresh. Too fresh. It smelled faintly of brine and something metallic, like blood in water. It was the length of a man's arm, but boneless. It coiled and uncoiled in slow, spasmodic jerks, and there were markings on its surface. Tiny, raised bumps in irregular patterns. Not scars, not barnacles. Writing. He knelt beside it. The beach was utterly silent. As he leaned closer, he realized something else. The sand beneath the creature wasn't still. It rose and fell, just barely in rhythm, like something very, very large just under the surface was breathing. He stood up so fast he nearly fell over. The object jerked violently once, then went limp. Elias stumbled back, heart pounding, ears ringing. He had brushed the lighthouse key around his neck. For a long moment, he stared down at the thing, trying to commit every detail to memory while some deeper instinct begged him to walk away. Then, from far above, the lighthouse's foghorn let out a single, low groan. It hadn't been scheduled to fire. He looked up toward the tower, its glass eye dull in the fog, and felt, for the first time in years, watched. Chapter 2. The Pull. Elias didn't sleep that night. The thing on the beach had stopped moving after sunset. By the time he returned with a flashlight, it was gone. No drag marks, no remnants, just a patch of disturbed sand where something had once been. He stood there for hours, light gripped, white-knuckled in his hand, sweeping the shoreline in long arcs. Each time the beam caught on seaweed or tangled driftwood, his gut seized, ready to recognize the wrongness again. But nothing moved, nothing pulsed. Eventually, the tide returned. It came in soundless, like a velvet curtain, lapping at the shore without urgency. The waves made no foam, no hiss of surf. They simply arrived. And when he had to go, he swore he heard something beneath the surface. Not music, not words, but the unmistakable cadence of pattern. That was the worst of it. Not the creature, not the vanishing. The pattern. Back in the tower, he sat in the keeper's office with the door shut tight and the lights on. The thick manual of station operations sat untouched beside him, covered in dust and coffee stains. Instead, he opened the outdated laptop tucked under the desk. It took 10 minutes to boot and longer to connect to the satellite internet. He typed, "What causes ocean tides?" The answers were immediate and plentiful. Ocean tides are caused by the gravitational interaction between the Earth and the Moon. He skimmed. The Moon's gravity pulls the water in the oceans toward it, creating a bulge. Opposite side of the Earth also forms a bulge due to inertia. Earth rotates beneath these bulges, producing high and low tides at predictable intervals. He scrolled. Animations, diagrams, smiling educators, simplified explanations for classrooms. It all sounded so deliberate, neat, unnatural, even in its neatness. He opened a dozen tabs, looking for variations, dissent, nuance, but they all sang the same hymn. The moon pulls the water. Gravity, rotation, predictable, explainable, contained. He sat back in the chair. No mention of irregular tides that whispered. No mention of living things crawling out between low tide and sunrise. No explanation for why the waves had no sounds that evening. Elias opened an archived PDF from a marine physics journal. Dense, equation-heavy, unreadable without a doctorate. The complexity should have reassured him, but instead, it made the surface feel thinner, more fragile, like a stretched sheet of paper pretending to be reality. The truth didn't feel built. It felt patched over. The storm hit around 3 a.m. Sudden, violent, brief. Windows slammed the shutters so hard the glass nearly cracked. The tower groaned like it remembered something older than weather. Elias stood in the dark stairwell, flashlight flickering, unsure whether to go up or down, but the storm passed as quickly as it had come, like it had been performing, not forming. In the morning, the beach was littered with sea foam and cracked shells, normal things. But as he walked the cliff path toward the generator shed, he spotted something in the tide pool near the base of the rocks. Another object. Not a creature this time. A stone. Dark and oval, smooth, about the size of his palm. He fished it out without thinking, only realizing once it was in his hand that it was warm. Very warm, like it had been sitting beside a fire. Etched into its surface were the same raised, unreadable marks he'd seen on the pulsing thing the day before. But this time, the stone hummed in his hand, just faintly. It vibrated, not in motion, but in intent, and for a brief, impossible moment, Elias had the distinct sensation that something was holding him back. Not gravity. Something else. Chapter 3. The script beneath. The stone wouldn't leave his thoughts. Elias kept it wrapped in a towel at first, tucked inside a drawer beside spare fuses and old cloth. But even hidden away, he felt it, like heat rising through floorboards, like a heartbeat pressed against the edge of hearing. He told himself he wasn't frightened, only curious. It was easier to believe that. The markings on the stone weren't worn. They were deliberate, etched with fine precision. Too clean to be natural, too chaotic to be decorative. There was no symmetry, no repetition, but still they felt structured, meant. That was what disturbed him most. Not the warmth, not the impossible hum, but the sense that he was holding language in his hand. Language that didn't belong on this earth. By the second night, he gave in. The satellite connection was too slow for video, but he managed to access a few niche forums, archivists, cryptographers, amateur epigraphers. He posted a blurred image of the symbols, careful to remove the stone's context. He described it as a found object from the shore. No location, no story. He waited. While he waited, he dug through the ancient storage cabinet in the base of the tower. Behind rusted tools and water-warped manuals, he found a box labeled Keeper's Log, pre-digitization. Inside, 6 bound ledgers, leather cracking, pages yellowed and soft at the edges. He hadn't planned to read them, but now his hands moved of their own accord. The earliest entries were from 1892. Weather logs, lantern maintenance, bird migrations. Then, in the margin of one entry dated June 2nd, 1903, a note. The tides pull not right last night. Rose before the moon did. Fish lying motionlessly on the sand, but still breathing. Further, in another, dreamt of a shape rising, not breaking the water, but changing it. The waves bent toward it. And finally, scribbled with a trembling hand on the final pages of the oldest book, the stones speak, not aloud, but inside. They are not warnings, they are requests. Elias closed the book and sat motionless for a long time, Outside, the waves had begun to crash against the rocks again, but irregularly, as if trying to imitate their own pattern and failing. The wind had died completely. Back upstairs, the forum had responded. One suggested the symbols looked vaguely like proto-Elamite. Another guessed it might be a form of constructed language, possibly artistic. But one message stood out. It was private, no username, just a string of numbers. It said, "If you found the stone, do not keep it near running water. Do not leave it exposed during full moon. Do not try to translate it aloud." Attached was a single image, a scanned page from an anonymous document, watermarked and aged. It showed a familiar script etched into a stone tablet, different characters, but unmistakably from the same system. The caption read, "Recovered from Deep Sea Ridge, 1951. Language, non-terrestrial. Surviving team ceased translation efforts after auditory hallucinations and severe spatial disorientation. Object buried. No further access permitted." Elias stared at the screen. The wind, absent for hours, pushed suddenly against the glass with enough force to rattle it in the frame. He looked down at the drawer where the stone sat, hidden. He knew, without touching it, that it was glowing. Chapter 4. Foundations. The stone stayed in the drawer, but only barely. Elias could feel it. Every minute he ignored it, it pressed against his thoughts like a tide at the edges of a levee. No words, not even images, but a subtle warping of awareness. A sense that something was listening, that it didn't need to be read or spoken to communicate, that it had already begun. He knew if he spoke the symbols aloud, something would change, something in him, in the water. Maybe both. So instead, he turned to the tower. He started at the base, where the original brick met the foundation. The lighthouse had been rebuilt several times, retrofitted, modernized. But the bones of it, the old, cold bones, still held their shape. In the maintenance closet behind the generator, a wall panel had always stuck out slightly. He never questioned it, just a warped plank, he assumed. But now, he pressed it. It moved. Behind it was a recess in the wall no larger than a filing cabinet. Inside, a set of stairs, narrow and stone-carved, leading down, far deeper than the tower's published blueprints allowed for. Elias hesitated. The air flowing up was dry and odorless, but not dead. It felt old in a way that had nothing to do with time, like it had been waiting to be inhaled. He descended slowly, flashlight in hand. The stairs twisted tighter as they went. The walls closed in. 40 steps, then 50. Then a small landing, and a door. It was metal, riveted with iron bands, circular like a hatch. Not rusted, well maintained. No handle. He ran his fingers along the seam and felt markings there too, smoothed over by time, but still present. Not the same as those on the stone, but related, like a cousin dialect. He stepped back, examining the frame. Above the door, a phrase had been carved into the arch in crumbling Latin. Gustus lucis, vin colomunde. Guardian of light, chain of the wave. His mouth went dry. Not just a lighthouse, a lock. Elias stared at the hatch for a long time. He didn't touch it, didn't try to open it. Instead, he returned to the landing and sat down, back against the cold stone. Above him, the waves crashed in that wrong rhythm again, like footsteps echoing beneath water. He understood now why the lighthouse had to be manned, even after automation. It wasn't about maintaining the light. It was about maintaining the watch. And for the first time, Elias wondered, had every keeper before him known? Had they come down here too? Had they all found the hatch and left it sealed, not out of fear, but obedience? He stood, heart pounding, and began to climb back up the steps. Behind him, just for a moment, he heard a sound from the other side of the door. Not a voice, not a bang, just a slow, resonant knock. Chapter 5. The Tide Within. The drawer was humming before he touched it, not with the sound, but vibration, low and constant, like a living wire beneath his fingertips. The wood itself was warm, slightly damp. Elias opened it slowly, careful not to look away. The towel had unfolded itself, or perhaps he'd never wrapped it properly to begin with. Either way, the stone lay exposed now, resting in the center of the drawer as if it belonged there. Its surface pulsed faintly, silvery light, like moonlight trapped behind skin. The markings had changed. They weren't just etched anymore. They moved subtly. The lines bent, shifted, rearranged themselves when he blinked. Never while he watched, only in the in-between moments, like they were rewriting themselves in real time, like they were listening to his thoughts and responded in kind. He reached out. The moment his fingers touched the stone, the warmth intensified. Not burning, but feverish. A tingling spread up his arm, into his shoulder, then down through his spine. His vision blurred for a moment. And then, he saw it. Not a vision, not a hallucination. A memory. His. But not. A shoreline under moonlight. Not this coast, but something older. Rocky, jagged, teeth-like. Figures standing along the edge, clad in sea-wet cloth and chanting in a language he had never heard before, but somehow knew. Words spoken, not to the moon, but to what lived behind it, to what its light held back. They weren't summoning. They were pleading. He blinked, and the vision was gone. His palm was still pressed to the stone. Sweat beaded on his forehead, though the room was cold. His heart felt wrong, too slow, too heavy. Each beat sounded distant, as though heard underwater. He removed his hand. The glow dimmed, but didn't fade entirely. The markings slowed, stabilized. He sat down, suddenly exhausted, the kind of tired that came not from work, but from being opened. On the desk beside him, his laptop pinged. Another message, same anonymous sender. You've touched it. It knows. You must return it to the water before the next full moon, or you must finish what they began. Attached was a second image, this time not a photograph, but a scan from what appeared to be a medieval manuscript. Ink on vellum, edges scorched. It showed a man standing at the edge of the sea, holding a stone identical to his. Behind him, a massive wave rose not from the water, but from beneath it, curling upwards like a living wall, eyes forming in its crest. The man was not casting the stone into the sea. He was feeding it. Beneath the image, scrawled in Latin, Lux vincit tenebras, nisi lux focit tenebras. Light restrains darkness, unless light calls it. Elias closed the laptop. Outside, the sea was calm again, but in the drawer, the stone throbbed once, gently, as if pleased. Chapter 6. The One Who Knocked. The knock came at noon. 3 short raps on the heavy oak door. Not urgent, not timid. Measured, almost polite. Elias hadn't heard an engine. No boat, no crunch of boots on gravel. Just the knock, and the sudden sense that he wasn't alone anymore. He hesitated. The stone still sat in the drawer behind him, dim now, but warm. Another knock, same rhythm. He opened the door. A woman stood there, her coat slick with sea mist, dark hair pulled back into a tight braid. Mid-50s, maybe older. Her eyes were pale, almost gray, and wholly unbothered by the wind.
Mr. Mercer,
She said, like she'd always known his name.
I need to come inside.
He said nothing. She stepped over the threshold anyway, shedding her coat with the ease of someone who didn't require permission. "Who are you?" Elias asked, closing the door behind her. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she walked through the entire hall and into the kitchen, glancing at the old radio, the oilskin maps on the walls, the chipped mugs on the shelf, taking inventory. Finally, she turned to him. "I work for a maritime observatory, one of the unlisted ones," she said. "But that doesn't matter. What matters is, you have the stone." His stomach turned cold. "I didn't tell anyone." "You didn't need to." She tapped her temple. "It broadcasts. That's what they do." Elias felt his hand instinctively drift toward the drawer. The stone was silent now, but her words made it throb in his mind. "What do you want?" he asked. "To make sure you don't do something stupid," she said. "Like read it aloud, or worse, think it's a message meant for you." She sat uninvited at the kitchen table. "These things have a cycle," she said. "They surface, they find a vessel, they whisper, and if the vessel's weak, they rise." "You mean the creature?" She shook her head, slowly. "No, not a creature. A network, an intelligence, old enough to wrap itself around your biology, your perception. You didn't see it because you can't, not unless it wants you to. The stone is an aperture, a way in." Elias didn't sit. "Why me?" "Because you're alone. Because you're watching the water. Because you've already been primed without realizing it." She nodded toward the lighthouse windows. "Tell me, have the tides been irregular?" He swallowed. "Yes." "The noise, the rhythm?" "Yes." "Any dreams?" Elias hesitated. Then, "Yes." "Then we're almost out of time." She leaned in, her voice lower now. "You need to decide. You can help seal it again. Sink the stone, help us contain the breach. Or you can keep listening, keep believing, and if you do that..." She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "You'll see what the first watchers saw, and you won't come back from it." "Why are you telling me this?" he asked. "Because we lost the last one," she said. "He opens the hatch beneath the tower. The stone was in the drawer for 3 days. That's how long it took him to stop being human. She stirred and reached into her coat, not for a weapon, for a small metal box. She slid it across the table toward him. A latch, a seal, a warning label in 6 languages. For containment, she said. Elias stared at it, unmoving. Behind him, in the drawer, the stone began to glow again. Brighter now, not pulsing, pleading. Full moon is in 3 nights, she said, walking to the door. If you still have the stone by then, it won't need to find another vessel. She paused in the threshold. And Elias, if you do open the hatch, don't close it behind you. She left without another word. No boat engine followed. Just silence and the quiet roar of the waves outside growing ever more rhythmic, like a voice learning to speak. Chapter 7. Beneath the Skin of Things. She was gone. Not just out of sight, but gone. No trail down the path, no footprints in the damp gravel. The fog hadn't thickened, the wind hadn't carried her away, but when Elias stepped outside, there was no trace of her. No boot marks, no boat, no sound. He stood for a long time on the cliff's edge, searching the horizon. The water looked wrong again. Too calm, flattened. Not like a calm sea, but like a frozen sheet pretending to be water. The waves moved, yes, but they didn't travel. They rose and fell in place, like breath, like code, like ritual. He went back inside. The metal box sat untouched on the table. Its matte surface didn't reflect light. The warning label, translated from Cyrillic and French and Mandarin, boiled down to the same phrase in each language. Do not engage. He stared at it, then at the drawer. Then he turned on the laptop. He searched for the observatory she mentioned, Maritime. Unlisted. He started wide, international marine networks, environmental monitoring stations. He filtered by private, non-governmental institutions, then government adjacent, then defunct. After hours of digging, he found something. A brief mention of a Tethys initiative in a declassified UK defense memo from 1974, redacted beyond recognition, except for one sentence. Deployments of lunar cycle synchronization tower deemed too risky for continued funding. Transfer responsibility to Tethys personnel and shutter all public inquiry channels. He cross-referenced that with international Lighthouse registries. Old Warden Point wasn't listed on any of them, but a line in the margin of a scanned Australian naval report caught his eye. Note: Coastal Surveyor reports anomalous low-frequency resonance near Old Warden site. Recommended follow-up only if equipment continues to malfunction. Elias leaned back. She was telling the truth, or at least part of it. But it didn't feel like he'd confirmed her warning. It felt like he'd uncovered the scaffolding of something far older. Something so deeply embedded in the machinery of human understanding that no one even noticed it anymore. The moon pulls the tide. The lighthouse watches the sea. Everything is in its place. Except it wasn't. Because someone had built a containment hatch under a lighthouse. Because the stone was speaking to him. And because now, in the soft hours before dawn, Elias could see movement at the edge of the sea. He turned off the light and peered through the glass. Shapes. At first, he thought they were just tall stones exposed by the tide, but they were too slender, upright, too still. There were 6 of them. No detail, just silhouettes, black against the deep blue surf. Watching the lighthouse. Not moving. Not yet. Elias didn't sleep that night either. Chapter 8. The Ones Who Rise. The wind changed at 3:42 a.m. Elias didn't hear it first. He felt it. A pressure shift, like the air had been sucked from the room and replaced with something heavier, older. It pressed against his chest like a memory he didn't have. He was still at the window when the figures moved. No footsteps, no lurching shuffle. They rearranged, slipping forward through the sea like brush strokes being repainted. 6 became 5. No. 1 had gone under. The tide hadn't come in. The rocks weren't covered. The shoreline hadn't moved. And yet, one of them had submerged without so much as a splash, vanishing beneath barely ankle-deep water. He turned from the window, heart pounding, and locked the door out of instinct. But the door had never mattered before. It was habit, nothing more. Now, it felt like a flimsy apology. The fog returned, this time climbing not from the sea, but from the earth itself, curling over rocks and coiling around the base of the lighthouse. It didn't climb high, but it didn't drift away either. It hugged the stone, clinging. Elias went down to the lowest level, flashlight trembling in his hand. The metal box still sat on the workbench. He'd refused to touch it, but now he wasn't sure if it was still unopened. It looked the same, but the lid sat just a little off-center, imperceptibly, as if it had been opened and closed again by something that didn't understand lids. A thud. He froze. Another one, louder. The unmistakable reverberation of something heavy hitting the outer walls. Slow, deliberate, testing. Then, claws. Or maybe it was nails. Stone scraping metal. Something sliding along the outer door of the generator room. He backed up, step by step, keeping the flashlight trained on the door. The bulb flickered. Not dead. Interrupted. Something magnetic. Something inside the light. The air filled with a scene like hot copper and algae left to rot. Briny, sharp. Then came the sound. Not voices, not even speech, but intention, like someone thinking too loudly beside your ear. A knocking rhythm from outside, soft but constant. 3 knocks, silence. 2 knocks, silence. 1 knock, silence. Repeat. Elias's breath quickened. His brain scrambled to place it, to connect it with anything human, anything familiar. But it didn't line up with Morris, or sonar, or any language he knew. It felt programmatic, like a machine trying to simulate greeting. He backed toward the spiral staircase, eyes still on the door. The knocking stopped. Silence. And then, a single rivulet of water crept under the door, moving against the incline of the floor. Not flowing, crawling, reaching. Elias ran up the stairs, 2 at a time, His knees struck stone, his shoulder clipped the wall, but he didn't stop until he reached the top. The beacon light wasn't spinning. He flipped the switches. Nothing. He checked the fuses. Dead. Outside, the thick glass of the lantern room, the sea was rising now. Not just tide, but all at once, a slow swell that did not match the moon. The horizon pulsed, breathing, waiting. Elias looked down. There were 3 figures at the base of the lighthouse now. 3. Where had the other 2 gone? He tried the radio again. Static. Then the faintest crackle of voice.
Elias, do not open.
But it cut out. He collapsed to the floor, breath ragged, palms against cool tile. He hadn't noticed it before, not consciously. The tile, the pattern, circles, curves, inward turning spirals, familiar, not random, matching the stone from the drawer. The whole tower had been built with them. He hadn't seen it. No one was meant to. And now they were glowing. A dim, pearlescent pulse that shimmered in time with the surf. Like something waking up. Chapter 9. The Box. He sat at the base of the tower, floor trembling beneath his feet. The knocking had stopped, but the silence wasn't comfort. It was anticipation, the kinds that surrounds a held breath. Elias set the box on the floor. The metal had warmed, not like it had been left in the sun, but as if it had grown worn from within, like a body. The lid was ajar, barely, just enough to suggest it had been disturbed or invited. His fingers paused on the edge. It was a mistake. He knew it, the way you know not to peer over a cliff's edge or swim too far from the shore. That animal knowledge deep in the gut. But it was already too late not to. The latch unfastened without resistance. There was no hiss of escaping air, no dramatic mechanical release. It simply opened. The inside was darker than it should have been. Light didn't behave correctly around it. It pooled, absorbed at the edges like ink soaked into cloth. And within it, not a relic, not an artifact, not even a mechanism, but stone. A flat disc, slightly concave, its surface rippling like water under a heat mirage. Symbols glowed faintly, etched into it not with tools, but grown into shape, like the patterns in coral or bone. And in the center, a single eye. It didn't blink, it didn't move, but it saw him. A deep, sudden pressure built in the room. Not sound, not temperature, but something deeper, like the pressure behind thoughts, the sense of being read. Then, a sound from within the box, not from the stone, but the space around it, like whispering underwater, not language, impression. And then, a vision, uninvited, rammed into Elias's skull with absolute clarity. A vast pit beneath the sea, older than tectonics, a structure in the shape of nothing human, more idea than architecture. The moon above, impossibly large, suspended not by orbit, but by purpose. Threads of force like nerves or chains running from the eye to the moon, and from the moon to the tides. He staggered back. His nose was bleeding. His mouth was dry. The box hadn't moved, but the air around it had thickened. A voice, not in the room, but in his own voice, speaking to him like a mirror. You were never meant to see this. That's why the tides were explained. That's why the moon was named. That's why the lighthouse was placed here. The spiral tiles beneath him pulsed again, their pattern now burning into memory, matching the disk, matching the shapes he had dismissed as decorative. Not warning signs, not secret carvings. Instructions. He crawled away from the box, but it was too late. Something was coming into alignment. Something old, vast, and not yet awake. Elias vomited into the sink. Salt water. His veins burned, his hearing rang, and beneath the sound, like a drumbeat from beneath the earth itself. The tides are only the first movement. Chapter 10. The Mechanism. Elias didn't sleep. The moon was at its apex, casting a stark white blade through the lighthouse's glass. It split the floor in two, the light side and the dark, and the box remained precisely on the divide, as though by its own choosing. The disk no longer reflected. It absorbed, not just light, but attention, memory, reason. Each time Elias looked away, he found his thoughts slurring back toward it. He began repeating himself, tracing the same questions in his mind. Why here? Why me? What is it for? He didn't ask how it worked anymore. That was the old part of him, the keeper who believed in levers and gravity and gears. That man was shrinking. By dawn, Elias had mapped out every carved spiral, not on paper, but directly into the wood of the floor with a rusted compass needle. They pulsed faintly when touched, as though responding to recognition. He hadn't eaten. He had only drunk seawater. Now, willingly. It no longer hurt. The lighthouse had changed. Not physically. No bricks had moved, but there were doors he didn't remember. Corridors that now curved, and reflections in the windows that didn't match what lay beyond. A mirror in the storage closet now showed his back, even when he stood facing it. Still, the sea obeyed. Elias had started charting the tide manually. He logged the swells and dips, not with a tide book, but with chalk marks carved onto the lighthouse wall in looping, alien spirals. The moon had begun arriving a full 10 minutes early. The ocean flowed, but with resistance, like something dragging its feet. And then, he found the lever. It had always been part of the panel upstairs, disguised as a breaker switch he'd ignored for years, but now it pulsed under his hand when he touched it. The metal was warm, not from current, but life. Beneath the floorboards, mechanisms stirred. Not motors, not pumps, things that moved like they were digesting. He pulled the lever. Not hard, just enough. And as the ocean changed, not dramatically, no great tsunami, no thunderous shift, but the waves outside stuttered. The pattern broke, the rhythm snapped off beat. And he heard a sound, a groan, impossibly deep, like something vast rolling over in its sleep miles beneath the sand. He let go. The ocean resumed. The air snapped back. He felt the floor, heart hammering, breath stuttering. The lever was still warm, the box still open. The eye in the disk had not blinked. but it had narrowed. It was watching, now, fully awake. Elias stood still. Blood crusted in his nose. His fingernails were black with salt. He whispered, as if afraid it would hear otherwise.
This place isn't just observing the sea, it's conducting it.
Then somewhere outside, beneath the surface, something answered. Not in sound, but in motion. The tide began to rise, not according to the moon, not to the wind, to the lighthouse. Chapter 11. The Rhythm Beneath. Elias stood at the base of the spiral staircase, staring at the stone floor. It began to pulse, not visibly, not rhythmically, but perceptibly, like standing on the chest of something breathing just beneath your awareness. The waves outside no longer crashed in regularity. They spoke in a cadence he was slowly beginning to understand. The spirals in the box, the spiral of the stairs, the markings etched in the middle of the moon disk. They weren't just aesthetic. They were notation. The sea was a sheet of music, and the moon a tuning fork. But the lighthouse, he was the conductor. Elias dropped to his knees. His nose bled freely now, and not from injury. It happened when he resisted the rhythm, when he questioned. The further he leaned in, the better it got. The pain dulled, the fear receded. He found his mouth moving before he was conscious of speaking. A long, lilting phrase, like a hymn hummed underwater, a sound no one had taught him, but that his bones knew. Olres na shaka, Olres na men. The wind stilled. The bulb in the lantern overhead blew with a sharp pop, and for the first time, Elias heard it without barrier or denial. The heartbeat beneath the ocean. It was real, not metaphorical, not symbolic. There was something massive, so massive it had to span continents, breathing slowly, barely moving, beneath the crust of the earth. Not deep space, not a god, not a metaphor. A creature. The tides were not caused by gravity, not directly. That was the lie, the cover. Gravity was a mask thrown over the face of something ancient, something that humanity could not bear to know existed. So the truth was twisted, softened, packaged into laws and numbers. Because if people believed that the moon pulled the sea, they would never think to ask what the moon was connected to. Elias gripped the floor, his fingers pressed into small circular depressions he had never noticed. No, had never been allowed to notice. His skin buzzed. He saw it. Not in vision, not hallucination, but recognition. The moon was an instrument, hollow, resonant, hung like a chime. When it passed over the ocean, it sent soundless vibrations downward, deep downward, through water, through salt, through stone. It played a note older than language, and beneath it, in the dark caverns under the crust, something listened. The moon was its signal. The tides were its response. And the lighthouse, this damned, forgotten monolith, perched at the edge of the world, was the tuning rod. Elias stood on shaking legs. He moved with slow, deliberate intent up the spiral stairs. He didn't need a lantern. The moon was enough. Outside, the sky was clear, too clear. Every star a needle. The moon was low over the water, bloated and yellow like a rotten eye. And the sea. Oh, the sea no longer moved with an earthly rhythm. It rose, not in waves, but in shape. Something vast was rising from the ocean, its form only partially visible, as though space itself refused to render it. Elias stared, unblinking, as the water bent around it. It had no head, or maybe too many. It had no direction, or all directions at once. The sea was not separate from it. The sea was it. And Elias, trembling in his tower, did not scream. He simply whispered, "So that's what tides really are." Chapter 12. The Roots of the Spiral. He descended beneath the lighthouse. There was a door beneath the base of the staircase, a rough iron slab covered in salt and dust. Elias had never opened it, and perhaps he never could have, until tonight. The mechanisms that sealed it had corroded into a single, unmoving plate long ago. But as he approached, the door shifted. It did not swing or slide. It peeled, like layers of husk giving way to something inside. The air that escaped was old in the truest sense, dry and weighty with memory. A passage lay beyond. The spiral staircase continued downward, but these steps were older. They had not been built with the rest of the lighthouse. They were cut from black stone, smooth and seamless, worn in the middle by the weight of footfalls long ago. Elias descended in silence. There was no torch, no bulbs, but the walls glowed faintly with a colorless shimmer. Not light. Something else. The geometry shifted around him as he walked, angles tightening, space stretching. He could feel the pulse now more strongly than ever, echoing in the hollow beneath his sternum. A few meters in, the stone steps became wet. He stopped. Water trickled from the walls, not downward, but upward, as if the gravity here had begun to turn on its side. He looked back up. The stairwell no longer spiraled. It curved in a slow, fluid helix, more like the inside of a shell than a structure. He kept going. There was a pressure behind his ears, like diving too deep, and yet he wasn't submerged. Not yet. But something inside him was. The stairwell ended in a wide, domed chamber, and there, in the center of the floor, was the source, a circle of etched metal, identical to the disc in the box upstairs, embedded in the stone. But this one was the size of a dinner table, and the lines that radiated from it carved deeply into the rock, like veins from a heart. It pulsed. Every few seconds a tremor passed from the center outward, subtle, like the thump of a finger on your wrist. Elias stepped closer. The carvings were filled with something that shimmered. Not water, not light, but motion. He crouched. There were symbols arranged around the disk's perimeter. Not random. Language. The same looping spiral glyphs he had seen in the papers. But here, They were joined by others, intersecting sigils that reminded him of waveforms, lunar phases, star maps, and spines. It hit him. This wasn't just a receiver. It was a mouth. A communication device. Not meant for human hands. But the humans who had built this lighthouse had discovered it and decided, for reasons Elias now intimately understood, to seal it away, to bury the interface between them and whatever lay beneath. And yet, they hadn't destroyed it. They couldn't, because even buried, it still functioned. He placed his palm on the edge of the disc. The surface was warm, and as soon as his skin met metal, the pulse stopped. Everything stilled. And from below, not as sound, but as presence, a response came. Something had noticed. Something had always noticed. Elias fell backward. He gasped, the air ripped from his lungs by a pressure not of this world. He saw images, not with his eyes, but pressed into his understanding like a brand. Not visions, not dreams, truths. The moon was not Earth's satellite. It was an eye. Not literal, not biological, but still an eye. A constructed sphere orbiting as part of an ancient system of observation and manipulation. It was placed there long before any ocean formed, before life. Its sole purpose, to conduct. The waves obeyed not physics, but signal. The ocean was not water. It was nervous tissue. Liquefied thoughts wrapped around the planet. And humanity, for all its cleverness, had grown up bathing in it, drifting in its dreams. Elias clutched his temples, screaming soundlessly into the black, because now he understood what the moon was watching. It was waiting. And what it watched, buried deep under the crust, inside the folds of the Earth's sleeping ocean mind, was stirring. Chapter 13. The Communion. He didn't move away from the disc, even though his skull ached and his eyes burned and his mouth tasted of iron. Elias kept his hand on the metal. He knew somewhere in the marrow of his being that this was a choice, that there had been those before him, keepers, sailors, listeners, who had reached this point and pulled back, sealed the chamber, shut the drawer, ignored the pull. Elias did not. The moment he let go of resistance, something opened. It was not loud. It was not bright. It was not even fast. But it was total. The pulse resumed, but this time it was inside him. No longer a heartbeat felt to the floor, but one moving through his thoughts. Each beat bending his perceptions like tides pulled by an invisible gravity. He blinked, and the chamber wasn't the same. Not changed, but revealed. The carved walls now glistened with phosphorescent veins, moving with the rhythm of something ancient. Symbols lifted themselves off the surfaces and hovered in slow orbit around the central device, each one turning, tilting, folding upon itself like a thought halfway through formation. Elias was no longer Elias, or rather, he still was, but expanded, hollowed, and refilled. He understood what that meant now, not in language, but in feeling.
You are one of many eyes on a shore of one of many seas. We do not not come. We do not leave. We awaken.
The voice, or whatever it was, had no origin. It moved through Elias in a dozen directions at once, like being spoken to by the ocean's own memory. His body trembled, but didn't collapse. His thoughts stretched, contorted, and absorbed without breaking. And then he saw the others, spiraling around the earth, nestled in the folds of gravity like barnacles on a submerged leviathan's back. Other moons, other stations, some dormant, some crumbled, others watching. Not all from Earth, but Earth had been chosen. Not out of malice, out of necessity. Because the mind that slumbered beneath the oceanic shell of this planet, it was growing restless. The moon had slowed its awakening, diverted it, but even artificial tides had limits. That's what the waves were, counter-signals, oscillations meant to soothe the creature buried beneath the crust. But the balance was failing, and Elias had opened the line.
We are not here to end you. We are here to remember ourselves.
The floor of the chamber began to dissolve, not into water, not into fire, but into concept. The structure of the lighthouse, the landmass, the planets beneath, peeled back like layers of metaphor, and Elias saw what lay under everything. A body, a mass of flesh, geometry, and consciousness fused, coiled around the planet's core, not dead, not asleep, dreaming. And the dream was ending. The waves would become hands. The tide would rise not onto shore, but into air, because the oceans were not reacting to the moon. They were obeying it. And the moon, it had just spoken. Elias screamed, but not from fear, from joy, because the thing beneath the earth did not hate humanity. It didn't even recognize it. But now it would. And it would see Elias first. He fell to his knees, eyes wide, laughing through tears. Chapter 14. The Return. He emerged just before dawn. The hatch behind him remained open, spilling a pale silver glow that never quite touched the floor. It was colder now. The salt air no longer smelled right. It was faintly sweet, and the wind no longer moved in straight lines. It twisted. Elias's eyes had changed. The irises had grown pale, almost transparent, as though reflecting not light, but memory. He had no longer blinked as often. He didn't need to. His body was adjusting and becoming... what? Not alien, not divine, just attuned. He stood at the railing of the lighthouse, looking out toward the sea. The tide had pulled back farther than he'd ever seen, exposing the seabed and glistening ridges and tendrils of wet black stone. But it wasn't receding. It was waiting. He could feel it now, that massive presence beneath everything. A constant hum, not sound, not tremor, just awareness. The Earth's secret occupant had been acknowledged, not awakened, not yet, but stirred, and it had felt Elias's presence. The moon hovered directly overhead, even though it shouldn't have. The sun was already peeking over the horizon, but the moon remained too curious to leave, caught between duty and indulgence. The waves began to return, not crashing, but roaring, climbing. Slowly, unnatural swells rolled in from the edge of the world, higher than they had any right to be. But they didn't break. They pressed forward like a hand sliding across skin. The ocean moved in rhythms now, conscious rhythms, ones Elias could almost interpret. A boat appeared in the distance, a red and white fishing vessel, familiar. Probably the supply run, or perhaps the Coast Guard returning after the radio silence. They'd find the old man gone, the drawer empty, the sky wrong. Elias didn't wave. He turned and walked down the steps of the lighthouse, slow and steady. The brass railing was warm beneath his fingers, as if pulsing with his own heart. He moved past the door, past the main chamber, down toward the cellar again. There was no fear now, no urgency. He had been shown what lay beneath the surface of the earth, and beneath that, the truth of tides. The waves did not merely come and go. They listened, they responded, they carried thought, not just force. Water remembers, Elias whispered, the words tasting like salt and blood. The trapdoor waited for him, but he didn't open it again. Not yet. He placed his hand on the wooden floor above it, fingers splayed, and the ground breathed back. That night, the moon rose twice, once in the sky, and once silently from beneath the sea. The second was not perfect. It shimmered, it twitched, it carried no light of its own, but reflected everything. The second moon watched the coast, and from the lighthouse, someone watched back. The blaring of my cell phone jolted me awake, and I sat up with a groan. Getting too old for this. In front of my ragged couch, the TV continued with its black and white parade of old footage from a World War I documentary, though the war seemed nearly over now. Judging by the digital clock on the mantelpiece, which read 3:49 a.m., I'd been asleep for at least 5 hours. My body ached, a familiar problem at my age, but enough that I chided myself for not going to bed earlier than a responsible person. It had been a long day, so I came home to a cold shower, a few hot dogs warmed in the microwave, and settled down to watch some television before bed. Of course, at 55 years old, I'd misjudged how tired I really was and spent close to half the night slumped on my sofa, which meant I would be paying for it in the morning with stiff joints and a sore back. Palming my cracked Motorola from the coffee table, I found the TV remote and hit the mute button as I answered the call. Hello? Shaky breathing grated on the other end. After a few moments, the girl's hushed voice whispered through.
Mr. Todd.
Ice rippled through my veins at the sound of Cindy's panicked voice, and I sat up straighter to rub at my bleary eyes.
Yeah, I'm here. You okay? What's wrong?
Silence greeted me, a strange mix of static, trembling breaths and what sounded like sniffles as she tried to hold back tears.
Please, help me.
Cindy. Concern building in my mind, I switched on a nearby lamp and pulled myself from the couch with a grunt at the tightness in my lower back.
You there? What's going on?
More shaky gasps followed, and just over the static, I thought I heard the faint sound of melodic humming in the background.
Something's wrong.
Cindy whispered, her words so quiet that they made each breath sound like cannon fire.
The woods are... Something fell out of the sky, and it was so loud, it woke me up. There's a fire.
Brow furrowed, I moved fast for the kitchen, stumbling through the dark interior of my little cabin to grope for the light switch. Stay calm. Just stay calm and talk to me. You said there's a fire. How far away? Can you get to your car? Another sniffle came through, clogged with harsh interference as the signal weakened. A sound that made my veins throb with tension.
I can't. Something's here. It's in the house. It's in the house with me. We can't get out.
My throat tried to close up, and I gulped hard against a wave of nausea. Someone broke in. Are you hurt? Where's Aaron? A long pause, and in the background of the mute static, I could have sworn the humming sound cut out, as though whoever it was stopped their eerie melody all at once.
She's gone.
Something in Cindy's tone changed, as if the fear drained away to a blank, emotionless rasp. And the line went dead with a chilling click. Every inch of my body racked with a shiver, and both feet seemed glued to the floor in a strange form of dread. Like so many girls before them, Cindy Fadro and Erin Martinelli had been hired on to be caretakers and actors in the Wickenshire Living History estate. Erin was 19, studying to be a nurse, while Cindy had just graduated high school and wanted to be a teacher. They were good kids, calm, intelligent, and great workers. Though I never had any children, they were like daughters of my own, and they even baked a cake for my birthday in June. Once, they called me in for a leaky pipe, but only after they had done their best to fix it themselves with a toolkit I'd left in the stairwell cupboard. Smart little troopers they were. The girls even had the common sense to shut the correct valve off and found the leak on their own. Had it been anyone else, I might have considered this to be a prank, a joke, some dumb idea made by bored kids to get a new video for their social media nonsense. But I knew Cindy and Aaron. They didn't pull pranks like this. Unnerved, I tried to redial her number, but got no answer. Aaron's number yielded the same result, and I shook my head at myself. Screw it, I'm not taking any chances. I was midway through yanking my work boots on when the sheriff picked up. Hello? From the gruffness in his words, I could tell he'd been asleep as well, but I couldn't waste time with the standard 911 procedures. David, it's me. I cinched down the laces on my boots and grabbed my Carhartt jacket from its hook by the door. Cindy just called me from the Wickenshire place. There's a fire on the mountain, and I think someone's broken into the house. I'm headed there now. Rustling on the opposite end of the phone let me know David was up, likely going through the same motions as myself. The son of a Polish man and a Kootenai woman, David Kowalski and I had known each other since high school, and even played football on the same team. Nicknamed White Cloud for his European features and Native American blood, he was stubborn with a quick temper, but tenacious when it came to his job. As a lawman, he drove his deputies relentlessly, backed them to the hilt when it came to any court battles, and as a result, he'd managed to keep the crime in Jacob's Fork quite low over the years. We didn't always see eye to eye on everything, but I knew I could count on him when it came to something like this. If Cindy or Aaron were in danger, Sheriff Kowalski would ride through hell and back to get them out, which was exactly the kind of man I needed right now.
I'll get on the horn to a few of my boys and have them meet you there,
he replied, and I heard the zipping of a coat on his end, along with the metallic ka-chink of a handgun slide being racked.
Fire teams are gonna need time to get spun up, so whatever happens, don't go wandering off without letting me know. Last thing I want's us getting caught in the flames if they decide to move down the mountain.
I nodded, then remembered he couldn't see me, and kept the phone pressed to my ear as I swiped my truck keys from the porcelain ashtray near the front door. Got it.
Be careful, Andy.
His voice hitched in a low pause, as if the sheriff himself had as bad a feeling about this as I did. And he hung up. Rain pattered on the windshield of my ancient pickup truck as I wound my way through the dark back roads of northern Idaho, the night sky black with the clouds of late fall. On the sun-faded seat next to me lay my work kit, a simple heavy-duty canvas tool bag that held various tools, keys, a flashlight, and an old revolver handed down to me from my grandfather. I use the tools in my job every day as the groundskeeper, janitor, and fix-it-all handyman for the Wickenshire house, which had been part of our small town for as long as anyone could remember. Set on a picturesque 103 acres of fields and woodland in the shadow of the nearby Smoke Point Mountain, the Wickenshire house was a rare example of Eastern architecture in the far reaches of the American West. It was the property of our town's oldest resident, Mr. Edward J. Watkins, a kindly, if forgetful soul who'd seen 91 years on this earth and could still drive his own car, though he had a little trouble with stairs. He lived in a cottage on the western edge of town, but I wasn't about to call him at this time of night, even for something so urgent. Knowing Ed Watkins, he would try to drive out of the house with his slippers on and get hurt, stumbling around in the flames. Or run into whatever scumbag is in the house. God forbid. On the horizon, some of the clouds began to glow, an orange flicker that widened on the mountainside as the distant fire spread. I could barely glimpse an odd plume of smoke in the sky, not curved upward from the fire, but downward in a long arc, backlit by the flames. Looking at it, I had a momentary lapse of courage, my resolve wavering. Cindy had said something fell from the sky. This looked like a trail of some kinds, maybe a crashed plane or a fallen weather balloon. If there was jet fuel on the ground, the fire would be even worse to put out than usual. There was horrible, rotten luck all the way around. A wildfire on the same night the house had its first break-in, while the girls were there alone. Adrenaline pumping, I sped up the lonely gravel trail to the house, one of the final sections of public roadways that got this close to the mountain. The Wickenshire house reared from the gloom ahead, its tall gates and Victorian gables illuminated by the dual halos of my truck's headlights. It still took my breath away, the ornate beauty of the place, built as if every stone had been placed by a perfectionist's hand. It stood at 2 stories in height, built from stone minted at the local quarry, with multiple chimneys, a balcony overlooking the back garden, and a grand front porch that wrapped halfway around the entire structure. A stone wall encircled the main grounds, with a wrought iron gate at the drive, and several ornamental gardens interspersed throughout. Plush lawns stretched in between, and there were a few oak trees planted there for their brilliant colors in the fall. A small garage had been built around the back of the house sometime in the 1960s, but this mainly held the riding lawnmower and a small shop where I did most of my repair work. Cindy and Erin's cars were parked back there, the front gravel lot reserved for visitors during the daily tours. I didn't see any other vehicle that the intruder might have used, but something else caught my attention in that moment and held it with a pull like gravity. Lord, have mercy. I stared, slack-jawed, at the huge sea of flames that roared through the nearby trees with a voracious appetite. The fire hadn't wasted any time, chewing through the wet growth as if the rain had never fell, evergreens crackling as they burned to dust in minutes. The heat came through my windshield in a steady increase, warm enough that I couldn't tell the difference between the fire and my truck heater. The open, grassy slopes around the house were consumed as the flames inched closer to the building and fire closed in from both east and west. Bounding from my truck, I dashed up to the front door and pulled the handles. The polished brass knobs rattled but didn't turn. The flames licked their way across the prairie grass outside the ornate courtyard walls. Locked. That means our scumbag didn't break in through here. Maybe he went around the back. With shaking hands, I pulled down the canvas tool bag and dug in for my keyring. Sirens began to wail in the distance, and I finally managed to force the doors open, leaving the keys in the lock to snatch my aged pistol.
Cindy!
I produced a flashlight with my left hand to hold it beneath my gun, and swept the beam of it over the murky interior.
Erin, where are you?
I've been in the house countless times over the years, but in that moment, it felt suffocating, like a great stony maw waiting for me to go far enough in so as to swallow me whole. The foyer led to a large room with a grand staircase, doorways on either side opening to the main dining room and a sitting room, respectively. Signs and velvet ropes were posted to guide visitors through the proper areas. A gift shop in the rear of the house near the old parlor, along with guest bathrooms added on to the original back porch. With all the lights off, it looked alien, surreal for this part of the country, with its Eastern Victorian mystique and my skin prickled at the sensation that there were eyes in every shadow. Of course, I had been stupid to yell. I'd let my panic get the better of me, and now I had given away the element of surprise. If some creep was in the house somewhere with Erin or Cindy doing God knows what, I wouldn't be able to sneak up on him now. Alright then, might as well move fast. With the old revolver grasped in my trembling hands, I headed for the stairs and took them 3 at a time. The wood creaked under my steps. Ancient chestnut and oak that had been sawn before the Great Depression, each footfall like a cannon in the silent house. From here, the roar of the fire outside seemed a muffled whisper, as though there were 2 different realities, and the house stood guard between them. However, I remembered the heat coming through the windshield of my pickup and knew I didn't have much time. Soon, the house would be in flames, the fire outside enough to melt glass and ignite the wooden siding in minutes. I reached the top of the stairs and swept my flashlight beam down both ends of the corridor at the top, uncertain of which direction to go first. Cindy and Erin were rooms down the hall to the left, but if someone had indeed broken into the house, Cindy must have hid somewhere else. Every second wasted could mean life or death, and I realized that either way, I'd be turning my back to the unknown. Something flickered in the beam of my light. A brief wisp of shadow that jerked back behind the far corner of the right side hallway. I didn't have more than a moment to see clear details, but there was enough of an image burned into my mind that came to me in a cold rush. A face. Kowalski, you better get here soon. Swallowing, I paced down the hallway, my handgun leveled on the spot where the shadow had been. Upon reaching up, I inched in a wide arc around the corner, bracing for a figure to jump out at me. The air caught in my throat, and I stared at a section of wallpaper bathed in the aura of my flashlight. Brownish blue sludge had been daubed on the wall, smeared into a perfect circle so that the excess dripped over the wallpaper, like ebony tears. I couldn't tell if it was mud, blood, or something else, but the corridor stank of rot and the putrid scent of stagnant water. Thorny bits of twig had been woven together, tied here and there with bits of plant fiber to form a circle that overlaid the sludge. Pasted together on the wall, these seemed to make up a protective ring, and in the middle were the handprints. From what I could see, there were 2 different sizes, slender fingers and narrow palms indicating 2 younger females. Both prints faced downwards, slightly overlapping each other at the heel of the palm, and the thumbs arced toward one another like pincers. Unlike the grimy sludge, these were pressed to the old wallpaper in an unmistakable red hue, and it hit me what I was looking at. A spider. The 4 fingers of each hand made the leg, the thumbs its mandibles. Upon closer inspection, I discovered the blackness of the outer paste came from petals. Rose petals, to be exact. There were no roses growing in Idaho this time of year, and I'd never seen a natural black rose in my life. Yet these appeared to be fresh. Most had been ground to a powder that gave the foul substance its dark color. Others pushed into the muck like decorative flair, giving a strange, heady undertone to the mixture. With this discovery came more clarity. The thorny twigs glued into the circle were not random. They spread inward toward the spider, forming a sharp web of spikes that enshrined it, with the careful touch of an artisan. Such a display would have taken hours to make, certainly longer than the time it took for Cindy to call me. How was this possible?
Mr. Todd?
I nearly jumped out of my skin, the horrific cry echoing from somewhere behind me, Cindy's voice tinged in pain and fear. No sooner had I turned, running a short distance back toward the main corridor at the top of the stairs, and the voice cut out with a high, agonized scream.
Cindy!
I charged toward the girl's room, heart pounding in my chest.
Help me!
Back in the direction of the symbol, Erin's voice rang out, choked with sobs and full of torment.
Mr. Todd, please.
Acidic bewilderment slithered through my mind, and I skidded to a stop, caught in the middle of the hallway, the staircase just to my left. I had been so close, perhaps a door away from Erin only moments ago. Could there be more than one intruder holding the girls in separate rooms? Cindy's closest. I have to get to her. She sounds like she's hurt. Teeth gritted against the screams of Erin. I forced myself to the left side hallway, her voice ringing in my ears as she begged for help. At the end of the hallway, I reached the rooms given to the girls and lunged for the handle to Cindy's. It didn't turn, locked from the inside. Backing up, I drove the heel of my boot into the door next to the lock and heard the old wood splinter. Any other time, I would have balked at such destruction, these doors being over 80 years old, but it didn't matter anymore. What the fire didn't get would not be worth Cindy or Erin's lives. The doors swung open to slap against the bedroom wall, and I dashed inside, revolver in hand. What the? Within the quiet interior of the bedroom, everything looked untouched. The curtains partially open, the bed rumpled from where Cindy had gotten up to check the window. A discarded work uniform in the clothes hamper by the door. Dark, stained wood trim lined the walls, windows, and doorway. The walls papered with a robin egg blue pattern that gave it an airy feeling. The white, lacy curtains wafted like clouds in the slight draft that came in the open hallway door, and the vintage hot water heater gurgled in the corner as steam worked its way through the pipes. There were modern torches as well, more lamps and lights plugged into the discrete electrical outlets in the walls. A small television on its stand across from the bed, and a side door opened to a shared bedroom between Cindy's room and Erin's. This room wasn't open to tourists, as it was the private living quarters for our workers, so such things were permissible here, as opposed to other parts of the house. Nothing seemed out of place, but there was no sign of Cindy anywhere, no clues to indicate that she'd been there moments ago. It was as if she'd gotten out of bed, looked out the window, and vanished into thin air. In a flurry of movement, I checked under the bed, in the closet, in the bathroom. When those came back clean, I broke through the bathroom door in Erin's room, only to find more of the same. There were no signs of the girls anywhere.
Mr. Todd, please.
Erin's screams continued from the opposite end of the long corridor, and I flung open the bedroom door to retrace my mad dash in her direction, confusion and frustration mounting. Rounding the corner that bore the strange mark on the wall, I swayed to a stop on the old floorboards next to the door where her screams had come from, and yanked on the knob. You've got to be kidding me. How many doors did they lock before I got here? With a gasp of exertion, I backed up to kick the door in like the last one, muscles tensed for the effort.
Mr. Todd!
Cindy's cries exploded from the doorway behind me, rabid and intense as the door rattles on its hinges like she was throwing herself against it from within the room. I froze, staring at the door, heart racing as my mind whirled. How could she be in there? I'd heard Cindy on the other side of the house not 5 minutes ago. There was no way she could have moved that fast, not without getting past me. I would have seen her in the hall, would have heard the ancient doors creaking on their hinges as they opened. She couldn't be in there.
Please, help me.
Erin's screams started up again, but this time from somewhere in the left-sided hallway, and another door began to groan in muted thuds, as if she were trying to break it down. A dry fear crept in my throat, different than what I'd known coming into the house. This didn't make sense. Erin's voice had been coming from the door I stood ready to break into, but now it was to my left. Cindy's had been coming from her room in the west wing, but now calling from the door behind me. Neither could have left their respective rooms without entering the hall, and I knew for a fact that there weren't any old-fashioned servant entrances anywhere that could have let them move unnoticed. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Shaken, I took a step away from the door that echoed with Cindy's voice. Cindy?
Mr. Todd?
She begged from the other side of the oak planking, the wood slamming against the jamb with wild urgency.
Please, help me, please.
The door's locked. I tried not to hyperventilate as I watched the knob rattle in its socket, knowing fully well the lock was on her side of the door. Can you let me in? Her wails increased in pitch, the screeches an awful combination of agony and terror that made my stomach churn. It sounded as if Sydney were being tormented in the worst ways imaginable, but something about the cadence of each shriek felt off, enough that my brain sent up warning alarms inside my skull.
Mr. Todd, please.
She pleaded once more, the same words both girls kept using in various rearrangements over and over, the door shuddering under each blow she made. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and I sucked in a breath, eyes focused on the doorknob as it clacked back and forth, like Cindy wanted to open it, but couldn't, An uncanny thought rose in my mind, bone-chilling in its clarity, growing louder and louder, so that it burst from me before I could stop it. "Cindy?" I gripped my flashlight so hard that my knuckles turned white. "What's my first name?" Like a thunderclap, Cindy's pleas ceased, along with Aaron's, so that the entire house fell into dead silence. Nothing moved, and even the muffled roar of the wildfire outside seemed deadened further than before, as though the house was a vacuum of sound. My skin crawled, the air thick in my lungs, and a strange certainty took hold of me that made the sense of dread even worse as Cindy's words about Aaron trickled through my brain. "She's gone." To my right, a doorknob at the far end of the hallway unlocked. Another lock slid open, this one closer. The doors remained shut as more joined them one by one. A twinge of panic tightened in my throat, but I leveled the beam of my flashlight at the first door that it unlocked, blood surging in my temples. Everything seemed loud, the heartbeat in my chest, the breath in my lungs, the groan of the floorboards under my boots. My vision narrowed, a vibration hummed to life inside my skull, and I tasted metal on my tongue. In my hand, the flashlight began to flicker as if the batteries were struggling to remain lit, and I couldn't lift the revolver, my arms refusing to move like the gun weighed as much as a car. The locks carried on past me, every door on the second story unlocking itself in a continuous march, until at last, the final click resounded from the far hallway, like cannon fire to my ears. For a moment, the silence returned, so thick it may as well have been water. Every door on the second store flung open, impacting against the wall inside their respective rooms so hard that I heard plaster crunch, the hinges squealing on old dust. With them came the screams. There were hundreds of voices, some human, others less so, bellowing at the top of their lungs to be heard over one another. If they were saying any words, they were lost among the throng. A constant roar of vocals that soured in my ears for the sheer volume of it. Somewhere along the morass, I could barely catch the sound of Aaron and Cindy's voices shrieking with the others, a morbid choir of pain, suffering, and fear. It seemed to seep out of the floorboards, ooze from the heater vents, and rebound off the walls in every direction. With the doors open, the deep orange glow of the flames outside poured into the house like a tidal wave, but oddly enough, no heat came with it. The hallway as cold as if I'd stepped into a freezer. The shadows elongated in the firelight, swaying as they inched up the papered walls, and a pungent smell followed them. Roses. It came with overpowering strength, sickly sweet, but unmistakable. As the tide of shadows advanced down the hall toward me, the fermented stink of roses filled the air like poison gas, and I tasted copper on my lips. I have to get out of here. Coughing on the blood running from both nostrils, I stumbled toward the stairs, my head a mess of static. Like a tide of slithering vines, the inky shadows pursued me with ravenous hunger. I could feel their magnetic pull. The chorus of screams still ringing across the house with deafening volume, a terrible siren song that tugged at something deep within my subconscious. Voices, so many voices begged me to stay, to go back, to find the darkest room and sink myself into the abyss until it drowned me. Something tightened on my ankle just as I reached the top of the staircase, and I toppled headlong down the steps. My hip rammed into a banister, and I lost my grip on the pistol. Another step hit my shoulder, and I felt my teeth bite into my tongue, the flashlight clattering away into the floor below. My head connected with the floorboards at the landing, and the blackness threatened to close over my eyes for the last time. One of the steps flexed under the weight of a foot, and I gulped air in pain to squint at the shadows. Another footstep echoed toward me, something at the top of the steps descending with a slow, methodical gait. It didn't sound heavy, not the deft pace of a large man with thick boot, but almost delicate, light, graceful. Yet there was something about each carefully placed step, each sigh and squeak of the aged woodwork that made my skin wriggle. Something was coming. Something that knew exactly where I was, even in the pitch blackness of the house. It was watching me, stalking me through the shadows like a cat with a mouse. Desperate fear surged in my brain, and I clawed through the dark on my stomach to find a way out. I last remembered the front door being nearby, but it seemed to take an eternity to move across the cold floorboards, the unseen presence mere yards behind me as I wriggled forward. At last, I managed to gain my footing, though it hurt to put weight on my right leg, and hurled myself forward in the blinding shadows. Both front doors flew open, and I tumbled out onto the porch, rolling down the steps into the stones of the walkway. Like a switch had been thrown, the world seemed to come alive once more. The cold sensation fading, the sound returning. Sirens wailed closer as headlights appeared in the long gravel driveway, and the crackle of flames roared from the trees. Smoke filled my nostrils, heat from the nearby fire licked over my skin, and I rolled onto my side to look back toward the house. My lungs tightened, and I stared, unable to pull my eyes away. Inside the open front door, nothing was visible. Not the glint of firelight from inside, nor the faint glow of it coming through any ground windows. The entrance was a mass of impenetrable shadows that seemed to form a solid wall at the threshold. Yet deep within that abyss, something stared back. It had no shape, no form that I could identify it with, but there was definitely a presence that stood just beyond the light, watching me from the gloom. My eyes seemed fastened to it, either by my own primordial fear, or perhaps willed so by whatever peered out of the wretched expanse. The torrents of emotions ripped through my mind, warped and misshapen, like cold fingers pried at the taps of my humanity, to unleash a maelstrom of feeling, hunger and fear, hate and desperation, lust and sadness, grief and pain. They all rolled over one another, tumbling in and out of each other in a never-ending tide, and it hit me with a strangled form of clarity that these weren't my emotions. Locked in place by the unknown being's gaze, I couldn't move, couldn't so much as cry out. My only option to fight back was what little expression I had left. Who are you? Something about my terrified thought seemed to strike a chord within the cascade of terrible shadow. For the next instant, the doors on the house creaked in their wrought iron hinges, and then swung shut on their own. The rest of the night was a blur, a stupor, one that I wandered through in a mindless fog. Firefighting crews appeared from miles around to help put out the blaze, but not before it chewed through all 103 acres on the Wickenshire estate. Every tree, every bush, every blade of grass was burned to cinders. Even boulders cracked from the intense heat. The smoke pall so large it could be seen from Montana, or so I heard. One of the fire trucks exploded when its fuel tank caught fire and killed 3 men. Everything burned, except the house. For some reason, the fire stopped at the stone courtyard walls and went no further. In a blaze hot enough that it had turned some minor sand pits on the mountain to crude glass, there wasn't so much as a scorch mark on the house or its outbuildings. None of the paint peeled, the siding wasn't so much as worn to the touch, and all the plants within the yard were unscathed. The investigators couldn't even find ash on the roof from the fire afterwards, not a single flake. Unlike its ruined acreage, the Wickenshire house had survived the wildfire, unharmed, and no one could make any sense of it. Once the fire was finally put out, they took me to the local clinic for my injuries. A sprained ankle, a dislocated shoulder, and a concussion from my tumble down the stairs. Sheriff Kowalski visited in the morning to see how I was, and to fill me in on what I'd missed once they trucked me away from the site. Over 300 search and rescue volunteers have been called out, along with special forensics teams from neighboring counties, and they hadn't found any sign of Cindy Fadro or Aaron Martinelli. The last time they managed to ping Cindy's phone via satellite, it had registered a mile up the slope from the house, but they never managed to recover the device. Tracking dogs refused to go near the house and seemed to lose all scent once they left the property boundaries. No trace of Erin was discovered, and no DNA could be found in either of the girls' rooms to point to a culprit. One of the searchers claimed he had heard what sounded like a female voice screaming for help on the northern slope, but he wasn't sure where it had come from, and no one else could verify it. Another man claimed he saw someone walking inside the tree line near the eastern edge of the property, but never got a good glimpse at their face to see who they were. With all suspicion bereft of evidence, it seemed to everyone that both Cindy and Erin had disappeared from the face of the earth. Worse yet, when I described my account to the sheriff, he informed me that his team hadn't found any symbols painted on the walls, nor did they see anything out of the ordinary. All they found that aligned with my story was the strange, overwhelming aroma of roses that permeated the house. Nothing more. That was 6 weeks ago. I got out of the clinic within a few days after the event, but the continued search efforts proved fruitless. With their investigation coming up cold, the sheriff's office released the house back to Mr. Watkins, who closed it indefinitely. I had never seen him so distraught in my life, as Ed took the girl's disappearance rather hard. He felt personally responsible, though we all knew there wasn't anything he could have done, especially since no one knew what happened to Erin or Cindy. However, Ed apparently decided to go there himself late one evening to do some looking around the house, and didn't bother to tell anyone else. It wasn't until his cleaning lady stopped by his cottage in Jacob's Fork the next morning that Ed was reported missing, and police dispatched to the Wickenshire house. They never found him. His car was parked out front, the doors unlocked, but they couldn't find a trace of Edward Watkins anywhere on the property. I helped with the search, as I basically slept in the sheriff's office these days, and I found no sign of a struggle or any other foul play, only the smell of roses. We dug deep this time, rifled through local records, archives, property history, everything we could get our hands on about the estate. There was nothing to indicate this place would be trouble. No forgotten building plans with hidden rooms, no land disputes with older tenants, no tribal issues from burial grounds or holy sites. The property was normal, and even when I poked around to see if there had been any deaths, suicides, or other sordid affairs associated with the house, my search came up blank. There was no reason for this to be happening, not from human effort or anything else. Even now, as December drags on, nothing has been the same. No plants grow in the burned zone, not even the smallest patch of lichen or moss, as if the ground is poisoned to its core. Animals avoid it, so that the uncharred sections of forest around the property are empty, silent places. The access road is chained off to keep curious locals away, and Sheriff Kowalski let me bunk at a small ranger cabin at the base of the mountain, just so I could keep tabs on the place. I think he knew I needed to be close, to keep an eye on the house, and keep looking for answers. I can't explain why, but I know something is in there, waiting, biding its time. It failed to get me that night, but I have a terrible premonition that it doesn't need me. It just needs more. I've found markers in the last few days, piles of bones, not haphazard from an animal kill, but stacked, organized, purposeful. Bits of twine made from plant fibers hold them together, and despite being in the open, no animals will bother them. Not even the vultures. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. They think I can't process the girls being gone, but I've stumbled on over a dozen of them now. They seem to be set in a wide ring around the property line, spanning outward from the house into the forest beyond, capturing more territory by the day. No matter how many times I remove them, the piles always reappear, with fresh bones added to the stacks. I don't touch them anymore, and I don't even make eye contact with the empty eye sockets of the skulls. The few times I have, I heard whispers in my sleep and had nightmares of eyes in the shadows of my room. Some of the bones are like those of a rabbit or mole, while others are bigger, like elk or bear. Every pile is topped with a skull, most of them from small game, but 5 of the piles hold unique skulls. A bear, a coyote, an eagle, a snake, and lastly, a great bull elk. They are laid out opposite one another, ringing the house. The rest of the smaller markers ranging from them into the forest beyond. Of all the markers, the one with the elk skull is tallest, its full spread of antlers still intact so that it is 9 feet high at the eye sockets. I found a symbol painted onto the bone forehead with powdered charcoal that the rain never seems to wash away, no matter how many times I go up to it. A spider. One made of 2 slender, inverted hands, both the same size. I'm posting this so that it's on record, in case one of these days I don't come back from that mountain. Service was always spotty up there before, but ever since that night, it's been non-existent. Even the few trail cameras I've put out have either gone dead or produced nothing but blurry photos. Something is building these markers, watching me whenever I walk the perimeter, and shifting in the corners of my vision whenever I turn my head. I've discovered trail signs that have been purposefully moved to misdirect me. Sometimes I hear screams in the woods, distant and warped, but they sound like Erin's cries. I see flashes of blonde hair in the bushes that I want to believe is Cindy, but I know it can't be. They're gone. Both of them. Only the sheriff understands, even if he doesn't say much to that effect. I can see it in his eyes. He knows that I'm telling the truth, and his own deputies have been up to the house to see the piles multiple times. There's nothing they can do. Nothing but wait from the valley below and hope that the snow buries whatever it is for the winter. There's something wrong with the Wickenshire house. Something inside it. Something unseen that walks the grounds day and night. It wants more than the estate. I can feel it, can taste it in the wind, hear it in the dry crunch of snow under my boots, and feel it in the shivers I get every time I look at the dark, barren windows of that cursed structure. It wants the forest, the trees, the mountain. It wants everything. Why did the Garbagemen start coming in the dead of night? Does anyone know? I have been losing an average of 30 minutes of sleep every night for the past 10 days. Now I'm down to a paltry 4 hours and 30 minutes. My walls are beginning to shift and my vision is blurring. I have to focus. I need to focus. Someone out there has to know. Does anyone know why the garbage collectors have switched to the night shift? Even asking it sends shivers down my spine. It's late, and soon I will hear them turn up to collect. I can't sleep upstairs anymore, not where they can see me. Now I sleep in the living room with my gun propped up against my shoulder, the weight a stern reminder that I am present. I am awake. I am a threat to them. They won't try anything if I'm a threat to them. Right. Shit. I'm lost. Let me explain. My name is Tyson. I'm a farmer with a thriving family. A loving family and 2 bright young boys. We live in a very remote area that requires a significant amount of divergence for basic services. I won't say where. I won't risk my family or my business, especially knowing what kind of armchair detectives there are out there. I respect what you all do, and fear you in equal measure. So, I'd rather throw you a bone you can thoroughly chew on, as opposed to delving into mine and my family's personal info. What I can tell you is this patch of land has been in my family for 6 generations. It was not acquired illegally, built on sacred land, and to the best of my knowledge, has never had a violent occurrence or bloodshed. We're normal, hardworking folks who have always tried to do right, which makes what is going on here all the more difficult to understand, to quantify and reason with when the basic logic gives way. I hear you. You're undoubtedly scratching your head and asking, why are garbage collectors such an issue? And I don't blame you. I'll get to that. Something shifted by the gates. No sound. Can't be the Garbagemen. You hear them a mile off. They're not subtle about making their presence known. The first night they turned up was so startling that I, honest to God, thought we were being robbed by the most unprofessional thieves this part of the world had ever birthed. Rambunctious, loud, and borderline jovial in their candor. It was always the same, each and every time. The sounds of the huge mechanical vehicle roaring as it drove up my dirt road, crushing twigs and kicking up dirt as it ground to a stop by the gates some 50 feet from my front door. 2 thuds, boots hitting the ground, stumbling over to the main gate where our trash was left for the Garbagemen on a Tuesday. Usually a couple of surly men got out, grunted, and hauled ass out of the area as soon as possible. These two couldn't have been happier to be there from the sounds of things. Young men, the smiles almost visible in their tone.
This is the one, Bill. Looks ready to me. I reckon it is, Jeff. Let's get him done.
A laugh, a high five, the sounds of something being dragged and thrown into the truck before they'd back out of the driveway and go off into the night. Unusual, right? My wife and kids certainly thought so, especially when the trash was still there the next morning. Maybe there were some weird kids pulling a prank, my wife, Lucy, remarked, taking a sip from her coffee and glancing nervously at the window. I think she was saying it more for our boys' benefit than our own. I nodded and ushered them away from the windows, told them to go play. The next night, it happened again. No specific time, so much as that dead of night period between 1 and 3, when the world falls totally silent around you. None of our animals made a peep during that time frame, nor did we dare to. Because when we heard them roll up again, we were paralyzed with fear. It took a few minutes to realize it, but when I looked to my wife and she returned my fearful glance with a wide-eyed stare and a nod, we scooped up the boys and huddled in our bed. The exact same sounds, the exact same timed footsteps, the exact same conversation. We heard them drag something wet into the truck before leaving after maybe 15 minutes. My younger boy, Jace, was always anxious, and hearing that uncanny valley shit at his age sent him into a panic attack. We spent the remaining time soothing him, while my older son, Travis, took to peering through the window with me. Our pig pen that lay some 40 feet to the right of the house had the door ripped off the hinges, and a blood trail leading from the entrance all the way to the farm gates where the Garbagemen had been. When we mustered up the courage to inspect further, the pigs were silent, unmoving, and staring at the long dirt road that led away from the home. The tall trees that littered our farm looming overhead as if to silence them from telling what they'd seen. We tried calling the city council to complain, but they were as perplexed as we were. Said trash pickup day was still Tuesday, and that since it was only Sunday, we weren't due. They advised we filed a complaint with the police for trespassers, but that yielded absolutely nothing. In the meantime, things escalated. Night 3 brought us the same routine, same sounds. Even after we'd taken to putting a lock on the pig pen, they still took one. This time making sure to leave a small pile of viscera behind, perhaps as a warning. We elected to putting the animals in the barn and deadbolting it, hoping the pranksters would get the message and perhaps get bored. I'd ordered a CCTV camera, but with my location being so out of the way, it was going to take time to arrive, and I wasn't about to stand in my window with a cameraman pointed out at some weirdos. We didn't consider the consequences of this defiance. It was night 5. The boys were sleeping in our room, and like clockwork, they showed up and pulled me from what little sleep I was getting. My wife soon after. Silently, goosebumps raised on our skin, and a chill in our bones. We strained our ears against the open window, hoping to hear their frustration and subsequent decision to leave. The routine continued until Jeff spoke to Bill. The moment they opened their mouths, I knew something was horribly wrong.
This the one, Bill? Looks locked to me. I reckon it is, Jeff. Let's pay him a visit.
They rattled the doorknob and politely knocked at the door. 5 rhythmic knocks, 5 seconds of silence, 5 more aggressive knocks. I bolted downstairs and grabbed my rifle, keeping the lights off, but my aim focused on them. Adrenaline pushing fear aside, if only to defend my family.
I don't know who the fuck you are, but you been coming onto my property unannounced, and I ain't standing for it no more.
I pulled back on the bolt, and the sound filled the room.
You got 3 seconds to turn on your heel, or I'm firing.
My eyes adjusted to the front door, and in the darkness, 2 shapes stood behind my door, shrouded by the shadow of the night. They were tall, thin legs and bizarre movements, like they were swaying in place. Those 3 seconds felt like an eternity.
1.
The shadow to the front leaned forward, trying to press its face against the glass. Something was wrong.
2.
It moved away and tapped the letterbox, testing if it opened up. When it did, it held it up and spoke as the second shadow stepped closer. 3 never came. Instead, I backed away out of terror and barricaded our room, unable to speak. It repeated my last words back at me. Exact same pitch, exact same tone, but something was off about it. Like hearing your own voice playing back through old speakers. You sense an eeriness to it. As I'd instinctively taken steps back, however, the other one spoke. This was the first time either said anything that didn't repeat, and I swear to God it makes my heart pound in my throat just typing it.
We've come to collect. Come outside.
My legs carried my body before I could register what was going on. Rushing to the bedroom and locking it, I pulled my family in close and held my head down to theirs, desperate to block out whatever ungodly sounds erupted from our front door. It took half an hour before they gave up, assumed their usual routine, and left. The sound of the tires speeding off up the road bringing some degree of relief. Until the following morning, when our nearest neighbors, the Gundersons, reported a break-in at their farm some 5 miles up the road. The perpetrators had smashed through the gate, entered the barn, and done such violent acts to their cattle that of the 10 that had been attacked and mutilated, only 2 survived, and were immediately put out of their misery by the patriarch, Ted.
You have problems with these sons of bitches too, Ty.
He bellowed down the phone once I began retelling our sleepless events.
Shit, you sound like hell. Probably look worse than the cows at this point. I ain't having it. You got a young family to support, and when they hurt one of us, they hurt all of us. Tonight we put an end to it. You hear?
I nodded, agreeing to stake out our property that night and do whatever needed to be done. Hands still shaking, I grabbed a stiff drink from the cabinet. Never been much of a drinker. Most of this was my dad's for the tougher times. But if times weren't tough now, I don't know when the fuck they would be. Ted rolls up around 11 p.m. Wife and kids are asleep, and we shoot the shit in the living room for a while, mainly discussing how the harvest had gone and what we could do to protect our livelihoods in this day and age. The conversation petered off, as they often do when a night draws on. But it was as we fell silent that the realization swept over us. We were going to confront these people tonight. I gripped my gun a little tighter as Ted gave me an assuring nod, peeking out the window for any signs of the Garbagemen.
Son of my farm.
He bellowed, springing to his feet and bursting out the door before I could get a word in edgewise. He was halfway down the road before I could ask him what the fuck he was doing. He turned, his eyes wild with fear and rage, pointing a shaking finger to the small shape that was his house far across the hill. It was on fire. Large pillars of smoke billowing forth as the fire danced in the light, illuminating the surrounding fields.
I can't sit here on my farm and my livelihood burns away, Ty. If those bastards are behind this, well, you can bet your ass they won't last the night. When I'm through with them, I'll teach them a fucking lesson about the value of things, the things people throw away.
He turned on his heels and ran to his truck, speeding off before anything more could be said. This will be the only night the Garbagemen don't pay us a visit. I get a bit of extra sleep, but my wife doesn't. She just stares out the window at the Gunderson farm in the distance and shakes her head. She knows how there will be no help on the horizon. She knows how close we are to that fate. And seeing that scares me to death. The 8th night, the penultimate night. They arrive with no vehicle sounds, no grand build-up to the crescendo of their routine. They whistle softly, as if calling an animal, patient in their call as they scrape something around in the dirt. I'm crippled by fear and cannot dream facing them. I look around in the dark and see my wife is still asleep. My eldest is snoring in the corner, but my youngest is wide awake and transfixed, and staring at the window overlooking our driveway, reaching out to open it. I leap out of bed and just about tackle him away, the shock of waking up to such a violent affair sending him into a panic attack as the entire family snaps awake in a frenzy, shouting over one another as he cries uncontrollably.
This has got to stop, Tyson. We can't do this anymore. We can't live like this.
Lucy was exhausted, her eyes barely open and her teeth chattering. In the moment of silence between us, the whistling started again, almost mocking in its tone, if it weren't for the sinister giggling behind it.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up and leave us alone.
She screamed, walking towards that same window. It took everything I had to hold her back as she fell to pieces in my arms. The entire family crippled by nerves and the lack of sleep. It was only when one voice cut the air that the final night's events were set in motion.
The things people throw away.
Oh, fuck. Dead. One look into my wife's eyes and I knew what she was thinking. There was no stopping her. She darted around, packing the kids' clothes and any essentials she could find, ignoring the whistling outside and instructing our boys to focus on getting whatever they needed.
You do what you need to do. I don't care if the nearest town is a 3-hour drive or I undergo the 7-hour drive to my mom's. I will not stay another night in this fucking house. Not until they're gone.
She was almost delirious, fueled by fear and anger as she darted around like a hurricane, turning over tables to get what she needed, as if prepping for a weather event. Within the half hour she'd been rushing around, the noises had faded, and the outside once again fell still. I couldn't leave the house. It had been in our family's lineage for generations. We'd been born here, lived here, and died here no matter what. As the head of the house, it was my job to stay here and protect it, even if I couldn't protect those that I loved most under its roof. She waited another hour before getting in the car and leaving, kissing me with all the passion she'd had when we first met. I told Jace he had to be strong and that he'd one day conquer his fears, because I believed in him. I told Travis that, as the eldest, he needed to protect them like his life depended on it. Then, just like that, I waved them goodbye and promised I'd join them at their mother-in-law's when this was over. Now, all that was left was to sharpen my resolve and find out what this was. I took the chance to try and get some sleep during the day, but no matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't come to me. So, liquid courage it was. One way or another, this was going to end. Night 9, the penultimate night. Not a sound. I mean that in the most literal sense. The wind didn't move, the trees didn't speak, not a single blade of grass danced, and no dirt was kicked up. Everything was silent, so silent. My own thoughts were amplified in this void of sound. Every insane thought of what could happen flitted through my mind and forced me to double-check every window and door, triple-check the locks, ensure no oversight was left. Couldn't let them get an opportunity, even if it's just me. I know they're watching, even now. If I didn't know any better, I'd have said a shadow moved just before the porch window. Can't be sure, not without checking. I think they were biding their time, keeping me on edge, making sure I knew they could step in whenever they wanted and do as they pleased. But I kept my nerve. I resisted the urge to bolt to the truck. I've got my whiskey, and I've got my gun. I'll see this through, even if it kills me. It's 10. Now we're all caught up. I checked on the animals this morning. What was left was a pile of bones, flesh, and waste. They'd been taken the night before, and I don't know how I didn't hear during the silence. There was but one horse's body left. Teeth marks riddled the torso, and the legs had been torn off. Our crops had grown fetid, decayed, and worn. Nothing in our farm would yield a damn thing anymore. My livelihood was decimated in front of my eyes. Gone. It's late now. I'm sat in the armchair with the rifle loaded and ready. My hands are shaking and my knees won't stop bouncing. I feel the dread start in my gut and worm its way through my chest before lodging in my throat and forcing every breath to be a labor of pain. They came early tonight, truck roaring and routine sounds in full swing. Only, there weren't 2 sets of thuds this time. There were 6. They walked up to the porch, a shadow covering every facet of the window and the door panes. Not a speck of light coming through. The voices don't change their pattern. They never do.
This Wandale looks ready to meet.
They pound their fists against the window, a dull moan emanating from the background, pained, muffled, and growing in strength.
I reckon it is, Jeff. Let's get her on.
Nails drag down the glass, a horrific groaning accompanying the repeated intonations of their godforsaken phrases.
The things people throw away.
Ted. Poor Ted, smashing his head against the wall, repeating it with every sick swing. It was only when I heard the 4th voice that I finally looked out the window, perhaps on instinct. Not until they're gone. My Lucy. My sweet Lucy calling to me. I can't begin to tell you what I saw when I pulled back the curtains for just a split second, but every forbidden aspect of it is burned into my brain, and it will not leave me, even as I shut my eyes from the surrounding chorus of madness. My kids, my fucking kids, are now saying they've come to collect, that I must come outside. That whistle has come back. It's almost soothing. I can't bear to do this on my own. I can't live with that image in my fucking skull anymore. I miss my wife. I miss my kids. I miss sleeping soundly at night. What if it is them out there? What if they're really just wanting me to get help, and my own sick mind has put me in such a state that I'm here asking you for help on something that is, at its core, truly simple. I'm going to put down the laptop and open the door. I have to know. I have to. Why did the Garbagemen start coming in the dead of night? Does anyone know? It's 10. Now we're all caught up. I checked on the animals this morning. What was left was a pile of bones, flesh, and waste. They'd been taken the night before, and I don't know how I didn't hear during the silence. There was but one horse's body left. Teeth marks riddled the torso, and the legs had been torn off. Our crops had grown fetid, decayed, and worn. Nothing in our farm would yield a damn thing anymore. My livelihood was decimated in front of my eyes. Gone. It's late now. I'm sat in the armchair with the rifle loaded and ready. My hands are shaking and my knees won't stop bouncing. I feel the dread start in my gut and worm its way through my chest before lodging in my throat and forcing every breath to be a labor of pain. They came early tonight, truck roaring and routine sounds in full swing. Only, there weren't 2 sets of thuds this time. There were 6. They walked up to the porch, a shadow covering every facet of the window and the door panes. Not a speck of light coming through. The voices don't change their pattern. They never do.
This Lawndale looks ready to meet.
They pound their fists against the window, a dull moan emanating from the background, pained, muffled, and growing in strength.
I reckon it is, Jeff. Let's get it on.
Nails drag down the glass, a horrific groaning accompanying the repeated intonations of the godforsaken phrases.
The things people throw away.
Ted. Poor Ted, smashing his head against the wall, repeating it with every sick swing. It was only when I heard the 4th voice that I finally looked out the window, perhaps on instinct. Not until they're gone. My Lucy. My sweet Lucy calling to me. I can't begin to tell you what I saw when I pulled back the curtains for just a split second, but every forbidden aspect of it is burned into my brain, and it will not leave me, even as I shut my eyes from the surrounding chorus of madness. My kids, my fucking kids, are now saying they've come to collect, that I must come outside. That whistle has come back. It's almost soothing. I can't bear to do this on my own. I can't live with that image in my fucking skull anymore. I miss my wife. I miss my kids. I miss sleeping soundly at night. What if it is them out there? What if they're really just wanting me to get help, and my own sick mind has put me in such a state that I'm here asking you for help on something that is, at its core, truly simple. I'm going to put down the laptop and open the door. I have to know. I have to. Why did the Garbagemen start coming in the dead of night? Does anyone know? My family was always a little bit strange. We owned a failing antique shop in town for as long as I could remember. My father was quite eccentric and collected various knickknacks and assorted artifacts. I saw them mostly as junk and still had no idea how we were staying afloat, money-wise, but I never bothered asking. My mother was a quiet, soft-spoken woman who always had a look of sorrow. My father said she hadn't had the best past before we moved here. I was a senior at the time, getting ready to go off to college. Tonight was a very big night for me. I was going out with a girl I had liked since I was a freshman and some of her friends. I hadn't really fit into that crowd, but over the summer I had changed a lot physically and was apparently in some new league where women decided I was desirable. It was my first Halloween actually leaving the house. I had never trick-or-treated when I was younger for various reasons, but I was excited that my parents had let me go out tonight. I heard the horn outside and quickly gave my parents a goodbye before exiting the shop and running out to meet my brand new friends. Margaret was in the back seat of the Jeep, and thankfully, she had saved a space for me. I smiled at her as I hopped in, and we gunned it out of there. I dived into a deep talk with her about her current classes and her shitty history teacher, Mr. Abbott. It wasn't until we passed a sign saying, "Exiting KC County," that I realized how long we had been driving for. "Where are we going?" I asked curiously as we drove down the dark highway. Jonah, one of the guys in the front seat, turned around with a wry smile and answered, "Winslow, why the hell are we going there?" "The haunted Walmart." His voice trailed off, and my blood ran cold. Everyone in the town had heard the story of that place. It was an abandoned Walmart left to rot on the outskirts of the city. It was a real place, and I had heard ghost stories about it every year since I was a child. Every disappearance or tragedy had been blamed on the place. It was said to be bad luck, but I chalked most of that up to silly small-town superstitions. Every small town had some dumb ghost story like it. I didn't like the idea of breaking and entering. I had been a rule follower my entire life, but then again, I didn't want to embarrass myself by seeming like a loser in front of Margaret and her friends. I mean, the place was old and abandoned. The worst that would happen is maybe a warning from the local PD. I figured we might spend a couple minutes max in the place. We arrived at the Walmart around 20 minutes later and found the place fenced off, with various construction equipment littering the area. I guess they were in the process of demolishing the place. We parked outside the fences, and another car pulled alongside us. Together, we made a group of 9. One of the boys from the other car pulled out wire cutters. His name was Newt, if I remember correctly. He was larger than the rest of us and was easily able to shred through the fence with speed. Softly, I felt Margaret's hand enter mine, and I smiled like a big, dumb idiot. We crossed the fence and made our way into Walmart. The place had allegedly been closed down for over a decade, and it looked that way. Promotional art from old video game collabs littered the front, and pricing stickers with prices that would be considered a steal aged the building far beyond the last 10 years. The front was a mess of appliances and machines piled into a heap that we had to squeeze our way through. The place stunk, the kind of stale, rotten smell that untouched buildings have, almost like bread that is left around much too long. Who knows the last time people had even been into this place? After passing through the heap of machines, we entered a relatively normal area. Cardboard and trash littered the ground, and clothes racks lay sideways. I was shocked at how dense the area still was. They hadn't even removed many of the products, and clearly looters hadn't stolen much. The place didn't really have the vibe I was expecting. It was a mess, of course, but I wouldn't call it very haunted. We all walked around in a group for quite some time. Everyone shared stories they had heard about the place, each more outrageous than the last. Ghosts and murderers and even a government conspiracy were thrown around to explain the alleged haunted aspects of the Walmart. As we explored the front sections, nothing stood out as particularly frightening. We heard the occasional pitter-patter of rats scurrying by us and the squawk of 1 or 2 birds deep in the darkness. I began to slowly realize the true nature of this trip. Newt and his girlfriend were the first ones to slip away. From there, slowly, the group separated into groups of 2 or 3, eventually leaving Margaret and I alone. We walked side by side through the old kids section, and we were quiet for some time. I'd never really been alone with a girl like this before. Every time I thought of saying something to break the silence, I second-guessed myself and assumed I would say something stupid. Thankfully, Margaret broke the silence for me before I embarrassed myself.
So, do you have any plans after high school?
She asked me. Yeah. I'm heading to LA for an art degree.
I never knew you were an artsy type, Hunter.
I don't think you even knew I existed until this year, Margaret.
Don't be silly. We were in the same English class as freshmen.
I was shocked she even remembered that. And once again, a big dumb idiot smile fell upon my face. Yeah. Wow. Mr. Clancy's class?
You sat 3 rows ahead of me, remember? I thought you were always a little bit of a geek and raised your hand a little too fast. But it was cute.
That was enough to make me crumble. The conversation went along as such, exchanging glances and hands touching momentarily. I could almost feel the air between us, charged with tension. We were next to some torn graphic tees when Margaret turned and made her move. I will spare the details of the next few minutes, but I will say my first kiss was somewhat magical. The second one was a little bit sloppy, though. The third had some tongue that I don't think I was ready for at that time. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. My guts sank, and I quickly turned in the direction of the noise. I looked to the right of me and picked up a metal bar off the ground. I then started slowly making my way in the direction of the sound. I abruptly stopped and looked at Margaret, who looked terrified. I couldn't endanger her like that. I instead started heading my way towards the exit. Margaret was frantically pulling out her phone and calling someone. Whoever it was, they answered right before we arrived at the heap of electronics.
Dandy and Newt are missing. We need to find everyone else and get out of here.
Stefan's on his way back with Rick right now.
It was a few minutes before the two boys arrived. Both looked on edge, and one carried a tiny Swiss Army knife that looked about as lethal as a toothpick.
Someone's following us on our way here. We didn't get a good look at it.
Rick was breathing deeply, bent over.
We need to leave now. Have everyone come here and let's get out of here. We don't need to risk anything.
I said.
Hell no. We need to get the others and get out. I'm not leaving my sister behind.
Stefan raised his Swiss Army knife, pointing back at the racks. I sighed deeply and looked back at Margaret. I needed to keep her safe, but Stefan was the one with the car and the keys.
Fine. Rick goes outside to the cars with Margaret. Stefan, give him your keys. No one's touching my ride. If something happens to us, they need to get out of here and get help. They need those keys.
Stefan looked as though he was weighing his options, but he slowly handed his keys to Rick. I turned to Margaret, squeezing her hand and kissing her cheek. If we're not back in an hour, you call the cops, and then get the hell out of here. No questions. Margaret nodded. She and Rick disappeared into the heap of machines. I turned back to Stefan and nodded as we made our way towards the aisles. He was fiddling with his phone as we walked slowly towards what used to be the freezer section. The deeper we went into the building, the darker it became, as the outside light couldn't reach this far. Stefan's phone flashlight lit up, and he pointed it forward. We eventually found our way to a small number of the group who were huddled together in one of the aisles. One of the girls I recognized, named Felicia, stepped out of the huddle as we came closer.
We didn't find anything, but something was following us. We heard it and turned around. I know Tandy was here. Stefan, you guys need to get out of here and back to the cars. Take this and head back.
I handed over my weapon.
I can't go back. She's my best friend.
Felicia looked at us defiantly. All these people were willing to put their lives on the line for this missing girl, Tandy. 3 of us would be better than just 2, especially if there was something or someone following us. I looked at the rest of the group as I weighed my options. You can come with us. The rest of you need to go back and get to safety. We don't need anyone else getting hurt. If something happens, you yell. Loud. The 3 remaining people walked away in the direction of the entrance, and I turned to my 2 partners. We need something to defend ourselves with if somebody's following us. I'm assuming hunting supplies are deeper down in the store. We stay close, and we make as little noise as possible. We don't know what's following us. It could be a homeless man or just a wild animal. Neither is ideal. We began making our way to the hunting supplies. The dim light from our phones was our only way of seeing. I heard noises periodically, almost like a chitter, a low hum, or pitter-patter as well. We eventually made our way to an area that was slick with liquid. More than likely, there was a leak somewhere in the roof. We finally arrived at the hunting supplies and looked around for anything to help us. Eventually, I found a plastic-wrapped hatchet and quickly tore off the wrapping. I knew how shoddy Walmart's products were. I only hoped that it would hold up if something attacked me. I heard a crackle nearby, and I turned to see the girl carrying what looked like a walking stick. Stefan had upgraded his Swiss Army knife to an actual hunting knife. We have 20 minutes to find them before we turn back and get the hell out of here. We need to hurry up, and... A blood-curdling chorus of screams rang out far ahead of us. I charged forward, racing towards the sound. The screams only grew louder as we got closer. Eventually, we turned a corner down to where the freezers were, and we froze. Standing ahead of us, hunched over a bloody corpse, was a humanoid figure. Its back was towards us, and wet noises could be heard as its hands dug into the corpse's stomach. I could see ahead of the figure. Another body was laying, with a crying girl frantically shaking whoever it was.
Turn the hell around, now!
I shouted, raising my hatchet forward at whatever it was that hunched over the dead body. I regretted my decision as soon as I made it. Whatever it was, it perked up instantly, and I could see orange fur covering its back. What the hell was this thing? It turned around to face us slowly. It wore an ill-fitted shirt that exposed its stomach and a pair of worn and tattered pajama pants. It also had some sort of button-up overshirt on as well, which was torn and bloodied. But that wasn't the worst part. Its face was an amalgamation of flesh and fur. Whatever it was, it had patches of what looked like fur-covered animal skin sewn to it. It was disfigured, but it was unmistakably a fox's head. The flesh was discolored and rotting, and the only thing human left was 2 deep, dark eyes staring into us. It leaned down on all fours and tried yelping, but all that came out was a gurgle. I quickly darted to the side to avoid whatever it was, but the girl beside me was not as lucky. The thing barreled into the girl and toppled her to the ground. I saw its fists pound into her face and heard the crack of her skull. I needed to get out of here, and fast. I quickly yanked Stefan to his feet and ran forward past the first dead body and stopped near the girl who was on her knees over a badly injured boy. It was Tandy, and she was bawling her eyes out over what I assumed to be Newt. "We need to go, now!" I yanked her forward, but she refused to listen. I looked back over at the thing, and it was slowly getting up again from the girl's body. I saw her head looked like a crushed watermelon. Blood and brain matter spilled everywhere. I didn't bother wasting my time, and I charged forward, leaving Tandy behind. I wasn't going to get myself killed. Stefan didn't follow me, but I didn't care at this point, as I heard the sounds of a thing grunting and smacking its feet to the floor, charging at the trio. I heard the wet noises and pained screams as I left the scene. I didn't realize I was lost until I somehow found myself standing in front of a passage to the Walmart storage area. I pushed the door open, hoping I could find a back exit. While searching for said exit, I heard the door open and slam shut again. It was that thing. I knew it had found me. I quickly started climbing the large shelves to gain height on the creature. The shelves were massive and ascending high into the ceiling. I moved as quietly as I could, swearing the creature was following me. Finally, I reached the top and lay down to catch my breath. I heard something on the ground below and quickly looked down to see someone standing below the shelves. "Hello," the person whispered, and I quickly recognized it was Jonah, one of the people who was supposed to return to the cars. I turned over, hollering down. "I thought you were that thing. I was looking for a back exit." I began to slowly make my way back down, thankful that it was one of us. "No, I got separated after it attacked us on our way." I heard a loud thump and looked down to see the thing had smacked into Jonah and was now hunched over him. Fuck. I reached up to my shelves to once again ascend, but I lost my grip and leaned back. It was almost slow motion as I fell. It felt like ages as my limp body writhed in the air. I landed on my side with a sickening crack as I felt something painful snap in my arm. It was done, and I knew I was going to die. That thing would attack me after it was done with Jonah. I could hear Jonah's cries grow weaker and weaker by the second as the sickening noises of guts being torn out filled my ears. I looked weakly to my side and tried forcing myself to my feet. I fell back down almost immediately. I was sure I had hurt my leg as well. I looked over and saw I had fallen close to a large bay door. A dusty button was right next to it. My heart fluttered with hope. I slowly crawled over to the door as I heard Jonah's cries go silent, and the creature's yips and growls continued. Finally, I reached the door and used my arm to prop myself up. I couldn't reach the button, and I once again tried to get to my feet, but collapsed again. I painfully dug into my side, my hands landing on the hatchet I had slid into my belt. I weakly lifted the weapon, and, with as much strength as I could muster, I swung my arm in the air, smashing the dull side of the blade into the button. I heard a roar as the bay door began to open slowly. I was joyous as I turned over and slowly crawled out. I was free. My joy was short-lived as I was dragged backwards. I quickly rolled over, weakly kicking at the creature. It was over. The thing snarled, and this close, I could smell the rot and musky odor it exuded. The fur it had sewn to its body was matted with both fresh blood and flecks of crusty, dried-up blood. It had a hunger for humans. It had crudely sewn a snout to its own nose. How could this thing breathe? I could see the inner human mouth of the creature, almost hidden by the rotting and loose teeth of the dead fox's jaw. Its flesh was yellowed and grayed at the sew marks. It had been done shoddily and had to be excruciatingly painful. Its hands clawed at me. Gnarled, long nails matted with blood dug into me like talons. The creature's face dipped low into mine, and I turned my face away. Its hot, disgusting breath caused me to dry heave. Then suddenly, the thing stopped. Its hands released me as the snout grew deeper into my neck. It was smelling me. I felt the tough, grating fur on my neck. Then it raised its head and stared into me. I saw a glimmer of something in its eyes as it stood and charged out of the building. It hadn't killed me. Why? My fading consciousness didn't give me enough time to formulate an answer. I awoke sometime later in a hospital bed. I saw my arm in a cast, and my head was cloudy. My mother was the first to notice my eyes opening, and she quickly called the nurse. The nurse checked on me and spoke a few words to my mother before my parents both turned back to me. I saw my father's mouth moving, but I focused on only one thing. My mother was playing with a locket in her hand. I'd never seen it before. My mother was not one to wear jewelry. She was gripping it so hard her knuckles were white. She caught my eyes briefly, and I saw something in them. Guilt. I felt myself slip away again. And when I woke up again, I was alone in a dark room. I looked down and saw something on my bedside. It was the locket. I had to look at it. I painfully reached out my arm and grabbed it. I delicately opened it, and my blood ran cold. Inside, there was a photo of my father, my pregnant mother, and a third person I had never seen before. He had dark, black eyes. It was him. That thing in that Walmart was that boy. I turned the locket over and read the name on the back. John St. John. I know all of you mean well, but I'm getting really tired of being asked about my ascension. I tried to make it clear to you it was a painful subject, but that just seems to goad you into persisting. I understand that spiritual transcendence sounds like a dream come true, that beholding the face of ultimate reality would give you some sort of inner peace. But it wasn't like that at all. So, although this disturbs me more than you can imagine, I'm finally giving in. I've written this to explain, once and for all, what happened. But after this, no more questions about it. Ever. Okay? I'm dead serious. It happened while I was associated with the Free Deist Foundation. Don't take that as an endorsement. Please don't flood into their temples or pound their monks demanding to learn the secrets of the universe. I was merely a loosely affiliated customer when it happened, and I have no idea how much credit they can take. I'm a seeker, and I've belonged to many organizations in my life. I've even pursued my own path, based on what I feel in my heart. Was that the true source of my experience? Even I don't know. But I remember how it started. It was a crisp Saturday morning, and as I had many times before, I found myself in the temple, one of many supplications in the central hall, sitting upon scented pillows, meditating together. The monks kept censers of incense burning around the altars, acolytes fanning the smoke with palm fronds, sending it wafting over our heads. Some supplicants hummed, some chanted, but many, like me, preferred to sit in silence. I don't even know what triggered it. I was just sitting there, reaching out to the universe in my mind, trying to contain any desire for particular results. I knew that letting my ego determine my path was a sure road to nowhere, and strove to keep it in check. Deep down inside, though, I could never help feeling that I demonstrated my superiority and worthiness by choosing to pursue this path, as opposed to the degraded, mundane reality of everyday life. The endless pursuit of pleasure, the mind-numbing pop culture, the lowbrow distractions. I felt they were beneath me. My meditation wasn't just a practice. It was a defiant act, a righteous path to defy the squalor of existence. I admit I must have cultivated a quiet ego about my spiritual worthiness. I'm not saying this to elevate myself or to judge anyone. I'm just putting it out there so that you understand where I was really coming from. As far as I know, I was doing what I always did. There was nothing special about that day. But the first change I noticed was that the ambient noise became quieter. Its volume gently and smoothly ramped down, as if it, or I, were somehow far away. I tried my best not to react to it. It seemed to be a good sign that I was finally tuning out the outside world, a positive development in my practice of meditation. Then, without warning, I felt a shift, not a gentle awakening, but a jarring, almost violent displacement. The temple, the sounds, the very air dissipated. It wasn't at all what I expected ascension to feel like. I suddenly found myself somewhere else. To my great dismay, it wasn't a brightly lit cloud bank or a liminal space where God gazed upon us beatifically. It was a crowded plaza, the sky a sickly shade of greenish-brown. I found myself beset from all sides by a vast, bustling, indifferent crowd. The air here wasn't ethereal. It was stale, a little stuffy, smelling faintly of ozone and old dust. Before me, in the distance, shimmering brilliantly, stood a golden gate. It was exactly as Heaven's entrance had been described in countless paintings and innumerable near-death experiences. The crowd slowly shuffled forward, drawn inexorably toward it. There didn't seem to be much choice but to go along with them. So, I let the multitude gently sweep me forward. I had plenty of time to look around me. The crowd was a bewildering mix. As expected, there were hunched old women who appeared to have ambled out of their deathbeds, their heads turned to and fro to survey the crowd, many wearing the same blank, uneasy expression. Some were unnaturally thin, little more than walking skeletons. They tended to flop their poorly supported upper body onto whomever was nearby. This earned them indignant glares, but little else. It seemed clear they couldn't help it. Others were morbidly obese, standing on their own for the first time in years. No need for the expected aluminum frame walker with the shoe-like tennis balls impaled on its front legs. The crushing density of the crowd let them move forward on their own, at the slow pace they were accustomed to. Many were weary, middle-aged folks marked by chronic illness, more than anyone else there. They seemed at peace, content to shuffle along with the others. A few of them blinked in the unaccustomed light, although their eyes showed the blank sclera of diabetes-induced blindness. They could apparently see again, but also too surprised to enjoy it. One fellow I will never forget. All that was left of his face was a single eyeball. At least half of his head was missing, the void reaching nearly to the back of his skull. His throat sewn up, save for two small holes, possibly for breathing and eating. I'd heard of severe head cancer cases like this, but I'd never seen one. He appeared none the worse for wear, though, his animated movements telegraphing his joy and relief. Some were agitated young people, clearly having arrived via sudden, violent ends from accidents or risky exploits. They gave themselves away with their horrified expressions and futile pleas for another chance. Finally, they would sink into sullen silence and join the others, only moving when someone pushed them from behind. A few held their severed limbs with their remaining good arm, unsure of what else to do with them. Others struggled to remove wooden beams of steel spikes from their torsos, some garnering help from those nearby, only to be forced to carry their instruments of impalement, there being nowhere else to put them. One held onto her head with both hands, the blood on her shoulders giving away her injury. Occasionally, she would hold her head high to get a better look around, but would quickly lower it back onto the bloody stump of her neck. Plainly, uncomfortable with this new ability. I couldn't be sure I saw anyone that looked like me. There were a few flowing robes here and there, but I wasn't certain they were seekers. That might have just been their fashion. The thick crowd made it impossible to do much but trudge toward the Golden Gates. I did notice some new arrivals materialized in the middle of the throng, startling their new neighbors. I'm not sure if my arrival was met with any protests. I'd been too startled for much in the way of self-awareness. I felt a shove from my left side. A new supplicant had arrived. A slicing pain erupted in my torso. I could feel the cold sting digging into my flesh. I turned forward at this effrontery, and immediately my words turned to stone in my throat. Standing beside me was some sort of gothic priestess. Her black, spiderweb-like robes barely concealed the details of her voluptuous body. Her exposed skin was just as pale as her inadequately obscured flesh. Her wide, haunting eyes, exquisitely decorated with black makeup, were enough to send chills down my spine. But I was immediately distracted by the thrush of metal blades protruding from her hairless head, poking through her shroud. Quickly, I realized the rest of her body was covered with the same sort of blades, though they were folded down, hugging her skin. One had apparently protruded enough to slice a gash in my side.
Devil's delight, she crowed. By my will, and through the power granted by the infinite darkness, I have transcended the misbegotten world and arrived here.
Her wild grin punctuated the feverish look in her eyes. I could not find the strength nor the fortitude to look away. Her presence almost curdled the air. Her expression softened as she peered at me with firm dispassion, as a snake might when sizing up its next meal.
I'm Thelema,
she declared.
And who might you be?
Julian, I offered meekly. Her face twisted into mockery.
Then I'm Norma, though no one calls me that anymore.
She looked me up and down with obvious disapproval.
You really go by your birth name?
She threw her head back and cackled.
It takes all kinds, I guess.
She transfixed me with a bewildered gaze.
You really did it the hard way. Clean living, aesthetic lifestyle, endless meditation, that sort of thing.
Well, yes. She cackled again.
Then I have to commend your effort. I never had the patience for any of that. I only worked hard at finding shortcuts.
Dreading a response, I asked anyway. So, how did you do it? She shrugged.
I'm a seeker. A little black magic here, a little witchcraft there. But lately, I've been more about ritual magic.
Coyly, she swept her eyes over her curvaceous form.
Mostly sex magic. You ever try that?
No, I retorted. My current path is celibate. She shook her head gently as a deep-throated chortle slowly grew in volume.
Oh, you poor, deluded fool. Life is for the living. The universe offers us many pleasantries. It doesn't want us to forego its bounty. It wants us to be happy.
She clucked her tongue as she beheld my simple brown robe.
You were really living life on hard mode, weren't you? Guaranteed your soul is less stained than mine. But what does it matter if we end up in the same place?
I strained to keep my anger in check.
I can't believe someone like you is allowed into heaven.
Not only allowed, but welcomed.
She gushed, flinging her arms upward, the only place where there was any freedom of movement.
You've heard the saying, right? There are many paths, but only one destination.
I pinched my eyes closed and tried to ignore my surroundings. I had learned to tune out the real world during meditation, and I tried desperately to do it here. The crushing horde, the varying but uniformly awful smells, since the caterwauling of the recently deceased made it impossible. I opened my eyes to see Thelema still standing next to me, her eyes wide with gleeful insanity. So, what was your trigger? I asked. What finally let you ascend?
Nothing I haven't done many times before,
she replied.
Just the latest virgin male, and the usual profane ritual.
She fixed me with an arresting glare.
Do you know how difficult it is to find virgins these days? I finally had to resort to unemployable shut-ins. You wouldn't believe how much time I had to spend trawling through anonymous image boards looking for gullible chumps. I've sent out so many nudes, I sometimes felt like a whore, but it paid off in the end.
I could feel this conversation tarnishing my soul, but she continued.
So there I was, with my latest patsy, bouncing rhythmically on top of him, and we had one of the biggest simultaneous releases I remember having.
She cocked her head to one side.
Maybe that was it. Most of them are too fast and then tried to lie about it.
A wicked grin spread across her face.
Finally, it was all worth it. Here I am.
I stared ahead glumly, lost for a response.
What's wrong?
She asked.
You made it too, didn't you?
I can't believe heaven rewards people like you. I growled. You're the opposite of everything I consider to be enlightenment.
I told you.
She cheered.
Life is to be lived. The universe wants you to be happy, not all bottled up inside, denying your nature. There was never any reason to be so hard on yourself.
I guess I don't understand the nature of heaven, I finally had to conclude. I noticed the golden gates had grown closer, and I felt grateful that this ordeal was coming to an end soon. I felt myself shoved brutally from behind, followed by a feral roar. Closing my eyes and cowered, I dreaded whatever came next, surprised to hear it was several female voices bellowing similarly. As that settled down, someone shouted into my ear.
Move aside, peasant.
I opened my eyes to see Thelema staring behind me, her eyes wide with wonder, her face filled with delight. I turned around to see a barrel-shaped chest covered in animal skin. I craned my neck upward to perceive the head perched atop those shoulders. His ferocious glare put Thelema's to shame. In a day filled with horrors and depredations, this was more than I could stand.
I said move aside. The new Lord of Darkness demands it.
His chest swelled another size. Menace seemed to pour from under his barbarian clothing.
I can't.
I shot back. None of us can move.
Oh, you'll move.
He snapped.
All of you will.
I noticed his hand held the ends of several rusted chains. Tracing them back, I was startled to see they were all connected to a coterie of emaciated, shivering women. Standing behind him, each wore clothes shred to nearly nothing. Underneath, their skin rippled with welts, bruises, and bloody wounds. The chains attached to spiked collars around their necks, but the spikes were on the inside, digging into their flesh. The looks of their faces bewildered me. They all looked clearly broken and traumatized, but each had an incongruous grin. The happiness of their smile clashing with the fright of their faces and the terror in their eyes.
What in blazes did you do to them?
I challenged, finally finding my voice.
Exactly what I promised.
He thundered.
They knew the path was filled with torment and pain. They entered this covenant willingly, and I delivered.
Yeah,
One of the women shouted, her voice gurgling.
here we are in front of heaven.
Leave him alone, shouted another.
Leave him alone.
Shouted another.
He kept his word. Finally, it's all worth it.
He leaned toward me. His face was only inches from mine. A foul odor poured from his mouth. Some of it may have come from sour blood, but most of it was indescribable. Gagging involuntarily, I tried to pull back.
And now,
He stated simply.
stand aside.
He pushed my shoulder. To my surprise, I stumbled to the side. Looking around, I realized that the crowd had somehow parted in front of me. Grinning smugly, he stomped forward, giving the chains a jerk. His women stumbled, then followed him. One fell to the ground. She cried out in pain. He turned around, his eyes furious, and yanked her chain.
On your feet, hag.
She shrieked pitifully as she struggled to find her footing. He marched on, oblivious to her pain.
Make way for the new Lord of Darkness.
He roared, slipping through the narrow passage that had formed in the multitude. As the crowd cheered on, he and his entourage passed through the path, closing up behind them.
Wow.
Thelema exulted.
Can you believe that?
Not for a moment, I mumbled. So many of my assumptions about the nature of God and the universe crumbled as I pondered them helplessly.
The audacity of his pain. She gushed. Torture, the blood magic. You have to admire the bravery.
Do I muttered. Thelema peered at me again. This time it felt like genuine sympathy, which I found unsettling.
Don't take it so hard,
She advised.
You made it here as much as he did. After all, there may be many paths, but the destination is the same.
I couldn't wrap my mind around what I had just witnessed. The Gnostics taught that God was completely indifferent to our plight, but never had the evidence been cast into such sharp relief. There had to be an answer for all of this, and I hoped it was through those golden gates. If it's all the same to you, I said, turning to Thelema, I'd rather just focus on getting through those gates and finding out what heaven is like. Thelema looked wistfully.
Suit yourself,
She replied.
though I was hoping to see you on the other side. I was looking forward to exploring this new territory with you.
I frowned as I looked her up and down. I don't think you're my type.
And what type would that be?
She shot back.
Beautiful, willing, spiritually centered. I think we have a lot in common.
Maybe someone that didn't look like an unfolded Swiss Army knife. I groused. She sighed huffily.
I thought you were different.
She snapped.
But you're like all the rest. You can't even see past the surface.
I turned away from her angrily, focusing my gaze on the golden gates, which grew ever closer. Soon, I told myself, the ordeal would be over. Something shoved my right side. That was quickly followed by fervent gurgling and repeated rounds of vomiting. After everything else that had happened today, it seemed like the least of my worries. Following a round of violent coughing, my ears were suddenly blasted by a high-pitched caterwauling. I redoubled my efforts to ignore what was going on around me.
Mommy?
The high-pitched voice shrieked.
I want my mommy.
Turned to look. Next to me stood a little girl, her clothes drenched, the braids in her strawberry blonde hair unraveled. She shivered uncontrollably. What happened to you? I asked her, unable to maintain my detachment. The little girl's face turned glum.
Mommy said she was gonna make everything better.
She related.
Then she drove off a bridge and into the water.
The little girl looked around frantically.
Where is she? She could be hurt.
I pinched my eyes closed and tried to keep my composure.
Everything is better now, honey.
I heard Thelema say.
You going to heaven?
The little girl sniffled. I opened my eyes to see her stare, unblinking.
What about my baby brother? Is he okay? He's already in heaven, dear.
Thelema assumed.
Babies go straight to heaven.
A small, relieved smile cracked over the little girl's face.
And what about my mommy?
Thelema didn't answer. I turned my head and looked down. If your mom deliberately drove you all off a bridge, then she's definitely not going to heaven. The little girl's eyes grew wide with horror. A gurgling cry turned into a sustained scream.
Mommy?
She wailed.
Why did you have to tell her that?
Thelema growled.
What was I supposed to say?
I countered.
It's the truth. No, it's your truth.
Thelema snared.
And not a very nice one.
The little girl continued to bawl. Thelema's indignant glare bored into me like twin jets of fire.
Haven't you figured out just how little you understand about the nature of the universe?
I started to speak, but my throat choked up on the words. The little girl was now beating on me, futilely, with her tiny fists screaming, "No, no, no," over and over. I turned to look at Thelema, but she was staring at the gates of heaven, a sour expression on her face. I exhaled sharply and resumed staring in that direction. Soon, all this would be over. Finally, I passed through the golden gates. From underneath, I realized with a start that they weren't golden at all. They may have shone in the sunlight, but not only were they painted white, but the gloss had worn away over time, leaving dull streaks and patches. The only golden color came from the sunlight and the unearthly shade of the sky. I sighed heavily and continued to shuffle forward. Soon, I noticed ropes suspended on metallic staunches. I hadn't noticed when those had started. They guided me along a path that finally terminated in a row of simply constructed tables, cheap-looking chairs strewn along their length. I sat in the first empty one I found, needing the weary glare of the first angel I had ever laid eyes on. Far from filling me with awe, he looked like a cynical civil servant, complete with an ill-fitting, slightly glowing robe. Sweeping my eyes along the table, I noticed the other angels looking similar. Dilemma sat in the chair next to mine, her eyes shooting me an icy, disapproving glare. The angel assigned to me shuffled papers that seemed to be made of pure light, but on closer inspection, looked like endless spreadsheets. His simple name tag read, Peter.
Wow, I exulted. Are you St. Peter of Legend?
His heavy-lidded eyes glared at me.
Of course not,
He answered.
There are a lot of Peters in heaven, just like where you came from.
He peered closely at his papers.
Earth.
My condolences. I heard sniffling to my right. Next to me sat the little girl. Her angel reached across the table to hold her hand.
Don't be afraid, young one.
She cooed.
Your pain is over. Where's my mommy?
She simpered.
She'll be along soon enough.
The angel declared.
Until then, you can wait inside with your baby brother.
She looked up with a start.
He's okay. He's fine.
The angel assured her.
And he really wants to see you.
The little girl looked back eagerly, a broad smile on her face. The angel took a shining necklace and put it over the little girl's head. In an instant, golden light flowed over her, repairing her torn clothing, healing all her wounds, and grooming her to perfection. The little girl's face beamed with beatific joy.
You may enter,
The angel explained.
follow the light. You'll know where to go.
Without another word, the little girl stood up and walked away, quickly disappearing from sight. I can't find your name here, Peter announced. Were you expected?
What do you mean expected?
I replied. I've been meditating for years, and finally I ascended. Peter gave me a disapproving glare. A volunteer, huh? Almost as bad as a suicide.
What do you mean?
I asked, taken aback. Are you at least part of an organized group? He asked. Not really a member, no. I explained. I pay to meditate in their central hall, but I've never formally joined. They've asked me to, but I kept turning them down. Peter shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers. Then you have a lot of paperwork to fill out for your visa application.
Visa?
I asked quietly. I looked down to see a thick stack of forms lying on the table in front of me. I wasn't sure how long they'd been there. Peter pushed them closer to me. You can take these down to the study hall and fill them out. When you're done, come back. We need to keep this line moving.
The dead have to fill out forms to go to heaven?
I guffawed incredulously. No, Peter snapped. Only the ascended. If you come here before your time, there's a lot of paperwork involved. Normally, churches do that on your behalf. Did you think organized religion existed for no good reason? My mouth hung open. I was unable to form a reply.
Wow, you really are the worst.
I heard Dilemma say. She was glaring at me as if she had found me stuck to the bottom of her shoe.
You had no idea what you were getting into at all.
You belong to an organized group, I scoffed.
Of course,
She snapped.
the necromantic cotillion. You think I stuck all these blades into myself?
She swept her hands over her form.
This takes teamwork.
Wow, you know literally nothing. Peter snarled. Another form appeared on top of my stack. Here's a simplified checklist to help you ease into these forms. I quickly scanned over the checklist.
It says here I have to pick a profession?
Well, of course you do, Peter retorted, throwing his hands up in the air. Do you think I volunteered for this exalted task of having to deal with you? Look at me. This could be your future. He leaned over slightly and looked me in the eye. If heaven was better than being alive, people would be committing suicide left and right to get here. Then where would that leave us? I picked up the checklist and looked at them closely, mostly to shield myself from Peter's penetrating glare. I always thought I'd want to be a bodhisattva.
Aha!
Thelema interjected. She was now wearing a shiny necklace and bathed in a golden glow. All the metalwork implanted in her skin was gone. With her health restored, she looked more beautiful than ever. Gone was the serpentine look in her eyes. They now radiated pure warmth, pure love. I felt a lump rise in my throat. "What happened to all your piercings?" I asked. "They're gone, obviously," she retorted. "It's called penance. Are you telling me you've never heard of prescribing pain for religious purposes?" I always felt like that was so unnecessary and brutal, I opined. She stood up and started to walk away. "Just one more thing you're wrong about." She slapped the back of my head as she passed by, causing my upper body to lurch forward. "I can't believe I was ever attracted to you." She quickly blended in with the crowd and vanished. I stared at her hotly for a moment, then turned back. Peter was unsuccessfully trying to stifle his laughter. He lowered his hand and smirked at me. "What was that all about?" I growled. "Didn't you know?" Peter asked. "Bodhisattva is one of the worst jobs there is. You have to descend back to the lower realms to be a teacher or messiah, though that usually ends with being burned alive for heresy or nailed to a cross or some other awful fate." I resumed reading the checklist. "What other sort of jobs are there?" Peter snickered. "We won't know until you fill out the form, but based on what I've seen so far, you're lucky to end up on welfare in a high-density housing project." "That sounds like hell." "That is hell," Peter revealed. Hell Towers is the largest housing development we have. Block after block of skyscraper apartment buildings, each one more brutalist than the last. A wave of ennui washed over me. My hand fell limply to the table, taking the checklist with it. "This isn't at all what I expected." "So?" Peter shot back. "Who died and made you princess?" I noticed the two angels sitting near Peter were staring at me and laughing. "We're all dealing with this terrible creation in the best way we know how," Peter continued. "You don't have all the answers, and neither do we." I closed my eyes as I felt tears well up inside me. In many ways, heaven was worse than the place I left. "I think I'd prefer to go back." Peter snorted derisively. "Now he gets it." The air suddenly changed around me. My eyes shot open. I was back in the temple, sitting on my cushion. I found myself surrounded by the other acolytes staring at me expectantly, wide grins on all their faces. "You ascended," one exulted. The crowd cheered loudly. "How did you know?" I asked as the applause died down. "Because you stopped moving," another revealed. "And you were giving off a golden light the whole time." I averted my eyes. The tears I'd been fighting started to flow. "What's wrong?" one asked. "You didn't go to hell, did you?" "I don't know," I answered. "I didn't get that far. I think it was some sort of purgatory." The acolytes exchanged worried looks. "What are you talking about?" "Ascension isn't what you think it is," I revealed. "Don't bother trying. It's just big crowds and a lot of waiting." I got up to leave. They stared after me with puzzled expressions. I turned back once before exiting the central hall. "And the forms are incomprehensible." That was the last time I ever stepped foot in the temple, and I don't plan to go back to there or any other church. I'd been preparing most of my life to reach the other side, and found it more terrifying than I can comprehend. And now, I don't know what to do with myself. Should I party until I'm broke? Should I stick myself with pins and needles? Should I join the military and die heroically? Hermeticism has long declared, as above, so below. Only now do I realize the full horror behind that statement. I hope this answers everyone's questions about my ascension. Now you know the brutal truth, that it was nothing worth striving for. And hopefully, you'll understand why I'm now dedicated to living the longest life I can. Because this world, as awful as it is far better than the alternative. Rain poured down on little Rosie as she waited for her parents' car to pull up to the theater. The child wore a white hand-me-down dress, which is now soaked and see-through. Her teeth chattered wildly, and so too did her goosebump-ridden arms shake as she held them to cover herself. No one was around to see her, not at 10 in the evening, but not many would risk exposing themselves to strangers in such a way, let alone a child of 9. The smell of rainwater penetrated her nostrils, sharp and fresh. Rosie looked back at the theater. Righthaven Grand Cinema. The Empire Strikes Back. The Star Wars saga continues. 70mm Dolby Stereo. Rosie didn't know what MM was, nor what Dolby Stereo meant. Still, it had been a good movie, and she had taken a particular liking to the frog Jedi Yoda who lived in a swamp. Rosie hated cliffhangers, even if she didn't know the word for them, and she could not wait for the next movie. What time was it? Surely she'd been waiting for at least half an hour. Had they really forgotten again? It had only been 2 days since they forgot to pick her up after music class. She raised one hand to her eyes, keeping the other over her chest. It was of little use. Warm tears mingled with cold raindrops and concentrated at her chin before falling and splashing on the ground. Rosie considered. The theater was open for 15 more minutes. It was hardly a difficult decision. And so, soaked to the bone, Rosie stepped inside the theater. The ceiling lights were still on, but the cool blue and pink lights that Rosie loved had already been turned off. A man stood at the till. He wore a long-sleeved white shirt with a bright red vest on top, as well as a hat that made him look like a carnival worker. The man looked up at Rosie as she walked into the lobby, dark bags under his eyes. They hid something behind them, an unspoken darkness Rosie couldn't quite place. It reminded her of how she felt she must have looked when her dog Rex had passed. The man scrunched his eyebrows, which did not help with his already wrinkling appearance.
Hey, kiddo,
He sighed.
we're closed. Come back tomorrow.
Rosie looked down, eyes still red and bloodshot. Her hopes sank deeper than a stone in a pond, and she turned around without so much as a glance at the man. She heard a small groan from behind her. Then the man said,
You can stay another 15 minutes, till the last picture's over, but no longer, yeah?
Rosie cracked a smile fainter than the light of the moon as she turned back to the man. The darkness behind his eyes cleared a little at the sight. As he took in the sight of her dress for the first time, he rubbed his forehead in frustration.
Damn it.
He uttered, then spoke more clearly.
Say, how about we get you some new clothes, yeah?
Rosie's eyes widened, and the slight smirk on her face grew to an honest-to-God smile. The man smiled back, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. He led her to a room with a sign above it that read, Staff Only. It was missing letters, that much was obvious, but which ones? She didn't know. The man opened the door and waved for her to follow. Inside, there were a few lockers pressed against the wall with names on them, along with 2 benches in the middle of the room. They looked mighty uncomfortable. The man opened a locker with the name S. Kingsley, then rummaged inside.
Here,
The man said, handing her a white shirt.
this'll be a bit big on you, but it should make up for the lack of pants. Oh, take this too, or you'll soak right through my shirt.
He handed her a white towel, which felt smooth and soft in her hands. She held it with awe, stroking her palm across the fabric and letting the softness of it caress her hand. Her arms folded around it, embracing it in a tight hug. She kept her head down, stroking her cheek with a towel. The man pursed his lips, grimacing as he anticipated the question he knew would come. Rosie looked up at him with puppy-like eyes, eyebrows furrowed.
All right,
Keep the damn thing. He smiled.
You dry yourself before putting that on, yeah?
Rosie nodded.
Okay, I'll be right outside if you need me.
The door slammed shut behind him, leaving little Rosie all alone in the locker room. It suddenly dawned on her just how alone she was. Sure, there was the seemingly nice man working the register, along with people watching the last showing of the night, but they were too far away to do anything in case of an emergency. Even the nice man wouldn't be able to help her. The thought of him comforted her, but the image of the locker room made her shiver. Rosie took off her dress, drying herself with her amazingly soft towel. So many lockers, she thought. Something was inside one of them. Something with long, sharp claws and a face of shadows. The thought was silly, but still it dominated her thoughts so much that she momentarily stood frozen in place. Long, sharp fangs, and arms so long that its curling claws would scrape against the floor's tiles. She imagined it hulking and tall, with a maw of teeth that would sink into her flesh like needles. Rosie hated needles. Always had, Mama had said. Ever since the day a nurse first poked her. Rosie shook the thought. Those were silly thoughts for silly kids. Kids who had seen too many movies. Perhaps it had been the Yeti-like Wampa from the movie she'd seen that had conjured such thoughts in her head. She put on the oversized shirt, and it came halfway down to her knees. The man had been right. Rosie went up to the door and turned the handle. Something did smell awfully rotten in this room, like the compost bin she'd had to throw her half-eaten apples into. Earthy and decayed. She glanced back one last time, then left the room.
I was beginning to think you'd gotten yourself locked in the locker,
the man said. He was standing right beside the locker room and had been waiting for Rosie to come out. The little girl giggled, towel clutched to her chest. You like that, huh? Rosie did like tongue twisters. They made her feel as though her brain turned to goop and her tongue was just a piece of meat flapping around in her mouth.
Peter Parker picked a pack of pickled peppers,
said the man.
Peter Piper,
Rosie corrected, giggling to herself.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Peter Parker.
An awkward silence followed, the kind that stretched a few seconds into a few hours. They stood there, smiling at each other awkwardly before turning their attention to the crowd exiting Theater 1. With an apologetic smile, the man turned toward Rosie.
Your parents, they coming?
He asked in a calm, low voice. Rosie shook her head, holding the towel tight against her chest. Sighing, the man sat down on the ground next to Rosie.
Shit.
He tried, but Rosie was giggling hysterically already.
You ain't heard that from me.
He chuckled. The two stayed there a few minutes longer as the man pondered what to do. He tossed out a few quick ideas, like calling CPS or other authorities, but Rosie's scared eyes told him that this was a very bad idea. Still, he was left with very few choices.
Your parents, they got a landline?
Rosie nodded.
You know their numbers?
She nodded again. The man looked up at her expectantly, but Rosie scrunched her eyebrows.
I can't say that to strangers,
she said.
Well, I'll need to get you home. It'll be okay. Just this once,
the man told her. His calm smile was reassuring, and he did genuinely seem to want to help. Finally relenting, Rosie took a pen and a slip of paper the man offered her and scribbled down the crude numbers. The man smiled and thanked her.
I'm gonna go call them now, okay? You just stay right here.
So, the man turned and walked towards the lobby. He was the last person to ever see little Rosie alive. At first, Rosie sat and waited patiently for the man to return, but as minutes ticked by, she grew bored and curious. In the right place and time, those feelings are healthy and even fun. They bring wonder to a world that desperately needs it. In the wrong place and time, however, those feelings show you why the world needs far more wonders to balance out all that is wrong here. Rosie stood up and pranced around the empty corridor. She walked past the empty theater rooms and remembered all the movies she'd seen in them. Oh, how she loved this place. She came here often and knew the place by heart. She skipped further down the hallway, the white towel dancing behind her as she held it out. It moved and swayed in sync with her new shirt, jerking to the left and right with Rosie's skipping steps. There were couches and cushioned chairs, but Rosie knew not to sit in them if she didn't want nasty gunk sticking to her clothes. People were disgusting like that. She walked happily past them. Soon, Rosie reached the end of the hallway, and she prepared herself to turn back and find the man to ask what was taking so long. Then, she saw lights coming from Theater 7. The doors of the room were wide open, and brilliant, flickering lights danced on the walls of the entrance. Rosie couldn't help herself. She took a few steps closer, close enough to hear the faint sound of jingling bells. Ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling, accompanied by heavy footfalls and very quiet, old-timey orchestral music. There were occasional laughs and hoots, but they sounded muffled and pre-recorded. Rosie stepped through the doors. The entrance had grown dark. Immediately, the smell of paint and charcoal came upon her in a wave. The scents were so intense, it was as if she had a bucket of paint and a piece of charcoal up her nose. The chemical smell mixed with the dark, earthy scent and created a whole new odor, like a piece of dirt soaked in wiper fluid. Rosie loved this smell. It reminded her of art class, of the canvases and paper she expressed herself on. Each stroke opened a rabbit hole to a whole new world, just wide enough that she could fit through and explore all that it offered. The jingling bells grew louder as she grew nearer. When Rosie finally turned the corner, she saw that the theater was as dark as a moonless night, except there was a moon here, in the form of a large spotlight centered directly on what appeared to be a man. He was facing away from Rosie, and he mimed and danced. A cloth crown with 4 ends adorned his head, a small bell having been attached to each end. His black and white striped clothes bulged as if puffed up with air. His shoes, which were as black as coal, made delightful tapping sounds on the wooden floor as he danced. Ting-a-ling went the bells again, as the jester jumped up and down, his arms outstretched towards the empty theater. He stopped and exaggeratedly sniffed the air. His head snapped towards Rosie in an instant, and he tilted his head curiously. On his face was a stark, white mask with an expressive smile carved into it. The eye holes and mouth were far too large for any semblance of realism. With a pep in his step, he walked towards a stunned Rosie. His back was bent so as to remain at eye level with the child, and he swayed his arms back and forth in a playful motion.
Why, bless my bells.
Though it was partially muffled by the mask.
A guest. Oh, a dear little guest come to see my little show.
He stomped an arm's length away from Rosie, then crouched down to meet her gaze. His legs, their outline visible through the fabric, looked thin and emaciated, like he was walking on stilts.
What show?
Asked Rosie.
What show?
Replied the jester in a mock offense. The words put a sour sort of taste in the back of Rosie's mouth, like the acid reflux she had some mornings.
Why, the greatest show this century, silly. With songs and a full audience and a dancing, prancing jester at the center.
With each word, his head bobbed up and down flamboyantly.
But there's no audience,
said Rosie, and the jester nodded along solemnly. His mask seemed to droop, the corners of the carved mouth tugging down in the darkness. He looked down, then said in a dramatically sad tone,
Oh, they all left. They always say they'll come watch, but they never do.
A pit formed in Rosie's stomach. It threatened to grow with each beat of her little heart, to balloon and pop. She hated that feeling even more than she hated needles.
All gone home, left poor old Jester to pack up the laughter himself.
He looked up at her again, a sheen stretching across the white mask as it caught the brilliance of the spotlight again. He cocked his head, and Rosie swore she felt him furrow his eyebrows behind the mask.
You're not supposed to be here, are you?
He more stated than asked.
What would your parents say?
He let a pause drift through the air, and a knot of guilt formed alongside the pit in her stomach.
But I'll forgive it. Yes, I will, because I do so love an audience.
He stretched forth his hand, which was covered by a white glove.
Do you want to be my audience, Rosie?
He said, drawing out her name in a strange, delicate way she had never heard before. It struck her.
How do you know my name?
The jester's bells jingled as he giggled.
Because you're tonight's star, silly.
His giggle turned into a howling laugh, and Rosie swore she caught a sparkle of twilight and stars in his 2 big eye holes. Shooting stars streaked across the pitch-black canvas of his eyes, then exploded, coinciding with his booming laughter. Rosie shifted uncomfortably as he led her to the front row of seats and sat her down in the centermost seat. She sat down, the seat more plump and soft than usual. The jester walked down to the end of the row, picked up a canvas and an easel, and set them down a few feet in front of Rosie.
They play these moving picture shows in this here room but sometimes you have to dare to do something different. Do you like paintings, Rosie?
She nodded, keeping her eyes on the man as he made suave, over-the-top gestures. The jester giggled happily.
Marvelous. This will be our masterpiece.
He dipped his brush into a tin of paint resting near her feet, though Rosie hadn't noticed it was there. The jester swirled the brush exaggeratedly with a dramatic flair. He then made a few quick strokes, the bells going ting-a-ling with each movement.
Is that an hourglass?
Rosie asked curiously, relaxing in her seat.
Oh, a clever little bird,
He said, eye holes gleaming.
Why, yes, that's an hourglass in a circle. What does it mean?
Asked little Rosie again, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth.
Interested in symbolism, are we? Well, this here hourglass is running empty. You ever think about that, Rosie, how time's running out?
He leaned in close to her, back bent and knees completely straight. Little Rosie shook her head.
Good. You shouldn't worry about such things. It won't run out in your time.
Rosie shifted uncomfortably, clutching her towel close to her chest. The jester dipped his brush again, this time into a color Rosie couldn't quite name. It shimmered between red and gold and black, changing with the dusty luminescence of the spotlight. His strokes grew faster now, less careful, as he painted over the hourglass. Long, uneven lines stretched upward like vines. The paint dripped down the canvas in translucent streaks, pooling on the floor. Rosie frowned, still a bit uncomfortable.
That looks like a person. A man,
said the jester brightly.
A man on fire. Or perhaps he is fire himself. Hard to tell, really.
He chuckled to himself, brushing in more streaks.
Art transcends humanity, child. That is the most valuable lesson the human can learn. Art is when you peek beyond the curtain to see beyond what is in front of us. It is to meet the true God in all his glory, to see the day of the black sun.
Rosie hugged the towel tighter.
That's scary.
The jester froze, brush in midair. Then he turned slowly, so slow that the bells made no sound.
Scary,
he repeated softly.
No, my dear. Art isn't scary. It's honest.
He dipped the brush again, the bells jingling faintly.
When people look at a painting and feel scared, it means it's telling them the truth. And people don't much like the truth, do they?
Rosie didn't answer. She just stared at the painted figure, the circle, the hourglass, the burning man beneath it. And something about it made her chest ache. The jester twirled on his heels, spreading his arms wide.
And there it is, our masterpiece. Time and fire, laughter and loss. Isn't it beautiful?
Rosie swallowed hard.
It's pretty. Pretty.
He echoed with a sigh.
Yes, I suppose that's one word for it, but I prefer...
He paused, tapping his chin with the brush handle.
I prefer truthful.
Then, as if shaking off the thought, he clapped his hands together, then twirled the brush in his hand.
Now, every artist must finish what he starts, Rosie. A masterpiece isn't complete without a touch of life.
He dipped the brush into the tin again, and it made a splishing sound. The paint was thicker now, and unnaturally dark. He looked at her with those deep, endless pits.
Would you help me, dear? Just a little touch, a finger's worth.
Rosie hesitated.
I'm not meant to do that with strangers. It's okay. Just this once,
he said, and the broad smile on his stark white mask seemed somehow warped and wicked in the light of the spotlight. Rosie looked away uncomfortably, but felt obligated to comply. The jester had made her a painting, after all.
Come, Rosie, don't be shy. Every great work needs a signature.
She stepped forward, small hand trembling as she reached for the brush. The jester guided it toward her, his gloved fingers brushing against hers.
There,
he cooed.
A delicate hand for a delicate stroke.
Then, faster than she could react, the brush clattered to the floor. The jester's hand darted forward and seized her wrist. The bells jingling.
Hold still now,
He said in a deep, rotten voice. Rosie screamed. She screamed blue murder while the thing behind her held her by the hair, face planted into the canvas. She heard the sound of cloth tearing, and a foul odor escaped the monster that held her. There was a swift motion. Rosie could only feel the cold air following its movement. Building hot, white pain exploded from her neck, and Rosie's raw throat could no longer scream. She felt a warmth trickle down from her neck to her new shirts and towel, and the same warmth spurt out like water from a garden hose. Not 5 seconds later did she lose consciousness, and a minute later, Rosie Linley was dead.
perfect.
Murmured the jester as he kicked little Rosie's body aside. He stepped back, admiring the canvas, the circle, the hourglass, and now a bright red smear cutting through them both, still glistening under the light. He crouched down on his wooden legs and dipped the brush into the pool of blood beneath Rosie, then added the title of his masterpiece. Excerpt from Bright Haven Times, March 14th, 2020. A decades-old unsolved disappearance may have a chilling new connection. In 1981, 9-year-old Rosie Linley vanished from the Bright Haven Grand Cinema. Police recovered a canvas in Theater 7, painted with a mixture of paint and human blood, believed to be Rosie's, bearing the words, "For little Rosie, my masterpiece." A towel, unwillingly white, was also found, but by the time investigators recovered it, the towel was stained a deep crimson. No body was ever recovered, and the only suspect, Stephen Kingsley, was convicted of first-degree murder and executed in 1994. Investigators revisiting the case this week noted a striking similarity to a home invasion in the city's northern district last year. During that incident, 3 teen perpetrators left a crudely drawn circle enclosing an hourglass in the victim's house, a symbol identical to the one featured on Kingsley's canvas. Authorities have confirmed the artwork and the symbol are now being examined for further potential links, though they state that there is no cause for alarm. "We believe the incident in the Northern District was likely a case of copycats," said Police Chief Gordon, noting that the teens may have taken inspiration from historical reports of Kingsley's crime. However, some online true crime communities have questioned this explanation, suggesting that the reoccurring symbol could indicate a deeper or ongoing pattern. I heard that Cave Mitrione has another name, the Siren's Cave. Folks say there's a gust that flows through the cave and causes the sounds of people calling to you. I heard it ain't just the wind. Some old settlers and explorers got stuck down there. Shit got real. Before they knew it, boom, they were gone. Maybe they just fell into the pit. My 2 friends, Trey and Anthony, kept on discussing the majesties of this strange cave in the middle of nowhere outside of our town. Some 70 miles north, there was a large swathe of land housing a large cave that held the eponymous Wailing Cave. I was always up for adventure, being 17 and spending most of my life outdoors, but it was the insistence of my 2 aforementioned friends and their propensity to do far more daring feats that led us to this particular adventure. Come on, Bryce, you know if we tell our folks they'll just stop us, or, worse yet, insisting on coming with us and providing boring rules we don't need. Trey grabbed my shoulder painfully. We're strong, virile men. We don't need any of that shit. Plus, we're not going to need much more than ropes, lights, backpack, and some basic gear. We'll be in and out with either a boring story to tell, or footage that will net us those huge YouTube bucks. Yeah, Trey, I know. I rolled my eyes, imitating his enthusiasm. All right, I'm in. What are we doing? Anthony stood up from my bed, hands on his back, and looking over at the map. He was very much the brains of the operation. All right, we'll leave at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Bryce, borrow your sister's car and pick us up. If your mom asks, tell her we're going hiking or something. Don't say the cave, obviously. If you're super worried about location tracking and your mom not believing you, turn it off. We'll get to the cave before sunrise and be back home by early morning. If anyone asks, we were just doing some bounding in the mountains, okay?
Bounding in the mountains.
Won't that make people think?
Trey started before Anthony let out an audible sigh, and we broke into laughter.
Hey, it's cool, bro. No judgment here. I mean, I know I'm your type, but my girlfriend may have questions.
After some light arguing and insistence by Anthony that wasn't what he meant, we broke open some beers to celebrate the plans in motion and got an early night. When I slept, I envisioned a small opening in the side of a large cliff edge, no bigger than me, and almost as if it were manufactured to my size and stature. I felt my body drawn to it, and even when I tried to resist, my limbs were inescapably pulled into the perfectly shaped holes in the wall. Slipping into the wall, I felt the constricting nature of bedrock pushing on my muscles, squeezing at my bones and ripping at my flesh as I pushed even further in. I could hear something calling out to me from the depths. Then, in an instant, my body was wrenched forward at an astounding rate. My skin split and I felt burning all over as I screamed for the dream to stop. When I awoke, I was laying in a cold sweat and staring down at the bedroom floor, my covers wrapped all around me like a boa constrictor. What the fuck was that? We set about making our preparations in the morning. I felt the cold chill of November air hit my skin as I went downstairs and grabbed my gear from the garage and thanked my sister for the car, even if it meant bribing her $50 to not tell Mom where we were going. By the time I picked up the guys and we'd reached the cave, it was nearly 6 a.m. Dawn was still some time away, but it wouldn't be long before the sunlight exposed our early hour abseiling, and we were pretty confident this place was state property. None of us wanted to get caught by state troopers or the police for trespassing. We worked quickly to get our gear and head down to the mouth of the cave. The thing was gigantic, built into the side of a great rocky mountain that stretched across the surrounding plains, connecting at the base to a slew of other jagged giants that rose into the sky and looked as if they'd puncture the very clouds. The cave's depths were unknown to us, but the width of the mouth gave us a decent inkling. Over 70 feet wide and 30 feet high, gave us all the foreboding we needed.
Damn. Big mouth, huh?
Trey remarked, trying to find a joke that fit within his adult, juvenile mind.
I guess you can take all three of us at once, eh?
Nervous laughter filled the awkward silence, as neither myself nor Anthony wanted to be the first to venture in. We had very little light beyond the first few feet, and didn't expect to turn on our headlamps so early. Nevertheless, we ventured forth together, and within a few minutes, the entrance's warmth gave way to cold indifference inside the cave. The entrance was simple. It jutted down on a slightly steep incline for about 5 minutes before widening into a fork that split two ways, one going left and up, the other going right and down. Pausing for a moment to listen for any distinct sounds, we heard something emanate from the right path. A soft, guttural wailing. "You think it's..." I began, eyeing the passageway with anticipation and concern, Trey rubbing his hands together.
Oh, hell yeah. I think it's the pit. We ready?
Before we even replied, he set off ahead and left myself and Anthony still faced with the foreboding nature of venturing on. We both knew there was something unseemly. "What did you say this cave was called? Siren's Call? I've not heard that one before," I remarked, carefully trudging forth to catch up with Trey and flinching at every small juddering of the cave walls. Anthony scoffed and picked up his pace.
Clues in the name, bud. Siren's Call was the original moniker locals gave this place. They said it housed something deep in the pit that fed off those with weak wills, used the voices of those they loved to entice them in and devour them. Natives said it was an evil spirit. and told the authorities to seal the cave off. But of course, they never did. It became the Wailing Cave sometime later, to help with tourism, and I can't say I blame them. Sure as hell brought us here. Yeah, illegally, might I add, I remarked, forcing a smile. Still, though, creepy as fuck name. We nodded and turned the final corner into a large opening, the ceiling of the cave hundreds of feet above us, a pair of tunnels on the other side of the clearing around 200 feet across from us. In the center sat a pit with raised bricks around the opening, the width of it easily 100 feet. Even coming close to it brought me anxiety, but not as much as seeing Trey securing his line to the side of the pit and giving us a thumbs up as he abseiled down.
See you fuckers soon. I'm gonna get us some Monet.
He called as he descended into the darkness. We shook our heads and tried to contain our concerns. Trey was always the daredevil among us. He'd once broken his leg trying to evade law enforcement, scaling a large fence and not even thinking about the drop afterwards. But when the line grew taut and the snapping sound bounced around the cave, we knew something was wrong.
Trey!
I called out. No response. We ran over and peered down the pit, his line still attached and absolute darkness after the first 10 feet. We held onto the line and tried pulling against it in vain, worried he'd passed out from hitting his head. A sense of audible dread filled my body the longer I stared, Anthony's forehead breaking out in a cold sweat as we waited for a response. We got it, in the form of the line snapping and Trey's terrified screams as he fell further and further down. It was a horrific, visceral sound that sent my knees buckling, and Anthony grabbed me to stop my momentum, dragging me into the pit with him.
We have to go. We need to get help. Now.
He cried, shaking my shoulders until I saw sense. I nodded, and we dashed for the entrance. What followed chilled my blood and stopped us dead in our tracks.
Hey, I'm fine. Just spooked the shit out of me is all. Don't panic. Jeez. Just come back and throw me a line. I'll be able to get up.
Anthony breathed a sigh of relief and began walking back, but I pulled on his collar and shook my head, eyes wide and full of fear, a finger up to my lips.
What? He's stuck down there, dude. We gotta help him.
He hissed, keeping his voice low as I asked.
Did you hear his body hit the ground?
I asked, his eyes fixated on mine and not responding when I asked.
Did you hear his body hit the ground, Anthony?
He swallowed, looking over his shoulder and back to me, shaking his head.
How deep is that pit, if you were to guess?
I pressed him, a transference of nerves between us as we kept quiet.
Guys, you still there? I could just about make out your voices. Coming to help, man. We ain't gonna get this sweet YouTube stack with me staying down here.
He called, concern and fear racking his voice.
I'd say over 500 feet, if not deeper.
He replied, the fear mounting the more he spoke.
So if he did fall, with the length of the rope bringing him down maybe 200 feet, he'd be dead. He didn't use anywhere near enough to scale that far down. So,
I let the question linger in the air for a moment as a chill ran through the cave. Was it the breeze the natives mentioned?
So, what's calling out to us from the pit?
He finally intonated, our foreboding growing like a cancer as we stared at the pit just 30 feet away.
Trey, what's your girlfriend's birthday?
I called out, an idea popping to mind.
Huh? Why? Guys, this ain't 21 questions. Come over and help me. I feel fine, but that may be adrenaline. I need to lift out of here. Now, come on.
He shouted back, Anthony taking another step forward.
Answer the question, Trey. We just want to make sure all's fine. You know the legend of this cave as well as we do. How far down are you?
He called out, the frustration apparent now in Trey's voice.
Oh, for fuck's sake, it's sometime in April. I can't remember when, okay? I'd say I fell maybe 50 feet. Soft down here. Guess it broke my fall. Happy?
Anthony and I exchanged looks as he shook his head, backing away towards me.
I hear you walking away. Damn it. Anthony, hey. You're the smartest guy I know. So I just got a question for you. If you're that worried I'm not who I say I am, which, if you'll pardon the expression, is fucking stupid, who am I?
I swear his voice shifted just a tad as he asked the last question, but he didn't stop.
You've always been the sort of guy who loved mysteries. Imagine what secrets are down here. Well, you could know if you saw what I see. All you have to do is throw me a line. I'll tell you everything.
Anthony's eyes were wide, darting between me and him. I couldn't understand how this was even a difficult choice. It clearly wasn't Trey, or if it was, he was not someone we could save on our own with our limited equipment. Why was this so hard for him? But seeing that glazed look in his eyes, the slackness of the jaw as he walked over to the pit and threw a line, I realized why the cave used to be called the Siren's Call.
I'm begging you, Anthony, come with me. We can save Trey within a couple of hours with the right people. We don't need to put ourselves at risk.
I reached out a hand, not willing to get close, but also worried about my friend's slowly deteriorating sanity. He looked at the rope and looked at me, holding out a hand, keeping his dominant one on the line of rope as it fell down and knocked against the inner pit wall. In an instant, it grew taut and snapped as Anthony was pulled into the pit head first. His screams filled the cave and threatened to burst my eardrums with their piercing shrill. I turned away and covered my head until it stopped reverberating. That silence greeted me. I felt my body surge with adrenaline, and all things urged me to go to the entrance. But as Anthony's calm voice called from the pit, a malaise overcame me, and while I didn't dare turn around, I suddenly felt it difficult to make any sudden moves.
Bryce, you were always a loyal friend. The furniture in the room that tied us together. You're never gonna make it outside without us. You know that. I gotta agree with Anne. You're sort of like the yes man, but awkward, full of self-doubt and undesirable traits. Ain't nobody gonna want that complex mess.
I felt tears fill my eyes and rush down my cheeks. Something was crawling out of the pit, scaling its walls with thick digits digging into the rock and grunting as it ascended.
I can't join you. I have a life out there, and so do you. So do my friends that you're using to talk right now.
I clenched my fists, trying to move, but still unable.
Why can't you let them go? Why can't you let us all go?
Something pulled at the outside of the pit, scratching against the mortar and panting. It sounded large.
Then how else would we talk to you? We have no voice of our own. We know no other way than to be used as meat puppets.
It gurgled and laughed as Anthony spoke, his voice breaking down and distorting. Whatever was behind me was finding its way to me, and the voice grew closer. It was so visceral and real that I almost turned around.
Good joke, Trey. After all, we're all meat puppets in the end. So, why wait? Besides...
Hot breath pushed against my ankles. It was so close.
You smell ready to us.
At that moment, my fear gave way to flight, and I bolted for the passage, dropping my back on whatever was behind me. It contained several pieces of heavy equipment that I'd prepped for my own abseiling, and that being unceremoniously brought down on anyone would hurt. The thing howled as my pace picked up.
So ready, why wait? So ready, why wait?
It bellowed, claws and hot breath tearing into the walls as I rushed, my eyes blurring and blood aching as I pushed through the agony. As soon as light filled the opening, the panting stopped. No cry of pain or slinking into the darkness. It simply ceased. I didn't dare turn around until I was back at the top of the hill leading to the mouth. When I did, I saw nothing. Simply the entrance to a cave none of us should have ever ventured into. My friends still trapped inside. The drive home was filled with anxiety, fear, and pain. I did the right thing and contacted the state police on my way back. They mounted a search and declared that Anthony and Trey's deaths were entirely by accident. Death by misadventure was the official cause of death. We were called stupid boys looking for a thrill, and the town by and large felt sympathetic to me. Life moved on, and even several years later, still living in that small, rocky town, I get looks of sympathy and pity. Poor boy, he still thinks there's something there. Can't accept being the only one, I suppose, they'd say, looking at me as if I were a lost lamb with no idea of where to go or what to do. Even my own family gave me a wide berth, therapy and support. But I knew better. I still do now. The cave has been closed off properly for some time. Nobody is smart enough to venture close since the incident. But that doesn't stop people trying. Curious to see if the legends of Cave Mitrion, the Wailing Cave, the Siren's Call, were as grisly and blood-curdling as they heard. But, at least I hope, they'll never learn the truth. Not long after the incident, I had those nightmares again, enticing me into my own private little hole in the wall, squeezing and constricting me. Only now I saw my friends at the end of this increasingly claustrophobic tunnel, calling to me in pain to join them, to help them. I sought out a native man in the area and told him of what happened. He listened and never judged or thought of me as a fool. Instead, his face grew full of sorrow, and he handed me a totem to keep with me. Spirits inhabit this cave, the kinds that can never truly rest. They will always wish to pull more in and add to their energy. You were most likely their target from your dreams, the others simply used as bait. Some nights, I don't just awaken in a cold sweat from the nightmares. Some nights, I find myself standing at the front of my window, staring in the direction of the cave, now seemingly visible from so far a distance, beckoning me. When I drive through the mountains for work, I hear them. I hear them so clearly. I hear their voices as clear as I hear my own family's calling into my ear. So ready. Why wait? Last night, when this woman came into the ER of Riverside General, I didn't think it was anything out of the ordinary. People showed up bloody and incoherent all the time. But this woman, Emma, was different. She was wearing a green military jacket, the lining slashed to ribbons as if she'd attacked it with a kitchen knife. She fractured 3 ribs and gouged her arms raw, but the damn thing was still on her, clinging like it had been sewn into her skin. I've been a nurse for 14 years. I've seen addicts rip out IVs and men twice my size foam at the mouth, but what Emma said shook me to the core. And for the first time in my life, I believed evil might exist. Blood bubbled from between her teeth, and in a gruff voice that didn't sound like it belonged to her, she said,
James, Harry wants to know if Kathy's okay. Tell me she's okay.
I'm getting ahead of myself here. I haven't slept in over 24 hours, so you can understand. Roughly a year ago, I was working the graveyard shift. It was 3:15 in the morning, and the doors of the ER flew open. A family of 4 was rushed in, all of them with gunshot wounds. 2 of the 4 family members were already DOA, an old man in his late 70s and a woman in her 40s. The old man was from a self-inflicted gunshot wounds to the head. He had shot his whole family. One of the family members was still conscious, a man named Perry, who was trying to stop the bleeding when he gripped my arm and whispered,
Is Kathy okay? Tell me she's okay.
Kathy was Perry's wife, and she was already gone. None of the family members lived. No one but me, Perry, and the other medical professionals in the room that morning knew that he asked me that, and Perry died 30 seconds after I lied and told him she was going to make it. So when Emma asked me that same question, yeah, it chilled me to the bone. How could she have known? How did she even know my name? I haven't been able to shake it since. So once we got Emma sedated and placed her in restraints, I went to the waiting room to let her boyfriend, Ryan, know that Emma was stable. All he asked me was,
Is the jacket off?
It was, and I told him as much. We had put it in a hazardous waste bag, which is why it was so much weirder when I went back to her room and the jacket was on the chair next to her. Its sleeve brushed my arm as I stepped closer, sticky with dried blood. I couldn't imagine any of the hospital staff would put a bloody jacket back in the room. It didn't make any sense. That's when I noticed Emma's eyes were open, like she was staring into my soul.
Tell me what happened to Kathy, James.
Her voice gruff again. How do you know about that? I asked her. Her eyes closed, and she fell back asleep. I moved through the hallway, asking anyone and everyone on staff who put the jacket back in Emma's room, but no one seemed to know what I was talking about. It got to the point where I started getting strange looks. One of my colleagues asked if I was feeling okay. I wasn't. I'm still not. I went back to the room, and the jacket was gone. So then I checked the storage room. The jacket back in the hazardous waste bag. I have no clue how it got there. I was afraid I was losing it. I was told to go home and get some rest. I didn't want to. I needed to figure out what the hell was going on, but I was basically forced to leave. I went back home. I had a couple drinks. I think I just needed to relax, but I stayed up all night with thoughts of Emma and Perry. I couldn't understand how they were connected. It was proof of an afterlife. I'd seen people die over and over, and now it felt like evidence that we didn't simply cease to exist. That maybe the people I loved, someone I'd lost, might not be gone forever. My mind infected. Which is why I decided to go to the house where Perry and his family were murdered. The house had sat vacant since the murders, which made it easy to slip into the back. I used the butt of a flashlight and a rag to smash a small pane in the back door. When I first entered, I felt a shift, even with the early morning light sneaking through the windows. It was dark. My chest got tight. I told myself it was because I knew what had happened in this home. I walked through the living room. The floorboards creaked every other step. I was climbing the stairs to the second level when I suddenly smelled something metallic. It made my stomach twist. There was the scent of blood flooding my nostrils. Then, Harry stumbled to the foyer below, bleeding profusely. In an instant, he vanished, and then gunshots rang out. I sprinted up the steps as quickly as I could, my hearing fuzzy. It felt like ice was rushing through my veins, and before I knew it, I ducked inside a bedroom down the hallway. I'm not exactly sure how long I'd been sitting in the darkened room when the closet door across from me slowly swung all the way open. It came to a stop when it bumped gently up against the wall. I could only see children's clothes hanging inside. A soft voice from inside the closet said,
Hey, come here.
Then a child's pale arm protruded out from between the hanging clothes and waved me toward the closet. There was no way in hell I was going over there. The child whispered again.
We need to hide. Grandpa's acting weird.
I was terrified, both by what he said, but also the thought of moving toward the closet. I came to this house for answers, though. So, I went over to the closet. I stopped right in front of it. I couldn't see past the clothes. This prevented me from seeing anything beyond them. I could either leave or wonder forever what I would find out. So, I parted the hanging fabrics and crawled inside. I didn't see the boy. I looked behind me, to my left and right. "Hello?" I said quietly. He wasn't there. The hairs stood up all over my body. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight, and the boy appeared out of thin air, covering the light with his hand. "No," he hissed. There I sat, face to face with a ghost.
When's my mom coming back? She said we would leave after dinner.
His big eyes looked up at me. I realized he was scared.
Do you know a woman named Hannah?
I asked him. The look on his face shifted. His fear vanished, replaced by a strange recognition. "You know who I'm talking about, don't you?" He stayed silent. I could tell he knew something. "She was my wife." I can't tell you how badly I wanted him to say something, and I think he was about to. Then we heard furious footsteps pounding up the stairs from below, and I snapped back to being scared. He cut me off with a harsh whisper. He backed himself further into the closet, hiding as best as he could. His bedroom door flung open and smacked into the wall. I could barely see out from behind the clothes, but I had a sliver of a vantage point and caught sight of someone walking in.
"Joshua."
An old man's voice called out. I heard a rifle being cocked. I couldn't see him anymore, but I could hear his footsteps. It felt like forever, but must have only been a few seconds when he moved back into my line of sight. He turned slowly toward the closet.
"Joshua, you there?"
He walked over to us methodically. I could hear my heartbeat thumping like a freight train. I looked to the little boy whose eyes were shut tight. I looked back out to the room, and the old man was settled right in front of the closet. Something fell to the ground. It was dentures. The old man said something, but it was mumbled. He reached down, and his hand was covered in blistered sores. He snatched up his dentures and popped them back into his mouth because I could understand what he said next.
"Close your eyes."
I looked over to the boy. He was gone. When I turned back, the old man was standing right in front of me. The hanging clothes slid aside on their own, and the barrel of a rifle leveled at my face. It was a split second, but I swear he was wearing the same green jacket Emma had tried to slash off herself. Then, just like that, he fired the gun. I saw the spark of the barrel and heard the crack of the chamber right before I closed my eyes tight. I felt something hot and sharp tear across my cheek. I was still screaming when I opened my eyes back up. The room was suddenly empty. The old man was gone. The silence was so complete it felt unreal. For a moment, I thought, maybe it hadn't happened. Then I felt it. A warm trickle sliding down my face. I touched my cheek. My fingertips came away, red. Blood. My blood. This was proof. Proof that something beyond our world exists. And that jacket had something to do with it. I left, and I didn't drive home. I went back to the ER. I walked the halls to the storage room where I last saw the jacket. The jacket was gone. The bag it was in, empty. It must have moved, I thought. It must have gone back to Emma's room. I walked in, and she was asleep. My eyes scanned the room for the jacket. It wasn't anywhere to be seen. Emma's eyes snapped open.
Where am I?
She said. The look in her eye was different. She looked around the room completely lost, innocent and scared. Then, all the lights in the ER went out. It was suddenly pitch black. The noise of panic began to swell into the room from outside. Then I smelled smoke. Clear smoke. It was strong. So strong that I began coughing, choking on it. The red glow of a lit cigar appeared. Its embers shed just enough light for me to make out the face of the old man, where Emma had been. The lights came back on, and it was Emma again. The innocent look in her eyes, gone. It was like she was looking into my soul.
Ryan has it,
She said, in that gruff voice. Then she said,
I can help you talk to Hannah again.
I didn't even say anything. I couldn't. I was too tempted. I would have let her go. So here I am, sitting behind the steering wheel of my car in the ER parking lot. I don't know what to do next. Do I go outside and let Emma out? Should I go find Ryan? I don't know what to do. If you don't hear from me again, it means something awful has happened. And if that's the case, let the police know that James, the ER nurse from Riverside General, is probably dead. Or worse. Part 1. It's never a good sign to wake up in an unfamiliar room. Eyes adjusting to his dimly lit surroundings, that's exactly what Nicholas Olson found himself in. Calmly looking around the room, Nick tried to get a bearing on the situation. This wasn't the first time he'd woken up in an unfamiliar place, though usually he'd find himself in an apartment to some woman he hung out with the day before, or a drunk tank at the local precinct. This room, though, almost seemed like a strange mix of the two. While the room was mostly uniform in color, solid grays being the color of choice, and sterile, it also had more of a hotel feel to it. Bed, TV, nightstand, mini-fridge, the usual. Nick scratched the back of his head and closed his eyes, trying to think back to the night before. He could only get glimpses of memories through his current haziness, nothing that would explain where he was. Stiffly, Nick sat up from the bed and did his best to look around for any clues. He started with the immediate, his personal being. A moment of confusion twisted Nick's face as he looked down at his gray shirt and matching gray pants. Prison, maybe. Some sort of uniform, he thought to himself, checking his pockets for anything useful. Finding them empty, he swore under his breath. What the hell's going on? Nick began to feel anxious, having more questions than answers. Nick noticed a mirror across the room and walked closer to inspect himself further. Everything seemed okay. His short black hair and trimmed beard were fully intact. His blue eyes scanned for any sort of anomaly. A tag, a bracelet, a brand, a bruise, a mark, anything. To his knowledge, beyond the clothes on his back, nothing was out of the ordinary. With a quick hum, the television across from the bed turned on, startling Nick. On screen, a 3D logo Nick didn't recognize rotated on a gray background, with a 3-minute countdown. The logo consisted of multiple rings overlapping, with an eye in the center, like the one you'd find on an American dollar. No, I'm done with this. Too weird for me, Nick decided, as he went for what seemed to be the only door in the room, only for the handle to not budge. Yeah, prison, he swore again. Nick sat back down on the bed, putting his face in his hands. The lack of windows should have been the clue. Raising his head, he surveyed the room once more. On second glance, there were too many liabilities in the room for it to be a prison, he decided. The bed sheets, the wire for the mini-fridge, the breakable mirror. Too many risks to take on a prisoner. Where, then? Why? Nick turned his attention to the timer on the screen, counting down its final moments. I guess I'll see. At 0, a chime came from the TV, one that sounded vaguely like some sort of news jingle that you'd heard between segments or in a cheesy company training video. A woman in a pure white dress appeared on the screen, a stark contrast to the constant use of gray. Her blonde hair fell past her shoulders, piercing blue eyes directly fixed into the camera. Her voice came through, practiced and purposeful. Hello, candidates. You may be wondering where you are and what's going on, she explained in a neutral yet comforting tone. You have been given the rare opportunity to better your current circumstances. We at Sarah Strauss Recruitment have partnered up with Umbralith Holdings to conduct the interview process for the position of CEO. Due to your affinities, attributes, and talents, you've been selected as part of the candidate pool. Nick was floored. Candidate for CEO? They got the wrong guy. There's no way in hell I want to be a CEO of whatever this is, especially for a company that hires recruiters who kidnap their candidates, he thought to himself. The woman continued. Before you were sent here, each candidate had agreed to be part of the interview process. You may not remember agreeing to this interview process. You may not remember much before you awoke in actuality. Do not worry, this is completely normal. In honor of fairness and equal opportunity, we provided every candidate with a memnet, courtesy of our own Dr. Lethay. The woman is shifted to the side of the screen as an image of a brain appears in the center. She points over to a specific part. Targeting the hippocampus, memnet alters the memories of a person, allowing them to form new memories, while also allowing us to block out others. This allows us to measure a person's raw aptitude. Memories of past experiences, biases, and opinions of a company can influence decision-making during our interview process. By temporarily blocking these memories, we can assess our candidates based solely on their present qualities and skills. Nick scratches his beard as he thought to himself. Alright, so for some reason I agreed to this interview process, if I can trust what they're saying. Things must have been bad if I'm desperate enough to say yes to this. Nick did his best to think back to before he awoke, but was only greeted by faint glimpses of what struggled to be memories. Wanting to avoid a headache, Nick stopped and refocused back on the woman on the screen. In a moment, we will be opening your doors to the waiting room, where I will explain the next steps in person. Before that, however, it must be made clear that this interview is, and will be, for the entire duration, voluntary. If you are feeling any second thoughts about this process, please push the red button near the side of this screen. The moment she said button, a small panel on the wall flips around, revealing a small, glowing button. At any time during the interview process, simply pressing the red button will emit a harmless gas into your room, which will put you to sleep. We will erase any memories of this place and return your old memories, and you will go back to the life you were living. Nick stood immediately and walked over to the button. Yeah, no, I'm done with this, he decided in his head. Standing in front of the button, though, Nick hesitated. This is absolutely nuts, but Nick began to weigh his options. Alright, so clearly this is weird. Understatement. But an opportunity to be CEO. Maybe I stick around for a little bit, see what this is like. If I don't like it, I press the button, just like the woman said, right? Nick stood there for what felt like minutes, staring at his reflection in this small red button. To his side, with a hiss and a click, the front door unlocked and swung open. Tentatively, he walked out of the room and into the hallway, where he was met by a few other people leaving their rooms, also dressed in the same grays as him. Wordless as a collective, they all noticed there was only one way to go. And so, the small crowd made its way down the hall. Unsurprisingly, the hall opened up into a larger room with more of the same gray architecture. There were chairs and a raised stage with a podium where the woman from the television was standing. Her smile soothed like a beaming beacon. Looking up revealed a skylight with rolling clouds above. The group took their seats in front of the stage, murmuring awkward greetings to each other. The imposing man sitting next to Nick reached his large, calloused hand out to him.
Jimmy Ogilvy. At least I think I'm Jimmy. Hard to say with all this brain fog.
He chuckled. Nick Olson, Nick replied, reciprocating the handshake politely. The man's grip matched his presence. Certainly one way to apply for a job, huh? Nick tried to match Joe's tone. Jimmy guffawed.
Hell, whatever happened to just filling out a form?
He nudged Nick, nearly toppling him. Their conversation was cut short the moment the woman at the podium raised her hand to get everyone's attention. An air of tension drifted through the room. The woman cleared her voice and began to speak.
On behalf of Sarah Strauss Recruitment, thank you all for proceeding with this interview. My name is Hope, and I'll be in charge of your recruitment process. I know there are some questions and concerns you may have.
The murmurs in the crowd seemed to agree.
But hopefully, I should be able to explain everything. As I've said in the recording, this process is entirely by choice. Your choice. Should you choose to remove yourself from the candidate pool, simply press the button in your room and you will be escorted from the facility back to your old life. This opportunity will be present throughout the entirety of the interview process.
She paused, as if to give people an opportunity to change their mind again. No one budged. Her smile grew as she continued.
Now, I'm sure you guessed by now that this isn't a regular interview.
She chuckled, as did some of the crowd.
Now, due to the nature of our client company, they request that we carry out the interview to the level of caliber that they expect from us. You won't be answering simple questions or anything like that. Our goal is to test not what you know, but who you are. You need to align to the same standards and morals as the CEO of Umbrelith Holdings, if you wish to take the mantle.
Jimmy spoke up, his voice rough around the edges.
How are we supposed to know who we are if we don't even know what we had for lunch yesterday?
His stout, hardened face scrunched as he spoke, his arms folded over his chest. Hope's smile never wavered, her attention now focused on him.
Well, that's a great question, Jimmy,
she began. Immediately, the man was on alert, arms now uncrossed.
Now hold on.
He was interrupted by Hope, holding her hand up to pause him. She continued.
You see, though you don't have a recollection of your past memories, you're still you, who you've become based on the decisions that you've made in your life. That's what we're measuring. Some of you may be more familiar with the company than others, and we're not here to measure how good you are at not researching your company figures and their mission statement. To your core, you need to match the values that Umbrelith Holdings desires. Now, everyone has an equal playing field.
Jimmy didn't seem satisfied with the answer, but didn't seem to protest any further either. Hope looked around the room, waiting to see if anyone else would speak up. A hand raised from a woman near Nick. Hope acknowledged her.
So what do we do? How will you know if we're the right one?
She seemed more anxious than annoyed. Hope wasn't fazed at all by her question, as if expecting this to be the next natural thing to be asked.
Simple. We're going to run simulations, Hope started. You'll be placed into different situations, and your goal is to resolve them by whatever means you deem best. We'll monitor your progress within the simulation to see if you share the same viewpoints as the CEO of Umbrelith Holdings. A few different situations, and the best candidate will go on to take the position of CEO. As easy as that.
Her words flowed in a sing-song pattern in a comforting way. She motioned behind the stage to a double set of doors.
We'll lead you all into the simulation chambers and begin the first test, unless there are any questions first.
Silence. Nick had a lot of questions, but felt it wasn't the time for them. Hope clapped her hands together.
Perfect. No time like the present, right? This way.
The double doors clicked and swung open as she motioned for the interviewees to stand and follow. Clumsily, Nick and the rest of the candidates walked onto the stage and into the dimly lit hallway after her. Immediately upon entering the hallway, Nick saw a bunch of men and women, each one standing in front of a door, holding a whiteboard with a name on it. As they walked, Jimmy spotted his name and gave a friendly wave to the person holding it. The man smiled back and ushered Jimmy into the room. It didn't take long for Nick to find a short, red-haired woman holding a sign that read, Nick Olson, and he stopped in front of her.
Well, Nick, I assume?
She asked, with a tone that felt more like a question than a statement. Unless there's another Nick Olson, he shrugged with a smile. She brightened at the banter.
No, just you. Come inside,
she chirped, stepping out of his way, gesturing towards the door. He stepped inside. Thanks, he paused.
Virginia,
she said, closing the door behind him. Inside, the room felt like something out of a science fiction movie. A stark white room with a large chair in the middle, with some sort of high-tech machine sticking up from the top of the chair, like a hair-drying helmet from a salon. Virginia walked past Nick and stood in front of a console that resided next to the chair. She motioned towards the chair while she began tinkering with the dial and knobs of the console. Have a seat, Mr. Olson, she requested, her focus maintained on the task in front of her. Nick hesitated a moment before sitting carefully into the chair. It felt like one that you sit in at a doctor's office, comfortable enough for the moment, but not enough to be actually comfortable, Nick decided to himself. So, what, I attend a few virtual board meetings and potentially become a CEO? Nick smirked, looking over to Virginia to see her reaction. She smiled politely, in a customer service type of smile, and made eye contact with him. Not exactly. These simulations are a bit more complex than that, she began. Once inside, if ever you need some direction or want out, simply check your watch. She pointed to her own left wrist as she talked. I'll be the only way to communicate with the outside world. Beyond that, you're on your own in there. Everything else isn't real. Simple enough, right? She shrugged before going back to working at her console, which hissed and clicked with each interaction. Sure, being thrown into a simulation to do who knows what for what's probably the world's weirdest interview. Just like any other Wednesday. Nick breathed out a sigh that shaped into a chuckle. Virginia nodded in satisfaction. Now you're getting it. She walked over and lowered the contraption onto Nick's head. She pressed a button and waved as the hum of the machine began to pick up. Good. Her voice seemed to stretch, as did Nick's vision in the helmet, until everything faded to black. There was enough time for Nick to notice everything's gone dark, but not enough time for him to form a thought before he found himself sitting at a bus stop on the sidewalk of a city. Nick blinked to unblur his vision. The city around him was bustling, akin to something like New York City. Nick looked down at his old clothing, now dressed in professional business attire. Crowds of people passed by the bus bench, seemingly having somewhere to be. Upon looking closer, he noticed all the people walking by were faceless. He quickly checked his watch. It was a smartwatch with the time and a written objective. Wait for the bus. Simple enough, Nick thought to himself. Just need to wait for a bus to arrive. Not sure how they're going to measure anything with this first simulation. Lost in his thoughts, Nick was surprised when a woman on the phone sat next to him on the bench. She was clearly at the tail end of a heated conversation. To his continued surprise, when he looked over, she clearly had a face. The young woman was beautiful, and had long black hair with deep blue eyes. Yeah, Dad, I know. Look, She frowned when she was cut off. Whatever the person on the other end was saying, the woman clearly seemed to shift to a resignation. Yes, Dad, I understand. I promise. I'll talk to you soon. Love you. She hung up the phone and sighed, staring straight ahead. Nick let the silence hang for a moment, not sure if he should even say anything. He spoke before he could make up his mind. Trouble at home? He asked softly. What? Oh, it's nothing. The woman jumped slightly when Nick spoke, as if he knocked her out of a stupor. Just, Dad's being protective. Yeah? Protective about what? About some boy you're seeing, I'm sure? He teased gently, trying to get the young woman to relax a little. She giggled. No, it's not that. Dad actually likes my boyfriend, considering he's the one who set me up with him. What? Like some arranged marriage nonsense? Nick couldn't hide the surprise and disdain in his voice. The woman was flustered. Well, not quite. I guess, but it's okay. He's great. That's not the problem. The woman sighed to collect her thoughts. Me and my boyfriends want to go to college, learn whatever we can learn, go out there and be something. But Dad... Her eyes sink down for a moment. Dad wants us to stay with him on the farm. He wants me to promise that I won't go to school, that it'll be the end of me if I do go. Nick let out a mixture of a laugh and a scoff. You're kidding, right? Your dad just wants you to, help on the farm or whatever? That's ridiculous. Is that what you want? He asked, genuinely. Inside, Nick was steaming. Just because he's her father, he gets to tell her how to live her life? That's not right, he thought to himself. I love my dad, but... The woman sniffled. I know you haven't asked for my advice, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. Nick spoke up. Life's too short. You should do what you want to do. You want to learn? Go to school. Go for it. Will you make some mistakes along the way? Sure, everyone does. But then you learn from it. You pick yourself up and you move forward. Look at me. He motions to himself. I've made a slew of mistakes. Yet here I am, waiting on a bus for... He paused. Well, I'm interviewing for a position as CEO.
Really?
The woman brushed her nose with the sleeve of her shirt.
But what if my dad disowns me and my boyfriend?
Then he's failed at being a supportive dad. Nick fired back firmly. A dad disowning his kid and his boyfriend just because they want to better themselves? To get an education? Does that sound fair to you? Does that sound right?
I guess not.
The woman sullenly responded. Nick placed an arm on her shoulder. Listen, it's hard to drop family. I get it. They're blood. Sometimes, though, we need to do what's right for us. Build a group of people around you that'll support your interests. You and your boyfriend can go out there and meet new people. People who like you for who you are. Who won't keep you boxed in, and at the same time, keep you grounded. Who knows? Your dad might even come around one day when he's seen how much you've grown.
That sounds nice.
The woman gave a light, genuine smile.
Thank you.
Nick shakes his head and waves dismissively. What? I didn't do anything besides talk your ear off, waiting for... As if it was there the whole time, suddenly the bus was in front of them, hissing as the doors swung open. The woman stood and stepped up onto the stairs. She looked back at Nick.
Well, in any case, good luck with your job interview.
Nick. He smiled warmly at her.
Evelyn.
She grinned back. As he went to stand up, time slowed just like it did when he first entered the simulation, and his vision narrowed to a pinpoint. Before he knew it, he was back on the VR chair, the helmet rising up off his head, with Virginia typing away at the keyboard. Part 2. Well, how'd I do? He asked, scratching his head. Virginia nodded, reviewing the data collected.
You did very well, Mr. Oldson. You'll be making it to the next round. We'll escort you back to the room where you can rest. We'll let you know when the next scenario will start.
As they walked him back to the room, Nick mulled over the scenario. It was clear to Nick they weren't actually measuring how good he was at waiting for a bus. It was his conversation with Evelyn that was important, but Nick couldn't figure out why. What was it about that conversation that showed he had qualities the company was looking for in their CEO? Nick spent most of the time in his room trying to break down the significance of the scenario. It was hard for him to sleep. The passage of time was tough to tell, without any windows in the room itself. Sometime later, the TV had turned on by itself, with a short timer. Once the timer reached 0, the door clicked and hissed, signifying it opened. Nick walked past the red button on the wall of his room without giving it a second glance, and into the atrium. The grey clouds continued to roll overhead on the skylight. There was a slight thinning of the crowd compared to before the first simulation. Probably all the people who did poorly in the first round were sent back home, Nick surmised. Quickly, the candidates were led back to the VR rooms, where Nick, once again, found Virginia.
Hey, Nick. Ready for the next round?
She asked in an artificially sweet manner. Sure. Not much else to do around here, right? Nick laughed, making himself comfortable in the chair.
Rightio.
She beamed, working at the console to get everything set up.
Everything's all set.
She walked over to Nick, lowering the device on her head, and the familiar crawling of time took over his being. When his vision readjusted, Nick found himself staring into an interrogation room, the fluorescent lights overhead flickering slightly. Through the glass wall in front of him sat a man in intricate robes, wearing a wooden mask over his face. Nick was about to check his watch for what to do when a voice behind him startled him.
Sir, thank you for once again coming. If anyone's gonna get this guy to open up, it'll be you.
A short, gruff man stood next to Nick, smelling of cigarettes. His jet-black mutton chops framed his hardened, scowling face.
Picked this guy up from the edge of the woods. We've been looking for a group of people that fit his description.
The man motions to the robed figure's appearance.
Their leader's been on our radar for some time, but he's elusive. This guy seems shook, but he won't talk. Maybe you can get in there, help him out a little.
Nick furrowed his brow for a moment. Interrogations? What does this have to do with being a CEO? What kind of job am I really signing up for? Nick nodded to the stout man before entering the interrogation room. Without moving his body, the robed man's head zeroed in on Nick, following him as he sat down. Nick cleared his throat in an attempt to calm himself as he stared down the intricate carvings of the man's wooden mask.
Good morning. You got a name?
Nick was gentle in his approach.
Judd.
The muffled voice came out stiff. Judd? Just Judd, or... Nick waited for an answer that didn't come. After enough of a pause, Nick continued. All right then, just Judd. Can you tell me what you were doing at the edge of the woods?
Just walking, sir.
Judd's voice was practiced, calm. Gotta say, that's a very fun jogging outfit. You often walk around in ceremonial robes? Nick attempted to lighten the mood and dig a little deeper at the same time.
All of us do.
Nick leaned a little closer. All of us, as in you and your friends. That's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you today. Visible tension rippled through Judd. Take it easy. Just want to ask some questions is all. Nick said softly, in a disarming manner. Your friends, are they close by? There was a pause. Then, one slow nod from Judd. How close by? My colleague said you were picked up from the woods. Are they in there? This time, no reaction from Judd. Nick sighed and decided upon another approach. Tell me about yourself, Judd. Another long pause, but this time Nick let the pause lengthen, hoping its size would cause Judd to want to fill the space. It worked.
There's not much to say.
Judd had spoken solemnly. Nonsense. Everyone's got a story. I want to hear yours. Nick spoke with a tone that was inviting, that often lured people into a sense of calm. Judd's shoulders seemed to lose some tension.
I've found a purpose. With others who wish for the coming of a new age. I'm glad to serve.
A layer of Judd's practiced tone seemed to peel away. A new age? No doubt led by your leader. Nick felt like a hound picking up the scent when Judd shifted at the word leader. I've heard some great things about your leader. Nick lied, testing the waters.
He is capable of much.
There was a little shiver from Judd. Nick pounced on this moment of hesitation. He is? Like what? Enlighten me. Nick relaxed his posture to soothe the energy of the room.
My leader,
There was a pause, a clear deliberation going on in Judd's mind. Hey, no judgment here. I just want to learn is all. Nick worked to disarm the man with his words.
he has done good for so many people, and we have built a small community in the woods. But recently he has practiced necromancy.
Judd's posture shifted, as if he had just unburdened himself. Nick sat upright. For a moment, he was taken aback. Nick assured himself that the man was probably just crazy. He needed to placate the man to get more. Necromancy? That's some serious stuff. Are you sure about that? Judd nodded.
I saw it with my own eyes. One of our own was sick, Russ. We were worried he may need a hospital. Our leader insisted he would be fine. I watched Russ die.
Judd's voice hitched for just a moment, though out of fear or sorrow, it was hard to tell. He continued.
We buried Russ. Days passed. Our leader gave us all up and dug up Russ's grave. He spoke some words, and I watched Russ get up. He climbed out of his own grave.
Judd grabbed at his wooden mask and pulled it off. Nick nearly flinched, not sure what to expect under the mask, only to find a man like any other underneath. Judd was indistinguishable in any extraordinary way from any person on the street. Judd scratched at his beard and furrowed his brow.
He talks of immortality,
Of what's to come. Judd's hand rattled against the table, fingers nervously tapping. Nick gently placed his hand onto Judd's to stop the tapping. Clearly, you seem a little shooken up. It's okay. I would be too. Judd made eye contact with Nick.
It wasn't always like this. Originally, I believed in what he said, in the new world. But this is... it's not right.
Is that why you were out of the woods, looking to get away? Nick knew he was on the right track. With just the right amount of comforting words, he was sure he could get Judd to open up fully. Anything to help a guy get out from under the thumb of someone else.
Maybe. I don't know. He probably already knows I'm out here, talking to you. He sees all.
The fear was crawling its way up Judd's throat, his widened eyes tearing. I won't let anything happen to you, I promise. Nick squeezed Judd's hand reassuringly. But it sounds like your boss has something big planned. You mentioned what's to come? Judd nodded.
He has plans for all of us, not just those in the woods. Soon.
Nick's face shifted. His relaxed, soothing demeanor melted away into clear determination. Judd, that's not good. You see it yourself. Necromancy, immortality, premonitions. Clearly, your leader is dangerous. Doesn't seem like this plan's gonna go well for anyone. Nick made direct, unflinching eye contact with Judd. But you can do something about this. You seem like a good man, someone who doesn't want bad things to happen, right? Judd seemed speechless. His body trembled as he nodded. Nick continued. Exactly. Your conscience was telling you to come find us. You're doing the right thing. You can help a lot of people by telling us where your leader and the rest of your community are in those woods. I can promise you a safe break from all of this. Nick broke physical contact with Judd and leaned back into his chair. I could probably even give you some money to help you get started on the right foot. Think of it like a reward for keeping the community safe.
You'd do that for me?
Judd's voice carried a nervous hope. Nick smiled, knowing he was on the cusp of success. Of course I would. Enough for a down payment on the house, or at least a year or so, getting your bearings. Does that sound like a fair trade? You just need to show us where your community is, and we'll do the rest. The flicker of hope on Judd's face wavered for a moment. Nick knew how to secure the deal. It hadn't been his first time haggling. I promise no one will get hurt. We just want to make sure your leader's not going to do anything that'll hurt a lot of people. All right? Judd looked at his hands, then back at Nick, before letting out a shaky sigh.
Yeah, all right. That's fair. Give me a map. I'll show you how to get there.
Nick noticed that although Judd agreed, he looked slightly more nervous than he was just a minute ago. Something else on your mind? Nick asked, signaling the person on the other side of the window for something to write with. Judd stared grimly at Nick.
He was right. In the end, he told me this would all happen, Nick. He knows I was going to come talk to you. Why did he let me leave?
Nick was taken aback. He had never given Judd his full name. Before Nick could question further, time slowed to a stop. Once again, his vision dimmed, and in a matter of seconds, he found himself back in the VR chair. Virginia lifted the helmet off his head, though her smile from earlier was gone. What's up, Virginia? Don't tell me I messed up that bad. Nick felt a lump in his throat, unsure if he made a mistake. Virginia simply shook her head, her customer service voice all but gone. No, you did a great job, Nick. Really great. Though her words were praise, her tone seemed anything but. So then why? Virginia cut him off, motioning towards the door. Someone should be out in the hallway, ready to escort you back into the room. I'll see you for the next round, she said dismissively, writing something down as she analyzed the data from her screen. Nick just nodded and left the room, stewing in his own thoughts as he followed a blonde-haired man back to his room. Upon reflection, Nick realized he never actually checked his watch for his objective. Maybe it wasn't supposed to get that guy to open up. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Nick scoffed to himself. Right thing to do? Yeah, like any of this makes sense. Why would interrogating some cultists help show if I'm ready to be some CEO? Once back in his room, he sat on his bed and groaned. I know it's just a simulation, but I didn't think they'd do weird stuff like having the guy know my name. Just when I thought I have this figured out, I feel like I'm thrown for a loop. They're probably going to kick me out while I sleep. He let out a sigh, pressing his fingers on the bridge of his nose in frustration. Nick had decided he wanted to be awake when he was removed. There, he replayed the situation in his head over and over until sleep took him. He awoke from the buzz of the TV, as it once again turned on, completely on its own. The screen showed a timer, just like before. Nick was shocked. I guess I really did do a good job, and I'm on to the next round. As the timer ticked down, Nick had made a simple observation. Twice now he had slept, but not once did he feel hungry or thirsty. It was hard to tell how much time had actually passed between the simulations, or how long he had slept without windows or a clock. The continuous rolling grey clouds above in the atrium made it hard to identify the time of day. Nick didn't have much time to contemplate this oddity. However, as the timer finished its countdown, and the doors clicked open once again. Stepping into the atrium, Nick's eyes widened for a moment when he saw a handful of people gathering in the atrium, way less than the previous round. Nick surmised that if this next round's tougher than the last, this may be the final one. Nick steeled himself, taking a deep breath, his eye on the prize. Once more he was led to the back, where he found Virginia waiting for him, her smile gone. She motioned for the chair in the room, and he sat. Nick sighed. "Virginia, I'm sorry if I did anything wrong yesterday." He offered his apology sincerely. She shook her head and sighed. No, it's all right, Nick. I shouldn't have acted the way I did. It was unprofessional of me. The machine hummed to life as she started it up. Good luck in there, all right? She forced a small smile on her face. Nick smiled back. I'll do the best I can. As his vision tunneled, he could see the sadness flicker in her eyes for a brief moment. The first of Nick's senses to acclimate to the environment this time was not sight, but smell. Dirt, sweat, and gunpowder filled his nose as his eyes adjusted to the sight in front of him. He was in an open field with militaristic tents of various shapes and sizes scattered around him. Looking down at his clothes, he noticed he was in army fatigues. Nick followed his brow. These situations are getting more and more intense. He reflected back to the first test, a simple conversation about a bus stop, now finding himself on the outskirts of what he assumed was a war. He checked his watch and raised his eyebrow at the objective. Do the right thing. A woman approaching him in small attire to his right. Lieutenant Olson, sir. Captain's looking for you. He's calling everyone into the briefing tent. Very good. Nick cleared his throat. Lead the way. Let's not keep him waiting. She nodded, and together they stepped into a large tent filled with 20 or so people. An older man stood at the front of the room, his short white beard starkly in contrast to his slightly tanned skin. Despite clearly being older, the man radiated an air of strength and confidence. The woman led Nick to the older general. Captain Jessup, I found Lieutenant Alderson. Captain Jessup smiled at Nick and placed a hand on his shoulder. His words were warm, like the sun through a window on a spring break.
Lieutenant Alderson, glad you can join us. I didn't want you to miss this briefing.
Nick shook his head. Of course, Captain. Wouldn't dream of it. Captain Jessup motioned towards an empty seat toward the front door, and Nick sat down. The grumblings and passive conversation in the room died out nearly immediately from one simple hand gesture from Jessup. It was clear to Nick that Jessup was well respected by the people in the tent.
Thank you all for meeting on such short notice.
Jessup began.
Progression on the front lines has been difficult. I know you're all aware. I hope that what I have to bring to the table today could turn the tide in our favor. I'd like to present our latest weapon, the Clay Protocol.
Captain Jessup motioned towards a shape just outside the tent. When the shape entered, murmurs of confusion and gasps rattled through the tent. Entering the tent was Jessup, who stood next to the original captain. Nick stared at the second Jessup in shock. Cloning. The thought flashed in Nick's brain. The more that Nick stared at the second Jessup, however, the more unnerved he was. While it mostly looked like Captain Jessup, the more he stared, the more irregularities were clear. His eyes were too far spaced apart. His nose was slightly at a different angle. His back was a little more hunched. His fingers a little too long. Nick had to look away from the clone. Captain Jessup raised his hand to quiet the crowd once more.
At ease, everyone. Calm. I'll explain. For some time now, I've been heading research on a bit of a side project that I'm sure will bring us to the next level. I volunteered myself to be the first subject. This being next to me is made with my DNA. It has all of my knowledge and skills. It's not perfect, but it's okay. It's a fully functioning soldier, ready to take to the battlefield. We call them the Molded, as if they were shaped from clay.
Nick shook his head. There's gotta be a better name than Molded, he snickered to himself. The flap to the tent rustled, and in stepped 3 more Molded, all with their own unique, minor irregularities. Captain Jessup cleared his throat.
We had about 2 squads worth of Molded shipped in last night. Tomorrow, we head for the front lines. Lieutenant Olson.
As the captain turned his attention to Nick sat up straight.
Sir, you'll be leading the platoon. 2 squads of our soldiers and 2 squads of my Molded. I'll be accompanying you to ensure everything goes smoothly and to collect info on how the clay protocol handles field testing. Understood?
Nick nodded.
So yes, sir.
A pit formed in Nick's stomach. Nick had no problem with Captain Jessup himself. He seemed like a great soldier, well loved. But glancing over to the others, slightly misshapen Molded in the room gave him a sense of unease. They didn't blink. Their breathing was irregular. He wasn't even sure if they could speak. He was afraid to find out. Captain Jessup wrapped up the meeting, providing the details of the mission the next day. They would make their way to the front lines to push toward where they think the enemy leader was hiding out. Once dismissed, Nick made his way back to the barracks, along with a crowd of other soldiers.
Okay, it's not just me, but they're creepy, right?
The younger man hissed to another soldier. Nick walked up alongside them.
It's not just you,
Nick replied, surprising the younger man.
Lieutenant Olson. Sir, I didn't mean...
The younger soldier choked and sputtered like a dying car. Nick looked at the tag on the man's shirt, reading Anderson, and shook his head.
Relax, Anderson.
I'm not gonna tell. I agree with you. I don't like the look of them either. Anderson sighed in relief.
Yeah, I mean, they don't look right. I get it. Expendable troops, but they feel off.
Well then, you'll just need to watch my back out there, right? Nick nudged him and smiled. Anderson grinned.
Between you and the Molded, I guess I'll go with you, sir.
Nick rested in his cot, surrounded by fellow soldiers. He stared up at the olive-drab canopy of the tent. I guess doing the right thing is succeeding in this mission, he thought to himself. They must be testing me on making decisions in high-stress environments. Sleep took him quickly. The hustling and bustling of the tent in the dark hours of the morning jolted him awake. Men and women were getting ready for the front lines, their nervous energy heavy enough to choke the air of the tent. Nick joined them in his preparations for the day, his body working nearly autonomously. It was like he knew what to do. Nick assumed it was just a benefit of the simulation. Outside of the tent, Nick froze. Lined up in front of the transport were 22 Jessups, with Captain Jessup standing in front of them, differentiated by his clothing. The clone Jessups stood motionless in perfect lines, like wax figures on display in a museum, or terracotta soldiers in a tomb. Captain Jessup waved to Nick and the approaching soldiers.
Good morning, Lieutenant. Your men ready to head out?
Nick approached as the soldiers around him piled into the transport.
As ready as ever, Captain. How about you?
Captain Jessup turned to his Molded, and with a flick of his wrist, they all began to move as one, shuffling into the convoy vehicles, akin to ants following a trail. Captain Jessup smirked.
Of course. A simple thought and they move. Complete control over highly specialized squads. We'll make it out of this war yet.
His words were meant to be soothing, but they only sent a chill through Nick's spine. "Right, Captain." Nick gave a quick salute and hurried over to the other soldiers. The smell of gasoline, oil, and dust rolled through the air as the cacophony of war vehicles coughed to life and set off from the comfort and safety of the base. The heavy thrum of the engine made most conversation impossible, and after hours of traversal, the truck Nick was in skirted to a stop. Nick peeked his head around the truck in front of him, realizing why they had stopped. The grassy plains were giving way to sand, and buried in the sand were small bits of metal. A minefield. The soldiers piled out, as did the molded. Nick approached Captain Jessup. "Sir, I think it's time we put your molded to the test. We can load one up with some minefield gear and send it out. No risk to our own." A look briefly clouded Captain Jessup's face, one that Nick recognized as hesitation.
Right. Of course, Lieutenant.
He cleared his throat, and with a nod, one of the off-putting molded geared up. This one in particular had a longer torso, and Nick swore it had an additional earlobe on both ears, though it was hard to tell. The platoon watched as the clone stepped into the sand and began to clean up a path through the mines. Nick was impressed by the efficiency of the clone as it swept its way through the minefield. About half an hour later, the path seemed clear enough to traverse. Relief seems to wash over Captain Jessup, and he signaled for the clone to come back. There must have been a mine hidden deeper in the sand, or something along those lines, as one minute the clone was hurried back, and the next, bits of gore sprayed the air like a gruesome firework. For a moment, the air seemed to still. Nick heard a stifled gasp from Captain Jessup, and when he turns to look at him, he noticed a tear running down Captain Jessup's cheek. "Captain, you all right?" Nick placed a hand on Captain Jessup, who quickly regained his air of complete control.
Yes, Lieutenant, I'm fine. It's just jarring, is all.
Jessup shook his head and turned to the rest of the platoon.
Path's clear, everyone. Let's make it through.
Molded and soldier alike both began the march through the sand, with the molded in the lead. They moved past the sandy pit and into the dense woods in search of their target hideout. The sound of snapping twigs and rustling branches bounced off every tree as the group made its way through the underbrush. Riverbanks, once flowing with fresh water, were dried up, making perfect natural trenches, each one the perfect spot for an ambush. Nick decided to speak up.
Captain, shouldn't we send one of your...
The captain turned and raised a finger to stop Nick.
No, there's no need for us to burn away our resources too quickly. Besides, we have men who can scout better than any of my molded can.
Jessup points to two men.
Ramirez, Burnwood, you two move ahead of us, quietly. See if our intel is leading us the right way.
Nick wanted to protest. His thoughts were racing. Why have expendable soldiers if we aren't going to use them? Isn't that what they're here for? The more dangerous situations. In that moment, Nick held his tongue. He assured himself that the captain has more experience with these things. And to follow his lead, Ramirez and Burnwood exchanged a glance at each other, before nodding and hurrying ahead. The captain turns to the rest of the platoon.
The rest of you will bunker down here in this dried riverbank. Wait for them to return.
With a hand signal, the molded began unpacking their bags, with the soldiers following suit. It was unnerving, the speed and practiced pace that the molded worked at, their heads never fully turning to meet what they're working on. Their movements fluid enough to not be mistaken for a robot, but not natural enough to be mistaken as fully human. Occasionally, one would wheeze or gurgle, seemingly at random. Nick surmised if the externals weren't fully perfect, their insides must be all sorts of wrong as well. Short lifespans designed imperfectly for a brutal task, never hitting the perfection of the man they're cloned from, standing in front of them. Nick couldn't think of a worse fate. Captain Jessup spent most of his time among the molded, leaving Nick to be among the soldiers. In their downtime, as the sun began to set, Nick relayed the plan explained the previous day to the men and women in front of him, reiterating their plan of attack once they reached the hideout.
All right, listen up. We have a small one-man army on our side, and I plan on utilizing it.
Nick began, staring at the huddled faces surrounding him.
Once Ramirez and Burnwood get back, we're gonna send the molded out first. We're gonna have them draw fire, suppression, the whole 9 yards. The guys inside will think we're doing a full frontal assault. They'll need everyone focused there. While the molded hold out and take the brunt of it all, we'll find a way in through the back, trapping them inside. It keeps us out of harm's way and gets the job done clean.
A round of nods went around the circle, most seeming to agree. Despite the situation, the mood was hopeful, with a strong plan in place. Some of the soldiers felt relaxed enough to smile and laugh. Most of the smiles were erased quickly, though, from the words uttered by the captain as he approached.
Absolutely not. Changing plans. In no way are we going to put my molded in any more unnecessary danger. Not after earlier.
Nick stood up, facing the captain. This time, he wouldn't bite his tongue.
Captain, with all due respect, that's what they're made for.
The captain's face twisted into a slight grimace.
That's easy to say when you don't watch yourself become a red mist. We treat them as equals. That's in order. Understood?
There was a stare down between Nick and Captain Jessup, neither backing down. Slowly, Captain Jessup repeated his question.
Understood, Lieutenant Olson.
He folded his arms, the air of calm power he normally emanated, now a sizzling anger. Nick waited for one more moment before spitting out his response.
Sir, yes, sir.
Satisfied that Nick was in line, his face softened, and he resumed his normal demeanor.
That goes for the rest of you, too. You need to treat each of me as if they were myself. Understood? Not a single Jessup is thrown away. I want them to be shown the same level of respect. As far as you're concerned, they outrank you. Understood?
The crowd fired back a unanimous,
Sir, yes, sir.
but the darting eyes among the soldiers told a different story.
Good. The plan's simple. Olson, you and a few of your best shots will be up front providing cover, a distraction. I know my molded will be able to get around back. They're efficient, and will be able to be on the same wavelength in there. Any objections?
Jessup took a moment to look into every soldier's eyes. No one in the group was brave enough to speak up, not after the stare down with Nick. Most looked away, some with solemn nods of reluctant approval. Jessup smiled.
Very good. We wait for our scouts. Then tomorrow, at the break of dawn, we set out.
Jessup turned and moved back toward his waiting molded, all staring blankly at the soldiers, eyes motionless, breath shallow, like a horde of zombies on pause. The sun blinked out its last rays of light, and soon enough, darkness scuttled in. Nick saw a body approach him in the dried riverbank. He recognized him immediately.
Anderson?
Nick nodded politely as he tapped his leg in anger.
It's not right, man.
Anderson whispered as he sat, keeping his voice low.
Captain's crazy if he thinks I'm gonna treat these slack-jawed bozos as superiors.
Nick nodded. You shouldn't. They're gross reflections of him, but because they're his, he's favoring them over us. Anderson tensed his fists.
What do we do? We can't just let him get away with this, right?
Nick slowly nodded as he thought back to the watch's message. He noticed a few men around him paying attention to the conversation, looking up at him for guidance. No. The right thing is to take care of you guys. You've been loyal. Put your lives on the line. The captain can't just throw that away and treat us like we're nothing. I will not put your lives in undue danger, especially not for his molded.
Damn right. We're with you, Lieutenant.
Exactly. Encouraging words were whispered among the small group of soldiers around Nick. From the brush outside of the trench came the quick rustling of leaves and grass. Nick immediately shot up his head to look, and there, alone, hunched Burnwood, gasping for air.
Burnwood? Where's Ramirez?
Nick brought him down into the trench, checking him for wounds.
Hey.
Burnwood choked on his words, exhausted.
Take it easy, Burnwood. Breathe.
Nick calmed the soldier down, not finding any wounds on him. Sucking in air, Burnwood did his best to explain.
Found the compound on our way back. Ramirez didn't see the pit. Sharpened reeds. He didn't.
He clenched his teary eyes.
He didn't.
Nick gently shushed Burnwood.
Hey, you're alright. You're alright.
Nick was furious. Exactly what he was afraid of came to fruition. A family was now missing their son, husband, and father. And for what? So a clone could take another measly breath. Nick stood, a few soldiers standing with them, and together they navigated their way over to the side of the natural trench, where Jessup sat among his molded. Like clockwork, each turned their head toward Nick, following him as he walked past them. Their wheezing and shuddering made Nick feel tense. Nick stood a few feet away from Captain Jessup before clearing his throat.
Captain, we need to talk.
The captain was busy securing his pack, not turning to look at Nick.
About what, Lieutenant?
Nick steeled himself. He knew he was about to step out of line, but to him, in the name of doing what's right, he had to.
About the way you're treating your soldiers. How you're treating these things.
Nick motions to the offset faces around him. The word things gave Captain Jessup pause. He stood, and then turns to look at Nick and his small group of soldiers.
Oh, and what, Lieutenant, is wrong with what I'm doing?
Captain, with all due respect, cut it. As lieutenant, I can't sit here and put lives on the line when you have perfectly capable fodder here. I need to get these men home. Men who've put blood, sweat, and tears in for you. Men who would ask, how high, if you asked them to jump. Ramirez is dead, sir. He died out there on your orders. Nick felt himself getting more upset by the minute. Something about a man of power abusing it sent his blood into a boil. Captain Jessup stepped closer.
I mourn for Ramirez. I really do. But he knew what he was signing up for. Right now, I'm asking my men to treat these molded with the utmost respect. Most are. Why aren't you, Lieutenant?
Most, but not all, Captain. Most of them are willing to just blindly do as you say, but that ain't me. Not us. He motions to the men behind him. I'm not gonna sit here and let you, and you, and you. Nick starts pushing the molded standing near him. They don't react beyond the initial push. To tell me that our lives are worth less. Nick was breathing heavily.
Stand down, Lieutenant. Now.
Captain Jessup growled, the thunder in his voice rumbling Nick's ribcage. It was either that or Nick's own frustration. Nick couldn't tell which.
No. Who are you to throw away lives? What makes you better than everyone else? I need you to stand down. I'm taking over this operation.
Sweat dripped from Nick's brow as he gritted his teeth. The molded began to shift forward. Jessup slowly shook his head.
That isn't how this is going to play out.
Nick knew he needed to make a decision. In a moment, he'd be swarmed with molded. He had to act fast. He brushed against his waist and found something round in his belt. A knife handle. A thrumming beat against his ears, his pulse growing louder. The right thing to do. Nick sprang forward. In one swift motion, he unclasped the blade from his knife holder, ready to strike. He screamed as he thrust the blade forward, aiming right for Captain Jessup's heart. Tears streamed down Nick's face as the knife tip made contact with the fabric of Jessup's shirt, various molded closing in on Nick. The knife stopped. Everything stopped. Nick's vision began to fade into a pinpoint. Part 3. Gasping for air, heart racing, he found himself back on the chair, with his shaking Virginia standing over him. Wordlessly, he stared up at her, tears running down his face, as his heart rate calmed.
Virginia,
She hushed him quickly.
Listen, I don't have much time. Nick, you need to press the button. Drop out, please.
What? Nick stood up, confused. What are you? There was a knock on the door that rattled Virginia.
Please, when they get you back in the room, press the button.
She hurried him toward the door before Nick could ask any of the questions he wanted to. His mind swam in the short walk back. He couldn't believe it. What he had just done. He just tried to kill a man. Sure, it wasn't real, but his intent was. Once back in the room, Nick screamed into his pillow. How could he have let his emotions get the better of him? How could he mess things up so badly? Nick teetered on the verge of freaking out, but he didn't. He took a breath and steadied himself. In his eyes, he was saving lives. If he hadn't intervened, more good men would have died. There are too many men out there ready to do the wrong thing with the power they have. Fathers forcing their daughters to live the life they set out for them. Men promising fantastic things for those foolish enough to believe it. Complacent leaders send men to die. His internal monologue started a fire in his heart. Nick clenched his fists and swore under his breath. He felt he did the right thing every time. Nick was resolute in his stance. Those with power chose to wield it wrong. If he could get this position as CEO, maybe he could finally put a stop to that trend. Across the room, he stared at the button, thinking about Virginia's words. The TV turned on once more, and Nick stared at the countdown, unflinching. Whatever comes, I'm going to face it head on. The door clicked open once the timer was over, and Nick power-walked his way out into the atrium. There, waiting for him, was only one person. Hope, the woman from the beginning.
Congratulations, Mr. Olson.
She applauded, gently, as Nick walked up.
You have been deemed the next CEO at Umberlith Holdings.
Nick stared at her, dumbfounded. Me? Are you serious? You're not mistaking me for another candidate? She simply smiled, shaking her head slightly.
Not at all, Mr. Olson. The results are clear. You've got the job.
She motions with her head down to one of the halls.
Take a walk with me, Mr. Olson. I'm sure you have plenty of questions, and I'd like to help you get started.
She began walking down the hall, and Nick quickly followed. So, that's it. I'm a CEO. You're boss now? Nick asked, catching up to her.
No, Mr. Olson. You're the CEO of Umberlith Holdings. Remember, my company has been tasked to help with the selection process. Like a recruitment agency,
she explained, as they walked down the winding corridor. Turning the final corner, Nick was surprised. At the end of the hallway was a door unlike anything he had seen in this place up until this point. In stark contrast to all the grays, this door was an intricate, large set of bronze doors. As they walked closer, Nick was able to make out various human shapes, all delicately carved and inlaid into the door. Next to the door, in contrast, was a simple call elevator button. With a press from Hope, the ornate doors swung open to a metal elevator. She gently ushered Nick inside. So, up to the penthouse, then? Nick joked. Hope gave another smile. Not quite. She pressed the only other unmarked button in the elevator. With a screech, the elevator slowly began its descent. There was a small pause before Hope cleared her throat and began to speak. You'll have to forgive us, Mr. Olson. I know what you've gone through wasn't easy, but those experiences truly do give us a good look at what kind of person you are. And you didn't disappoint. Nick raised an eyebrow at her. Do you hear yourself? I can't believe any company would want me as their leader after what I pulled. As the elevator lurched lower, Nick could feel the heat of the environment warming his frame. A nice difference from the sterile, cold environment of the place above. Hope looked at her inquisitively. What do you mean? You did perfectly on each and every simulation. Really? Trying to kill a guy was the right move. Nick made eye contact with Hope. Her blue eyes didn't waver. You haven't figured it out yet. She tilted her head curiously. What? Figured out what? Nick was beginning to lose his patience. The CEO of Umberlith Holdings. We went for that title because it scares less people away in the initial interview process. If we just said, the devil... What? Nick cut her off. What kind of game are you playing? Is this some kind of sick joke? I assure you, Mr. Olson, it's not a joke. You have been chosen to be next in line to be the devil. The warmth of the elevator no longer comforted Nick. But the devil's a guy, Satan. You can't be the devil, Nick protested. That's what a lot of people think. Sure, Lucifer, or whatever you want to call him, was the first devil. Over time, however, we found that years of being manipulative and vindictive wear a soul down, to the point they're no longer the accuser that they need to be. There needs to be bad in the world for people to know when they're blessed
Without the bad, people get complacent. The soul of the sluggard craves and gets nothing, while the soul of the diligent is richly supplied.
Hope explained in a manner more casual than the situation called for. Nick couldn't believe what he was hearing.
So, what? You're saying I make the perfect devil?
When Hope nodded, Nick pressed further.
I may not be a good guy, but there's no way I'm like the devil.
No? All right then, Mr. Olson. Let's review, yes?
Hope tapped a finger to her head.
Let's start with the first simulation. Evelyn.
Nick scoffed. Yeah, her father was stopping her from bettering herself. I didn't do anything wrong, telling her to carve her own path with her boyfriend. Hope nodded.
Of course. The snake felt he was in the right to tell Eve to eat the apple of knowledge, despite her father's commands.
Despite the growing heat, Nick's blood ran cold, his face going pale.
Wait. Each simulation? Well, we couldn't have just made you a snake in a garden, right? Too on the nose. But if the core values are the same, and we make the same choice as Lucifer did...
Most people would have made that choice. That doesn't make me the devil.
Nick fired back.
Well, if that's all you did, sure. But you did more than that, didn't you? After all, you seemed to do just fine convincing Judas to betray Jesus.
Hope's demeanor only seems to frighten Nick more with each passing moment.
Judd,
Nick managed to croak out. Hope nodded.
We can't forget the most.
Hope paused for a moment, finding the right word.
Damning evidence of all. You tried to put a knife into Jehovah Sabaoth himself for putting those made in his image above you and your fellow soldiers.
Nick shook his head violently.
No, I don't want to be the devil. Take me back to Earth.
Hope gave Nick a look of pity.
The interview was voluntary, not the position. You saw how weird it got. You chose to keep moving forward. You had opportunities to back down, but something kept you moving forward.
She studied Nick closely for a moment before she faced the doors again.
Besides, you can't go back to Earth. We're far away enough from purgatory now. You should be getting your memories back.
My memories? Nick wiped his sweaty brow.
Nicholas Alderson, born and raised in the bad part of town, couldn't put your life together no matter how many times you tried.
As Hope spoke, a trickle of memories came in, each one weighing heavily on his soul. Hope continued.
You lived in a crummy apartment. It was a roof over your head, even though it was a leaky one. You and your neighbors were just doing what you could to get by. Your landlord had other plans.
At the mention of his landlord, Nick tensed. How could he have forgotten about Charlie? The amount of times Charlie increased the rent while doing nothing about the bugs, mold, leaks, and rats would send Nick's blood pressure sky high just saying his name.
You remember him now, don't you? Charlie. You and your neighbors were tired of the way he treated you. You could have gone to the police. You had piles of evidence against him. It would have been open and shut. He'd be in bars, and you'd get justice.
Hope glanced out of the corner of her eye, without moving her head to look at Nick.
he didn't deserve bars,
Nick stated coldly under his breath.
Is that right? Oh, yes. The other tenants looked up to you. How proud you were of that. Couldn't let them down, right? So instead of going to the police, you bought a bat. When the police showed up at Charlie's apartment and asked you to drop the weapon, what was it you told them as you stood over his mangled corpse?
Hope's body shimmered for a brief second.
I was giving him what he deserved.
Nick's memories were now a torrent. The years of being pushed around, of being told what to do, splashed against each crevice of his mind.
And in turn, they gave you what you deserved.
Hope shrugged.
So, taking a stand makes me a bad guy. Is that it? Fine. Nick threw his hands up. If I'm damned for tearing power out of the hands of those who don't deserve it, then so be it. I wouldn't take back anything I did in this interview. If what I did was wrong, then I don't want to be right.
His voice grew hoarse as he yelled.
I'll continue to show people the right path, that they don't have to be subservient or complacent. They don't have to bend the knee to those who think they know better.
Huffing, Nick swung his head towards Hope, who was now fully facing him.
That's the spirit.
She smiled, her body shimmering once more, before dissipating into motes of light. Nick stood alone in the descending elevator, left only with the sweltering heat, the memories of a life roughly lived, and a new job title. The efficiency of small spaces was the selling point. The agent, a woman with teeth too perfect for her face, had called it cozy, intimate, a cocoon for the modern urbanite. What she meant, what I understood, in the bone-deep way one understands the subtext of a rental agreement, was that it was cheap. So cheap, it felt like a crime. A converted textile mill, the apartment was a single open-plan box. The bathroom, a modest cube of tile and chrome, was the only room with a proper door. Everything else was a flow, a seamless continuity of concrete floor, exposed brick, and drywall painted the color of old dishwater. The building was steel and concrete, a monument to brutalist efficiency. It was also, all things considered, fairly silent most of the time. No creaks, no groans, no settling sighs of an old house. The only intrusion was the distant, rhythmic thrum of the HVAC, a sound so constant it became a sort of auditory wallpaper. The first anomaly was the dresser, a simple IKEA malm. It was my only concession to traditional furniture in the otherwise minimalist space. I noticed it on a Tuesday. I'm a creature of habit. When I vacuum, I push the dresser almost exactly 2 inches from the wall to get the wand behind it. And then I return it to its place, flush against the paint. But on this Tuesday, it was 4 inches out. I blinked, pushed it back, figured I'd been distracted, but the next week, it was 4 out again. And the week after. It was never more than that. A precise, maddening, consistent amount, as if something was expanding and contracting behind the drywall, pushing it out with a slow, patient pressure. The other sign was the crawl space, a square of plasterboard in the ceiling of the walk-in closet, barely big enough for a child, marked with a simple, recessed pull ring. The building inspector had called it a plumbing access, though the pipes for the units were clearly routed along the opposite wall. It was an orphan space, an architectural afterthought. I had pulled on it once, out of curiosity. It didn't budge. A month later, I noticed the ring was greasy. A dark, slick residue that transferred to my fingertips, smelling faintly of machinery and sour sweat. It wasn't oil. It was thicker, more organic, like the lube from a bicycle chain, but with a faint, coppery tang. One night, I went into the bathroom to take a shower and noticed pretty quickly that the small 10-inch transom window above the shower was hinged open. This wasn't too alarming, as I, on occasion, propped it open after taking a shower. Maybe I'd forgotten to close it. Then came the sound. It wasn't a ghostly moan or a spectral footstep. It was the wet, muffled percussion of something being forced past its natural limit. The sound of someone cracking their knuckles, but slower, deeper, and with a fleshy, cartilaginous resistance. I'd hear it in the dead of night, a soft pop, pop, from the direction of the ceiling. Or I'd catch it while watching a movie, a faint series of clicks from within the wall behind the television. I called my landlord, who quickly brushed it off as the pipes, but it was the sound of a body refusing its own shape, a sound that made the ligaments in my own knees ache in sympathy. I started to sleep less. The efficiency of the space now felt less like a feature and more like a trap. The bruises appeared on my right forearm, and both shins. They weren't the mottled, chaotic marks of a clumsy bump. They were symmetrical, perfectly oval, about the size of a thumb, a deep, sickly purple that faded to a bulbous yellow. My doctor, a harried woman with a distracted smile, called them pressure contusions. Like someone resting a heavy, narrow object on you for an extended period, she'd say, tapping her pen against my chart. In your sleep, perhaps? I didn't have any heavy, narrow objects. I have a bed, a duvet, and the suffocating proximity of the walls. The bruises were the shape of pressure points, the precise spots a hand or feet might rest to anchor a body while it leaned over another sleeping body in the dark. The realization was so repulsive, it felt like a physical blow. I was being handled in my sleep. I started sleeping with a knife next to me. I started leaving markers. A single strand of hair laid carefully across the seam of the crawlspace door, a dime balanced on its edge against the baseboard of the living room wall. The hair would be gone, the dime inevitably on the floor. The evidence was microscopic, deniable, a draft, a vibration, anything but the logical, screaming conclusion that was beginning to form in the back of my mind. My paranoia became a religion. I cleaned obsessively, not for hygiene, but for intelligence. I was dusting the radiator, a hulking cast iron relic from the building's factory days, when my fingers brushed against something tucked behind it. Not a dust bunny, not a dead insect, a piece of paper. My hands shook as I worked it free. It was a photograph, low resolution and muddy, printed on heavy cardstock. But I swear, it was me. It was just blurry enough to be deniable, but I wouldn't believe anything else. Through the dark fuzz, I could just barely see myself, asleep in my bed. The angle was high, looking down from above my bed. I tilted my head back, tracing the line of sight with my own eyes. It came from the ventilation grate, an 8x8-inch metal grill set flush with the ceiling, its slats too narrow to even fit a hand through. And the picture was a clear shot, as though this person somehow removed the grill. I called the police. They arrived 5 minutes later. "I'm not doubting you, ma'am," the officer said. He was young, with a patient, practiced calm that was more infuriating than disbelief. "But there are no signs of forced entry. Nothing wrong with your door, no pry marks on the crawl space, no fingerprints on the radiator."
But he doesn't use a door,
I said, the words tasting like bile in my throat. I was pacing the small space of my apartment, feeling like a specimen under glass. The officer exchanged a look with his partner. It was a look I'd seen before. The look you give the person who is seeing things. The person who is one bad night away from a 5150 hold. "We'll increase patrols in the area," the officer said, the finality in his tone a clear dismissal. After they left, I locked the door. I pushed a chair under the handle, a token barrier against an enemy who didn't believe in doors, as a small comfort. I sat on my bed and stared at the ceiling. I wanted to call my family. I wanted to leave, but given some issues I didn't want to mention, I didn't have that option. A few nights later, I was half drunk on cheap whiskey, the bottle sweating on my nightstand. I was listening. The building was so quiet tonight. The HVAC, the background noise that had become my anchor, was silent. I listened for the clicking, for the wet, muffled pops. There was nothing. The silence was worse. It was the silence of something holding its breath. I had to get out, just for a few minutes. I pulled on my shoes, the movement feeling clumsy and loud in the stillness. I turned off the lights. The building hallway was a tome of concrete and echoing footsteps. The heavy steel door of the building groaned shut behind me, and I felt a pang of something that was almost relief. The night air was cool on my face. I just needed to walk around the block, to feel open space. I was gone for 10 minutes, 15 tops. As I started walking back, I began feeling a dreadful pit form in my stomach. For whatever reason, other than maybe supernatural premonition, I don't know, my heart started pounding a frantic, arithmetic beat against my ribs as I approached the door. I turned the lock. The door swung open into the dark. The apartment was just as I'd left it. Almost. The light in the kitchen was on. A single bare bulb over the sink, casting a jaundiced, sterile glow. I never left that light on. My breath hitched in my throat. I was frozen in the doorway, my hand still on the knob. The apartment was silent, but it wasn't the empty silence of before. This was a heavy, anticipating silence. The silence of a predator lying in wait. My eyes darted around the room. Everything was in its right place. The bed was unmade, just as I'd left it. The dresser was flush against the wall, but the kitchen light was on. I took a step inside, my sneakers squeaking on the concrete floor. I needed a weapon. I needed to get to the kitchen. My kitchen knife block was on the counter, right next to the sink. I crept forward, each step a deliberate, nerve-wracking calculation. I could see the knife block now, the chef's knife, its dark wooden handle a beacon of hope. I was almost there. My eyes scanned the room, looking for anything out of place. And that's when I saw it. The kick plate under the kitchen cabinets. The thin strip of wood that covered the space between the bottom of the cabinets and the floor. There were scuff marks leading into the darkness. It was ajar. Not much, just a sliver. A 4-inch gap of darkness that hadn't been there when I left. I stopped dead. My blood ran cold. I couldn't breathe. My eyes were locked on that gap, that impossible, narrow gap. The space too small for anything bigger than a small animal, let alone a grown man. I held my breath. I listened. And then I saw it. A hand. It had unnaturally long, spidery fingers, each one tipped with a grime-encrusted nail. The skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over delicate bones. It moved with a strange, twitchy deliberateness akin to a bastardized claymation figure. It slid out from the gap, its palm flat against the floor. Then, another hand joined in. They pushed against the floor, and with a series of sickening, rhythmic thuds, something began to emerge. It wasn't a monster. It was worse. A man. He poured himself out from the darkness. A fluid, impossible shape. He was gaunt, middle-aged, in a sweat-stained undershirt and threadbare pants. His collarbones seemed to overlap, and his hips rotated at an angle that defied anatomy. He was a human origami, a mockery of the human form. I watched in stunned, horrified silence as he unfolded himself. The wet, muffled pops I'd heard for weeks now happened in real time, right before my eyes. He saw me. His eyes sunk deep into their sockets with a glazed-over yellow shine, widened in terror. He was terrified of being caught. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I lunged for the knife block, my fingers closing around the handle of the chef's knife. He scrambled away, a panicked, disjointed gait that was agonizing to watch. He made some sound, not a scream, but something more carnal and animalistic. He moved with a terrifying, boneless speed, a scuttling motion that was all wrong for a man of his size. He was a spider, a cockroach, a thing that belonged in the cracks and crevices. He didn't run for the door. He ran for the bathroom. I followed, the knife held in front of me like a talisman. He was in the bathroom, a room so small I could touch all 4 walls at once. I saw him lunge for the window above the shower, jumping off the shower bench. I thought he'd get stuck. I prayed he'd get stuck, but he didn't. He had practiced this. With a visceral thwack that echoed in the small room, he dislocated his own shoulder. He didn't even flinch. He contorted his torso, his head lolling at an unnatural angle, then slid through the opening like a snake into a hole. He was gone. I stood there, shaking, the knife hanging limply from my hand. I looked at the window, at the small, dark opening that had just swallowed a man. I could see the alleyway outside, the brick wall of the neighboring building. There was no sign of him. I sat in the corner of my apartment, the knife clutched in my hand, my back against the wall. I watched the door, I watched the windows, I watched the crawl space, I watched the kick plate. I listened for the clicking, for the wet, muffled pops. There was nothing. The apartment was silent, empty. I called the police again. They took a report. They looked at the window. They looked at the kick plate. They looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. They didn't believe me. Not really. How could they? I barely believed it myself. That night, I quickly gathered my things and rented a hotel. Two weeks later, I got a call. A detective. He said they had him. They had arrested a man in a neighboring town. He'd been found hiding in the insulation of a local elementary school. They'd caught him because a janitor had heard a strange clicking sound coming from the ceiling. His name was Reuben Cook, a 44-year-old former tunnel rat from a specialized demolition crew. A man with a rare connective tissue disorder. A disorder that made his joints hyper-flexible, his skin unnaturally elastic. A man who could fold himself into spaces no human should ever be able to occupy. The detective, a man with a tired, world-weary voice, told me about Cook's history. He was a commensal predator, a parasite. He would live in the dead spaces of apartments for months, eating scraps, watching tenants, and God only knew what else. His file was a litany of disturbing escalations. He was previously imprisoned for folding himself into the trunk of a woman's car and waiting 3 days for her to drive to a secluded location. He was also linked to a case 3 years ago where, after nestling into an apartment, he killed the tenants because they tried to install a shelf that would have blocked his hiding spot. I felt a strange, cold detachment as the detective spoke, a sense of relief mixed with a lingering, gnawing dread. He was caught. The nightmare was over. But then the detective said something that sent a chill down my spine.
We found Cook's kit in the walls of your building, he said.
Kit? I asked, my voice barely a whisper.
It wasn't just a sleeping bag,
The detective said.
We found wooden boxes. The smallest box, barely 12 inches square, contained a collection of your personal items. A toothbrush, strands of your hair, and a spare key.
I felt the blood drain from my face. My spare key. I'd lost it months ago. I'd torn my apartment apart looking for it. I'd even had the locks changed. A useless, hollow gesture. He had a key all along. He could have come and gone as he pleased, but he didn't. He chose to stay in the walls. He chose to be a ghost. Even more, I wondered if he took my hair when I was asleep and most vulnerable. Had that been the reason for my bruises? His strange desire to collect my hair? And why my toothbrush?
The medical exam on Cook was strange,
The detective continued, his voice dropping to a low, confidential tone.
He didn't just have a condition. He had surgically removed his own floating ribs and shaved down his pelvic bone. He didn't want to be a man anymore. He wanted to be a shape. And he's been in your walls since the day you signed the lease.
The lease. The cheap, too good to be true lease. The one I signed in a hurry. The one I didn't read as carefully as I should have. The one that had bound me to this space, this prison, for a year. A year of being watched. A year of being a specimen in a cage I didn't even know I was in. I hung up the phone without saying goodbye. I couldn't breathe. The hotel room, with its generic art and beige carpet, felt like it was closing in on me. I'm in a new house now. Though small, it had a wide open floor plan with no crawl spaces, no attic, no basement. Just space. Empty, blessed space. I have a security system. I have a puppy. I have a therapist. I have everything a person is supposed to have to feel safe. But it's not enough. My friends haven't helped much. They began giving him names as if it were all a joke. Flat Stanley, one joked at a dinner party, eliciting a wave of laughter. Another called him the Origami Man. That one stuck with me and permeated my mind more and more each day. I know they mean well, but they can't understand. The memory is a parasite, burrowing deeper into my brain with each passing day. I can't sleep without the lights on. I can't take a shower without the bathroom door locked and 911 on speed dial. I can't be without a weapon by my side. I can't walk past a ventilation grate without feeling a phantom pressure on my skin. I feel an itch on my scalp, a ghostly sensation of a lock of hair being pulled. I can still smell the sour, coppery tang of the grease on the crawlspace pull ring. Last night, I heard the house settle. A soft groan from the floorboards, a gentle creak from the ceiling. I was out of bed in an instant, my heart pounding in my chest. I grabbed a ruler from my desk and started measuring. The gap under the front door, the space between the floor and the baseboards, the clearance under the kitchen cabinets. I measured everything, my hands shaking, my breath catching in my throat. The rational part of my brain knew it was just the house, just the normal sounds of a structure adjusting to the temperature and humidity. But the other part of my brain, the part that had been rewired by Cook, knew better. It knew that a man doesn't need a door to enter a room. It knew that a man doesn't need lots of space to exist. It knew that the world was full of cracks and crevices, of dead spaces and forgotten corners. It knew that, even if it was small, there was a chance prison bars couldn't contain an inhuman monster that could bend into any shape. And I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, in some forgotten corner of this new house, a man was practicing his craft, folding himself into smaller and smaller shapes, waiting. I still have nightmares. I still wake up in a cold sweat, my hands flying to my shins, my arms checking for bruises. I still hear the clicking, the wet, muffled pops. From blurry glances, I still see the gaunt face, the sunken yellow eyes, the unnaturally thin frame. The detective's words echo in my mind, a relentless, haunting refrain. He didn't want to be a man anymore. He wanted to be a shape that could slip through the cracks, a shape that could hide in plain sight, a shape that could be anywhere and everywhere. I'm at the kitchen table now, the morning sun streaming through the window. The ruler is still on the table. I've been measuring all morning. I measured them all. I wrote them down in a notebook. I'm measuring them again tonight, and tomorrow night, and the night after that. Because I know, with a certainty that curdles in my gut, that Reuben Cook had a reason to watch me and keep me alive for so long, even if I didn't know what that reason was. And I don't believe he would give up on me so easily. So every time I hear a floorboard creak, every time I feel a draft from under a door, I find myself wondering the same thing. Wondering with a cold, sickening dread, just how much space a man truly needs to fit. Most of my childhood was spent in the same 20 square miles of forest, somewhere in the Appalachian wilderness. I lived there with my mom in this cabin she claims to have built with her own 2 hands. I believed her for a while, though now I'm fairly certain she just found an abandoned cabin and fixed it up as best she could. It was so cold in the winter, and the small fires we managed to produce in the fireplace did little to warm the area. Most winter nights were spent with us cuddled under the same blanket. During the summers, the cabin was so humid that you could see the wood sweating. Often, we'd opt for sleeping outside on summer nights, despite the clouds of mosquitoes that the makeshift netting my mom made from old fabric did little to quell. The multitude of bug bites was preferable to waking up dehydrated from sweat, though. Our days back then were mostly spent with my mom hunting for small animals to cook and eat while I gathered firewood and picked berries. On rare occasions, we would take breaks and spend the day singing songs or reading from the handful of books she had. However, we needed to survive, and that meant working hard to ensure we had food and fresh water. My mask made foraging more difficult than it should have been. I constantly had to pull at the white cotton sheet to fit the eye holes over my eyes, and it would often become drenched in sweat within an hour. The only time I ever took off my mask was when my mom bathed me. I would often try to catch my reflection in the water, but it was never clean enough. I wondered if she'd ever seen my face. She would have had to have seen it the day I was born, right? I learned early on not to ask my mom questions that involved the masks or my face. The only answer I ever received was that if I took off my mask in front of someone, something bad would happen. If I pushed any further, she would say, "I'm your mother, and you should trust that I know what's best." And I did, for a long time. My mother was my whole world, and I loved her as much as a boy could. We spent most of our time together, and I have mostly happy memories of her. Of course, there are bad memories sprinkled in there, with some being downright horrible. I recall once when I was somewhere between 4 and 6. I was playing outside in our garden. Mom was on the other side of the yard doing laundry while I hopped through the soft dirt, stepping on any pests I saw. Looking at their guts on the underside of my shoe every time I stepped on one filled me with a sense of satisfaction, knowing I was aiding in our survival in a small way. I made my way to the end of the garden when I noticed the rabbit cage. Mom had kept several she'd caught in traps to breed for meat. She told me not to get attached to any of them, as we'd be eating them all at some point, but of course, I'd given them all names and loved sticking my fingers in the cage to feel their soft fur. One of the females, whom I'd named Daisy after a character in one of my mom's books, was staring at me. She chewed on whatever vegetation she had in her mouth as I approached. She didn't scurry or hide like all the others in the cage, instead continuing to look at me in the eyes. The curious way she watched me made me smile under my mask. We looked at each other for a while before I got the sudden urge to untie the twine from my neck. It fell to the ground, and I slowly pulled the mask away from my face. Daisy continued staring as I moved my bare face closer to hers. A warmth fell over me as she stared. The feeling of having someone, even a small-minded creature like a rabbit, see my real face was almost euphoric. The rabbit didn't cower as I thought it might upon seeing my face. The way my mom pushed to keep my face hidden made me think there was something horrible about it. But if there was, Daisy didn't care. She didn't look at me any differently than she might my mom or one of the other rabbits. It made me smile brighter than I ever had.
Nestor,
Called my mom from around the corner. I struggled to grab my mask from the ground and threw it back on my face, but it was too late. Mom grabbed me by the shoulder while staring at the sky and smacked the back of my head hard enough to make my vision blur,
put your mask back on right now, she cried.
I did as she asked, and she pulled me away from the scene, leaving Daisy still staring in the spot where I'd been standing. We had Daisy for dinner that night. Mom didn't have to tell me, as I'd seen her take Daisy from the cage from my bedroom window. I listened to her frantic squeaks before Mom likely broke her neck, as was her common method for killing our dinner. Daisy lay in a charred pile in the center of the table that night. Mom pulled off one of her legs and threw it on my plate.
Eat,
She said. Tears soaked the inside of my mask as I pulled down the mouth hole a bit, so it sat as close to my mouth as I could get it. I picked up Daisy's leg and brought it to my lips.
Eat,
She yelled. I took a bite of the unseasoned meat and tore it away from the bone. I closed my eyes while chewing and swallowed. Mom nodded and began eating some breast meat, satisfied.
Do you realize what could have happened if I accidentally saw you without your mask?
She asked.
No, you won't tell me.
I returned defiantly. Mom paused as if trying to gather her thoughts. She sighed, then gave her constant answer of,
Something bad.
I felt my mask, poking at the small holes that had begun to form along the neck. I'd have a new one the first time I met another person. Like the last mask, this one was made from cloth, but it was a bit thicker, as if it were made from a thick jacket. Despite this, it breathed better, making the summer trips collecting berries a bit more bearable. I was 8 or 9 years old during one of these trips, and several yards from us, I spotted a bush covered in red berries. We avoided the green berries, and most of what we ate was dark purple and bitter. However, the red ones had a sweet, tangy flavor that I still crave sometimes. I rushed over to them, carrying my basket in tow. I hadn't gotten used to my long legs and arms from my growth spurt earlier that year, so I awkwardly flopped around before reaching the bush. As I approached, it moved a little, like something was inside. I moved closer, assuming it was a squirrel or some other small critter I could easily fight off. A mop of blonde hair poked out from the side of the bush. I rounded it to see the back of a kid. They turned as soon as I approached, and I was met with a blue-eyed, skinny, blonde girl. She was around my age. Her hair fell past her shoulders, and it was full of leaves. The dirt stains on her clothes and scratches across her bare legs told me she's been in the woods for a while.
Hi.
The girl said with a bright smile. I backed away a bit.
Why are you wearing a mask? Are you a superhero?
She asked with a mocking laugh.
Superhero?
I asked.
Yeah.
She returned before reaching into her back pocket and pulling out a rolled comic book. She handed it to me, and I saw Spider-Man written on the front. It was the first time I'd ever seen anyone else in a mask, though his was a lot cooler than mine.
You should wear one like him instead,
the girl said. The sound of leaves crunching sounded behind me, and I saw my mom approach with her bow and arrow. Her eyes widened when she noticed the girl.
Hello,
the girl said. I watched my mother's hands shake as she held the bow and arrow tightly against her side. Another sound came from behind the girl, and Mom quickly lifted the weapon. It was a man with a large brown beard. He spotted my mom instantly and threw his hands up in submission while slowly moving in front of the girl.
Who are you?
Mom asked. Hello, he said. I'm Monty. This is my daughter, Jamie. We're camping nearby. Sorry, I didn't know we were on someone's property. Mom refused to lower the bow and arrow.
You need to leave.
Is this your property? The man asked. Mom bit her lip, and her arms started to shake.
Yes,
she said. Would the park office confirm that if I called? He asked. Mom lowered the bow a little. Jamie, why don't you go find some firewood? He said.
But, Dad...
Go! Jamie pursed her lips and glanced at me before stomping away. Look, if you're this deep in the woods, I assume you're hiding from something just like we are, he said to my mom before looking at me and raising his eyebrow. We don't want any trouble, and I don't care what you're doing out here, honestly.
See that tree?
Mom said, pointing to the tallest one in the area.
Don't cross it again. You or your girl.
You got it, Monty said with a smile. And with that, my mom lowered her weapon. I was just bluffing, by the way. I ain't got a phone. Too easy to track. Mom grabbed me by the arm and pulled as we started walking back home. If you ever want to trade some of your kills, let me know, he said. We got plenty of beans and rice. Mom ignored him. We're in the RV down the trail about 2 miles, he called. I looked back and saw the girl waving. I didn't stop looking until they disappeared in the distance. I helped Mom gut the rabbit she'd caught for dinner, holding the bag for the innards as she ripped them out of the small creature. She hadn't said much since we met the father and daughter in the woods, and I couldn't tell if she was concerned or mad. I knew I should avoid bringing it up, but couldn't help myself.
I thought you said there was no one else in these woods,
I said, as she placed a handful of viscera into the bag.
There weren't, she said, and I need to figure out a way to get rid of them.
Why? I asked. They didn't seem dangerous. She paused.
Everyone's dangerous, Nestor.
I dropped my head and stared into the bag for a while, not meaning to. My eyes got lost in the red and pink mixture that slid with every slight movement. The image of the girl popped into my head and wouldn't seem to leave.
You're thinking about her, aren't you?
Mom asked. Over time, I've learned many moms have the ability to predict exactly what their child is thinking, or at least offer a good guess.
She was around your age.
I looked at my mom, then back into the bag. She dropped the rabbit onto the wood slab and knelt in front of me.
I know you're lonely, but you know it has to be this way, she said.
But why? I asked.
You never tell me. I tell you that you need to trust me,
she said before standing back up.
And that should be the only explanation you need.
It wasn't, though. I don't know if it was the fact that my mind was changing in adolescence or I'd finally had enough, but I'd already started thinking of ways I could sneak away and meet that girl again.
I know what'll make you feel better,
Mom said before taking off her blood-stained gloves and going inside. She came back out a few minutes later, holding something behind her back. She stopped in front of me, and my hands started to shake with excitement. I'd never gotten a gift before, and never expected one. The feeling of excitement was something I hadn't had much experience with. She paused for a few more moments as I felt I was about to burst. She finally revealed what looked like a light brown mass, the color of a dying tree. She smiled as she handed it to me. It felt smooth and almost sticky. I pulled the edges apart to see that it was a new mask, but it was nothing like the ones I'd had before. This one had actual facial features, a mouth with lips, a nose like my mom's, and eyebrows.
I made it with rabbit skin, she said. I thought you'd like having one that looks like an actual face.
I stared at it, trying to appear grateful, but struggling to understand how I actually felt.
Well, try it on, she said.
I did as she asked, pulling the thin leather across my head into my neck. It fit tightly against my head. The eye holes were perfectly situated, so I wouldn't have to pull the mask down to see.
You probably won't want to wear it in the summer, but I tried to make it more comfortable and durable than your last one.
I breathed in the gamey smell of the leather and pressed my tongue against the inside of my mouth.
Well, what do you think?
She asked.
Thanks,
I said, wishing it looked more like Spider-Man's. Mom was always exhausted after a day of hunting, especially during the summer. It was almost impossible to wake her up. Once she fell asleep, I snuck out of the cabin and into the woods. I followed the path, remembering what Monty said about their RV being 2 miles down the trail. As I walked in the darkness, I wondered why I was trying so hard to see this girl again. I'd been fine living my whole life without anyone besides Mom, though I'd begun to wonder if that feeling of complacency came from a secluded life. I'd been walking around for half an hour when I heard voices a few yards away. I ducked into the nearby trees and spotted a fire that gave way to a dingy brown RV. Monty sat in a chair beside the fire while Jamie danced around it. I moved closer without meaning to, not realizing I was no longer hidden. Jamie spotted me as she rounded the fire. I watched her say something to him before she came skipping towards me.
Hey, Spider-Man.
She said.
I like your new mask.
Thanks, I said. My name's Nestor,
I like Spider-Man better.
she said.
Come on, I told my dad I was gonna pee, but I want to show you something.
She grabbed my hand and pulled me into the woods. Her hand was soft and warm, despite it being chilly that night. I still remember that. The temperature of her hand left an impression on mine that seems to remain for years. We walked a few yards more until she stopped at a small ditch with a thin stream at the bottom. She smiled at me before sliding down to the edge of the stream. I paused before following. At the bottom, she caught my arm and stopped me from going face first into the creek. She laughed, and I laughed back.
Look,
She said, pointing in the creek. I scanned the surface of the dark water, unsure of what she was pointing at.
tadpoles.
She said with excitement. I looked again, and in the moon's reflection, I saw tiny, black dots swimming near the edge of the creek.
They'll grow legs soon.
She said.
That's what I learned in school. Do you go to school?
I shook my head.
Yeah, I'm not right now, but my dad said I can go back soon, when we leave the woods.
Despite not knowing her, the thought of her leaving made my chest hurt.
Jamie?
Cried Monty from somewhere in the woods.
I gotta go.
She said softly.
Come visit me again. Just whistle 3 times and I'll come find you in the woods.
She climbed up the ditch and waved before disappearing. I only went to visit her on the nights my mom was exhausted. Sometimes Jamie was already in bed when I arrived. We only saw each other every couple of weeks, but the times we saw each other made up for all the time away that I wanted to see her. Seeing her was like seeing sunshine after weeks of rain. On these late-night meetings, Jamie told me all about her life out of the woods, the friends she had back in her hometown, the restaurants she missed, the afternoons she spent at their local library, reading whichever book had the coolest cover.
Have you ever read The Boxcar Children?
She asked me one night. I shook my head. My mom had a small collection of books, and most were too long for me to be interested in. The only 3 I had read from her collection were one about local wildlife and an old cookbook with faded letters.
Whenever I leave, you can visit me, and I'll let you borrow it.
She said, while hitting tall blades of grass with a stick.
I have the whole collection. Oh, we can go to the movies. I love going to the movies. I used to go all the time with my mom and dad before they broke up.
Broke up? I asked.
Yeah, it's like when adults decide they don't like each other anymore, so they stop living together.
She knew so much more than me about movies, books, the world, everything.
You've really lived out here your whole life, Spider-Man?
She asked. Yeah, I think so, I said.
That's cool. You're like this guy in this movie I liked called Tarzan, except you weren't raised by gorillas, right?
She laughed. We found a clearing and sat in the cool grass. Fireflies flew around the tall grass like embers. We looked at each other, and she smiled, and I smiled back. She picked at the grass to her side, randomly glancing at me.
Why do you wear a mask?
She asked, not looking up at me. I knew it would come up eventually, though I liked how long she'd gone before asking. My mom says something bad will happen, I said, wondering if I should have come up with a cooler reason. She picked at the grass for a few more seconds before standing up and dusting her hands.
Works for me,
she said, before offering her hands to help me up. And as we stood in the moonlight, I knew there was no way my face was nearly as nice as hers. We'd met each other every few weeks for around a year without either of us getting caught, though I got the feeling her dad wouldn't care as much as my mom would. One night, when I came back, my mom was waiting in the yard, staring into the woods. She spotted me, and her eyes grew wide with anger.
Where the hell were you?
She cried, moving towards me like an angry bull. She grabbed me by the shoulders and tried to look in my eyes, but I refused to meet them.
Just out for a walk,
I said.
You were meeting that girl, weren't you? You know we can't trust them.
I pulled away from my mom, and she stepped back, surprised.
What's wrong with you? She asked. She's my friend, I said. My only friend.
I thought I was your friend, she returned, her voice dropping. I paused.
Friends don't keep secrets from each other. You don't tell me anything.
Mom looked at the ground. I could see the thoughts racing through her head. She was considering something.
Why do we have to stay here? I asked. Why can't I have friends? Why can't I go to school? Why do I have to wear a mask?
Mom bit her lip, and her eyes met mine. They were red and ready to break with tears. I waited for an answer, hoping she'd finally decided to share something with me. She gripped her fists, then released them. She sighed and started back to the cabin, leaving me where I was standing.
Keep playing with her if you want,
she said.
Just keep your mask on.
Another year or so passed. I was still frustrated with my mom for not sharing more information with me, but I was happy I didn't have to sneak out to meet Jamie. We even started meeting in the daylight, making it much easier to explore the woods together. I showed her all the things I'd learned over the years about how to identify poisonous plants, how to find your way home if you got lost, and how to track animals.
Wow, you know a lot about the woods,
she said.
Why didn't you ever tell me?
I shrugged.
Will you teach me how to shoot a bow and arrow?
She asked. Mom had just taught me, so I wasn't sure how well I could teach her. However, the pleas in her eyes kept me from saying no. We found a spot near a clearing in the woods where my mom would often hunt for quails. We ducked behind a log, and I set up the bow and arrow on top of it. A small flock of quail bobbed in and out of the tall grass. I picked a large one closer to us than the rest, and aimed the arrow just as Mom had taught me. The quail bobbed again, and I took a deep breath before letting the arrow go. The flock flew into the air, leaving the arrow on the ground, pointed towards the sky. We walked to the clearing and found the quail struck through its chest with the arrow.
That was amazing,
she cried.
I want to try.
It was the first animal I'd ever killed on my own, and I loved that Jamie was here to see it. It made me realize that I wanted her there for all the big moments in my life. We went back to the log with my quail and hid. An hour or so passed before the flock returned and started picking at seeds and insects on the ground. I handed Jamie the bow and arrow.
What do I do?
She asked, holding the bow and arrow at her sides.
You have to show me, silly.
I awkwardly moved towards her and placed my arms around her shoulders. I lifted her arm with the arrow, then the one with the bow. I positioned them in the right spots, slowly. Her hair smelled like sweat and dirt, but I liked it.
You have to aim and take a breath before shooting, I said. You need to make sure you're completely relaxed, and taking a breath helps. Okay, she said. How far do I pull the string back?
I gulped before putting my hand over hers. She breathed quickly, as if I scared her, but quickly settled into my arms. I cupped my hand around hers and pulled the string back. She looked at me and smiled.
I think I got it,
she said. I moved away as I noticed my heart beating harder than it ever had. She aimed the arrow and took a breath. She let it go, and the flock flew away. We both watched the arrow for a moment and saw it move. We ran to it and saw the quail shot in the side. I pulled the arrow out, and the tiny bird struggled to move away from us.
Oh, no,
she said. I could see her starting to cry.
It's okay,
I said, picking up the quail and holding it between us.
Do you think we could help?
Before she could finish her thought, I twisted the bird's neck, and it went limp. I held it to him. I held it to her, and she stared at me, wide-eyed. I cocked my head at her, but she looked away.
It's okay. You can keep it, she said.
We spent the rest of that day at a clearing close to her campsite. She poked at rocks with her pocket knife and stared at the forest, not saying anything. I was about to ask her what was wrong when she dropped her head and began sobbing.
What's wrong?
I asked. She looks back up, then at me.
I want to go home.
I dropped my head.
I know my dad is hiding me from my mom, she said. He picked me up from school one day and told me we were going on a fun trip and that we'd go home soon. I believed him for a long time, but I'm not a stupid kid anymore. I miss my mom. I miss my old friends.
I know she didn't mean to make me feel bad, but hearing all this hurt. I thought she was happy out here with me, that all we needed was each other.
I want to leave, she said, and I want you to go with me.
I sat back. What? I can't leave. She pursed her lips and set her head on her knees.
Why do you wear that mask?
I have to.
'Cause your mom says.
I paused, then nodded.
Your mom's lying, just like my dad is. I bet you $1 million nothing will happen if you take off your mask right now.
She moved her hand towards me and gripped the neck of the mask. I pulled back and she let go. She paused and tried again, and this time I allowed her to untie the twine. Everything seems to move in slow motion as she gently pulled upwards on the mask, careful to avoid yanking too hard around my nose and eyes. Everything went black as the last bit of the mask traveled up my face. By then, Jamie's smiling face greeted me with the sun behind it. We stared at each other for several moments.
See? Nothing, she said. And you don't have any hideous scars or anything. Really?
I asked. She shook her head, then leaned in, kissing me on the lips. My eyes widened in surprise for a moment, but I quickly relaxed as it felt right. Perfect. She pulled away and smiled again. My smile was so big my cheeks started to hurt.
Let's leave. Tonight, she said. Tonight.
She nodded.
I can grab food and stuff to last us a while, and you can use your forest knowledge to lead us back to the road. Some adults will have to pick up some kids they see on the side of the road. I'll tell them where my mom lives, and we can go back there.
Your mom would let me stay? I asked. She nodded.
Of course.
She stood up and offered her hands to me. I took it and pulled myself up.
Meet me here when the moon's in the center of the sky, she said.
1,000 thoughts went through my mind as I stood there, holding Jamie's hand. I wondered if this was really a good idea, if my mom would be okay without me, if I was ready to leave the woods. But I knew I could do all of it, as long as I was with Jamie. I nodded. She started out of the clearing with me a few feet behind her. She paused, causing me to stop. She stood still for several seconds, with her arms at her sides, the pocket knife in her hand, shaking.
Jamie?
I asked.
Are you okay?
She turns to me with wide eyes and her mouth clenched.
Jamie?
I moved towards her, but she lifted the knife. I stood, frozen, as she moved it towards her head, holding it a few inches from her cheek.
Jamie?
She stuck the knife deep in her face, and I screamed. She pulled against the handle, dragging the blade along her face. I ran to stop her, but a kick to my stomach sent me to the ground. Jamie continued cutting her face, dragging it along her forehead and down to her ears. I leapt up to stop her again, but again and again she managed to keep me away while continuing to slice her flesh.
Jamie!
Cried a voice from the woods. Auntie distracted me for a moment as he came running into the clearing from behind me.
I heard a scream,
he said while approaching. I noticed the knife in Jamie's face and the blood running down her neck.
Jamie!
He cried. He ran quickly toward her, glancing at me along the way. He paused a few feet behind me, and I stood between the two of them as the horrible sounds of Jamie's knife still working down her face filled my ears and made my legs immobile. Monty stared blank-faced at me for a moment, then dug into his pocket without looking down. He pulled out a much larger knife than Jamie's and stuck it into his own cheek, starting to cut along the same pattern she had. I clocked the silence from behind me and turned. I didn't want to see what Jamie had done, but I couldn't stop myself. My brain wanted to leave as quickly as I could, but something buried deep told me to look. I looked upon a bloody mess of musculature. Her eyelids were still there, though she didn't blink. Her nose was gone, as were her lips, revealing 2 rows of small teeth. The sounds of Monty continuing to slice sounded behind me as my eyes traveled down Jamie's body. At her side, I saw what was left of her face. She lifted her arm and held it up to me. It looked like it. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. Instead, I ran. I ran as fast as I could back to the cabin, pulling my mask back over my face along the way. Mom was peeling the husks from some corn when I ran into the yard. I stumbled to the ground and she ran over. The inside of my mask was soaked with tears and I was having trouble breathing in it.
Nestor, what's wrong?
She asked, kneeling in front of me. Her fingers drifted to the untied twine at the bottom of my neck.
Oh no,
She said.
Did she see your face?
They're still alive,
I said.
we could take them out of the woods.
It's too late for them, son. I'm sorry.
I cried violently for another few moments, then looked at my mom.
When you said something bad would happen if someone saw my face, you didn't mean something bad would happen to me, did you?
I sat in the kitchen while Mom brought me a cool glass of water. I could tell she was stalling, but I didn't care. Everything was wrong, and nothing she said would make it better. She sat in front of me and grabbed my hand.
I didn't want to tell you. I hoped I would never have to.
She looked from side to side, then at me.
In the town I grew up in, this small place on the other side of the woods, there were stories of things in the forest. Things that only showed themselves when they wanted to be seen. Spirits, ghosts, monsters. Natives had a name for this particular brand of spirits that I can't remember. She continued. Us in town always just called them face stealers.
My heart stopped beating for a moment.
Folks said if you looked at their face, they would take yours. All us kids figured they were just stories meant to keep us from wandering too far into the woods. That's what adults do, right? Tell kids fibs to keep them from getting hurt. That's what I learned to do, Nestor. And I'm wondering if it was right. I'm wondering if I should have just told you this stuff from the beginning.
She sighed. I wanted to say something. My mind couldn't find the words.
I went most of my life believing that there was no such thing as magic and things were only the way you saw them,
Mom said before pausing and looking at me.
One day, I was walking in the woods, just trying to clear my head. I might have wandered farther than I should have, but I grew up around the trees. I knew how to find my way back. As I was fixing to turn around, I noticed a man a few yards away from me, off the trail. I didn't think nothing of it. Figured he was out hunting or something like that, but when he turned to me, his face was missing. Cut clean off. Took everything except his teeth and ears.
My hands started to shake. I didn't want to believe anything she was saying, but the image of Jamie's skinless face refused to leave my head.
I started walking backwards, thinking this man must have lost his mind, but it started to occur to me that maybe all those stories I thought were bullshit actually had some truth to them.
She looked at me, then away. It was the first time I'd ever heard her curse.
I kept moving away from the man when I saw this small body facing away from me, a few yards away, off the trail. A kid, no older than 2 or 3, completely naked in the woods, by themselves. I walked towards them, thinking they might be in danger from the man. Then, I saw it. A clump of skin on the ground, in a pile, like some fucked up anthill. The holes for his eyes were the only thing I saw before turning away. I didn't know what to do. I thought about just leaving you out there. But then, you started crying. A painful cry that broke my heart. I couldn't have kids of my own, but... She swallowed her saliva. I wrapped my outside shirt over your head and picked you up. And when you wrapped your tiny arms around my neck, I knew I had to protect you. So I just kept walking, deeper and deeper into the woods, not knowing what to do, but hoping I'd figure it out along the way. She answered the first question I had without me having to say anything. I don't know who left you there or why, she said. I wonder if your real parents would ever come looking for you. And maybe that's partially why I wanted us to stay as hidden as we could. Her eyes drifted to me. There was a long, heavy silence. Esther, she said, I don't want to ask, son, but I think I have to. When your friend did what she did you like it? Of course, I didn't like it, I thought, as I wandered back through the woods. I didn't have time to examine my emotions at the moment, though. I thought I was terrified, but had I confused excitement for terror? The sun was beginning to set when I made it to the spot where Jamie and Monty lay. They were both on their backs, their bodies still against the bright green grass. I warily approached, not wanting to see what had become of their faces, but unable to stop myself. I stopped just shy of their bodies and noticed something on the ground. A small mound of pink flesh stared back at me, and I knew it was her face. I didn't move for a few moments. My stomach turned at the idea of what her face might look like detached from her body. Still, I moved towards it, seeing a few insects had begun picking away at the flesh. I picked it up, dusting the small creatures away while feeling the softness of the flesh between my fingers. As the stinky blood coated my palms, I felt the side of my mouth begin to curl into a smile. I gasped and dropped Jamie's face before running away from the scene, wiping the blood from my hands onto my pants. I sat in my room, staring at the wall for a long time. My body still buzzed from the feeling of Jamie's face between my fingers. The fear and sickness had all disappeared, instead replaced with an elation I'd never experienced. My body felt light, and the constant fear and anxiety that usually filled my brain had gone away. I felt confident and more intelligent, though it seemed impossible at the time. I sat with the feeling, not wanting it to leave. However, when it did, I felt worse than I ever had. A dark cloud seemed to surround my head as my body felt heavy and bound to the space around me. The realization that I would never see my best friend again came rushing into me, and as the guilt of knowing I had caused her death made me wish I were the one lying lifeless in the grass instead of her. I cried for the next few hours until it felt like I had no tears left. My mom had come by to check on me several times, but avoided coming into my room. Just let me know if you need something, okay? She asked once. I heard her move to her room and shut the door. She never closed her room at night before that day. I could tell there was something different about her, and it had become more evident over the next few days. She no longer walked around the house like an authority figure, but more like someone trying to avoid eye contact with a mean dog. She never brought up the incident again, and I was thankful for that.
the guilt of killing Jamie never went away, though neither did the remembrance of that ecstasy I experienced afterwards. It created a temptation in me to go out and find someone else to whom I could show my face. It became a regular craving. Usually, it was more like one might crave sugar after going a long time without any. But some nights, it was almost compared to starvation. It became so bad that one day I saw my mom walking outside, busy and distracted with chores. I approached from behind and started removing my mask without thinking. My mom heard me and approached and spun around, dropping the garden hose she'd been using. The look of fear in her face. The woman who'd ensured my survival, who'd loved me despite knowing I was a monster. Seeing her that terrified of me, it almost hurt worse than Jamie. Mom slept with a chair against her door that night, and for most nights after. While she was sleeping one night, I snuck into her craft room, spotting a large needle she used on leather. I grabbed it, taking a thick roll of twine as well. Jamie's face flashed in my mind. First, her face the first time I'd met her, followed by the last time. I knew it was horrible, but my emotions and my brain weren't matching, and at the time, I felt like my brain was right. If the cravings weren't going to stop, then I needed to prevent my mask from ever coming off again. I took the needle and twine and held them to my neck for a moment before taking a deep breath. The needle punctured my skin, then the mask leather. I cringed as the twine slid through my flesh and felt every centimeter of its rough edges scraping the inside of my skin. Lines of crimson fell from every puncture in my neck. The harsh stinging I'd felt when I first punctured my skin had become a dull pain. For the first time in my life, the mask felt warm and comforting. I breathed in its leathery smell before lying back on my bed, thankful I'd never hurt anyone like I'd hurt Jamie. My bed is much more comfortable these days. I invested in a weighted blanket and a goose-down pillow, and I truly can tell the difference. In the month, it'll be 10 years since I left the woods. Mom died a year prior, and being out there by myself, well, it was lonelier than I can describe. Though on some nights, I would give a lot of money for the peace and quiet of the woods. My apartment overlooks a bustling downtown area, and while the view is amazing, the noise of the city can be a bit overwhelming at times. Thank God for the noise-canceling headphones my ex-girlfriend gifted me for Christmas last year. Though it's my day off, I decided to do some cleaning. I never got around to hiring a new cleaner, and the place had become a bit of a sty. I go to the bathroom and look in the mirror for a moment, seeing my neck mask staring back at me. It's more lucid than any of the masks I had growing up, but thick enough to prevent me from seeing my actual face. This mask is milky white and made of a thin plastic. It only covers my face, leaving my hair, ears, and neck visible. The scars where I'd sewn that old mask on became a pale white over the years. No one ever asked about them, though. There were only a few people who'd ever seen me with my shirt off. Lining the bathroom counter are several other masks, ones I made myself from materials I've collected over the years. I've been perfecting them since leaving the woods. I was able to get away with crude masks for a while, using the excuse of having bad scarring, but I realized how much better it was to get close to someone before doing what I had to do. And people want something they can see. Eyes that react to them. Lips that move. Cheeks that wrinkle when smiling. I think I've almost got my perfect mask. They contour to every crease of my face and match my skin color perfectly. Only sometimes will someone notice something off about my face. Maybe they spot a plasticky sheen to the synthetic skin, or see makeup lines around my lips or eyes. They only make a look of concern and continue about their day, wondering if what they saw was only their imagination. I decide to clean my room first, starting with the mess of clothes in the closet. Before getting started, though, I decide to reminisce and drag out the leather box near the back corner of the closet. I place it on my bed and pull the flap open. A smile climbs up my cheeks. I've managed to preserve most of them, with the latest ones being those of my ex-girlfriend and the cleaners. There are 23 in total, but I have plans for several more, so I'm probably going to need to find a better storage system. Seeing all the empty eye sockets and jagged edges of the faces always makes me feel a slight amount of elation I feel upon taking them. It also makes me sad, though. Sad that I didn't go back for her face before the forest took it. We called it the trip of the year, a chance to break free from the suffocating grind of college life, an impulsive decision born over too many late-night study sessions and caffeine highs. Our destination was supposed to be an adventure, a cabin in the mountains where we could forget about exams and papers, at least for a while. But what we got was something else entirely. The three of us had always been close, each of us playing a part in our peculiar little trio. There was me, Jason, the designated driver and unofficial planner. I like to think of myself as the one who kept us grounded, the one who knew how to read a map or change a tire when things went wrong. The others liked to joke that I was born 30 years too late, that my knack for analog solutions and my mistrust of GPS meant I was more suited to road trips of the 80s than the tech-filled caravans of today. Then there was Leah. Leah was the spark, the reason this trip existed in the first place. She was always the one with the ideas, the kind that started with, "Wouldn't it be crazy if," and ended up with us sneaking into the campus library after hours or setting out at midnight for a spontaneous drive to the coast. Leah had a wild spirit, the type that made you believe anything could be fun as long as she was around. She was impulsive, unpredictable, and exactly the kind of person you wanted next to you when life started feeling too routine. And finally, there was Eric. Eric was the quiet one. Thoughtful, skeptical, but always game once Leah managed to convince him. He was the kind of guy who preferred stability over chaos, but found himself often choosing chaos simply because Leah and I were his friends. He kept a book in his backpack at all times, claiming you never know when you might get a chance to read. Leah teased him about it endlessly, but deep down, we both knew that Eric's bookish demeanor kept us from wandering too far into dangerous territory, at least most of the time. The trip had started out smooth enough. The plan was simple. Leave campus Friday afternoon, drive for a few hours, and reach the cabin by nightfall. We were armed with snacks, a playlist Leah had curated called Songs for Escaping Reality, and Eric's stack of travel guides and trail maps.
I swear this playlist is going to change your life,
Leah said, grinning as she cranked up the volume. The first notes of a classic rock song blared through the speakers, and she started nodding her head to the beat. Eric rolled his eyes, but a smile tugged at his lips.
Yeah, till you play that one weird techno track that you always sneak in.
Oh, come on, it's part of the experience.
Leah shot back, winking at me in the rearview mirror.
As long as it keeps us awake,
I said, keeping my eyes on the road. The sky was blushing with the colors of sunset as we left behind the sprawling cityscape and ventured into the countryside. Everything was perfect until it wasn't. A detour sign appeared on the road where none should have been, and our GPS lost its signal somewhere in the rolling hills.
That's weird. Was this detour here last time?
I asked, frowning as I slowed down. Leah leaned forward, squinting at the sign.
Who cares? It's an adventure, right? Besides, what's the worst that could happen?
She flashed a grin, her enthusiasm infectious as always. Eric, sitting in the back, sighed.
I don't know, guys. Detours that aren't on maps tend to end up in horror movies,
he said, but there was a hint of a smile on his face.
Oh, come on, Eric. Don't be such a buzzkill.
Leah teased.
I promise if we end up in a horror movie, I'll save you first.
That's reassuring.
Eric replied, rolling his eyes. We weren't worried. Not at first. I had maps, after all, and Leah had a sixth sense for adventure. We laughed about it, teasing each other as the sun dipped lower, the horizon melting into a deep, inky blue. The mood was light, Leah making jokes about the mystery road, and Eric reluctantly joining in.
Maybe we'll find buried treasure,
Leah said, her voice tinged with excitement.
Or a cult,
Eric added, shaking his head.
Hopefully not a cult.
We passed fields and forests, the headlights cutting through an increasingly lonely road, the kind where you started to forget you were even part of the world anymore. It was Leah who first pointed it out, the flickering neon sign glowing faintly in the distance. The Last Stop Cafe, it read, in faded letters. Leah was thrilled, immediately insisting we pull over. She called it a classic roadside experience, her enthusiasm spilling over into her voice as she spoke of milkshakes and greasy fries served in places just like this. Eric sighed, a small, reluctant smile tugging at his lips as he nodded.
Might as well. We're lost anyway,
he muttered, glancing at me. I hesitated.
Come on, Jason. Where's your sense of adventure?
Leah's voice broke through my thoughts. She leaned in, her eyes sparkling.
I bet they have the best milkshakes.
Yeah, the kind with extra mystery ingredients,
Eric said dryly, but he was already unbuckling his seatbelt. The gravel crunched beneath the tires as we pulled into the lot, the diner standing solitary under the night sky, its windows glowing in eerie yellow. The place seemed oddly empty.
Anyone else got a weird vibe from this place?
I asked, trying to keep my tone light. Leah laughed, already halfway out of the car.
You always think too much, Jason. It's just a diner.
Eric shrugged.
Let's just grab something to eat. It's probably fine.
He paused, looking at the darkened road behind us.
Though it is kind of isolated.
But that's what makes it an adventure,
Leah declared, stretching her arms. She turns to me with a grin.
Besides, I'm starving. Let's go.
I followed them toward the entrance. The door creaked open as we stepped inside. The diner was small, with red, vinyl booths and a long counter lined with chrome stools. A lone waitress stood behind the counter, giving us a polite smile.
Welcome in, folks,
she said, her voice warm.
Sit wherever you like.
Leah immediately pointed to a booth near the window.
That one. It gets the best view,
she said, practically bouncing over to it. Eric and I followed, settling into the booth. I couldn't help but notice how empty the diner was. Just us and a few other patrons who seemed lost in their own world. As I looked closer, I noticed the other patrons more carefully. There was a man sitting alone at the counter, staring into a cup of coffee. In the corner booth, an elderly couple sat side by side, neither of them speaking. The woman was looking out the window, her expression blank, while the man seems to be fixated on a spot on the table, his lips moving as if he were muttering something under his breath. Eric followed my gaze and raised an eyebrow.
Not exactly the liveliest bunch, huh?
Leah shrugged.
Hey, it's late. People are tired. Besides, it's kind of nice to have the place mostly to ourselves.
The waitress approached our table. She handed us the menus without a word, her demeanor far less welcoming than before, and left without waiting for a response. Leah opened her menu first, her eyes widening.
Whoa, guys, check this out. There are actual rules in here. Like, rules for eating at a diner?
Rules? Eric asked, raising his eyebrow as he flipped open his menu.
What kind of rules?
I glanced at my own menu, noticing a laminated page right at the front titled House Rules. Leah cleared her throat dramatically and began reading aloud.
Rule number 1, do not ask the staff about the diner's history,
she said, pausing for effect.
Oh no, we can't talk about the mysterious past of the creepy diner. What a shame.
Eric snorted.
Yeah, right. Like anyone actually cares about that.
Leah continued, her voice dripping with playful sarcasm.
Rule number 2, do not enter the restroom alone. Well, I guess I'm on my own if I need to go. Thanks for nothing, guys.
I chuckled. Maybe they're just really big on safety. Or maybe they just don't want anyone wandering off and getting lost in their haunted bathroom.
Rule number 3, if the neon sign outside flickers, close your eyes until it stops.
Leah read, her eyebrows shooting up.
Close your eyes? Are they worried about seizures or something?
Rule number 4. Avoid the kitchen at all costs, even if you hear someone calling for help. I read aloud, raising an eyebrow. Well, that's oddly specific. Leah grinned.
Maybe they just don't want us to steal their secret recipes.
Or maybe that's where they keep the bodies, Eric added, his tone deadpan. Rule number 5. If someone sits in the booth across from you with a blurry face, do not speak to them. I read aloud, glancing at Leah and Eric. Blurry face? What does that even mean? Eric laughed. Maybe they just don't want us talking to strangers.
Rule 6. If the power goes out, stay seated and do not speak until the lights return.
Leah read, her smile fading slightly.
Okay, that one's just creepy.
Probably just a gimmick to make the place seem spooky, I said, trying to keep the mood light. Leah nodded, then read the next one.
Rule 7. Never turn around if someone taps you on the shoulder.
Rule 8. Do not answer if your name is called by someone you don't recognize. Eric read, his voice taking on a mock serious tone. I guess no new friends for us tonight. No complaints here, I said, chuckling. Eric flipped to the next rule. Rule 9. Do not look under the table for any reason. Okay, now they're just messing with us, he said, shaking his head. I took a deep breath before reading the last rule. And finally, Rule 10. Under no circumstances should you leave the diner before 3 a.m. I guess we're stuck here for a while, I said, attempting to lighten the mood, but failing to hide the unease. Hope they really do have good milkshakes. Leah waved her hand dismissively, her grin still intact.
Oh, come on, Jason. It's just a cool marketing gimmick. You know, like come for the creepy rules, stay for the food.
Eric nodded, though he seems to notice my tone. Yeah, it's definitely giving off haunted attraction vibes. They probably get a lot of late-night thrill-seekers in here. I just hope the food lives up to the hype. We turned our attention back to the menus, scanning through the classic diner options. Leah tapped her finger against the table, deciding between a burger and a milkshake.
I think I'll go for the double cheeseburger and a chocolate shake. You can't go wrong with the classics, right?
I'll get the pancakes, Eric said. Breakfast for dinner never disappoints. I guess I'll go with a burger, too. Maybe some fries to share, I added. The waitress approached again, her demeanor just as cold as before. She pulled out her notepad and asked,
Ready to order?
Leah smiled up at her.
Yeah, I'll take the double cheeseburger with the chocolate milkshake.
Eric nodded. The pancakes for me, please, and a coffee. Burgers and fries, and a coffee for me, I said. The waitress scribbled down our orders without a word, her eyes barely meeting ours. As she turns to leave, Leah spoke up, her tone playful.
So, about these rules, are they just for fun, or do you actually have people trying to break them?
The waitress paused, her back still to us. Slowly, she turned, her expression more serious than ever. The rules are there for a reason, she said, her voice cold and unwavering. You should follow them. Every one of them. Leah laughed, clearly amused.
Wow, you're really committed to the bit. It definitely keeps the creepy vibe alive.
Eric nodded in agreement. Yeah, it adds to the atmosphere. Very, immersive. The waitress didn't respond. She simply turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing again in the empty diner. I couldn't help myself. I called after her, a smirk on my face. Hey, what about the history of this place? Any ghost stories we should know about? The waitress froze mid-step. Her body stiffened, and she turned her head slightly, just enough for me to catch a glimpse of her eyes. Wide, almost terrified. Suddenly, the lights in the diner flickered, dimming until they cast only the faintest glow. The air grew heavy, and a cold shiver ran down my spine as I felt it. A presence, a sensation of someone breathing down my neck. The laughter from Leah and Eric seems to fade, and suddenly, I realized the diner was silent. Too silent. My eyes darted around, and to my growing horror, I saw that Leah and Eric were no longer there. The booth across from me was empty, as if they had never been there at all. My heart pounded in my ears as I slowly turned my head, feeling the intense pressure of something right behind me. I turned fully. Inches away from my face was a figure. A blurry, pale face staring straight at me, its eyes wide and hollow. It was there for just a split second, but it was enough to send a jolt of fear through me. I gasped and jerked back instinctively, my body colliding with the table. I lost my balance, falling hard onto the floor, the sound of the crash echoing in the empty diner. Suddenly, the lights flickered back to full brightness, and Leah and Eric's laughter filled the air again, as if nothing had happened.
Nice one, Jason,
Leah said, still grinning.
Really going all in on the creepy vibe, huh?
Eric chuckled, shaking his head.
Bravo. I like how you're getting into character. Keeps things interesting.
I forced a smile, but my eyes darted around the diner. Something had happened. Something real. I could still feel the lingering coldness, and a sense of wrongness gnawed at me. I leaned forward, lowering my voice.
Guys, I'm serious. There was something behind me. I felt it. The lights, everything just went off.
Leah rolled her eyes, still grinning.
Oh, come on, Jason. Don't try to freak us out now. You're just adding to the atmosphere, right?
Eric shook his head, his smile not quite fading.
Yeah, man. I gotta admit, you're doing a good job keeping the creepy vibe alive, but seriously, relax.
I opened my mouth to argue, but Leah nudged me playfully.
Bravo on the acting, by the way. Really sold it. Now, let's just enjoy our food when it gets here.
I tried to shake off the feeling, but the cold dread settled deep in my chest, refusing to leave. It felt like something had changed, and I couldn't quite put it out of my mind. A few moments later, the waitress returned, balancing a tray with our orders. She set down Leah's cheeseburger and milkshake, Eric's pancakes, and my burger and fries. The food looked surprisingly good. Steam rising from the plates, and for a moment, I almost forgot the strange encounter.
Finally, I'm starving,
Leah said, rubbing her hands together before diving into her burger.
Pancakes look decent,
Eric added, pouring syrup over them.
Not bad for a creepy diner in the middle of nowhere.
I nodded, though my appetite had waned. I took a bite of my burger, the taste barely registering as I kept glancing around, my eyes flickering to the other patrons and the shadows in the corners of the room.
What's up, Jason?
Leah asked through a mouthful of fries.
You still on edge?
I hesitated, then spoke.
I can't shake it, Leah. When the lights went out, I swear there was something behind me. I saw a face. It was inches away.
Leah and Eric exchanged uneasy glances. Leah's smile faltered for a moment.
Jason, seriously, enough. You're really starting to freak me out now.
Eric set his coffee down, frowning slightly.
Yeah, man, this is a joke. It's not funny anymore. Just stop, okay?
I forced a smile, trying to brush off the reaction.
I'm not joking, guys. It felt real.
Leah shook her head, her expression torn between amusement and discomfort.
Okay, well, can we just drop it? Let's try to enjoy the food.
Eric nodded, his gaze shifting to his pancakes.
Yeah, let's just move on. This place is creepy enough without us making it worse.
We ate quietly for a while, and surprisingly, the food was actually really good. Leah was halfway through her cheeseburger, her earlier unease replaced by her usual enthusiasm.
I have to admit, this is one of the best burgers I've had in a long time,
she said, her voice cheerful again. Eric nodded, his pancakes already half gone.
Yeah, pretty solid.
I tried to relax, taking a bite of my burger. It was juicy and flavorful, and the fries were perfectly crisp. Leah wiped her hands on a napkin and then got up, glancing towards the back of the diner.
Alright, I hate to say it, but I need to break one of those scary rules,
she said with a chuckle.
Restroom time. Guess I'm going solo.
Eric gave her a look, half amused, half concerned.
You sure about that, Leah?
She laughed, waving him off.
What, you guys think I'm gonna get sucked into the haunted bathroom? I'll be fine. Just keep my milkshake safe.
I watched as Leah made her way towards the restrooms, her confidence unwavering. But something in my gut twisted with unease, and I found myself unable to look away until she disappeared behind the restroom door. A few moments passed, and I tried to distract myself, picking at my fries. Eric was scrolling through his phone, oblivious to my anxiety. The diner felt quiet, the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead suddenly grating. Then, a scream pierced the air. My head snapped up, and I saw Eric's eyes widen as he turned toward the restrooms. Without thinking, I jumped up from the booth, my heart pounding as I rushed to the restroom door. I slammed it open, the door crashing against the wall. "Leah!" I called out, my voice echoing in the small, tiled space. Leah was on the floor, her hands covering her face. She was trembling. I kneeled down next to her, my hands hovering just above her shoulders.
Leah, it's okay. I'm here. What happened?
She shook her head, her voice barely audible.
There's something in the stall. I saw it.
I glanced towards the stall she was pointing at, my stomach churning. Carefully, I stood up and moved towards it, each step feeling heavier than the last. I reached out, hesitating for a moment, before pushing the stall door open. I swung it wide, revealing nothing but an empty stall. I turned back to Leah, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at me, trying to get a glimpse inside.
There's nothing here, Leah,
I said gently, trying to keep my voice calm.
It's empty.
She shook her head again.
No, I swear, Jason, there was something. It was there.
I helped her to her feet, her hands still trembling as she clung to my arm. We walked back to the table. Leah leaned heavily against me. Eric stood up as we approached, his expression a mix of concern and confusion.
What happened?
He asked, his eyes darting between us. Leah sank into the booth, her face still pale.
There was something in the stall, Eric. It was crawling towards me.
Eric frowned, shaking his head.
Leah, come on. Jason already freaked me out earlier. If you're trying to do the same thing...
No.
Leah snapped, her voice trembling.
This isn't a joke. There's something weird going on here. It's not just a marketing scheme.
I nodded, my eyes meeting Eric's.
She's right. Something's off about this place. We need to take this seriously.
Eric hesitated, the doubt still evident on his face.
All right, fine. But what exactly did you see, Leah?
Leah took a deep breath, her eyes still wide with fear.
It had 4 legs, like an animal, but no head or body, just legs. And it started moving towards me from the stall. I screamed, and then Jason came.
Eric stared at her for a moment, his expression shifting from confusion to discomfort. He sighed, rubbing his temples.
Okay, enough. This is getting too weird, guys. I don't know if I believe it, but it's really starting to freak me out. Can we just stop and try to chill for a bit? I need some air. I'm going outside.
Eric pushed himself up from the booth, grabbing his jacket. He shook his head, his expression a mix of skepticism and unease.
I don't care about the rules or whatever's supposed to happen here. I just need a cigarette. Eric, wait, I said, my voice urgent. You can't go outside. The rules. Forget the rules, Jason.
Eric snapped, his frustration clear.
I'm not staying in here. It's too much.
He turned and headed towards the entrance, not waiting for Leah or me to respond. Eric reached the entrance door, pushing it open. But as he stepped halfway through, he froze. Literally frozen mid-step. His body rigid between the diner and the outside. His hand still held the door, and his whole form seemed almost like a mannequin stuck in motion.
Eric?
Leah called out, her voice shaky.
What are you doing?
I stood up, my heart pounding.
Eric, come on, man. Stop messing around.
But there was no response. He was utterly still. Leah and I exchanged a nervous glance, both of us unsure of what to do.
Is he okay?
Leah whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I shook my head, slowly stepping away from the booth.
I don't know. He looks like he's stuck.
I moved closer, my eyes darting around the diner. The other patrons were no longer lost in their own worlds. Instead, they were staring at Eric, their eyes unblinking, their heads fixed. "Leah, they're all staring at him," I muttered. She turned her head, her breath catching in her throat as she noticed the other patrons' fixed gazes. I moved cautiously towards Eric. Just as I was within arm's reach of Eric, his body jerked violently, as if some unforeseen force had pushed him back. He flew into the diner, crashing onto his back, then sliding several feet across the floor. "Eric!" I shouted, rushing to his side. He was gasping for breath, his face pale and his eyes wide with terror. I grabbed his arm, helping him sit up. "What happened? Are you okay?" Eric's eyes darted around wildly before locking onto mine. His voice was shaky. They're outside. They're there." I glanced towards the open door, but all I could see was darkness beyond. I helped Eric to his feet, and together we made our way back to the booth. Leah's face stricken with fear as she watched us approach. "What the hell happened?" Leah asked, her voice trembling. Eric collapsed into the booth, his hands shaking. He took a moment to gather his breath, then began speaking. "I stepped outside, okay? I needed air. I moved around the side of the diner and lit a cigarette." Leah's eyes widened, and she interrupted. "Eric, no, you didn't. You were just in the doorway. You were frozen there." We all exchanged glances, both terrified and confused. Eric shook his head, bewildered. "No, I swear I stepped outside. I was out there. While I was having my cigarette, I started hearing something calling me from just around the diner. I went to the corner and peeked around it, but there was nothing." He paused, his eyes darting between us as he continued, his voice trembling. "I looked closer, started noticing movement in the dark. It was like a face detached from anything, just staring at me. Then the darkness seemed to get even thicker, like it swallowed everything else." Eric's voice dropped to a whisper. "I turned back towards the entrance of the diner, but it was dark there, too. Pitch black, like nothing was there. And then I heard it, this shushing noise, closing in on me. I can't explain it. It was like something was surrounding me. I felt this sense of dread, like nothing I've ever felt before. Suddenly, I felt a hit to my chest, and the next thing I knew, I was on the diner's floor next to you, Jason." I nodded, my stomach churning with dread. Whatever was happening, it was real, and we were in the middle of it. The carefree vibe from earlier was gone, replaced by a deep, unsettling fear that none of us could shake. We sat there in silence for a moment, each of us processing what Eric had just said. I glanced around the diner, my eyes landing on the other patrons. The elderly couple in the corner booth had turned their heads slightly, their eyes now focused directly on us, their expressions blank. Leah shifted uncomfortably, her eyes following mine. "Jason, do you see that?" she whispered. They're staring at us." I nodded, my pulse quickening. "Yeah, I see it." Eric looked up, his face still pale. "What is wrong with these people?" he muttered, his voice trembling. "It's like they're not even real." The waitress, who had been standing behind the counter, suddenly moved. Her head turned toward us with an unnatural jerk. Her eyes locked onto ours. Leah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Did you see that?" I nodded, my throat dry. "Yeah, something's wrong here." Eric's eyes darted to the clock on the wall. It was just past 1 a.m. "We can't leave until 3 a.m. We literally can't leave." Leah's face paled as she stared at the clock. "That's 2 more hours. What are we supposed to do?" I took a deep breath. "We stick to the rules. No more trying to test them. We just stay here, stay calm, and get through this." My voice sounded more confident than I felt, but it was the only plan we had. Leah nodded, her eyes still wide with fear. Okay, but we need to keep an eye on them. Something is seriously wrong here." Eric looked at the patrons again, his eyes narrowing.
They're watching us. All of them. And I don't think it's just for show.
Whatever was happening here, we were trapped, and we needed to be careful. Feeling the oppressive eeriness of the situation, we all got up for a moment, as if movement might help break the tension. I started pacing around our booth, back and forth, my thoughts racing as I tried to make sense of everything. Leah and Eric stood close by, their eyes darting anxiously around the diner. As I walked, my back turned to them. I suddenly felt a light tap on my shoulder. My first thought was that it was Eric. I spun around, but when I looked towards where they had been standing, I froze. Two strangers were standing there, their faces blurry and their eyes locked directly on me. My stomach dropped as I remembered Rule 7. Never turn around if someone taps you on the shoulder. It was too late now. The strangers stared at me. Panic surged through me, my chest tightening as I struggled to understand what was happening. Their gaze felt invasive, as if they were looking straight through me, seeing everything I couldn't comprehend.
Leah, Eric.
I called out again, my voice cracking, but there was no response, just the heavy silence of the diner. The strangers took a step closer, their movements jerky, almost puppet-like. My pulse pounded in my ears. My eyes darted around the diner, catching sight of the other patrons. All of them were now staring at me. Their heads turned in unison, their eyes vacant. I freaked out. Panic clawed at my throat, and without thinking, I turned and started running through the diner. I reached the other part of the counter, my eyes wild as I scanned the room, not knowing where to run anymore. The strangers were closing in, their steps slow but relentless, like they knew I had nowhere to go. My back hit the corner of the diner, and I slid down until I was crouched on the floor, my arms wrapped around my knees in some sort of a fetal position. My entire body trembled with terror as the lights began to flicker once more. Each flash of light revealed the strangers inching closer, their faces still blurry. Suddenly, cold hands wrapped around my forearms, gripping me tightly. I gasped as a sharp, searing pain shot through my skin, like their fingers were burning into me. I tried to pull away, but their grip was ironclad, lifting me slightly off the ground. My vision blurred, the room spinning as the pain became unbearable, radiating up my arms like fire. The lights flickered again, then returned to full brightness. I still felt hands on my forearms, trying to lift me up. Leah's voice broke through the haze of fear.
Jason, it's okay. We're here. Calm down.
I looked up, my friends' worried faces coming into focus. But the pain in my forearms was still there, the dull throb. I glanced down and saw deep red marks, finger-shaped bruises imprinted on my skin.
It's okay.
Leah repeated, her voice softer now.
You're here. We're here.
I took a deep breath.
They were coming for me,
I whispered. Leah shook her head slightly, her expression growing more serious.
Jason, there was no one there. It was just us. You looked like you were in some kind of trance. Then you suddenly started running, like you were terrified of something.
Eric nodded, his eyes meeting mine with concern.
We tried to stop you, but you wouldn't listen.
Leah's grip on my shoulders tightened.
But you're okay now. We're going to stick together, all right?
We slowly made our way back to the booth, settling in with a shared sense of unease. Just as I started to catch my breath, a new sound broke the silence. A muffled noise coming from the kitchen. It was faint at first, like someone crying, the sound almost getting lost in the hum of the diner lights. Then it grew louder, more distinct. Someone was crying for help. Leah tensed beside me.
Don't listen to it,
she whispered, her voice trembling.
It's trying to trick us. We stick to the rules.
Eric nodded, his eyes fixed on the kitchen door, which was barely visible from our booth.
Yeah, we can't let it get to us. It's what it wants.
The cries grew louder, more desperate, but we held on, refusing to move. The kitchen door remained slightly ajar, and shadows seemed to dance behind it. The voice called out again, pleading, but we all sat still, determined not to be fooled. Suddenly, I blinked, and everything changed. The booth was empty. Leah and Eric were gone. My heart dropped as I looked around, the diner now barely lit, with only a few flickering lights casting shadows across the room. The cries for help were still coming from the kitchen, but now the voices were unmistakably Leah's.
Jason, please help me.
Leah's voice echoed, filled with fear and pain. The diner was empty, every booth vacant, the air heavy and cold. The lights flickered again, making it even harder to see.
Leah,
I called out, my voice crackling. There was no response. Only her screams growing louder, more frantic.
please, Jason, I'm in here.
I took a step towards the kitchen, my mind racing. The rules said to avoid the kitchen at all costs, even if someone called for help. But Leah's voice was so real, so desperate. Each plea towards me, making it harder to think straight. I approached the kitchen door, the cries now almost deafening. The door was sliding open, revealing nothing but pitch darkness beyond. My hand hovered near the door handle. It's a trick, I whispered to myself. It's trying to trick me. Leah's screams continued, pleading, sobbing. My entire body was shaking, my instincts screaming at me to do something, but I didn't go inside. I couldn't. The rules were clear, and deep down, I knew this wasn't Leah. It couldn't be. I stepped back, forcing myself to look away from the darkness of the kitchen. I'm not falling for it, I muttered. The cries suddenly stopped, leaving an eerie silence that filled the diner. I turned away from the kitchen and looked around the empty diner, hoping, praying to see Leah and Eric again. Suddenly, I heard a faint shuffle coming from the far end of the diner, near the entrance. I turned to look. In the dim light, I saw a silhouette standing by the door. Relief washed over me as I recognized Leah's familiar frame.
Leah,
I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. She didn't respond, but she moved towards me, her steps slow and hesitant. As she got closer, I noticed something was off. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, like she was struggling against something.
Leah, are you okay?
I asked, my voice trembling. She stopped a few feet away from me, her head tilted slightly as if she was listening to something I couldn't hear.
Jason,
She finally spoke.
you have to come with me.
My stomach twisted with unease. Where's Eric? I asked, taking a cautious step back.
He's waiting.
She said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. She reached out her hand towards me, her fingers trembling.
Please, Jason, you have to come.
I shook my head, my instincts screaming that something wasn't right.
No, Leah, we need to stay here. We need to stick to the rules.
Her eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I saw something flicker in them. Fear, desperation. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. Instead, her expression twisted into one of panic, her eyes widening as if she was trying to warn me. Suddenly, the lights flickered again, plunging the diner into darkness. When the lights returned, Leah was gone. Panic surged through me. I spun around, searching the empty diner.
Leah, Eric.
I called out. There was no response. I felt a presence, something watching me. My eyes were drawn back to the kitchen door, still slightly ajar, the darkness beyond it seeming even deeper now. Suddenly, I heard a different sound. Footsteps coming from behind me. I turned slowly, my entire body tense, and saw a figure emerging from the shadows. It was Eric. He looked disheveled, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear.
Jason,
He whispered.
we need to get out of here. Now.
I hesitated, the confusion and fear swirling inside me. But the rules. We can't leave until 3 a.m. Eric shook his head, his eyes darting around the diner.
The rules don't matter anymore. It's changing them. It's trying to keep us here.
He grabbed my arm, his grip tight, almost painful.
We have to go before it's too late.
The lights flickered again, and for a brief moment, I saw shadows moving across the walls, shifting and writhing as if they were alive. The diner felt like it was closing in on us, the air growing colder, the shadows creeping closer. Eric pulled me towards the entrance, his voice urgent.
Come on, Jason. We have to leave. Now.
I glanced back at the kitchen door, the darkness beyond it seeming to pulse. Suddenly, everything shifted. I was back at the booth. Leah and Eric were sitting across from me, and Leah was waving her hand in front of my face, trying to catch my attention.
Jason, you drifted off for a few minutes. Are you okay?
Eric asked, his voice filled with concern. I blinked, disoriented, my heart still pounding in my chest.
I don't know. It felt so real,
I said, my voice shaky.
I was alone in the diner, and there was Leah calling from the kitchen. It was like I was caught in some sort of illusion.
I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself.
This is crazy.
Leah exchanged a worried glance with Eric.
Jason, you were just sitting here, staring at the kitchen door.
Eric nodded, his eyes wide.
We tried to snap you out of it, but you were just gone.
I rubbed my temples, trying to make sense of it all. The fear still clung to me, the memory of the empty diner and Leah's desperate cries vivid in mind.
I don't know what's real anymore, I muttered. We need to be careful. Whatever this place is, it's messing with our heads.
Leah reached across the table, taking my hand.
We're in this together, Jason. We just have to stay focused and remember the rules. We can't let it break us.
Eric nodded in agreement, his expression grim.
It's trying to divide us, make us lose our grip. We just have to hold on a little longer. It's almost 3 a.m.
As the minutes dragged on, our anxiety grew. The clock on the wall ticked closer to 3 a.m., each second feeling like an eternity. Leah and Eric exchanged nervous glances, and I could feel the tension between us, the weight of the unknown pressing down on us. Finally, the clock struck 3 a.m., the sound echoing through the diner. We all exhaled, a mixture of fear and relief washing over us. Leah nodded towards the front door.
It's time. Let's get out of here.
We stood up together, making our way towards the entrance. I pulled the door open, expecting to see the dark road outside, our way out of this nightmare. Instead, all we saw was darkness, a void, empty and endless.
What is this?
Eric muttered. The doorway led to nothing, just an infinite darkness that seemed to swallow the light from the diner. Suddenly, a noise behind us. The strange patrons in the booths, the other patrons who had been eerily silent all night, began to move. They stood up, one by one, their movements slow, their eyes fixed on us. Leah took a step back, her breath catching in her throat.
They're coming.
The patrons approached us, their faces expressionless, their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the diner. I felt a surge of panic, my instincts screaming at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. The door led to nothing, and the patrons were closing in. But then, the patrons stopped. In unison, they spoke, their voices overlapping in a haunting harmony.
The only way to escape is to follow us.
Leah, Eric, and I exchanged wary glances, uncertainty etched across our faces. The patrons began to move again, gesturing for us to follow them towards the back of the diner. Hesitant, but desperate, we had no choice. We followed them. They led us to a part of the diner we hadn't noticed before. A door at the back, hidden in the shadows, one that hadn't been there earlier. The patrons gestured toward it.
Through here,
They said in unison.
it's the only way.
Together, we pushed open the door, a cold breeze hitting us as it swung open. We stepped through, and suddenly, we were outside. The cold night air was like a wave of relief, the oppressive feeling from the diner finally lifting. We turned around, but the door and the diner were gone. All that remained was an empty road stretching out into the darkness. Leah let out a shaky breath, her eyes wide with disbelief.
We made it. We're out.
Eric nodded, his face a mix of exhaustion and relief.
I don't know how, but we did it.
I looked around, the memory of the diner's horror still vivid in my mind. We were free, but I knew that night would haunt us forever.
Come on, I said. Let's get as far away from here as we can.
Weeks after escaping, I sat in my dorm, browsing online forums late at night. I came across a post titled, "The Vanishing Diner. Have you seen it?" I read accounts eerily similar to our own, the Last Stop Cafe. People claimed it had been appearing and disappearing across different states for decades. The descriptions were identical. Detours that shouldn't exist, strange rules in the menus, and patrons with blurry faces. As I read further, I stumbled upon posts from people searching desperately for loved ones who vanished after visiting diners just like this one. The eerie part, the missing individuals matched the description of people we saw that night. A chill ran through me as I realized we might have been witnessing people who were already lost to the diner, trapped in some twisted limbo. The realization left me cold. We might have become just another entry in those threads. So, if you ever find yourself on a detour and see the Last Stop Cafe, just keep driving. I've always been a creature of habit. Wake up at 5:30 a.m., brew a pot of black coffee strong enough to strip paint, and head out to whatever dead-end job pays the bills. For the past 6 months, that job has been at Oceanic Delicacies, a sprawling warehouse on the outskirts of Port Haven, a foggy coastal town in Maine where the area always smells like salt and decay. The gig? Quality control tester for shrimp. Yeah, you heard that right. My job is to eat shrimp, or at least what I thought was shrimp. It started innocently enough. I saw the ad on a job board online. No experience necessary, competitive pay, must have a strong stomach, and no seafood allergies. I figured, why not? I'd been laid off from my last position at a cannery, something about automation replacing human hands, and my savings were dwindling faster than the tide recedes. The interview was a joke, a quick chat with a bored HR rep named Marilyn, who handed me a form and a pen. "Sign here and you're in," she said, her eyes glazing like she'd repeated the line 1,000 times. The warehouse was massive, a labyrinth of conveyor belts, humming freezers, and the constant clatter of machinery. My station was in a sterile white room at the back, isolated from the main floor. It was called the Tasting Lab, but it felt more like a clinical exam room. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, a metal table with a stool, and a one-way mirror on the wall that I swore someone was always watching from behind. Every day I'd clock in, don a hairnet and gloves, and wait for the samples. The process was simple. A slot in the wall would open, and a tray would slide out with 10 to 15 shrimp, peeled and deveined, sometimes raw, sometimes cooked, in various seasonings. I'd eat them one by one, noting texture, flavor, and freshness on a digital table. Too salty? Mark it. Rubbery? Flag it. Off-putting aftertaste? Report it. Then the tray would retract, and another would appear. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. It was monotonous, but the pay was $25 an hour, plus benefits. In Port Haven, that was a king's ransom. At first, I loved it. Shrimp had been a guilty pleasure. Cocktail shrimp at parties, shrimp scampi on date nights back when I had those. The samples were premium, plump, juicy, with that briny snap you only get from fresh catch. I'd chew slowly, savoring the burst of ocean flavor, the subtle sweetness beneath the salt. My notes were glowing. Excellent firmness, perfect balance of umami, no fishy undertone. I even started dreaming about shrimp, endless platters floating in a sea of cocktail sauce. But after week 3, things got weird. It started with the textures. One batch felt off, like the meat was too fibrous, almost stringy. as if threads of something tougher were woven in. I noted it. Slightly chewy, possible overprocessing. The next day, another tray came with shrimp that wriggled faintly when I picked them up. I blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light, but no. Tiny spasms, like they weren't quite dead. Residual nerve activity. I typed, my fingers hesitating. In the cannery days, I'd seen fish twitch post-mortem, but shrimp, they were supposed to be inert. I'd mentioned it to Marlene during my weekly check-in. She laughed it off, her voice tinny over the intercom.
Oh, that's just the new sourcing. We're testing deep-sea varieties. Fresher than fresh. Keeps the flavor locked in.
I nodded, but a sea of doubt planted itself. Deep-sea shrimp. I'd never heard of such a thing being commercially viable. Port Haven's waters were shallow, battered by storms, not the abyssal depths. As weeks turned to months, the anomalies piled up. Some shrimp had an iridescent sheen, like oil on water, shifting colors under the lights. Blue to green to purple. Others tasted metallic, a coppery tang that lingered on my tongue for hours. I started getting headaches after shifts, pounding migraines that blurred my vision. At home, I'd collapse on my couch, staring at the ceiling, feeling like something was crawling under my skin. One night, after a particularly odd batch, shrimp that popped like caviar when bitten, releasing a viscous fluid, I dreamed vividly. I was underwater in a vast, dark ocean trench. Bioluminescent shapes darted around us, not fish, but elongated things with too many segments, glowing eyes clustered in rows. They pulsed with light, beckoning. I reached out, and one latched onto my hand, its mouth parts unfolding like petals. I woke up, gasping, my palm itching where nothing was there. The next shift, the trays came faster, no breaks between them. I'd barely finished logging one batch before another slid out. The shrimp were larger now, almost prawn-sized, with veins that pulsed faintly under the translucent light. I bit into one, and it squirted, warm, not cold like it should be. The flavor was richer, almost creamy, with an undercurrent of something earthy, like soil after rain mixed with blood. I flagged it. Usual temperature, sample warm upon arrival, flavor profile altered. No response from the intercom. Usually Marlene or someone would chime in with excuses. Silence. My body had started to change. I noticed it in the mirror one morning. My skin looked paler, veins more prominent, especially around my neck and wrists. Bluish lines threading under the surface. I itched constantly, scratching until I bled. The headaches evolved into something worse. Whispers, faint at first, like static in my ears, words I couldn't make out, bubbling up from somewhere deep. At work, the one-way mirror seems to fog sometimes, as if breath was on the other side. I'd catch glimpses of movement in the reflection, shadows shifting when I wasn't looking directly. The shrimp, God, the shrimp, started looking different. Not just in texture or taste, but shape. Some had extra long ridges along the tail, tiny protrusions, like nascent limbs. Others had what looked like eye spots, dark dots that followed me as I lifted them to my mouth. I tried to quit once. Went to Marlene's office after a shift, my tablet clutched in shaking hands. "This isn't right," I said. "The samples, they're not normal shrimp." She smiled, that same glazed expression.
Nonsense, you're our best tester. Top scores every week. Here's a bonus.
She slid an envelope across the desk. $500, cash. I took it. Bills don't pay themselves. That night, the itching intensified. In the shower, I scratched my forearm raw, and something moved beneath the skin. A ripple, like a worm burrowing. I stared, water cascading over me, convinced it was a hallucination. But no, it happened again. A small bulge traveling up my arm, then vanishing. The dreams grew more frequent. always the trench, the glowing creatures. But now they spoke, not with voices, but impressions. Hunger, ancient, patience, a promise of belonging. I'd wake with salt crusted on my lips, even though I lived miles from the shore. The trays never stopped. I'd eat hundreds a day, my stomach distending painfully, but I never felt full. The shrimp were alive now, unmistakably. They'd curl when touched, antennae, actual antennae, twitching. Some tried to escape the tray, scuttling toward the edge. I'd pinned them with a fork, forcing them down. The taste was exquisite agony, sweet decay, electric vitality surging through me. My notes became erratic. Sample exhibits motility. Recommend halt. Flavor induces euphoria. Potential contaminant. Eyes present. Multiple. Still, silence from the intercom. I started sneaking samples home, wrapped in napkins hidden in my lunch bag. Under my kitchen light, magnified with a cheap loupe I'd bought online. The truth stared back. They weren't shrimp. Segmented bodies, jointed legs folded tight, mandibles tucked beneath. Larval forms, perhaps, or something much larger. Deep-sea horrors harvested from trenches no submarine should reach. I searched online late at night, forums about cryptic marine life, leaked documents from oceanographic expeditions, whispers of benthic anomalies caught in trawls off the continental shelf, things that mimicked commercial species to infiltrate supply chains, parasites that rewrote hosts from within. The itching spread everywhere. My back, my scalp between my toes. In the mirror, my eyes had changed. Pupils slightly elongated, irises flecked with that same iridescence. One shift, the slot opened, but no tray came. Instead, a voice, finally, from the intercom. Not Marlene's, deeper, resonant, like pressure waves in water.
You've adapted well. Integration phase complete.
The lights dimmed. The one-way mirror cleared, revealing not an observation room, but darkness. An abyss lit by faint bioluminescence. Shapes moved beyond, massive, segmented, familiar. I looked down at my hands. The skin split painlessly, peeling back like a shell. Beneath, something pale and jointed flexed. Legs, feelers. The tray arrived then, empty, an invitation. I understood. My job wasn't to test shrimp. It was to become the vessel, to carry them inland, spread the brood. The whispers clarified. We are the tide that returns. You are the bridge. I stepped toward the slot. It widened, accommodating. The air grew cold, briny. As I crossed the threshold into the wet dark beyond the wall, I felt the last of the old me slough away. Hunger remained. The eternal, patient hunger. Back in the lab, a new stool waited. A new tablet. Soon, another applicant would sign the form. I'm lying on this plate, waiting for them. I can still remember how the steam pulsed in steady rhythm from beneath the frozen leaves. When I was a kid, I had this place I would go to on the frozen mornings of winter, a clearing that never seems to suffer under the cruel frosts of eastern Tennessee. The clearing was set deep in the woods, far enough away from civilization that the sound of rubber tearing across tarmac bled away into abject silence. Living so close to the interstate, even in a town as small as mine, left peaceful moments as a rare commodity. Everywhere I went, I could hear the distant ribbon of passing cars rumbling towards far-off places. I treasured the clearing. The pristine silence there was so stark and thin, I felt that even a strange breath might cause it to burst. It had been a balm for my soul, and its warmth a slave for my aching limbs after long days at school. 7th grade was when the cracks began to show, all starting with the disappearance of Henrik Einsam. Henrik had been an exchange student from Germany, a pudgy kid with suede blonde hair and eyes the color of emeralds. I had known him, but only just barely. He had been in town for a couple of weeks. In those 2 weeks, the shifty-eyed kid with the messy hair had yet to make eye contact with me, or anybody else. I could recognize it for what it was, an attempt to become invisible, to shrink himself down so small that the starving, gluttonous ego of burgeoning adults might overlook him. The trouble with shrinking yourself away from others, whatever scraps of your personhood remain visible, are left entirely up to interpretation. The stories started almost immediately. The tightness of his lips and constant pale shade of his skin twisted by rumor into some latent sign of wrongdoing. Henrik's uncle worked for the Department of Transportation, specifically in the removal of roadkill. The kids at school would shout accusations at him, calling him bizarrely terrible names, like Rotmouth and Street Eater. None of us were overly surprised to hear that he had gone missing. We figured he had probably just run away. The search was exhaustive, with everybody combing through the Walmart in the center of town and broadening the search from there until we had covered nearly 6 miles of woodland. I was surprised at the end of that day to find myself in the unusually warm clearing. The afternoon heat of summer shrank away as the sun sank in the west. The warm air rose from beneath the leaves, caressing every part of me, driving the cool evening winds from my bones. The only sign of him was a scrap of his scalp, snagged on a tree branch behind his uncle's house. They eventually arrested the uncle, but I got the sense that nobody felt very good about it, as if it was something they did just so they could say that they had done something. I'm a little ashamed to say I never really thought about him much after he disappeared. I moved on with my life as if nothing at all had happened, because from my perspective, nothing really had. Henrik had kept himself as something distant, an oddity only to be observed. I'd never truly come to know him, and thus had never grown to feel any attachment. I was 23 years old before I even remembered that he existed. Coming home from college to visit my folks, I found the same shrinking tables I had left behind. It seemed as if every year gave cause for one less chair, whether it be death or feud or simple logistical issues. It hurt in a way that sits just beneath the surface, an almost imperceptible, constant agony of loss poisoning the air. When the typical heated political discussion arose, I excused myself from the situation, not due to a lack of interest, simply because I felt that whatever ideological victories might be scored wouldn't be worth the chance of another empty chair. The woods were as silent as a grave as I trudged past fallen logs. A small family of deer wandered across my path. I remember wondering what life might be like through their eyes. Many people hold animals to be base creatures devoid of real feeling, but I know that's not the case, at least for some. Several years prior, when I left for college, I'd been driving down country roads on my way to the new school. Excitement and possibility danced through my head, the rhythmic joy of it all coming to a screeching halt. Ahead, on the road, I could see a young fox lying near the median. There were no visible signs of injury, yet even so it was immediately obvious the kit was dead. Its mother and siblings crowded around it, prodding gently with their noses, and I could hear through my open window the sounds of their gentle whining. It was as if I'd found myself in the middle of some disastrously disheartening Disney movie. I don't know if the animals of Earth feel all the same things as you or I, but I know without question that they mourn just as we do. I followed the deer at a distance, all the while thinking of my own family and the family of foxes. I was so lost in my aimless, meandering grief that I didn't even notice when we entered the clearing. It was the same as it ever was, the image of swaying trees heaving their heavy branches to and fro. The wind carried sweet, warm air to the tree line where it seemed to wrap around every inch of me. The change in temperature sudden enough that I jumped in slight surprise. A flood of memory broke loose in my mind, threatening to carry me away with the torrent of recollection. Coming home to cry after Sadie rejected my invitation to the dance, bringing my first girlfriend, Heather, to experience the warmth and tranquility which marked this place. I was wrenched back from my trip down memory lane by a sudden cacophony of panicked deer calls. I couldn't have looked away for more than a couple of seconds. The deer had somehow disappeared from the clearing, with the sound of their desperate cries now oozing up from beneath the leaf-littered ground. I don't know if it was down to the state of my own family, or just a streak of naive caring that prompted me to march out and investigate. The idea of deciding not to intervene never even occurred to me. It just seemed obvious to me that I should help. Stomping across the ground, I became aware of a faint, groaning clunk, like wet wood under weight. The deer quieted beneath the thumping of my heavy boots, until there was no sound at all. I knelt to the ground, clearing half-decayed leaves and revealing a wooden surface much the same. I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was desperation to help the deer, or perhaps reckless abandon born of despair. Maybe even something so simple as the call of the void. I jumped. Once. Twice. And with the third, the boards gave way. It's never easy to tell how long you were falling. Each moment stretches out before you, your mind running uselessly at top speed to find some way of avoiding harm. I slammed against the terrain, both bumpy and sharp, a great clatter resounding all around me. The smell hit me first. 1,000 years of rot coated in a thick sheen of freshly baked bread. My eyes adjusted slowly to the dim light, the hole where I had fallen through acting as the only window. I was in a pit. The size of it was impossible to discern amid the crushing darkness, but the shape was easily surmised from the angles at which the walls were set. When finally I could see my fingers, I felt a rush of panicked horror boil through my being. The ground here was comprised entirely of bone. Discarded femurs and rib cages intertwining until they reached a point resembling stability. I stood, slowly, moving with careful steps across the shifting floor. A rogue vertebra sent my feet flying out from under me, and I braced for the pain as my face careened toward the jagged surface. Instead of hard bone, I was met with the warmth of living tissue. Fresh, wet blood coated my cheek as I pulled away from the corpse of the father deer I had seen. I scrambled against the wall, struggling to keep my footing as the bones slid effortlessly across each other. My knuckles crashed against abandoned skulls and hooves as I slipped cartoonishly in the stinking darkness. I stared in raw, stunned terror as a tinkling rumble sounded from somewhere deep within the heap of rot, a harbinger of things unknown gliding through a sea of death. The ripple closed the space between us, sliding in seconds through 15 feet of near solid bone. It stopped at my feet, and for a moment, all was still. Then, a rattling shuffle began from below the surface. I listened as whatever it was grew closer, shivers of fear wrecking my body. I was shaking so violently that the bones had begun to displace themselves around me, leading me to sink slightly down into the pile. A rotted hand, all horrid black and green with glimmers of stark white below, burst forth, and then another, slowly, inexorably. The being extracted itself from the tangled mass of putrid, discarded flesh. Decaying viscera lay draped across his exposed skull. All the meat above his upper lip had been eaten away, his ears pustulous craters writhing with life as the insects living within him fled from his ear canal. The blackness of his empty eye sockets suddenly parted at their midline, as if phantom eyelids had opened to reveal the bloodshot emerald eyes of Henrik Einsam. Henrik finished extruding his torso from within the pile. I wished desperately for my body to stop quaking. I wanted to disappear, to become as close to invisible as possible. He turned his gaze to me, his skull rolling limply to the side as he fixed me with a single, blazing, green eye. His voice was a wet rasp, as if he were speaking through a wasp's nest soaked in viscera.
I found someone beneath the bones. You should see her.
As he finished the sentence, he tried again to turn both eyes to me, leading his head to rotate around to the other side, his jaw hanging uselessly from weak, dry tendons, mummified by decay. His torso was a writhing mess of maggots, with botfly larvae dotting his shoulders from end to end. His chest pulsed loudly with each ragged breath as the pungent air disturbed the insects nested in his lungs. Chittering sounds echoed through the chasm as Henrik brought himself to loom over me, the foul odor of rot overpowering as he seeped decomposition across my chest.
Come with me. Below the bones. You have a home here.
I lashed out with my boot, caving in a large section of his decrepit ribcage and setting swarms of insects to buzz through the closed space. I moved as quickly as I could to create distance, but it was impossible to keep track of him in the endless, buzzing storm. I could feel a million legs crawling across my skin, and I had to swat uselessly at the air to keep them from my eyes. I retched as a fly crawled briefly into one of my nostrils, imparting the stench of rot it carried. Henrik let out a cry of terrible rage, causing another uproar of tiny wings within his chest. The way his agony warbled and wove itself through the wrathful echo of his keening wail caused my head to thrum with horrible pressure. I clapped my hands to my ears and scanned desperately for any possible way to get out. On the far side, near where I had fallen through, there was a ladder leading up to a small hatch. My clumsy, panicked feet betrayed me as I moved for the ladder, leaving me sprawled out on the shifting floor. From where I lay, feeling the infinite jagged edges of rot-soaked bones poking against my chest, I could see Henrik emerging again.
You entered the pit. You belong to her now. Nothing of her sees the sky. You owe below.
His voice stretched wildly between rage and reverence, filtering through meters of desiccated bone and echoing off the walls of the pit. He slid effortlessly through the bones, and I could hear the shifting rattle behind me as he reached the surface. He wobbled slightly, as if maintaining balance were a constant effort. His half-devoured skull lolled uselessly from side to side as he swayed. I scrambled like an animal, raking discarded femurs and abandoned forelimbs back past my head as I crawled desperately towards the ladder, shards scraping my face as they flew. He slammed down, splintering the tips of his fingers into tiny shards. He had fallen short. I didn't waste my chance. Wrenching myself up tight, I ran for the exit. My heart dropped as the wet wood flexed beneath my weight. I made it up one rung and then another, before a searing pain tore through my leg. From where he had fallen, Henrik had dragged himself across the room. A chain of deer thoraxes lay behind me, a sinuous rope of shadowy darkness chaining them each to Henrik's writhing form. He had dragged himself up and shoved his devastated fingers through my calf, in behind my shin. I panicked and tried to pull the leg away. The pain brought a white-hot oblivion bleeding into the edges of my vision as my head swam. The muscles binding my calf to my shin, stretching themselves against Henrik's fingers, threatening to shear away completely. Hot, yellow bile rolled from my throat as the pain threatened to drive me to unconsciousness. I was dragged back to reality by the feeling of a splinter slowly piercing my right thumb. The hand had fallen away from the ladder, dangling down behind me. There, beyond the tips of my fingers, I could see the gleam of terrible, hungry malice suspended in that cloying, fetid air. He used his fingers planted in my leg for support, sending waves of brutal agony tearing through me. He stretched and writhed until he had positioned each of his jaws around my index, middle, and ring finger. He chomped down, shearing each finger at the knuckle. I sucked the foul air into my lungs as he raised himself up for more, and then there was a horrible, tearing sound. The weight of his form had been too much for his desiccated tendons to hold. His wrist had come unbound from his arm. The sudden shift in weight was too much for his tentative sense of balance. He toppled to the ground, casting bone and viscera across the room in a wide arc as he fell. I cried in desperation as I willed my battered body to climb. One rung, two more, and I had reached the hatch. I felt the slam of Henrik's remaining hand against rung as I pushed the hatch. Once.
It is useless to flee. She will come for you. You must go down there, below the bones.
Twice.
I didn't want to go. Not at first. But she has shown me things. She will show you as well.
Thrice. He clamped his jaws around the rubber of my boot. I yanked wildly, sending teeth careening from around the pit as my shoulders slammed against the hatch. Sunlight burst in, illuminating Henrik's infested, decaying form tumbling down into the pit. I scrambled out into the afternoon air. The sun against my skin gave me a feeling that the nightmare was over, even as disembodied fingers still wriggled in my calf. I carefully removed the hand, the fingers curling themselves in an attempt to hook into my flesh as I pulled each one loose. I stumbled across the clearing and collapsed against a fallen tree. My eyes were heavy. The warmth of the sun was richly intoxicating, wrapping me in its embrace and begging me to be still. I looked down at my leg, my fingers. I was bleeding horribly, so I used my belt for a tourniquet on my leg and did my best to keep my hand above my head. I cinched off the belt, suddenly becoming aware of a dragging thump and an incoherent, wrathful voice. Henrik had dragged himself from the pit and up into the clearing, the effort costing him his ragged arms, which lay flopping in piles of shredded rot ripped away from his torso. The remaining flesh of his face had been lost in the effort as well, leaving only his wild, verdant eyes to leer at me. He inched forward now by using his upper jaw to gain purchase in the earth. He was about 7 feet away when a set of ribs snagged on the edge of the holes, causing the strain to overcome the bonds of his vertebra. His skull disconnected from his neck with a soft click, his eyes experiencing a decade of decay in an instant. They blistered and boiled away into a greasy, vaporous dust. The chain of torsos with Henrik at its end wriggled twice before backsliding into the pit. The motion, openly deliberate, drove icy despair into my heart. I began to crawl away, looking back only once when I heard the heaving, ragged breath of a dying animal. The slam of a bug-eaten paw dragging my eye back to the pit's edge. Claws longer than my ring finger protruded from gangrenous, fleshy stumps. Round, furry ears just barely peeking over the edge. The sound of wood splintering and the sight of that monstrous paw slipping off the edge were enough to set me sobbing as I dragged myself home. A neighbor found me a few miles down the road. I was covered in bites and stings, some of them incurred in the pit, and others on the journey home. Dad was hysterical in the hospital, but Mom was there for me. She always had a way of setting herself aside when I needed her. Even as she caressed my bandaged hand and petted my cheek, I could see in her eyes how badly she wanted to break down in tears, the mournful wail of her heart prying desperately at the corners of her mouth. Eventually, when I was able to speak again, I told my story. You can guess how it went. It took a few weeks of begging before they'd even bothered to check the pit. When the sheriff finally made his way out there, he found Henrik's battered skull sitting at the edge of a chasm. The empty pit stood 30 feet across and more than 60 feet deep. They had it backfilled before I left the hospital, but he showed me pictures once. The thing I couldn't help but notice about those pictures, beyond how infinite the darkness seemed to grow, was how the hole banked off at the bottom. I couldn't help but shudder in thinking that Something massive had tunneled its way out of the deer pit. Sometimes, late at night, the rumbling of passing cars starts to sound familiar in a way that makes my heart sink. I didn't want to go camping, but the trip was a compromise with my husband. In the spring, I'd go sleep in a tent with him. 6 months later, in the dead of winter, we'd go to an all-inclusive beach resort for me. See? Compromise. The drive was long and made even longer by the fact that my husband was a constant fidgeter, always tapping his fingers, jiggling his leg, combing his fingers through his hair, and otherwise shifting about. Truthfully, I'd never even considered camping before. My parents didn't believe in it. They'd grown up poor, and sleeping in the open air with no plumbing or electricity was too close to their own childhoods. When I told my mom about our upcoming trip, she shook her head derisively, but when I told her exactly where we were going, she gasped, her eyes wide, and whispered, as if reciting from memory.
In the mountains, older than bones, strange things hunger for them. Wait here,
she urged before going upstairs. When she returned, she pressed a necklace into my palm, my grandmother's amethyst pendant. She held my hand in both of hers and squeezed them before continuing.
When your father and I left the woods, it wasn't just because we were poor.
I made a non-committal hum of acknowledgement and pulled my hand away to inspect the jewel, only half listening.
There's things in the forest we wanted to protect you from.
She gripped my forearm painfully tight to get my attention, and I startled.
Listen to me. I don't want you to go, but if you do, once the sun sets, don't talk to anybody you hadn't set eyes on before nightfall.
My mom's stare was intense, her voice tight as she kept going.
I don't care if you hear someone screaming for help. I don't care if someone you think you know walks up. Jesus himself can come down from heaven, but don't you speak to him.
And then I did the most normal thing in the world. I laughed it off. Got it, I said, as I kissed her cheek and gathered my things to leave. Don't talk to strangers. We made it to the woods without a problem, and I was wearing the necklace. I liked amethyst, and I loved my grandma, so there was no reason not to. I'd pledged not to grumble or complain on the trip, and it truly was pleasant while we hiked to the campground. My husband set up our old tent, and I started making campfire chili. Everything was going perfectly. Dinner was good, and we'd started roasting s'mores when it suddenly felt like the temperature dropped at least 20 degrees. I exhaled and saw my breath. It just got really cold, he said.
Yeah,
I agreed. There was a loud crack in the woods, like a tree branch snapping behind us, and we spun around. Then, one in front, then two to either side. We were surrounded, but couldn't see anyone. There was a rustle, a susurration of whispers, voice-like, but indecipherable. Hello? My husband started to call. Shh! I hissed at him. He looked at me in confusion, but I just knew, deep down in my bones, that talking to whatever was out there would be seen as an invitation.
I'm just trying to see. Stop talking,
I whispered. From the edge of the clearing, a man-shaped silhouette shuffled in. Then another, and another, and more. At first I thought they were wearing costumes. Then my brain caught up to what my eyes really saw. And I realized they were skeletons. A moment later, it registered that they were incomplete skeletons. Every single one was missing parts. One had a cranium, but no jaw. Another one had a half rib cage. Another was missing an arm.
Hello.
The largest one creaked.
Friends.
Wheezed another.
don't speak to them.
I ground out through clenched teeth.
Spare a bone for us.
I gripped the amethyst pendant with one hand and held my husband's hand with the other. Instantly, I felt as if something grounded me in place, like a root extending from the base of my spine into the earth. A tendril of unseen protection weaved through my fingers and into my husband, connecting us.
So many bones. Only need few.
The weight of their presence pushed in from all sides. The amethyst warmed in my grip. I barely breathed. But my husband, my poor, fidgety husband, let go of my hand for just a moment, unthinkingly, to push up his glasses. The bone men turned their full attention to him, and almost faster than I could blink, one skeletal arm yanked him away. I reached for him on instinct. The amethyst flared white-hot in my palm, and I felt an invisible hand shove on my sternum, pushing me back. I'll never forget his look of terror before he disappeared into a circle of bones. There was one sharp, short scream, followed by a wet, hacking cough, bubbling gurgles, and the plopping sounds of wetness hitting the forest floor. When the noises ended, the circle opened. The original bone men were complete, and there among them, a new one. The same height as my husband, slick and shiny, and missing several pieces. They turned as one and left. The rest of the night, I stayed in place, curled into a tight ball, afraid to speak, afraid to move, lest the slightest rustle bring them back. Just as dawn broke, a family of campers stumbled upon me. They called the rangers when I didn't respond. I was catatonic, they said. In the hospital, I was interviewed repeatedly. From their perspective, nothing in my story made sense, but it was explained away as shock and trauma. A few days later, they found his remains. I didn't ask to see what they found. It was a closed casket funeral. My parents had tried to reach me, to tell me more about our family's history, they said. I haven't seen or spoken to them since the burial, but sometimes, when it's very late, I feel a chill. The amethyst warms against my skin, and something deep in my bones tells me not to make a sound. My father loved a good paper trail. He always stressed the necessity of having proper documentation for every purchase, every agreement, every discussion that ended with something fundamentally different than when it had begun. He believed in the importance of paperwork and the uselessness of a good handshake. The only legally binding thing a hand can do is put ink to paper, he'd always say. And to believe the gesture of touching palm to palm holds any sort of weight is to open yourself up to the evils of human dishonesty. It's for this reason that, upon his recent death, my sister and I were left with the long, arduous task of sorting through the library of paperwork that the man left behind. When I call the collection a library, I do so without an ounce of hyperbole. His vast hoard of papers easily filled an entire large room's worth of drawers, files, and shelves. We knew we'd have to handle his last will and testament when he passed, and knowing our old man, we figured it would be a headache to get through. But at the time, we thought this one document would be the worst of it. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. Upon diving into his extensive collection of records, we were both genuinely surprised by how many old documents the man had hung onto over the years, even long after their usefulness had dried up. Bank membership forms from the 1970s for banks long since defunct, half-century-old grocery store receipts handwritten in blotchy, messy ink. Parking tickets paid lifetimes ago for cars he hadn't owned in decades. It was all there, filed away neatly in the darkness of his old office, waiting for the day that we'd have the displeasure of drawing it all back out into the light. Knowing that most of it was worthless, we were tempted to simply shred it all and throw it away. But the persistent nagging that something of importance might be hidden in that massive trove of paperwork was strong enough that it convinced us to sort through it all manually. In a way, this was actually a much more enriching experience than I would have thought. We got to see how our father's signature evolved throughout his life, and going through those decades worth of documents gave us the sense that we were reliving that life from start to finish. But at the same time, it was an agonizing chore that I dreaded doing each day. Because yes, it took us days to sort through all of that old paperwork, most of which was a complete waste of time. I suppose I couldn't really be upset about having to complete this final task for our old man. He provided us with a good life growing up, and the minor burden of sorting out his paper affairs after his death was a small price to pay compared to the work he had put in to ensure that we never wanted for anything, and had always lived in the lap of comfort and luxury. I also can't blame him for his overly cautious desire to keep a paper trail of his entire life. He came of age in an industrial town during a time when industry was on its way out. Jobs spawned through handshakes, and goodwill suddenly vanished when the mines dried up, and the mills' furnaces went forever cold. Nobody got any form of a severance package back then. One day you had a job, the next you didn't. One day you were able to put food on the table, the next you weren't. It was a harsh, unforgiving time in our region's history. One that we haven't yet fully recovered from, even more than half a century later. And it set the stage for what my father's life would eventually become. Times were tough for our father and mother after he lost his job at the old mill. They managed to keep afloat for a while thanks to our mom's waitressing, as well as the various odd jobs that our dad worked, but it soon became clear to everyone in town back then that our livelihoods were dependent on an industry that had gone to an early grave. And without that industry, their economy wasn't going to last. Our parents needed a backup plan if they were going to have any hope of getting by. Thankfully, our old man had one. Our dad loved to paint from a very young age. In fact, the second largest collection that he left behind after his collection of paperwork was his vast accumulation of personal paintings that he kept in his private gallery for his own purposes, he used to say. Before the decline, painting had only ever been a hobby for him, a way to decompress and pass the time between grueling shifts at the mall. He never thought he could have made a living off of his work until the desperate times came and he found himself backed into a corner with no other means of making ends meet. And so, with his prospects running as dry as the mines and his optimism going as cold as the mills, he turns to that old passion in hopes that it would offer him means of escaping from the ever-deepening hole that he found himself trapped in. Setting to work like a man possessed, he drew inspiration from his paintings from the urban decay and gothic, almost sinister landscapes of the region in which he had grown up. His work brought him little success in the backwater town that he called home, where people could barely put food on the table, let alone afford to blow their hard-earned wages on frivolous pieces of art depicting scenes that they could look at for free with a simple glance out their windows. Knowing that he had no hope of making a living from his art in his current environment, and with the area's decline only growing worse by the day, my mom and dad decided to take on the ultimate gamble. They packed up their things worth keeping, sold the rest, and departed from the only place that either of them had ever called home. Their time spent away was, until the unfolding of recent events, largely a mystery to me. I knew they spent some time on the West Coast, where my father continued to work on his stalled art career, but details of his successes and failures there were never shared with my sister or me by our parents. All either of us knew is that by the time they returned home, more than a decade later, their fortune had been secured. I wish I had known the circumstances that had led to that fortune sooner. I wish I had asked them questions while they were both still alive to answer. While I doubt they would have told me the whole truth, I might have been able to glean something about what had happened while they were away. The work of going through my dad's old records started as a tedious slog, and only got worse as the task went on. We brought a shredder into his office and began meticulously going through each document, ensuring that it was irrelevant before condemning it to its fate. Leafing through those old files and deciphering the messy, aging words scrawling therein would have been annoying, bothersome work for people half our age. And with us now into our 50s, with our worsening eyes and less nimble hands, the task was an ever greater test of patience. We did our best to stay positive during this time, to talk about our memories of Dad, and, to a much lesser extent, of Mom, and to keep the atmosphere as light and easy as we could. But this became more difficult as time went on, and we became disheartened by just how little progress we made against the seemingly insurmountable horde of records that we needed to sort through. The first noteworthy record, and thus the first one worth keeping, was found by my sister toward the end of the second day. I had just gotten back from taking a box of 3 decades worth of fast food receipts to the garage trash can. I hadn't bothered to shred them when I heard her speak from across the room.
Oh, wow.
I placed the now empty box on a nearby shelf and turned to look at her.
What's up? Find something interesting?
I'd say so.
My sister said.
Come take a look.
I approached her. As I drew nearer, I saw that she was at the beginning of a fresh box of records, possibly even on the very first item inside. When I came up alongside her, she looked at me with an excited smile that she hadn't even considered wearing since the start of our task the previous day. She handed me the slip of paper in her hand without speaking, and I looked down at what was written upon it. It was a bill of sale for one of my father's paintings, one titled Gothic Decay. The bill was dated May of 1958, about 3 months after he and my mother had moved out west.
His first sale,
My sister said.
I should have known he'd have kept the receipt for it.
I read the bill over again and frowned slightly. Not the most lucrative sale in the world, was it?
Well, no, she said, but it was a start.
She looked back into the box that she had pulled the bill from.
It looks like these are all sale receipts from his paintings from back then. Maybe even every single one that he sold.
Knowing Dad, it probably is every single one of them, I said. My sister pulled the next one from the list. It was dated September of 1958, roughly 4 months later, and indicated that the painting had sold for a similarly pitiful price. The third sold in December, again for what I'm sure was barely even enough to cover the cost of his art supplies. Not a lot of money coming in that first year, huh? I said. This pattern continued for 2 more instances before ending in April of the next year. In almost a year's time, our dad had only managed to sell 5 paintings, and each for far lower than you probably would have liked. I might have felt bad for him, had I not known of the wealth he would eventually amass. By flipping through the receipts, we learned that he didn't sell another painting for most of that year until November of 1959. I imagine during that long gap, he'd been forced to jump back into doing odd jobs in order to make ends meet. That likely led to a perpetual cycle of grueling work, during which he probably had little time to paint and even less time to market his work. It's a miracle his aspirations didn't die there, and if I didn't know any better, I would have assumed they had. My sister looked at the receipt from November of 59 and whistled sharply.
Ah, damn. Look at this one.
I did as she instructed, then joined in her surprised whistle.
Shit. It's quite a jump.
I guess that's when he finally made it, huh?
To say he made it with this sale was an understatement. This piece, titled Rust Town Blues, sold for more than double what all of his previous paintings had sold for combined. And things didn't stop there. In fact, they only seemed to speed up. He sold 2 more paintings that November, each for a higher price than the last. In December, he sold 8 more. In 1960, our old man was selling upwards of 10 paintings a month, and the number only grew from there. Over the course of the next decade, he sold dozens and dozens of paintings each year, each for staggering amounts of money. I didn't know how he ever had enough time to complete so many paintings, and I wondered if his seemingly obsessive commitment to his work is what sowed the seeds for what my mom eventually did. Exactly 10 years later, to the very day, in November of 1969, he sold his last painting of the bunch. It would be the last one he ever sold in his life.
And that's all she wrote,
my sister claimed. This must be when he and Mom came back home, I said. Shame he didn't paint any more after that.
Well, a few years after they came home is when he and Mom had us, she said. Must have been tough to keep up his work while raising a family.
Yeah, well, Mom didn't exactly make it any easier for him, did she? I said. My sister shook her head.
No, she didn't.
I paused for a contemplative moment before speaking again. You ever feel like we took his dream from him? My sister shook her head.
He had plenty of time to pursue that dream. He and Mom had us pretty late, especially for the time, and they knew that if they wanted to raise a family, they really needed to get on it. They made the choice to come back here and have us. We didn't force it on them.
I shrugged, still itching with a sudden sense of guilt that I couldn't quite shake. Yeah, I guess you're right. Just like how nobody forced Mom to change her mind.
Yeah,
She said.
that too.
We let the conversation drop and returned to our work. The painting sales were the first items in the entire collection to be spared from the shredder. Deciding it was good karma to finish on that high note, we wrapped up our efforts for the day, and both of us went home. I spent a long time that night thinking about those dozens and dozens of paintings that my father had sold back then, wishing that I could see even one of them. I had shrunk so far into my own head that my wife actually noticed my aloofness and asked if I was all right. I reassured her that I was, even if the answer didn't feel entirely honest. She eventually drifted off to bed, and I decided to decompress for another hour or so before following her there. I opened my laptop and looked up a few of the names of my dad's old paintings that I remembered from the receipts to see if copies of them had ever been posted online. No dice for any of them. His works must have only really traveled in small, private circles, which had evidently kept them just as private for all of these years. I supposed the money earned from them was tangible enough, but I found myself wishing that I had more to remember my old man by than just a bunch of rotting old documents collecting dust in his house. My sister and I started back up again the next morning. We spent most of the day locked back into the banality that we had grown accustomed to in the previous 2 days. My sister threw out a box of expired grocery store coupons. We once again didn't even bother shredding those, while I saw to the destruction of a drawer full of long-expired vehicle registrations from several different states. She shredded dozens upon dozens of old bank statements. I found and rescued our parents' marriage license, which I considered destroyed for a brief moment before deciding that it was just barely worth keeping around, if only in remembrance of a happier time when the four of us all still lived under the same roof. Besides, our father had never actually officially filed for a divorce. He'd never been able to find our mother in order to make such a thing official, so I figured keeping the marriage license around could almost trick us into believing that those good times never actually came to an end. Inconsequential acts of shredding and saving went on for some time until I discovered a file stuffed with years upon years of census data. Something I almost tossed without a second thought. Had I actually done so, instead of taking a few minutes to leaf through these papers, I may have never discovered the knowledge that I am now forever burdened with. Upon deciphering the messy handwriting, I managed to find my partner's names in the 1958 census listed at some West Coast address that I had understandably never heard of before. A quick online search told me that it was a small one-bedroom apartment that, based on its pictures, looked like it hadn't been renovated since well before our parents had lived there. The 1959 data showed similar information. It wasn't until I reached the 1960 sheet that I raised my eyebrows in surprise.
The hell is this?
My sister, who was in the middle of eating a peanut butter sandwich, turns to look at me.
What is it?
I flipped back and forth between the 3 sheets, thoroughly confused. This census data doesn't make any sense. My sister returned her sandwich to its plastic bag, placed the combo into a nearby box of records, and walked toward me.
What do you mean? What can be so crazy about census data?
Take a look, I said, handing her the 3 pages. These first 2 just show Mom and Dad as living in an apartment together. Nothing strange there. But look at the sheet for 1960. My sister did as instructed, then frowned as realization hit her.
Who is this third person listed here?
I don't know, I said. It's kind of hard to read the handwriting on that thing, and parts of it aren't even filled out, but it looks like she has our last name. Did a relative of Dad's come to stay with them for a while or something?
I guess so,
she said. Then, after a pause,
their address is also different on this third one.
I looked up the address of the 1960 paper and found that the house there, built in the early 1950s, was a huge upgrade to the apartment that my parents had been living in before. This made sense. By early 1960, our dad had started seeing good returns on his painting sales, and they likely could have afforded at least a mortgage on the house by the time the census was collected, but this didn't explain who that third person could have been. My sister took the census file and combed through more of the sheets.
This woman, whoever she is, stayed with Mom and Dad for several years, even moving to another house with them.
That's weird, I said.
How have we not heard of her before? Maybe they had a falling out after this and didn't like to talk about her?
I guess that's possible, I said, once again not feeling confident in this explanation.
She looks to have moved out when they moved back here,
My sister said.
She's on the 69 census, but not on the 70s sheet.
She must have stayed out west.
Do you think she's still alive?
My sister asked. I don't know, I admitted. If she is, I wouldn't even know how to get in touch.
Makes me wish we still had phone books,
She said.
I doubt we'd find a woman her age anywhere else.
A quick online search proved my sister right. We were unable to find anything conclusive about the mysterious woman who shared our last name. It was as if she didn't even exist outside of that census data. And even then, the information we could glean about her from that paperwork was limited. Her age was left blank on every census form that she appeared on, so we couldn't even guess what her relation was to our dad. With the trail going cold, we dropped the conversation about our mystery relative and moved on with our task. My sister returns the container holding the census data to me, and I continued to comb through it. It contains data for every year of our dad's life, from the age of 18 until this past year when he passed away. I watched as they returned back home from out west, after which their number went from 2 back up to 3 the year after I was born. From there, we expanded to 4 when my sister came into the picture. We remained as 4 for several good years after this. Then, abruptly, the number reduced back to 3. Seeing that sudden reduction felt like a punch to the gut. It took the wind out of my sails and killed my desire to review the remaining years. Following a brief skim of the remaining data, I placed the container aside and, after a short period of consideration, decided not to shred them. I determined that, at the very least, the information present in that thick stack of paper was interesting enough to hold on to. Our day continued on as normal. We were making real progress, and by the end of the day, we could see that the end of our cleanup was in sight. We thought about staying late that night and getting ourselves that much closer to the finish line, but seeing as we both had families to return home to, we decided to call it a night at a reasonable hour. I spent a long time thinking about the mystery woman that night. My wife, seeing that I was once again distracted, asked me what was wrong, and I told her what we'd experienced that day. She reiterated the points that my sister and I had discussed about the woman likely being a relative that our parents had had a falling out with, and suggested that I not worry about who she was too much. This proved difficult to do, but with some effort, I managed to set the woman aside long enough that I was able to get some sleep that night. We got started early on the 3rd day, eager to get through the rest of the paperwork with haste so that we could potentially finish the task by that afternoon. Most of the morning passed in a blur of shredded documents, many of which I couldn't identify now if I tried. Scraps of ruined paper filled the several surrounding garbage bags and tarnished the floor in bunches of long, thin streamers. We worked quickly and quietly, with little time to spare on conversation. I was certain that we both spent that entire time thinking of the strange woman who shared our last name, though we hadn't met this woman, nor had we ever even seen her face or learned of her exact connection to our family. There was something about her that made me feel as if I had known her for my entire life. It was a strange sensation that I just couldn't shake, and it made me even more eager to learn more about her. Was she a woman that I had met in my youth and had forgotten about until that census data dredged up the memory of her from the murkiest trenches of my mind? At the time, I was certain I would never know. Anybody who could have told me the truth was already dead. What I didn't realize at the time was that I would be learning her true identity very, very soon. This knowledge would change everything I understood to be true about my family, and even as I write this, I wonder if I would have been better off never knowing it. It was still fairly early into our day when I discovered the file containing the copies of our birth certificates. We might have found it strange that our father had made these copies, had we not known who we were dealing with, but it didn't surprise us at all to find them there amongst his collection. What was surprising, however, was that where we had expected to find only 4 birth certificates, we actually found 5. Leaping to the stack, I passed first my sister's, followed by my own, then our mom's, and finally our dad's. I figured his would be the end of the file, and seeing as these were all unofficial copies and were not necessary to keep, I thought I would soon be sacrificing them to the shredder god that had been so gluttonous these last few days. But what I saw there, behind my dad's certificates, halted my every movement and made me completely forget about the destructive deity that I'd just been so ready to honor. I don't remember speaking, but I must have, because my sister asked me what was wrong. Knocked free of my sudden surprise, I looked up at her with a confused look on my face, and struggling to even find my words, I weakly held out the 5th birth certificate for her to take. My sister approached and took the paper from my lame grip, then grabbed onto it with both hands and looked over it. A frown that must have resembled my own from a few moments ago crept across her face. She briefly flipped it over and looked at the back, as if its rear would somehow reveal it to be some sort of post-mortem prank played on us by our old man. When she saw that it wasn't, she flipped it back over again and reviewed it another time.
What the hell is this?
I leaned over and once again examined the certificate. Much to my chagrin, its details remained the same as they had been from my initial viewing. Written there, in unmistakable black ink, was the now familiar name of the woman, of the girl, who had shared our last name.
It's the person from the census, I said,
Voicing what we both already knew.
the one who lived with Mom and Dad.
Yeah,
My sister said.
except her birth year is listed as 1959, the year before the 1960 census. That means instead of being one of Dad's cousins or aunts, she has to be his
daughter.
I finished for her.
Their daughter. And our sister.
This fresh revelation stifled us with a stunned silence that clung to us for quite some time. My younger sister, so shocked by what she had read, needed to sit down in a nearby chair. I opted to lean against the sturdy desk behind me.
What's going on here?
My younger sibling finally asked.
What's happening?
I don't know, I told her.
These 3 words were the only ones that I could muster. She shot me an almost accusatory look.
You didn't know about this?
Of course I didn't, I said.
Mom and Dad never told me anything about them having a kid.
My sister considered this for a few moments, then seemingly accepted it.
What could have happened to her? And why would they keep that from us?
I shrugged.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Did she suddenly die out west or something?
My sister asked.
Is that why they came back here? To distance themselves from the pain of that experience?
I looked down at the file again. There isn't a death certificate here.
Don't you think if our sister had died, that Dad would have included it in this file?
It could be stored somewhere else, she said. Or maybe he just didn't want to remind himself of it. Maybe he just wanted to forget whatever happened to her.
But then why keep her birth certificate in here?
I realized that, unlike the others, this one was the genuine article, instead of being a copy.
And besides, knowing Dad, he would want that death certificate filed, regardless of how painful it was for him to do.
Maybe she went missing.
My younger sister said.
Maybe she was abducted or something, and they never declared deceased, just like they did with Mom.
But Mom didn't go missing, I said. She left.
Still, same idea. Maybe since they never declared her deceased, he never had a death certificate to file.
Maybe.
I don't remember seeing any old articles about a missing child when looking up our older sister's name, but it's possible I either missed them or didn't recognize them as pertaining to the same person that I was researching.
You'd think they would have at least told us about her, though.
I'm not going to pretend to know what went through their heads at any given time, especially not through hers.
I didn't respond for several lengthy seconds.
Yeah,
I eventually said.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
We didn't speak for a while after that. We didn't quite know what to say. The 2 of us returned to our work, but it was clear that neither one of us were particularly enthusiastic about the task ahead, and so, after another half an hour or so of clearing out our father's documents, we decided to call it a day early and return the next day to hopefully finish up. I didn't tell my wife about what we had learned that day. I would eventually, but I needed time to process it for myself before I felt like I'd be able to vocalize our discovery to anybody else without being interrupted by a crippling panic attack or a deadly deluge of tears. I'm sure she realized that something was off about me again, but unlike the previous times, she didn't ask me about it. I think she could tell it was a demon better left undisturbed until the time came that I was ready to poke it with a big, sharp stick. I lay in bed for hours that night, emotionally exhausted from what I had learned that day, but paradoxically unable to sleep. I thought about my older sister, who she had been, where she was now, if she was anywhere at all, why she had been kept a secret from my extended sister and me for more than half a century. Such a train of thought proved to be a strong sleep repellent, but eventually slumber's inevitable persuasion managed to convince my mind to slip into the realm of darkness. When I slept, I dreamed of her. Even though I had never seen her face, I knew the person in front of me was my older sister. She started out as a baby, the age she was when she was in those census papers, but she began to age rapidly, passing through dozens of stages of her life in a matter of seconds. She eventually morphed into the adult woman that she may or may not have ever become. I asked her what had happened to her, why she had been lost to us for so long. She couldn't answer. All she could do was frown at me, and then start to cry. Spirits were low the next morning. My younger sister and I felt crippled by the seemingly unconquerable task that was sorting through the relatively few remaining documents in our father's collection, but with a pair of heavy hearts and a lack of enthusiasm, we set to work on completing the job before us. I don't remember when or where my sister found the contract. I suppose these details don't matter. What matters is that its discovery changed everything, and it unleashed something into our lives that we would never be able to put back into the metaphorical tube. God, how I wish we could. It was buried beneath a pile of other contracts of significantly lesser importance. My little sister might have even looked past it and thrown it away had she not been careful, though I doubt she could have missed the bizarre Stygian signature planted beneath our father's at the contract's end. She spent a while reading it over before she showed it to me. It wasn't very long, so she must have reviewed it at least a dozen times while I sorted through other things, oblivious to her prolonged silence that had been so normal that day. The documents didn't read quite like any contract I'd ever seen before, and certainly not like any of the contracts that were in our father's collection. It was handwritten on a sheet of yellow, ancient-looking parchment, penned in a way that looked like it had been scrawled in haste, but at the same time with an elegant penmanship that looked practiced, as if its writer had ample experience drafting such documents. I refuse to copy down the words of the contract verbatim, but will do my best to paraphrase. The contract stated that for a period of 10 years, our father's paintings would bring him fame, wealth, and success. He would create important and beloved works of art with both haste and ease, which would effortlessly sell as soon as they went up for auction. At the expiration of those 10 years, the wealth he'd earned would remain, but his fame and status would be forever lost to the greater world, remembered only by himself and by anybody who believed him when he told of his forgotten past. Also, on that day, exactly 10 years from the signing of the contract, and on each subsequent 10th anniversary, the writer of the contract would return to collect something from our father of the writer's choosing, which our father could not refuse. This would continue until the death of either party involved in the contract. The document was signed twice, first by our father in that same handwriting that we had seen countless times and grown intimately familiar with in the last few days. His signature was followed by a nightmarish scratching of lines and shapes that I cannot in good faith call a word, at least not one present in any known language. Just looking at this meticulous shape made me profoundly uncomfortable, and conjured within my mind countless pillars of evil imaginable only to the most tormented of souls, and many that are mercifully beyond any existing soul to ever know. Both signatures, if this is what you want to consider this second blaspheme of writing, were penned in a splotchy reddish-brown solution that I could not identify, but which I doubted, and still highly doubt, was any sort of ink. Our father's name was written in neat print next to his signature, so that it was easily legible. The other signature's name, however, was not awarded the same privilege. Beneath both signatures, though, was written a date, one that fell in early November of 1959. My sister and I sat in incomprehensible silence for what felt like hours, passing the contract back and forth whenever one of us had mustered the courage to read it over again. The heavy, unspeakable weight of the document resting between us seemed to distort the very fabric of reality with its density. When we finally spoke of it, both of us acted as if we didn't understand what this contract could have meant, but I'm sure that we both knew right away what its implications were. Our father, still struggling to make a living even after he and our mother had moved out west, entered into an agreement with someone or something that promised him the success he so desperately dreamt of and craved. And so he acquired a decade of wealth, fame, and success in exchange for a lifetime tormented by whatever entity he had taken up this contract with. He would then go on to die in obscurity, the extent of his success remembered by nobody else except for the thing that continued to collect from him decade after decade, taking more and more from the man that it was so determined to torment and eventually destroy. Such were the terms that our father had entered into, and such were the terms to which the contract had bound him. Until the time came that death finally set him free. I'm sure it's not a mystery what this entity collected from him after that first decade had passed. Subsequent decades, though, are a little more unclear, but I have a strong idea of at least 2 of these collections, which occurred while I still lived in our family home. One of these I'm sure you can deduce, the other I choose to keep to myself. Thinking back with a freshly opened mind to those early years of my life, I can recall a pair of times that I am now certain each occurred on a year ending in 9, that I was awoken by a suffocating sense of overwhelming primal darkness that swept over our family home in the blackest, coldest hours of the night. At the time, I assumed these occurrences to be the product of my own personal nightmares, quickly forgotten and seemingly unrelated to the tragedies that immediately followed them the next day. One of these occurrences came when I was just a boy, another when I was on the cusp of becoming a man. The former came at a time in my life where I did not fully understand the tragedy of loss. The latter was how I became truly acquainted with it. More visitations and subsequent collections must have occurred after I had moved out on my own, but since I was not present for them, their energies must not have reached me. I'm sure if I try, though, I can conjure more family tragedies that occurred in the final years of decades past, but at the time of writing this, I'm not entirely interested in reliving old pains just so I can recontextualize them with my present knowledge. Nor do I wish to discuss such things with my living sister, much like how I get the sense she'd rather not broach such subjects with me. I write this only a handful of weeks after having found my father's contract. My sister and I didn't finish our project that day, and we still haven't been back to sort through the rest of our old man's records. I'm not sure when we will, if we ever do. We left that contract locked in the sturdy drawer of a metal filing cabinet in our father's empty home until the day comes that we ever feel the need to reassess it. In the meantime, I've spent these few weeks in a complicated state of mourning for those I've lost and those I've never truly known. My father seeming to fall into both categories quite nicely. I've also spent a lot of time wondering. I wonder about what lies ahead for my sister and me at the end of this decade, now that our father is no longer alive to fulfill his end of the contract. When I last read the terms of the document, it explicitly stated that the contract expired with my father, but I would not be surprised to find those terms mysteriously amended should I pull that cursed record from its metal coffin and review what was written upon it. I get the strong, nauseating sense that the words next of kin might appear somewhere in there now, indicating that our family is not yet free from the curse that my father, blinded by a desperation that I hesitate to call greed, forever shackled us to. At the time of writing this, my sister and I now have less than 4 years, a time so agonizingly long while also so alarmingly brief, until we know if we are truly freed from the contract that has been furtively looming over us for our entire lives. I doubt if either of us will allow a single day to pass where we don't think of the documents that we left locked away in our dad's home, where it will fester and rot until the day comes for its terms to flex their power once more. I'm sure we will both think at length, as I already have, about what will come for us on that cold autumn day in November of 2029, about the dark, primordial presence that is no longer bound by its contract with our Father, and which may very well now possess free rein to attack us directly with its deadly claws of overwhelming malice. But I suppose we'll just have to wait and see what comes. On the 4th day of my 6-day backpacking trip through the Mojave Desert, I saw a pile of ash off the beaten path. Old campfire sites are a common sight on a multi-day hike, but something about this one caught my eye. A reflective black rock was resting on top of the ash. It looked like a meteorite. Curious, I approached and picked it up. It was small enough to hold in one hand and slightly warm to the touch. Immediately, I realized it was a tablet. Not the new kind of tablet, obviously, but an ancient-looking stone tablet with writing on it. The engraving was in a dark red, slightly lighter than the pitch-black stone it was engraved on, and almost seemed to glow in the scorching midday sun. It didn't seem to be in English, but oddly, I could read its message easily. Somehow, its text became perfectly legible when I concentrated on the strange letters. This was what I read. Tyrant upon thy throne, sovereign of nothing, may death and ash herald thy return. I looked down at the ominous stone tablet, uneasy. It creeped me out. Who left this here? I wondered, unsettled. What a bizarre find. I shrugged, put it in my pack, and was about to walk away when I saw something else. Removing the tablet revealed something beneath. I brushed the ash off without picking it up to see what it was. A gun. I gazed down incredulously at a huge black revolver. A veritable hand cannon that seems to be made out of the same meteorite as the tablet. The grip was a cloudy gray and blended in with the ash. It looked unique and extremely expensive. Now, this was an incredible find. Who would leave a collector's gun in the ashes of a campfire? I wiped the sweat from my eyes, took a swig of water from my canteen, and dropped my backpack off to the side. This deserved my full attention. Crouching down, I wrapped my right hand around the grip of the revolver and carefully pulled it from the ash. It was heavy, but felt perfect in my hand. In fact, I felt better just by holding it. My fatigue from walking in the blistering heat started to fade away. I couldn't feel the soreness in my legs. My thoughts were clearer. I wasn't a gun nut or anything, but my friends had taken me to a shooting range a few times, so I knew how to use one. I thumbed the cylinder release and flicked my wrist to swing it out. There were 6 chambers in the revolver's cylinder, and none of them were loaded. But one chamber was dark. A strange shadow where a bullet would have been. I couldn't see my hand through the chamber when I waved it on the other side. Weird, I thought. I swung the cylinder shut and held the monstrous revolver in my hand for another minute, just enjoying the feel of it. It really was a nice gun, and I was definitely taking it with me. Maybe I'd become a gun nut after all. I went to put it in my pack. With my hand inside the backpack, I tried to let go of the revolver. I couldn't let go. I tried shaking it out of my hand. It wouldn't come off. Panicking, I took my right hand out of the pack and tried to pry the gun off with my left. Is it covered in glue? I thought, increasingly concerned for the skin of my palm. Why can't I let go? I sat down and struggled with it, gritting my teeth as I tried to free my hand. Come on, I thought, muscles straining. Get off, get off, get off. The revolver disappeared. My left arm was almost dislocated as the object I was pulling off stopped existing. I blinked. I raised my empty right hand, and I stared at it. I slowly opened and closed it a few times. Silence. What the hell? The sun disappeared, and everything plunged into darkness. What's going on? I said to myself, before jumping to my feet in shock. Adrenaline flooded my body, overpowering a sudden wave of exhaustion that hit me at the same time. The desert was gone. I stood on cobblestone. The sunlight was gone. It was pitch dark. I was somewhere else. I froze for a moment, dumbfounded as my brain tried to process all of the impossible things happening to me. My hands were shaking. I was hyperventilating. Oh, what? I thought slowly. What just happened? I was freaking out. Where's the gun? Where's my backpack? Where did the desert go? The most important question occurred to me. Where am I? I whipped my head around in every direction. Where am I? My heart was racing. I looked like I was in the middle of a deserted city, on a cobblestone street lined with old, weathered brick houses. There were no sidewalks, telephone wires, light poles, or anything a modern city would have. It was like I'd gone backwards through time. There were no lights anywhere, no fires, no lanterns, no lit windows. It was a ghost town. I looked up and saw only darkness. No stars, no moon, nothing. It was just pitch black everywhere. I didn't know how I was even able to see, but I wasn't in the state of mind to dwell on that. Am I underground? I thought, still panicking. Why am I here? How? I was overwhelmed. It was too much. What was I going to do? I doubled over, hands on my knees, trying to control my breathing. I needed to calm down. I needed to figure this out. There was a rational explanation. Somewhere. I had to find it. After a minute, I had mostly recovered. I took my hands from my knees and straightened up. My first thought was to look for help. I needed someone to tell me where I was. They could give me directions, and possibly an explanation for how I got here. Hello? I called out tentatively, praying that this city wasn't truly abandoned. Is anyone there? Dead silence. An unnatural chill went down my spine. Dread. I felt it growing from every direction, like 1,000 hands pressing down on me from all sides. An unnatural feeling, almost like a sixth sense, a sense of danger. I needed to get out of this city, now. Something was wrong here. I started jogging towards an intersection I could see in the distance. There had to be more in this city than the houses surrounding me. Maybe I could find a way out by myself. Passing by an alley, I caught a glimpse of something that may have been a large rat scurrying away. I didn't stop to look. Once I reached the three-way intersection, I could see down the two streets that branched off to the sides. More houses. I must have been in the suburbs of the city, and I had no idea which direction would get me out of them. It was time to explore one of the houses. There might be a clue to where I was. Aside from that, I was curious to see if people had ever lived here. Walking up to the brick house facing the intersection, I stopped in front of its plain wooden door. Not expecting an answer, I knocked. It was better to be safe in case someone was actually in there. To my surprise, someone answered.
Come in.
A jovial man's voice called out from inside.
Please, come in. I can't come to the door.
Slightly relieved to hear a friendly voice in this oppressive place, I opened the door and went in. What I saw when I entered the foyer was refreshingly normal. A small coat rack, shoes on the floor, a mat to wipe your feet, and an umbrella resting next to the door. I could see the living room ahead of me. These houses weren't abandoned after all. I closed the front door.
Please, make yourself comfortable.
The boisterous voice exclaimed from a different room.
You'll have to forgive me. I wasn't expecting guests. You caught me making dinner. Please, just take a seat in the living room.
His voice had an overwhelming charisma to it. I felt like this guy made friends as easy as he breathed. Someone who could make anyone laugh, who brightened a room just by their presence. I could almost hear a smile. Thank you, I called out as I stepped into the living room. I'm a bit lost, and I could use some help.
Of course.
He replied. I heard sounds of cutlery.
Always happy to help someone in need. Just a moment.
I took in the living room as I waited. I still felt uneasy. but what I saw calmed me down a bit. There were two small couches facing each other in the center of the room. Glass coffee tables, topped with ashes, were in front of both. Lining the walls were bookcases and landscape paintings, and the wall facing the street had 2 windows. It was a perfect room to relax and socialize with others, which fit the general impression I had of my host. Behind me, I heard a noise. I turned around and recoiled in horror. He was standing in a doorway, holding a butcher's cleaver. It wasn't the cleaver that frightened me. It was his face, or the lack of one. He had no eyes, nose, or mouth. Instead, a vertical opening full of bristling, razor-sharp teeth split his face in 2. I jumped backward and screamed.
Get back!
This was a nightmare.
Get away from me!
He took a step forward.
Please, relax,
He said in a comforting voice. His mouth quivered hideously as he spoke.
Don't worry. I'm here to help you.
My body was shaking from fear. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't think.
Stop!
I shouted frantically as I took another step back. I had to do something. I had to do something now. I put my right hand behind my back.
I'll shoot you!
I screamed, voice cracking.
I have a gun!
It was a bluff, but I wished it were true. I desperately needed the gun right now. Suddenly, my right hand was weighed down, wrapping around a familiar grip. Not questioning this miracle, I pulled the black revolver from behind my back and quickly leveled it at him.
Don't move!
I yelled. The gun wasn't loaded, but I prayed it was enough to scare him off. He cocked his head to the side as he considered the large revolver trained on him. "This is just a big misunderstanding," he said reasonably. He shrugged and held out the cleaver. "It's not what it looks like." He took another step forward. I hesitated. Faster than I could blink, he lunged at me. With a merciless swing of his cleaver, he chopped off my right hand, sending it flying. The revolver disappeared. I cried out in shock and terror. The pain hadn't hit me yet as I stumbled backwards, my hand replaced by a geyser of blood. I tripped over a coffee table and crashed through it, shattering the glass and landing on my back. The monster wasn't wasting time. He immediately recovered from his brutal attack and jumped forward to finish me. His cleaver was raised high as he bore down on me. His vertical maw was fully opened, revealing dozens of vicious, sharp teeth. He was eerily silent as he brought the cleaver down. My death was imminent. My thoughts were frozen by fear. I screamed, watching the smooth arc of his cleaver as it approached my face. I uselessly put out my remaining hand to protect myself, even as I realized it was futile. I acted by reflex. The black revolver appeared in my left hand, and I pulled the trigger. All of the furniture in the room exploded into a hail of splinters. The windows shattered, the floor cracked around me, and the building shook. The air in the room became a gale as it fled in terror. It was so loud that my eardrums should have burst. It was so bright that my retinas should have fried. It was so powerful that the recoil should have ripped my arm off. The path of annihilation, about 2 feet wide, began at the muzzle of the barrel and ended in the sky, which was now visible through the gaping hole in the ceiling. Everything in that path had turned to dust. Half of the monster's body had simply disappeared. The rest became a spray of gore and bloody mist from the muzzle blast, splattering around the room. His cleaver, inches from my face, was thrown from his obliterated fingers, and its mangled remnants were embedded into one of the brick walls. Shell-shocked, I lurched to my feet. I staggered to the front door before the dust could settle. The stump of my missing right hand was still bleeding, the pain creeping in, and I pressed it into my left armpit. A revolver hung heavy by my side as I gripped it tight. I threw the front door open and froze. My ragged breath caught. What I saw had stopped me cold. Blood from my wound rolled down my good arm, my white-knuckled hand, the revolver, and dropped to the ground as I took it all in. Demons. That was the only way I could describe them. They were completely surrounding the empty intersection in front of me. A horde, an army, filling the streets, crowding shoulder to shoulder as far as the eye could see. Demons. Most were these split-faced monstrosities like the one I had just killed, but I could see other kinds scrawled across them. I saw dozens of skinless people, slick with blood and frightening with their rictus grins. Exposed muscles visibly coiled and uncoiled with every movement. They twitched erratically, and their lidless stares were hungry. Some jumbled masses of writhing tentacles the size of dogs were floating a few feet off the ground. They bobbed up and down in a bizarre rhythm, and I couldn't tell how deadly they were. Their spindly, long arms narrowed down to evil points that could easily spear through a chest. Where a face should have been was an empty cavity that exposed their hollow heads. I saw at least one gigantic spider, larger than a bear, with no eyes. It was pale, hairy, and had huge, arm-length fangs. Disgusting holes covered its entire body, and countless baby spiders, the size of tarantulas, were crawling in and out of them. There were more, but my concentration was broken. Whispers. I didn't hear them with my ears. The whispers were in my head, an insidious susurration of seemingly thousands of people. None of it made sense. It was maddening. It was impossible to ignore. I could tell, somehow, that they were coming from behind me, on the other side of the house. At that same moment, the dread I was feeling from every direction suddenly spiked from the place the whispers originated. I knew instinctively that it was far more dangerous than every demon in front of me combined. The whispers were getting louder. I ran away from it to the only place I could, the empty intersection. None of the demons made a move on me. When I looked behind me and over the house, I saw it. It was flying. It was gigantic. It was the single most terrifying thing I had ever seen in my entire life. My heart thundered in my ears. I didn't even think. I raised the revolver and fired 3 times. An explosion of light broke the darkness. Cobblestone on the ground shook loose in front of me. Dust went flying across the street. Pieces of cobblestone were thrown so forcefully by the muzzle blast that they became projectiles. Windows shattered, and the demons raised arms to defend themselves. A maelstrom surrounded me as the air desperately kept trying to return, only to be blown away once again. Dirt under the stripped cobblestone was kicked up into the air. Silence. The whispers stopped. Dust swirled, obscuring my vision. I killed it, I thought, praying. Please let it be dead. The dust settled. It was completely unharmed. That thing flying in the air defied description. It was an abomination. Even the smallest attempt to understand its form would impart a lifetime of crippling nightmares. It was anathema to the human mind. If I had to define it in that moment, I would say that it was vaguely humanoid in shape. It had an uncountable number of tendrils surrounding it that seems to phase in and out of existence in a meaningless pattern. I couldn't describe what color the tendrils were or what they were made of, because I'd never seen any color or material like it before. It was an alien. None of that was noteworthy compared to the center of its body. There, I saw the abyss, a maw of hell. It wasn't black. It was nothing, an unfathomable absence. It was the opposite of looking at the sun. It didn't overwhelm the eyes. It took from them. It stole something from the mind. In that moment, I knew that the gun was protecting me somehow. I knew that if a normal person had looked directly into that void, they would have instantly gone insane. A slave to unspeakable madness. Forever. The silence was broken.
Fragment bearer.
I screamed. A sickening spike of pure agony was being driven behind my eyes. The thing's whispers had combined into an infernal roar.
Aspirants to the Ashen Throne.
I felt like my skull was going to shatter. There was a cacophony of the damned, a million raging souls piercing my mind.
We Reject my claim.
Wait! I managed to cry out, pushing through the pain. This thing seems to be intelligent, and I was desperate. You've got the wrong...
Perish.
I was in the center of a three-way intersection, at the top of the T, with one street ahead of me, and the other on my left and right. All three streets were choked with demons. Every single one of them came for me at the same time. I was too numb from everything happening to freeze in terror. I felt it, as I watched hundreds, maybe even thousands of demons charging. I felt it, but in that split second, all that mattered was survival. I wasn't going to double back into the house. Letting that thing get to me would be worse than death. I was absolutely certain of this. At that moment, it was slowly flying towards me. My only option was to get away from it. Through the demons. Like a wave parting the sea, I shot a massive hole straight ahead down the street. The demons who weren't hit were thrown or tripped up as their friends exploded next to them. I ran forwards and to the right, toward a backyard wall on the corner. My right arm was making it hard to run. I had to keep it pressed against me, or I'd bleed out. My shirt was already soaked with blood. Light and thunder erupted from the revolver as demons to my right stopped existing. Even though I shot with my left hand, the gun was so powerful that I only had to aim in their general direction. The path ahead was now clear, but I was still being chased from behind. I needed to move fast. I shot through the wall in front of me, reducing it to rubble. My hasty-made plan was to shoot through the backyard wall, run around the house, and keep going from there. However, I underestimated the black revolver. It shot through the wall and the house across the street, and the wall behind that, and the house behind that. Windows shattered into a million pieces. Bricks turned to dust. Wood exploded into splinters. I enlarged the hole so that I could run in a straight line through everything. I twisted as I ran, almost tripping, and fired behind me to slow down my pursuers. I didn't have time to see the results. I ran through houses, backyards, and streets. I ran. My breath was getting heavier. Pain and blood loss were hitting me now. The whispers were still loud in my head. I was miserable, and I had to force my legs to keep moving. Only fear and my will to live kept me going. I was shooting behind me to keep the demons off, trying to get a lead on them. I almost collapsed a wall and buried myself when I fired next to it, but my plan was otherwise working. I was going to escape. I was running through another house when a skinless man hiding in a bedroom lunged at me. My reaction time was impaired by blood loss and overexertion, so I couldn't dodge. He knocked me off my feet, and his sharp talons raked across my face. I was so tired. My gun was wedged between us, so when I pulled the trigger, he turned to paste. I grit my teeth, painfully rose to my feet, and made it out of the house. Demons were waiting. They were flooding the streets and the houses in front of me. They had cut me off. I was surrounded. I couldn't run any longer. Panicking, I began firing wildly. A dozen demons died. I missed, and the front of a house exploded, raining bricks. A demon jumping at me from the side was blown apart by the muzzle blast. Another miss. This one hitting the sky. It directly impacted the cobblestone street, sending rocky shrapnel flying and shredding nearby demons. The hole it created went all the way down to bedrock. I cleared an area in the middle of the street and staggered over to it. I swung around like a madman, shooting, trying to keep the demons away. They were trickling in faster now from all directions. I couldn't do this forever. I have to get out, I thought, despairing. I have to find a way out. Demons emerging from an alley were blown away, along with half of the alley itself. How did I even get here? My thoughts were all over the place as dust and destruction filled my vision. What did I do? There was a brief moment of respite as I thinned out the approaching horde. Was it just because I picked up the gun? I was concentrating on this problem like my life depended on it, because it did. Was it because I looked in the cylinder? Something appeared down the street. It was some kind of disturbingly shaped person. It kept running. I must have missed, I thought. My fingers were numb on the trigger. I studied my aim. I didn't miss. It wasn't stopping, and it was getting larger. I could see it clearly now. It wasn't the size of a normal man. It was a titan, as tall as a house and half as wide. It looked incredibly muscular, but I suddenly realized why its shape was so odd. It was made out of faces. An abomination comprised of nothing but human faces at different angles to each other, all of them with their eyes and mouths hideously open, as if they were trapped in an eternal scream of fear. Its fingers were human tongues, overlapping and quivering. My bullets, or whatever the revolver was firing, only scratched it, drawing a pathetic amount of blood. It was fast, too fast to outrun. The whispers were getting louder. The thing was also closing in. I was shaking again and paralyzed in horror when I suddenly remembered something. I said, "What the hell?" I realized. I got here after I said the word hell. I snapped out of my frozen state. "Take me back," I shouted, praying I could say something that would let me escape. The army of demons had been gathering together behind the houses, and now they swarmed at me in a tidal wave of death. "Take me!" I frantically swung around in every direction, trying to kill the fastest ones before they could reach me. "Home!" I screamed. The many-faced nightmare was 5 houses away. I could see the thing in the air out of the corner of my eye. Its whispers were becoming screams. "Take!" I was mowing demons down, my finger flickering on the trigger. By the tens, by the hundreds. "Me!" I was surrounded by a crater formed by the revolver's apocalyptic power. Every shot shook the world. Blood felt like rain. 2. Demons were closing in on all sides. The Titan jumped for me, tongued fingers extended. The tendril melted into existence and whipped at my throat. I cried out desperately, "Earth!" Instantly, I was back in the desert. The stars shone down from the night sky overhead. I fell to my knees, and my outstretched hand, white-knuckling the revolver, fell limp at my side. A sudden wave of exhaustion hit me. Combined with the exhaustion I had already been feeling, I was about to pass out. Dismissing the revolver, I could do it as easily as breathing now. I crawled over to my pack, which was still on the ground next to the pile of ash. I was too tired to be alarmed by the scorpion crawling over it. I flicked it off and rested my head on the backpack. My stump was, mercifully, no longer bleeding. Drenched in demon blood, I lost consciousness. When I woke the next morning, I pushed myself up with my right hand. The hike back to the trail was easy. Too easy, in fact. I felt better the longer I walked. Something about the gun had improved my body and senses. My legs didn't ache, I didn't sweat, and I didn't have to drink as much water. I could see and hear much farther than before, and in greater clarity. I felt like I could look at the sun without going blind, but I didn't try. Only after I drove back to my house and washed off the filth covering me could I finally relax. Never had I felt such relief at coming home. Everything I had been through could almost be written off as a horrifying nightmare. I restrained myself from summoning the black revolver. My new hand is a constant reminder of the truth, however. It's stronger, much stronger. As I sit here, I have to be careful with the keys on the keyboard. I shattered my coffee cup this morning, by accident, when I picked it up. It's warm to the touch, and looks different, too. It's less skin-like. It has a weird texture that reminds me of scales, and it has a slightly red color. A subtle, dark red that fades in a gradient as it approaches the skin tone of my wrist. I don't know what's happening to me, but I know the revolver is responsible. After reflecting on my experiences, I know that I've been wrapped up in some kind of struggle for a throne. Whose throne? I was sent to that place when I said hell, so I'm afraid I already know the answer. I'm not sure what I'm going to do now. I thought I could simply put all this behind me, but in the last 30 minutes, I've started to feel that unnatural sense of dread, of danger, from somewhere far away. That feeling is growing. Whatever is causing it is getting closer. Some say it marched out of the sea under a bloody moon. here to expel our town of all hope. A monster to punish the naive prospectors of Maple Oaks who spent their gold on false witch hunts, an avenger of the young woman burnt at the pyre, drowning the land for rebirth. Others say it was summoned within the forest, rendering a body of shimmering water an ancient getaway. Not a monster, but a deity from a far-off pantheon to be used as a tool for occult ambition. It brought unrivaled life and good fortune to the woods and its creatures, warping the trees under divine guardians. I think it was just a man, an affluent founder who built our mines, our ports, and, over time, fabricated fables across his locale, connecting utter, fictitious folklore bullshit with the natives that would live on through a local museum, as his descendants would follow suit, using fiction to hide the truth. For most of the history class of '85, such fiction ended there. Ambitious nonsense about our home's origin, with awe-inspiring malarkey attached. But for Ebony, oh, sweet, perfect Ebony, a switch had flipped in her mind, and an obsession with uncovering the town's secrets had taken hold. Some ancient remnants of this thing, whatever it was, must linger somewhere out there, in the woods or across the shore. Legends need some grain of truth, right? As the sheriff's daughter, Ebony had every resource and privilege any eager 16-year-old could need to hunt local myths. But, for as keen as she was, her father still set borders. Go dig up the beach and explore the woods, that's fine. But don't go too far out. Don't go at night. Don't go alone if it can be helped. And, like any spoiled, rotten teenager, Ebony ignored all parental guidelines. This was her quest. She was invincible. Under the guise of the moonlight, 2 days after she hadn't returned home, by the oldest lake, they allegedly found her slumping out of the ground from where she'd buried herself in a burrow. Her legs were clawed up and gnarled, her clothes torn, her body broken. Whether she had tried to dig herself to safety after being attacked by wolves, or they came upon her while she was unearthing the mystery that lay under the dirt, remained unknown. For a time. Rules began soon after the story broke, enforced by a grief-stricken sheriff. Beyond a threshold, the woods are forbidden. Period. Yet, it didn't prevent whimsical boys and girls from investigating the tantalizing, freshly rumored legend whispered quickly through the halls. Ebony's ghost haunts the forest. Go at night, go to the lake, and you'll see the distraught phantom of a girl literally killed by her curiosity, still trying to uncover her mystery. So they instilled a curfew. As the sun dips behind these looming, timeless hills, notoriously unkind officers of the law patrol the streets to ensure no more wayward youths trek into the foliage. And for 30 years, for every family and every home, that same curfew has remained. For those same 30 years, Ebony's story has wrapped and demented itself beyond recognition as another generation learns of our nocturnal, ritualistic tradition. As another generation questions what she thought she'd found to warrant wandering that far into the wild in the dead of night. Had she seen anything at all? Or, alone in the woods, had something found her? And if so, was it still there? I was a part of the last generation, absorbed by the gospel of the potentially abducted, lured, murdered, cult-recruited, tree-loving, or whatever sort of stupid girl she was 3 decades ago that made nightly outings impossible. I was a child when I first truly noticed the odd, sacred hush that descended over our home. My tyke brain finally acknowledged that our life wasn't typical.
Inside, Autumn. Lights getting low.
Dad called from the porch as the sun began to lazily bleed into the mountains. I sat in the kitchen, swaying on a stool, as my usually chipper mother locked every door and drew every blind, offering an occasional peek into the dark, her lips pressed and her eyes narrow as her stoic husband stared at the clock.
Think they'll hit the street early again? He asked her.
Not likely.
Confused, I asked them both.
What are you talking about? My father looked at me, understanding that his little girl was now sentient enough to question what he found familiar, while Mom continued her routine checks.
Come here, kiddo,
He said, ushering me to join him by a window.
I'll show you.
Through the curtain, I saw porch lights flicker awake down the street. Neighbors called or forced their kids home with a frantic sharpness. And then, way off up the road towards town, the low growl of a car engine began. Silent red and blue and purple headlights weaved between the trees, reflecting off closed windows where curious eyes met it.
See that car? The lights.
Dad asked. I nodded.
A good, honest man drove one just like it. Once. He kept people safe. Till one day, he lost something very important to him.
Did he find them?
I asked him, too young to comprehend the cause of this rooted, collective script we recited. A little lump formed in his throat.
He did, but
He tossed the words around in his head.
they'd, gone to heaven.
Like Auntie?
Yeah, like Auntie. And soon after, he went to heaven too. So now, that car and others like it, every night, carry on what he did.
Keep us safe?
Exactly. They keep us all safe.
Mom muttered something profane to herself in the hallway. Dad, ignoring her, continued.
But to do that, we gotta stay inside. They get grumpy if we get in their way. Understand?
I nodded, slowly, as another voice spoke from the stairs.
Did you see her?
Sean, my delinquent little brother, who noticed, questioned, and listened far more than I did, asked our mom.
Sean?
Mom hissed, finally satisfied that our home was secure. Her eager eyes scanned the room until they met mine, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him.
See who?
I asked quickly. Dad moved to block my vision as Mom yanked Sean to one side and spat harsh but heartfelt whispers into his face. Peeking around his frame, I could see the two enter a heated argument of both passion and resentment. Dad moved my face to meet his.
You'll catch on when you're older, Autumn.
And older I became. I would come to learn that evenings belonged to the woods and whatever they held. But in our house, that created more wonder than dread. Sure, there was an unspoken caution, a yoke around our necks, but my parents never pushed panic or horror. Instead, their warnings glimmered with something closer to mischief, something my brother adopted far more than I did growing up. As the routines were finalized and I came of age, Mom would click the kettle, and Dad would lean back in his chair to recount stories he called old myths, stories of monsters from the sea and of gods from the woods, and whatever old fables or fairy tales he could remember. Stories Ebony had told him before she became one herself, a naive adventurer found half buried in the earth. Sometimes I'd catch a glance between my parents, sharing knowledge, a private joke, or insight once hovering beyond my reach. They'd known her, they'd shared classes, they'd snuck out to go drinking in parks and smoke joints by the Lighthouse long after dark. They'd loved her, and by God, they missed her. Fascinated and frustrated and mortified by her decisions that night that shaped our town into what shaped us, Sean started to keep a notebook, scribbling down half-remembered details, little theories of his own, the finales of stories that never felt quite finished. I thought it was silly that he was becoming too obsessed like Mom and Dad's ghost friend, but I begged to hear more, as much as he did. We'd crack Dad occasionally, and he'd spin a fresh version of some local rumored phenomenon or woodland oddity, and Mom would roll her eyes with a hesitant smile tugging at her mouth. They never pretended to have all the answers, and they never pretended that it didn't frighten them, or that the fate of their friend troubled them most nights, but they offered pieces, fostering a hunger in their children to fit them, maybe, one day, together. But that hunger would starve. When Sean became a young man and I became a teenager, we were wise enough to sense what they were too careful to admit. The curiosity would always be expecting, always listening for answers that would never come. a puzzle left eternally unsolved, because we still had a curfew to respect. We still had rules, a tradition to honor. Be curious to your heart's content. Explore the parts of the woods where you are allowed during the day before you reach the barbed fences. But there are borders. Don't go too far out. Don't go alone if it can be helped. And don't even think for a second about leaving the house at night, let alone going there. And like the good, well-raised children we were, as our curiosity grew bored, but never bored enough, we respected those borders. Until the one night we didn't. Until one night I would tear my skin through bramble and feel dirt fester under my nails, warm blood on my face, and understand what it was that dwelled out there, nestling among crimson trees so foul and so beautiful. The daytime brought its own rhythm, and outside our forest, life moved with the familiar patterns of any town. College was an odd blend of comfort and absurdity. My crowd, a strange but functional little crew, made such a blend bearable and sometimes enjoyable. There was Barney, with his bottomless backpack of books and anxious, bashful heart, always armed with some obscure pulp fiction wisdom or dusty trivia he dug up at 3 a.m. Kate, a brilliant, gothic, dark cloud of sarcasm and wit, adorned in black lace and sharp eyeliner, drifting among us like a raven that had learned to tolerate pigeons. She liked to draw. A myriad of dreamlike monsters filled her sketchbook, asphyxiating me wherever I saw them, as did the wonder that could rarely leave her mouth. Arthur, trouble on 2 legs, adored by every teacher he infuriated, and the first to disrupt a lecture hall, a cocky shit who always found ways to get us into places we shouldn't be, excluding one obvious exception. Detentions were a weekly event with him, yet somehow he was the charming glue that held us together in our worst moments. And finally, me, a theatrical ginger dweeb of fluffy sweaters and radiating rambles, a 4-pointed, lopsided constellation, bright in our own humble little orbit. But then there was an occasional black hole that made its rounds from a very, very different universe. Willow. She never drifted to our tables during lunch or lingered in the hallways with us. No, she floated above it all. Self-proclaimed queen bee of this backwater nowhere, daughter of the wealthiest family for miles, founder of a circle of vixens and jocks who were always on the edge of danger. If she raised an eyebrow, the room would shiver. If she snapped her fingers, doors opened. Worse still, she was the white-haired devil whispering sweet nothings into Sean's ear, encouraging my brother to abandon all of his rules and barriers on half-baked promises. She was not our friend. Being noticed by her was a curse, not a blessing. Her name was poison in our household, detested by our parents. Many arguments spawned from the mention of her alone. But on one afternoon, in the buzzing cafeteria of flickering lights, scraping trays, and pockets of laughter, she strode in alone. I was halfway through listening to Arthur tease Barney about the disaster of a date he'd had, when, for only a heartbeat, the room fell out of focus as the cafeteria door banged against the wall, damning us into silence. And in she marched, absent of her salivating little wolf pack, licking at her heels and beckoning to her every word. Her runway-ready, head-turning miniskirts and white leather jackets were gone, replaced by baggy sweatpants and an obscenely large hoodie, the sleeves swallowing her hands. She looked and moved like, well, the rest of us, for once. And her face, Jesus, her face. No canvas or pristine makeup could hide the ugly, angry, blossoming blotch of red and purple bruising that nested under her eye. Every soul stared at their queen, out of place in her kingdom, made her way to an empty corner table with her head ducked and shoulders hunched. For those precious few minutes, she was just another girl, battered, tired, and alone, threatening to vanish into smoke if someone so much as called her name. And painfully, achingly, slowly, the room soon returns to normalcy as its new corner-bound husk lurked at the edges of our vision. Something to gossip about. Barney kept sneaking nervous glances, bewildered at the sight.
Snowflake's looking rough today, huh?
He whispered.
Who do you think she annoyed?
Kate arched a brow, sketchbook balanced on her lap, pretending not to look.
Maybe her cult of plastic witches turned on her. Looking like shit does suit her, though.
She muttered with a flick of her pencil. Arthur leaned in with a grin. Or she finally ran her mouth at someone who doesn't care who her daddy is and can throw a mean punch. Surprisingly, I found myself just feeling sorry for her. Everyone has a bad day, I said, not sure if I actually believed it or wished someone would say that about me if I ever sported a glistening shiner under my eye. Arthur gave me a low snort. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Autumn. But you're not a bitch like her. Kate then nudged my arm.
She's looking at you, by the way.
Those words sent a prickle across the back of my neck. I timidly looked over, and, true to Kate's word, Willow was staring at me from her exiled corner, her hood suffocating her face. A silence choked our table, and for a moment, time itself seemed to slow. The cafeteria and its occupants fuzzed away, and all that existed was the space between us. Then she lifted her hand, and a single Detour finger curled out from under her sleeve, demanding me to approach with a tiny, effortless motion. One that sent a shiver down my spine and threatened to drag me away from the safety net of my friends. I shook my head, and the sounds of the room returned. Arthur snapped his fingers in front of my face. Hello? Still with us? His voice was peripheral, diluted. Their concerned faces were smudges as they shot bewitching glances over at Willow. Willow wanted me. Barney reached for my arm as I pushed back my chair, mouth full of food. Don't. Let her sit by herself. Kate, never one to sugarcoat, muttered.
Yeah, sit down, Autumn. Don't be your brother.
All while sketching a hollow, staring shade into the margins of her book. Even Arthur dropped his usual act, scooching to try and block my path, smudge grin gone. Dude, are you good? I wanted to listen, really. I wanted to stay in our planted little pod and laugh at in-jokes. But her eyes dragged me, practically led me on a leash, and I understood then how she could have charmed my resilient brother. Even looking like crap, she was mystic, humming in my veins while my better judgment screamed to shut her out. I barely noticed my body moving as I weaved around disappointed hands and disgruntled groans and sighs. Logic was gone. Whatever she wanted, whatever grim story she had to know. And so, I let myself hopelessly drift to her table, into her dark mercy. She glanced at me as I reached her, her bruised face near unreadable, and then gave her attention to the divided room of interested and uninterested onlookers alike. No one was close enough to eavesdrop. Autumn, right? She beamed as I took a seat. Sean's sister. Who did that to you? She didn't answer right away, just shifted, hiding herself even deeper into the folds of her hoodie. I could almost see her weighing in her mind how much to say. Her eyes then snapped to a shape coming closer, dragging a chair in its wake. I didn't need to look to see who it was, as an unstoppable surge of confidence came over me. Was it your dad? Sean pressed, seeming to have manifested out of nowhere, knuckles twitching, eyes flicking over the bruising. He looked over his shoulder at my confused, relieved table of watching friends, offering them a wave and a reassuring smile. Willow's laugh was a short, bitter burst. Oh, please. He wishes he were that brave. No, I just fell. Was it Ben? You overstepped. She paused and then nodded slowly. You've been seeing him without me? Sean asked. You haven't. Who's Ben? I chimed in. The two looked at me, as if remembering I was there, and suddenly I felt like a little girl in my parents' kitchen again. Local press, Sean said. Red hair, built like a stick. He nodded grimly towards his damsel. And the one who encourages this diva to believe she's above tradition. My stomach churned. You've been out there? What, at night? I tried not to sound desperate, but the words pathetically dribbled out. A foul grin stretched across her mouth. I told you she'd be keen, she said to Sean. I almost hissed at my brother. You too? After everything Mom and Dad... I've not even left the house, Autumn. I promise. Is that right? Willow teased. Yes, he spat, pleads and warnings written all over his face. And try as you might, Nothing you or that alcohol says will change my mind. He then ruffled my hair, pausing the racing curiosity that began to rush through my head. Or yours, I hope. Willow's gaze then met mine and held it. You know, I've heard things out there. You can come listen to, if you're not scared. Sean planted a firm but hesitant hand on the table and stood with a huff. Catch you later, Wills. Always a pleasure. Oh, come on, she pouted. I won't take her past the fence. Even I'm not that stupid. Well, maybe just a few feet. We could all go together, the three of us. Her voice was thin and cold, but beneath all the bravado, I could tell she was terrified. The word left my mouth before I could stop it. When? Sean was quick to usher me away from the table with not a word, like my life depended on it. Willow watched us the whole time, smiling from ear to ear with the utmost joy. Back to your friends, kiddo. Now. I don't... Why did Autumn? Now. I nodded slowly and made my way back to my sanctuary as Sean reclaimed his seat in the lion's den. Whatever they said to each other was lost to me, but they remained a pair until the bell rang. His affection became more visible, tucking her hair behind her ear, cupping her hand, all while staring ditzy daggers into her. The rest of the afternoon was a blur. My friends hounded me, prying me with questions about what Willow wanted, what she'd said, what my brother had said, what the two of them were, and why in God's name I'd actually approached her. I deflected, lied, kept quiet, anything to keep them away. Yet their pestering was nothing compared to what the recesses of my own mind were doing to me. I replayed every word of that conversation, and through it all, one name kept cycling around. Ben. A man who could solve the unsolvable puzzle my parents had harmlessly planted in me. By the final bell, I couldn't bear it any longer, and I folded. I confided in them everything I was thinking and feeling, another rant bubbling out of my mouth in disjointed sentences that somehow they could understand every word. Arthur proposed it first, stabbing a straw into his milkshake after we'd escaped the spilling sea of student-filled halls, clamoring their way outside to enjoy the rest of their afternoon, and sought refuge in a cafe booth. Why don't we pay him a visit? He took a long gulp of some vanilla delight. The others looked at him like he'd killed someone. Visit the jittery reporter who punched Willow in the face, Barney asked, digging into a slice of red velvet. What could go wrong? Well, either that, or we break curfew ourselves and let this one, Kate began, poking me in the ribs, almost spilling my tea, scratch her itch. It's not an itch, Kate. Oh, sorry, unresolved compulsion then. Hey, back off, Arthur butted in, and I almost thanked him until I saw the look on his face. It's not her fault she got hypnotized by that white-haired bitch. They laughed at my expense, the stupidity, the absurdity of it all. And I did too. Barney pushed his glasses up. Have you considered another outlet, like read a book or get laid? Or write music? Kate seemed exceptionally excited about her own idea. I can already picture your first single, I Was Found Dead in the Woods at 16. You guys suck. No, we don't. Arthur clasped his hands together. Anyway, suggestion still stands. We visit this guy. Barney groaned. I don't know, man. Mom would always say, your mom says anything, born, and it ain't up to you. Right, boss? The three of them looked at me. Arthur, eager and giddy. Kat, curious and cautious. Barney, frightened and shaking his head. Was I really going to drag them along to a far-off part of town to question a man I'd never met about local legends and parental bedtime stories, all storming from the unsettling words a girl none of us liked had given me? Of course I was. The local press office was a rundown, narrow building wedged between a dead laundromat and a fading convenience store. Its red brick hall stained dark by years of rain and grime. Dusty, crowded windows made it impossible to see inside. Weeds poked through the cracked pavement, and the front door barely held itself together on worn hinges. Yeah, no thanks, Barney squeaked, turning on his heels and walking away before Arthur tugged him back by his ear. Kate inspected the building, eyeing it up and down like a piece of abstract art. Did your brother mention why he or Willow talks to this guy? Nope. Marvelous. I didn't bother with knocking. I strode right up to the door and stepped inside. Beyond an unmanned reception, a few desks packed the room, piled high with yellowed notepads, sticky notes, and old newspapers. The stink of old coffee, cheap booze, and burnt rubber attacked my nose as if I ventured into the rioting clutter. My boots scuffled against the fading floor as a fly buzzed in circles over an empty mug.
Hello?
I called. No answer. Kate gagged as she and the others filtered in behind me.
Ew, fuck. It smells like someone died in here.
Arthur slapped a cracked counter, fluttering a bundle of papers into the air.
Perfect. I'm ready to see a ghost. How about y'all?
You're more likely to see rats, Arthur, she added, trailing a finger over a dusty desk, painting lines and shapes. I found myself drawn to a wall of photographs, a timeline of the town's many faded celebrations and events, but nothing stood out. No mention of our own town intertwined with a grand fate, no mention of a lost name. Barney, at first, hung back, overwhelmed by the smell and disorder, but even he soon found himself drawn in, and he shuffled over to a cramped bookshelf overflowing with almanacs and faded papers.
Guys,
He cried, peering down at the floor.
come take a look at this.
We gathered around, not knowing this would be the pivot point, as Barney stared at thin, dark streaks scarring along the floor, half hidden under the shelf. Arthur's hands immediately flew to its sides, and with a grunt, he tugged hard. The unit groaned but didn't move. I chose to feel along the edges instead, searching for... there. My fingers brushed a catch beneath the lowest shelf. A soft click sounded, and the whole unit lurched, swinging open on hinges to reveal a dark staircase stretching down into the guts of the building.
Oh, God, no.
Barney whispered, with a tiny hint of uncharacteristic thrill.
You fucking found it, dork.
Kate said.
What are you complaining about?
And God, yes, you mean, Arthur joked, eyes sparkling. Ladies first. He then added, gesturing for me to take the first step. I hesitated, only for a moment, before taking the first cautious step into the shadows with a shit-eating smile on my face. So quick, so easy. Far, far too easy. No time to savor the anticipation. Awe eclipsed every worry, every rational thought, as the adventure unfolded before us. I soaked myself in thrills, each of my nerves shot with reckless curiosity, not once stopping to ask questions. It spat us out into a large, sweltering room washed in a sickly red glow. The stink of alcohol was more pungent down here, wafting through the stale air. Strings of thumbtacks and curling ancient photographs lined the walls, a blurry picture of an old lake, a crowd at a festival, an evening shot of a rich, starry sky. Figures vanishing behind trees, snapshots of a distant woods bathed in purple light, wide-eyed faces from decade-old yearbooks. A lair adorned with the collections of a private investigator. Dilapidated, torn pieces of archived newspaper were neatly lined on tables, screaming local tragedies, accompanied by police forms, council records, and government files that had almost bled dry of ink. Margins etched with hasty, scribbled notes. A cold knot formed in the pit of my stomach as my eyes darted over them. Shut-away relics of decades past leapt from the pages and clamped themselves to my chest. They should have just been old stories, forgotten pains, but arranged together, they became an accusation. Search for missing hiker continues. Police abandons search for missing son. Family left without answers. Search for missing girl continues. History repeats. Another youth vanishes near old mines. Strange lights spotted by shoreline. Search continues for missing dog. Dozens of absent resolutions. The words began absorbing together. Search continues. Fucking search continues. Search continues. Search continues. No remains discovered. Nothing discovered, ever. No one ever found. No bodies found. Not even one. I felt something rising in my throat I couldn't explain. The others had joined me around the table, reading the headlines we'd never known existed in silence, their faces tightening. A myriad of unspeakable, unanswered losses moldering for at least 50 years. This was no adventure. This was a warning. Did Mom and Dad know? Local sheriff disappears. Foul play suspected. Community divided over nighttime curfew. Who is enforcing the new rules? Authorities silent. Kate drifted away from the crowded table and let her attention settle on a map. Autumn. I ripped myself away, leaving Arthur and Barney to sift through more paper galore. The map was one of the woods, of course, riddled with illegible scrawls and red markings noting boundaries. But what had her focus was an old calendar taped in the corner, days crossed in black marker, others circled and annotated with different, tidier hands. Willow's name was infrequent enough to spot, and so was Sean's. My fingers zipped over clustered markings, piecing together how specific dates lined with shaded areas on the map. They'd been charting beyond the fences, but there was a threshold that even they hadn't dared cross. That changed tonight. The air pressed in, and I couldn't breathe. I steadied myself on the edge of a table, shaking, head spinning, heart pounding like a kick drum in my chest. I didn't know what I wanted to find here, but this was not it. Distant and muffled, their voices reached me and drew me back, a hand on the shoulder with some grounding words. Arthur said a joke, I think. Barney muttered something soft, and Kate held my hand. It wasn't grand, there was no fanfare, but it was enough. When I could finally speak again, it came out in a croak.
What do we do?
The question hung heavy in the air. Too many options. Go to the police and tell them what? Go to my parents and be put in solitary? Or... Arthur spoke as if reading my mind. We could go to the woods.
Not a chance.
Barney whined.
I'm not even been to the fences. None of us have. I'm not going there, and it's bear season.
Kate couldn't believe what she heard. Bears. She gestured to the room we stood in.
That's your biggest worry. Bears. Not the fact that we'll likely vanish into fucking guys.
I shouted, for it felt like the first time in years.
Can we not argue, please?
I then looked at Arthur.
Get a picture of that map.
Barney shriveled up into himself.
No, we can't.
Kate punched him in the shoulder. We can, and we are. Retracing our steps, we slipped back up the cracking staircase one by one. Behind the battered front door, afternoon had already begun its dwindling descent into dusk. I don't remember what we said to each other as we fumbled back out onto the street, making and questioning plans in the span of seconds. But I do remember who stood waiting for us. Sean leaned against the hood of his car, arms crossed, jaw tight. When our eyes met, he opened the passenger door and gave a single, sharp, commanding nod to the seat. No one spoke. Kate kept looking between us. Arthur bristled. Barney gulped, fidgeting with his pack. I eventually forced out a small, wavering smile as a revolting, impulsive thought overtook me. Perhaps it really was an adventure, a quest, but it wasn't theirs.
Maybe we just go home and sleep on it instead. Clear our heads. Not a chance.
Arthur pressed quietly.
Arthur, it's late and I'm tired. I'll text you when I'm home. Promise.
I lied. Are you sure? Kate asked slowly. I nodded, and she, unsatisfied, painstakingly gathered the others to start their walk home. But Arthur lingered. See you tomorrow, he said, more like a demand than a farewell. Even Barney showed some resistance, but they soon trailed off, leaving me on a darkening street. I slid into the passenger seat behind my silent brother, and the car door shut with a heavy finality. He watched my friends round a corner before he spoke. Do you want to go home? His question slowed the whirling storm in my head. The idea of home, its warm, routine normalcy, comforted me, but it did not scratch gnawing itches. I stared out the window, watching slivers of sunlight begin to hide behind the trees.
No.
Sean felt his jacket and produced his little, rugged notebook, its edges worn by years of restless fingers.
Last chance.
I'm sure.
He managed a comforting smile.
Okay.
He put the car in drive, and we took off down the street. He navigated us through tucked-away, less-traveled roads before the scouts began their patrol, until we reached the town's edge. The car rolled to a stop in an abandoned parking lot infested with pine needles, the depth of the woods just looming beyond a bygone footpath. At a threshold, the tall, stark black shapes of thick, barbed metal fences stretching for at least an acre and far higher than any man tried to ward us away from the wild maw they quarantined. Not tonight. 2 figures waited beneath a flickering, dying light. Willow and Ben. Red-haired, rail-thin, and staggering slightly on light feet. Sean killed the engine. A bird called from the trees as he made his way out of the car and towards his crew. I followed tightly behind, not sure what to feel, as Willow offered a happy wave while Ben's rickety fingers twisted around a heavy military flashlight.
Who's this?
He nearly slurred out. Willow answered before Sean could open his mouth.
His sister.
Ah, impeccable timing, kid.
An anxious energy came over Sean. Hey, so maybe we don't go as far. He pointed down at me, the pathetic, nervous weight almost attached to his hip. Ben laughed.
Don't be getting cold feet, Shawnee boy. Now you gotta tag along.
Willow laughed too, and I pretended not to spot the tremble in her lip. Sean rested a firm grip on my shoulder. We'll turn back if you find it to be too much, okay?
Heads up.
Ben warned, as a stream of red, blue, and purple lights danced over a hill and made their way down towards the lot. We were gone by the time they found Sean's car. Crunching over brittle grass, we snaked through the woods until we reached the monolith. It seemed flimsy up close, a patchwork of tired metal smeared with rust and graffiti, and dead, segmented searchlights adorned the tops. They found the gap easily, a ragged hole crudely carved into the sheet metal, its rim twisted and sharp. One by one, we slipped through, and my haste earned a few cuts along my sweater. For a mile, we pushed deeper in total silence, broken only by a clumsy step and a shiver in the wind. I caught glimpses of little X's marked on some trees and rocks as the path became rougher, revealing themselves when flashlight cones stroked over them. I saw a W+S carved into one maple tree, cuddled in a love heart. Willow's voice nearly scared my skin off.
Listen.
Something changed. The voiding silence gradually warped into a series of coarse, pained, echoing croaks, originating from somewhere far, far ahead in the dark. The wind scratched and rattled its way through wounded, cracked bark as my ears strained, and every instinct wailed at me to turn around and run. My brother took my hand instead, and we continued.
What is that?
I asked. No idea, was all he could say. Night fully settled over the woods, the moon and the stars obscured by dense trees. I couldn't tell how much further we walked or for how long. I checked my phone. Dead. Impossible. Sean noticed. Hope he messaged Arthur. I hadn't. Shit. Before I could think, we came upon a still river stream, flashlights glimmering across the shallow, black water's surface. The 3 of them stopped. This must have been the edge of their familiarity. Ben charged forward, producing a Polaroid camera from a satchel. It was evident from the way he walked that his courage came from a bottle. I wondered briefly what kind of war waged in his head, as Willow went to follow him. Sean stopped her. We could leave him to it. He'll tell us anyway, whether we're with him or not. Willow let out a tiny laugh.
You want what I want, right?
Then she looked at me.
Having fun yet?
She broke away from him and followed the bobbing head of red hair into the breach. Sean sighed, hesitant to follow.
I'm not scared.
I blurted out.
I know, but
I watched sense and reason come over him in a single moment. It hit me, too. What the fuck were we doing? It lasted only a second, this lucid cut into the adventure telling us to go home. Then, just as quickly, gleeful shouts and exclamations pulled us effortlessly onward. Several meters beyond the river, one tree stood apart, a towering sentinel marred by something uncanny. A crimson mold covered its bark in thick, shulking veins, twisted and threading through its grooves like a cancer. The color was impossibly rich, both disgusting and hypnotic, and the texture looked more like a synthetic glass. Then, it pulsed dimly. A faint red glow breathed to life within the mold, slow and steady, synchronized to the slow rhythm of a heartbeat. Willow was beside herself as Ben snapped a picture of the growth. Then he touched it. The mold trembled and released a cloud of faint, powdery spores into the air, which quickly scattered. A single red vein at the root of the tree flared to life, pulsating with more luscious light. It stretched along the ground. Its visibility was a complete defiance of logic, as if the earth itself was translucent. The vein bent deeper into the woods. Like sheep, we followed. Every single tree was consumed in the same lurid mass, shimmering in unusual palettes of red and garnet, some far more infected than others. Even the floor was terraformed by the stuff, puffing at our feet. The pulsing light grew brighter and thicker, euphoric fogs drifting among the trunks, sweet and dizzying, and as the haze settled, the lights revealed a truth. Silhouettes, human and animal both, curled, fetal and motionless, were encased and suspended within the bodies of the trees themselves.
We should probably leave, Sean said, dreary and sheepish.
Tell someone. I cannot explain why Ben chose to rush one of the trees, tearing disruptively at the mold in the panicked bid to save the person imprisoned within. I can't explain how the forest responded. The ground convulsed and split open, revealing worming, interconnected tunnels beneath us, and a gangling thing emerged out at a horrifying speed. Its towering, sharp, humanoid body was woven of the same pulsing red mold, and it moved with an unnatural, sinewy grace as it mercilessly lunged towards Ben. It ripped him apart in seconds, splattering us as his flesh tore and bones snapped. His screams lost beneath the swelling heart-throb of the woods. The adventure was over. This was a nightmare. In the chaos and horror, a jolt of raw clarity rushed through me. My vision sharpened, and the soft charm of the woods lifted as I held my breath. I became pitifully aware of the creature's sounds as it clicked and hissed, feeling and searching around its vicinity.
It had no face, no ears, no eyes, no mouth.
It moved in tandem with the mold's pulse. Sean came to the same conclusion I did as his hand found mine. He reached into the folds of his jacket and threw his notebook as far as his arm would allow. The creature spasmed and dove to where it landed, clawing and tearing into the ground, shredding the bundle of leather and paper. Sean's other hand found Willow's, silent and stiff, and we ran. It was a desperate fight back through the woods, Sean's grip fierce as the monster splintered and retched after us. Each step we took triggered a poof of blood-red light to burst from the mold, guiding the thing to us. Every stumble, every cut and scrape, every gasp seemed to vibrate the air as it pulsed, tracking our every step. Tireless and quick, but just far away enough. Then, we splashed over the river. I spun back to see it halt amidst the thicket, shaking, uncertain, its senses dulled. The network of mold beneath it had almost broken. Then, it gagged and yelped as the ground opened again, reclaiming its soldier. The silent trudge back felt much shorter than the journey in. As we reached the hole in the fence, a searing flash of purple light erupted around us, obliterating the dark. Out of the blur, stern men in dark suits swarmed forward, barking muted commands. They swept us up, herded us away from the woods. No explanation, just tight grips and hurried steps, and lights drilled into my eyes. It was numbing. Everything passed like a shutter click. The lights, the door, the engine of a police car, the sirens, the walk up my porch. My parents, wild with terror, embraced Sean and me with questions spilling out of their mouths, but all I could do was collapse into their arms, unable to look them in the eye. My bedroom has never felt this cold, this quiet. There are slashes up my sleeve and across my hands. My knees are scraped, a gash across my leg, and I think some of Ben's blood is stained in my eye. No pain pulses in my temples, not mine. Not entirely unpleasant. I think my brother feels the same. I see it when I close my eyes. Not a monster from the sea, nor a god from the woods, nor a ghost by a lake. Just mold. A beautiful red mass, and a warm tree to rest my head. Half of me is convinced to grab some kerosene and a match. The other has a compulsion to go again. I can go deeper, further. Much, much further. Maybe I'll bring my friends. Why can't it be their adventure, too? Carlos became aware of the damp brick against his back, cold and rough, through the thrift store parka. He opened his eyes, grateful that the rain had stopped, but unsure how long he'd be out. No dreams, thankfully. It must not have been long. The last few wisps of soft blue smoke still lingered around his head, slowly curling around into the cool night air. He noticed a sad tinge of a deeper indigo woven to the haze, and he knew it meant a tiny piece of his childhood had burned away to pay for those few hours of oblivion. Let's not think about it. The smoke could linger, but Carlos wouldn't. He yawned, twisting his neck, first to the left, then to the right. Doesn't matter, he reminded himself. As he leaned forward, his stomach rumbled, a low, incessant growl. He pressed a hand to his belly and let out a weary sigh, doing his best to ignore the ache of how long it had been since he'd last eaten. It was time to move on. But first, he should run through the old mental checklist he'd been relying on these past few weeks. First question, do you know who you are? My name is Carlos Ortega, and wherever I go, there I still am. He paused a moment, considering. Until I'm not. Second question, do you know where you are? Carlos knew the answer. This time, anyway. He'd chosen the narrow alley behind Marty's corner store, the only place in his childhood town that ever left its lights on after midnight. The stack of newspapers he'd slept on behind the dumpster had turned to pulp beneath him, but the date on one was still visible above a doomsday headline. 3 weeks ago. He'd only been out here a couple of nights, though, and that surprised him. Why he hadn't stayed in his parents' old house, he couldn't say. Last question. Have you hit rock bottom? Carlos frowned. He should get rid of that item altogether. Back when it was alcohol, drugs, gambling, or what the hell ever. Sure, back then, there were bottoms. He'd hit bedrock on every one of them. Yet each time, something in him fought to claw free. That stubborn will was the only thing he'd ever admired about himself. The times he'd kept it together lasted months, even years, before a loose stone gave way, and he slid back down into darkness. Then, he met her, whatever her name was. He thought he'd made it out for good. Nearly a decade sane and steady. But that was before. This final fall wasn't a slip. It was an avalanche, a cataclysmic, world-ending event that no one in their right mind could have predicted. A guy like him, with whatever he had broken inside. Yeah, what chance did he have when given a power such as this? Hope. That was the problem, Carlos realized.
Why haven't I burned that useless shit out yet? Huh?
Yes, it would take a lot from him. Risk starting an uncontrolled burn. He knew. And of course, that terrified him. Truth was, he would burn those memories, regardless, the moment he thought of something worth trading that one little thing he had loved about himself. That stubborn will of his. Until then, he would continue to deal with, what? The nostalgia of having a small chance to crawl his way out of this strange new hell. Carlos wondered how the others like him were faring out there. They say everyone can burn, and more people discover how every day. They say the power is a blessing. They say it's safe if done correctly. They say we've entered the age of Arcana, and we could make the world a beautiful and happy utopia where there is no hunger or disease. Yeah, but they don't say anything about the burning that ran out of control and spread from person to person, like those that happened in Chicago, London, or Shanghai. Untold millions lost. Not dead, no. Worse than dead. He'd seen them. The burned, mindless zombies swaying in the streets, dead eyes staring at nothing in particular as they withered in clouds of multicolored smoke. They didn't die, though, and you couldn't kill them. At least, no one had figured out how. The power they held was too great, useless to them as it was. Shit. I'll end up like that one day, won't I? Carlos pushed the thought away. He should be moving.
Hey there!
Someone shouted, their cheerful voice echoing through the damp alley. Startled, Carlos whipped his head toward the street, but no one was there. He jumped to his feet, quickly burning the first aggressive memory that came to mind. Something about a bar brawl he'd gotten pulled into during his 20s. Details of the memory flashed away as a puff of red smoke poured from his nose, smelling of hot metal. A split second later, a ball of pulsing crimson energy formed in the palm of his hand. His stomach cramped again.
Hey, up here. Whoa, don't worry. I'm not gonna hurt you. How's it going?
Carlos snapped his gaze to the breaking clouds, ready to launch the deadly glowing orb like a homing missile. The figure held up his hands, fingers spread.
Easy, easy.
Carlos squinted at the silver-haired old man levitating midair, 30 feet above him. Black smoke tinted neon green leaking from the man's nose and mouth as he chuckled. Instinctively, Carlos sniffed the air and picked up the scent, something akin to burnt hair with a touch of spoiled milk.
Cancer.
The man yelled. What? Carlos called back, the remnant of memory he'd burned away pulsing in his grip, ready to be hurled at the slightest provocation.
I have cancer. Well, I mean, I used to have cancer.
The old man drifted a few stories lower so that Carlos no longer needed to strain his neck to see him.
I might still,
He continued.
O'Reilly, no. Burning those memories now.
Oh. Carlos nodded. Black is always the worst of the worst moments one has. Pain, suffering. What was green again? Ambitious. Or was it failures? He couldn't recall.
I suppose letting go of something like that is a real prize. Violence just a nice bonus.
Carlos juggled that the old man wasn't a threat and lowered his hand. As he relaxed, the ball of energy dissipated, along with the angry, crimson smoke. What a waste, he thought, aware he'd never had many combative memories to draw on for self-defense. Best not to think about it. The man grinned.
It's gonna be a nice day, looks like.
Carlos didn't reply.
Won't come up. It's amazing.
No, thanks, Carlos answered, stomach cramping yet again. Was never one for heights.
Well,
He said, a touch of disappointment in his voice as he drifted back to his previous height.
yes, I'll be going then.
Wait, Carlos called out, genuinely unsure why. The old man looked back down, and even at this distance, and even through the black smoke, Carlos could make out his cocky, bushy eyebrows. See anyone else still in town? Alive, I mean.
No, son. Only you.
Thanks, Carlos said, slowly lowering himself back down onto the mash of newspapers. He had figured as much. Other than the zombies, the only other person he had run into when he'd arrived in town was a woman burning something bright purple before she teleported away to God knows. The old man paused a moment longer, seeming to notice something about Carlos for the first time.
Take care of yourself,
He said finally, then quickly transformed into a blur as he shot away towards the rising sun, trailing black smoke. Carlos should be moving on, too. Nothing was here for him anymore. The last few nights were spent rolling through a self-powered high greater than anything he'd ever shot into his veins. The pleasure ride had taken a lot out of him, and he needed a break. One perk of magical smack, he thought, is the complete lack of withdrawal. Another, he had discovered, is the ability not to OD. A dangerous combo indeed. He reached into his jeans and grabbed the keys to the old Ford pickup parked out front, and his stomach twisted yet again in slow, hollow protest. Simple, run-of-the-mill hunger. Fast food sounded great, but drive-thrus no longer existed. The business model of paying teenagers minimum wage to hand out fries was one of the first to collapse once they learned how to manifest almost anything they wanted on demand. Some had left their former workplaces in smoldering ruins. Yeah, the age of the morning latte was over. Breaking the glass storefronts of Marty's and scrounging up some food would have been easy enough, but it was much easier to burn something small to fill his belly. Then he could get moving again. Running a hand through his greasy hair, he thought about what he was ready to part with. If she could see me now. Christ, he'd already given away her name. Traded it for one temporary superpower or another, but love remained, a soft ache that refuses to fade. He wasn't ready to burn that. Not yet. It doesn't matter, Carlos mumbled, reminding himself again as memories, good and bad, cycled through his Swiss-cheesed mind. One in particular kept bubbling back to the surface. Honey and rye toast, a small bite already taken from one corner. Sweetness and warmth filled the air on that quiet Sunday morning, hours before the first chaotic reports began to appear on the news feeds. Deeper, he recalled how she had delivered the tray to him in bed, how they had made love, how they pretended to snore, quietly giggling together as the kids tried to get into the locked bedroom. It was the one memory he'd returned to again and again since the world ended. Carlos doesn't want to lose all of it. Just the taste of the honey. Just the recollection that the jar was on the tray that morning. He won't lose the rest. At least, that's what he thinks. Probably what he always thinks before burning. Give up just enough for a day of fullness. Quell the hunger. He breathed deep, held on as long as he could, then slowly exhaled the memory. Smoke, brilliant amber, rose from between his lips, twined with thin threads of gold. True happiness, he thought, drowsily. It moved like a living thing, slow, weightless, spiraling upward into the dawn. Within, faint, ephemeral shapes ripple. A cup of coffee steaming in impossible stillness, a curl of butter sliding down toast, sunlight scattering into dust motes that rise instead of fall. And there's something on the tray that he can't make out now. Something important. No, Carlos whispered. Not that one. Magic didn't work the way he wanted, and all fires are indiscriminate. Secretly, he'd known that the whole precious part of him would be burned to ash. No, he repeated, tears welling in his eyes. He'd made a mistake, the kind you can't take back. The scene flickered as if caught between frames of a broken film projector. The smell, toasted grain and honey, hung sweet and unreal. Then, the vision began to fade. The smoke unraveled one of his last remaining cherished experiences to nothingness. For a heartbeat, just the shape of a woman's smile lingered. Carlos waved golden wisps from his face, staring at the cobblestone ground, disoriented. The air felt heavier than before. He'd been there too long. It was time to move on. Rising to his feet, he turned toward the mouth of the alley. He took a few steps before a trace of sweetness caught his breath. Honey. Tiny strands still drifted from his mouth. He tried to recall the taste and failed, that quiet emptiness having replaced his hunger. A moment ago, he'd been starving, and he knew that feeling wouldn't return for a long, long while. Carlos shook his head and stared forward once more. Another small burn, he muttered. That's all it was. Best not to think about it. The smoke could linger, but Carlos won't. This morning, at exactly 9:15 a.m., my entire class stopped. Reuben Sinclair was a psychopath, according to my mother, a boy who thrived on other people's misery. Growing up, he drew on the concrete with lightning bugs, tore worms apart for fun, and even forced Ben Atwood to swallow a centipede in 4th grade. The students laughed, and the teachers were clueless. But Reuben wasn't finished. Even when the class moved on, he still couldn't help himself.
Don't forget about the canned food drive,
He said, giggling.
Ben's parents need all the help they can get.
Reuben,
Miss Christine snapped. She was the only teacher who stood up to him.
that's quite enough.
He turned his nose up at her and smirked. One leg leaned on the desk, rocking him back and forth. His eyes held a challenge.
But I didn't say anything wrong. It's not my fault Ben's poor.
Reuben knew exactly what he was doing. Our classroom was a hierarchy, and Reuben Sinclair sat at the very top, the undisputed king of the castle. I found myself wondering what would happen if I pushed him down the stairs. Would I feel guilty for hurting a psychopath? Reuben enjoyed making enemies of staff and students alike. When he got caught bullying weaker kids, he made them regret reporting him. And if that didn't work, he claimed the teachers were harassing him. Everyone hated him. Everyone had a story about him. Everyone secretly wished he would just go away. Until one day, in the middle of junior year, Reuben was diagnosed with cancer. I think we were in shock, and I couldn't help but wonder if bad things only happened to truly bad people. But could I really call him bad? Evil, even? Reuben had always been a tyrant, and he hadn't exactly mellowed out. But still, everyone could agree on one thing. A 16-year-old boy, no matter how morally questionable, didn't deserve a stage 3 monster of a tumor sitting directly on his brain. I was naive, young. I believed that even if kids did get cancer, it was curable. We were invincible, right? Until, through teachers and grief counselors, I started to realize that teenagers could die, too. But I knew one thing for certain. I didn't want Reuben Sinclair to die. They caught it early, luckily, but not early enough. Reuben was high school royalty, varsity team captain and head of the school newspaper. Like Marmite, people either adored him or despised him. Once chemo started, he lost most of his hair and barely came to school. When he did, he wasn't the same. Weaker, yes, but still wearing that brittle bravado, snapping at anyone who dared pity him. Reuben was voted honorary homecoming king as he got worse, and all our classmates held up candles as they called him to the stage. He passively-aggressively blew them out as he made his way up. And then he took the crown and broke it in half. At the pep rally he held in his honor, dedicating our high school state football championship win to him, he stood before our class and his teammates and said the one thing none of us were willing to admit. "I'm fine." The words came through gritted teeth, his voice shaky. Makeup clung in caked chunks in a desperate attempt to hide just how pale he had become, while a beanie covered the bald patches.
Do me a favor. Stop pretending you care, he spat. None of you give a shit. I know exactly what you're thinking, because I'd be thinking the same. Better him than me, huh? Well, guess what? This motherfucker isn't terminal. You could suck up all your sympathy shit and fuck straight off.
The mic slipped from his fingers and hit the floor, feedback rattling around the gym. We all held a collective breath, where we weren't sure whether or not to clap. When hesitant applause started, he screamed at us.
I don't need your prayers. I don't need your guilt. I don't need any of you. Stop telling me Jesus will save me. I'm not the sick kid you feel sorry for and compare yourself to, all right?
And with that, he stormed off stage. 10 minutes later, I found him ugly crying under the bleachers. I only knew it was him because of his Letterman jacket. The school colors lit up under those Friday night lights. Part of me understood him. But Reuben wasn't wrong. Most of us were just relieved it wasn't our lives being upended. He saw straight through our selfish, strained smiles and hollow sympathy speeches. Those lights bleeding across the football field should have belonged to him, his future, and he'd been handed one hell of a wild card. Reuben was terrified, though he'd never admit it. He clung to his pride like a second skin. So stubborn. So human. But that was that. Now Reuben stood in front of me, a whole year later, and in remission. He was still a powerhouse, but in a subtly different way. When he first came back, he stopped picking on weaker kids and only snapped at the ones who offered sympathy. Still a total jerk, marching down the hallways like a king, but I definitely saw him wince at the fluorescent lights and wobble down the stairs. Maybe being labeled a charity case and kicking off the football team with a "sorry man, but you're just not fit to be on the team anymore" had made him a slightly better person.
Yo, Earth Dispenser.
Reuben was talking at me, about 3 inches from my face, but his words barely registered. He towered over me, easily 6 foot something, his Letterman jacket sliding off one shoulder as his thick arms boxed me against my locker. Reuben Sinclair's hair had grown back since treatment, brown tufts poking out from beneath his baseball cap. He looked well enough. Dark shadows bleeding under his eyes had become standard. Sweat glistening on his pale, almost translucent skin. His hysterical smile caught me off guard, especially right before first period. Over the past year, we'd somehow built a friendship, one I was quickly starting to regret. Especially now. He prodded my headphones.
Question.
A small, teasing smile tugged at his usually stoic lips.
Are those permanently glued to your head?
I settled him with a patient smile. Good morning to you too. Reuben didn't blink. I figured he was still getting used to human emotions.
Morning.
He grumbled, stepping back slightly. I noticed a twitch in his brow, his bottom lip trembling. Normally, not even Chinese water torture would get Reuben to admit he was in pain. When he was first diagnosed, I started bringing him my mom's painkillers the day after I found him projectile vomiting in the hallway. He had a bad reaction to the ones the doctor prescribed, and I had been running late that day, and I caught a side of him most people never did. Kneeling on the floor, hands in his hair, screaming. Ever since, I'd been Reuben Sinclair's personal dealer.
I need pills.
He groaned, his head thudding against my locker. Reuben lifted his head, his eyes blooming red.
Please. I just need him to get through class.
I didn't really understand Reuben until he started opening up to me, usually when he was high. His home life always slipped out in splinters of delirium between slurred confessions and hysterical giggles. His dad walked out when he was a baby, so he carried that cliché, "my dad left, so I feel nothing" backstory. His mom worked constantly, and his diagnosis had plunged him into a fog of depression where she came home, drank until she collapsed, and blamed him. No wonder Reuben acted the way he did. No wonder he chugged the pills like faith. It wasn't just the pain. It was those brief, intoxicating moments when his mind went quiet and he didn't have to think or be scared. When his mind finally stopped screaming. That was Reuben Sinclair. The boy who allowed himself to be vulnerable, scared. Presently, he was deep into withdrawal. He dug into his backpack, pulled out a small baggie before handing it over.
Here.
I took the slightly squishy bulge and peered inside. A very sticky, very squashed jam donut. Reuben averted his gaze.
The doc forced me to take it for breakfast, but you can have it, or whatever.
I couldn't resist a small smile. I'll help you after class. I wriggled out of his grip and he stepped back, arms folded, jaw set. I twisted to grab my books from my locker, hoping my expression didn't betray what I couldn't say. I was completely out. I'd woken up late and hadn't had time to raid my supplier, aka Mom's old medicine cabinet. All I had were the leftover painkillers stuffed into my gym bag. I pulled the baggie out and dropped it into Reuben's hands. That's all I've got. He held it between pinched fingers like I'd handed him cyanide.
Is that it?
Yup. I didn't wait for his response. His pouts and huff were enough. Meet me after class. I walked off quickly toward first period. I wasn't surprised when he followed, falling into step beside me.
Wait, but you said you have some strong stuff. The pills that actually help.
Ruben's voice collapsed into a shuddery breath, hands dragging through his hair, a nervous habit. He stopped short, stepping in front of me. I pretended not to notice the desperation, the agony twisting his expression.
Please, Spencer.
His voice cracked.
I'll take anything.
Sorry. I managed to get out, almost tripping to avoid him. Just wait an hour. I've got to admit, I've gotten, admittedly, far too close to Reuben Sinclair for comfort. I had no right to feel tongue-tied and clammy when he stepped too close. No right to feel butterflies when I caught his crooked smile, his stupid deer caught in the headlights' eyes. It was his fault. His fault for finding an anchor in me, for not leaving me alone. Reuben was getting desperate, obviously.
Okay, so why don't we go now?
He was clawing at his hair now.
And you I can ditch.
When I didn't respond, he blocked my path, eyes wide, pupils blown. He was sweating bad. I should have felt guilty for making him not just an addict, but completely dependent on me. On her deathbed, Mom had warned me, you like fixing broken things. First toys, then people. I didn't believe her until he stumbled into my life. I was afraid to admit she had been right.
Spencer.
Reuben's whine sounded like a child's as he was reaching first period history. God, Mom was right. I turned him into a wreck.
Come on, man. You know this class will kill me.
It's just an hour, I said, forcing a smile. You can wait an hour, right? Reuben met my gaze, glistening skin, teary eyes, lips trembling.
Do you think I can?
I didn't answer, my tongue in knots as I stepped inside the classroom. To my surprise, Reuben followed, kicking over a chair just to let everyone know he was pissed. I slumped into my seat. Mr. Henderson's shadow was already looming over me. Mr. Henderson was in his late 50s, hard of hearing with thick gray hair, a bushy unibrow, and had taken a particular disliking to me.
Spencer Shea.
He droned, reaching for my headphones. He was wearing the same sweater as yesterday and the day before. His grubby hands crawling towards my head made my skin crawl. I clamped my hands over my ears. He tried to pry them off, but I yanked his fingers away, making it clear I wasn't giving in. The teacher stepped back, arms folded.
What did I tell you about those headphones?
I pressed my hands down protectively over my ears.
I told you, I'm not allowed to take them off.
Reuben's voice cut through the silence.
What happened to treating students equally?
Henderson didn't turn around, writing the date on the board with exaggerated care. I'm not in the mood, Mr. Sinclair. You know why your situation isn't the same as Shane's. Reuben leaned back, eyes locked on the teacher.
Meaning what?
Reuben, I'm not playing guessing games. Mr. Henderson turns, meeting his stare. Sit right and be quiet, or I'll remove you from the class.
You treat me differently from everyone else.
Reuben shot back, a grin forming.
Why, Mr. Henderson? What's so different about me?
When the teacher didn't respond, Reuben laughed.
Oh.
He snapped his fingers, exaggerated, milking it. He was skilled at hiding his own agony while playing the class clown.
Oh, you mean because I have cancer. That's why you're playing favorites.
The C word always managed to steal every breath in the room, including the teacher's. Henderson briefly stammered, gingerly swiped at his chin, and moved on with the lesson.
Workbooks out, please,
the teacher told the class. Today, we're going to be discussing. I tuned out the moment the PowerPoint appeared and the lights flickered off.
Hey.
Ben Atwood sat behind me. He kicked the back of my seat.
Spencer.
When I didn't respond, a folded slip of paper slid onto my desk. Ben's handwriting was barely legible.
Where's your bro? He had flu for 3 months.
Something cold twisted in my stomach. I was running out of excuses for why Jasper still wasn't at school. Another note, this one wadded into a ball, hit my workbook. I snatched it up before anyone noticed.
You can't hide at home forever.
I crushed the paper and shoved it deep into my bag. A third note grazed the back of my neck and dropped to the floor. I bent down quickly to grab it while the teacher's back was turned.
I know you're hiding something. Tell me what it is or I'm reporting you missing.
The last note was a warning, just one single line.
And I'll tell them about your deal with Sinclair.
I swiveled in my seat to face his shit-eating grin, chin propped on his fist. Jasper's sick, I told him. Ben raised a brow. Still? I was well aware of my blood pressure rising, my hands clammy. Can you just leave us alone? Can you just leave us alone? I didn't mean for my voice to break. Why? Ben hissed. So I can watch you deal drugs and hide your brother at home? He leaned forward, his eyes hard. You do realize that's illegal, right? With Sinclair? He needs them. I snapped back, barely keeping my voice below a whisper. They're painkillers. Ben's expression didn't change. His eyes were hollow, glowing in the light, bouncing off the PowerPoint. Maybe I should tell everyone right now. He taunted, his lips curling. His whisper rose into a hiss, punctuated with saliva hitting me in the face. Every word was venomous. That you killed your brother, and you're dealing drugs to Reuben Sinclair, taking advantage of him. Ben said, leaning closer, his lip curling in disgust. That you're exploiting a kid with cancer. Ben, I said, my voice splintering through my teeth. He tilted his head toward Reuben, who was snoozing at the back. You sound scared. Shane! Mr. Henderson barked, pulling my attention back to him. Ben didn't wait. He stood abruptly, his chair clattering to the floor. Fuck. I turned to subtly warn him, but something cold slithered down my spine when I saw his face. Illuminated in the light from the PowerPoint, Ben's eyes were empty, vacant, wrong. His body seemed slack, almost unmoored, as if it hadn't forgotten how to hold itself. His head tipped at an odd angle, eyes half-lidded, lips slightly parted. He swayed left, then right, and began to clap. I thought it was a joke. I thought this was Ben's idea of an intervention. When he didn't even blink, his hands coming together with violent precision, I waved my hand in front of his face. Ben! My breath caught as he stared straight through me, and continued to clap. I swallowed his name, my heart pounding in my throat. Ben, stop! But he didn't stop. I shoved him, and he fell back, limp, his head lolling. Ben! Something slimy squirmed up my spine, and it became clear it wasn't just Ben. Something prickled in the air and spiderwebbed across my neck, a low, tinny, whining noise ringing in my ear. The entire front row sprang to their feet, joining in sudden, thunderous applause. One by one, the rest of the class followed, each rising, every clap building in momentum. Reuben joined them, slightly delayed, his legs wobbling off balance. The exact same movements, the exact same rhythm. Every clap, clinically and impossibly synchronized. Every expression, wide eyes and parted lips, echoed across the room, bleeding across each face. Mr. Henderson stood, frozen, staring in disbelief. What is this? He demanded, his eyes snapping to me as if I were responsible. Stop! He dropped to his knees, crying out, as Evie Michael's head lolled sideways, her tongue slipping out like a deranged slug. Whatever authority he had vanished. Henderson shuffled back on his hands and knees, eyes wide, terrified. I found myself moving away, too, skating past the desks, fingers brushing my headphones. Henderson managed to pull himself to his feet. He laughed explosively, like he could reclaim control. Is this some kind of joke? The clapping stopped. Every head tilted. Talk. A single voice seems to bleed from everywhere at once, every mouth speaking in unison. Talk, talk, talk. As if the voice was trying to establish itself through the noise, it began to tremble before stabilizing. Us. My classmates blinked twice, their mouths open, then closing. Talk to us. Henderson started screaming, clawing at his hair. The entire class stood at attention, saluting to an imaginary authority figure. The human brain, they said together, blinking in perfect sync. Is so... When a thick ribbon of red seeped from his nostril, I found myself moving toward him, my breath in my throat. I couldn't breathe. I watched their fingers lift in perfect synchronization, hooking into their noses. Fragile. Every head snapped toward me, but I made it all of 3 steps before freezing in place. Do you remember learning about the Egyptians, Spencer? They laughed, a single melody shared between them.
It is said that during ancient Egypt, the Egyptians believed in preserving human bodies to ready them for the afterlife.
I checked every student for some flicker of awareness. I slapped Ben across the face, but he continued, his finger hooked into his left nostril.
For example,
The class continued, expressions blank, eyes glassy and hollow.
pay attention, Spencer. This is on the test. Do you remember what the Egyptians did to the organs in preparation for mummification?
The words slid down at the back of my throat, splintering into bile.
Answer us, Spencer.
Their mouths curved.
Answer us now. We are asking politely.
They pull out their brains. I choked. Through their noses.
Correct.
25 faces grinned at me.
The human brain is so fragile, Spencer. Human brains are useless. The Egyptians were right to remove them. They only cause distraction.
I didn't understand what was happening until seeping scarlet poured beneath my shoes. I remember trying to snap Ben out of it. 25 heads lolled to the side in unison, perfectly synchronized. Ben followed with the rest.
Observe.
They said.
Watch us prove the human mind is as fragile and puny as we say.
Henderson took that opportunity to run. I grabbed Ben's finger, trying to pull his hands away, but he was strong, impulsively strong. His finger pushed deep inside his nose until blood ran in thick rivulets, his eyes flickering. He trembled violently, like his body was trying to fight, trying to break free, yet still their fingers dug and dug, snaking exactly where they wanted, where they needed to go, before yanking hard. Bloodied, mushy pink clung to their nails. Their eyes rolled back, yet every student still stood tall, unblinking. Every student was hemorrhaging from their nose and ears, red rivulets running down, grinning white teeth. I didn't realize I was screaming until Ben tore 2 chunks of his own brain from his nose, blood pooling around his twisted grin. His body lurched forward, mushy pink clinging to his fingernails.
See.
That single voice slammed into me, a screech scratching against my skull. I jammed my headphones into place.
We do not need brains anymore, Spencer.
Through the screeching white noise, one voice lagged behind the others. One voice resisted.
Observe.
Reuben stood rigid, fists clenched, lips parted in a soundless gasp. One look into his wide, terrified eyes told me everything.
Watch us prove the human mind is as fragile and puny as we say.
Reuben. Before I could think, I dropped to my knees and yanked Ben's backpack open. I knew I was crawling through blood. I knew it was soaking into my skin, into my nails, something I'd never wash off. I was going to be scrubbing my skin for years, and I knew I would never wash him off of me. Swallowing, strangled sobs crawled up my throat. I dug between workbooks and moldy sandwiches. Ben always carried a spare charger. I tore it out and grabbed Reuben's wrists, binding them with the charger. He lurched violently against me, his head jerking, body convulsing. He was seconds behind the others. His finger was already hooked inside his nose. With the class unusually silent, 25 kids on standby, I hauled him out into the hallway, and straight into Olya Norbrook. Blonde ponytail, valedictorian, the last person I wanted to see right now.
I heard screaming.
Her eyes were wide as she stepped towards me.
What's going on?
Her gaze dropped to my hands, slick with red, then to Reuben, convulsing against me.
Sinclair?
She stumbled back.
What the hell? Is he okay? Help me!
I wailed, trying and failing to cling on to him. His hands were jerking violently. Can you help me? Hold him! Ignoring me, she edged forward and pulled open the classroom door. I didn't need to see her face. Her shadow, folding in on itself, told me everything. Luckily, all she saw were 25 students standing stock still. Well, and a lot of blood.
What happened?
She demanded, voice strangled. I had no words, no name for what this was. It's an infection. I managed, my voice splintering. Her eyes went wide.
What?
Alia staggered back.
What, like the flu or something?
Not that kind, I forced out between my teeth. I was lying. Lying that I didn't understand what it was. Lying that Reuben was the only one resisting. Whatever had control of my class was scratching at my own skull, a parasite bleeding into my mind. I couldn't be in denial anymore. Wrestling Reuben's back, I tightened the makeshift binding. The charger wouldn't hold long. I made a point of reinforcing it with one of my shoelaces.
Help me with him.
Alia and I dragged the thrashing boy down stone steps leading outside.
Where exactly are we taking him?
She panted, pinning Reuben's arm behind his back when he flopped forwards.
The hospital?
She stumbled back, already edging on hysteria.
Is he possessed?
I shook my head, relieved to be away from the endless screech of our classmates. Reuben was emitting the exact same noise, but softer, weaker.
He's not possessed,
I managed to say, pulling the jerking boy into a sitting position.
It's a frequency, like a dog whistle.
I fought to keep him down.
I'm taking him to my house.
Alia helped me get him seated as I checked his eyes. Half-lidded and unaware. Back in the classroom, he was definitely fighting it, his fingertips clenched into fists, eyes wide, horrified. Now, his frenzied eyes rolled back and forth to pearly whites.
Reuben!
I slapped him.
Hey, can you hear me?
His pupils stayed dilated.
Don't hit him!
Alia shrieked, momentarily losing her grip.
Can you call an Uber?
I whispered. Alia raised a brow.
Explain. So, your entire class is like infected or whatever, and you're the only one who managed to escape. And your brilliant plan is to take him to your place.
I nodded, forcing Reuben's head between his knees.
Uber, now.
Alia didn't look convinced.
I can't get you an Uber, but wait a sec, alright? Don't go anywhere.
When she ran off, her ponytail flying behind her, I figured she was gone for good. I sat on the steps for 5 minutes, trying to block out the noise drilling its way into my head. It was so painful, persistent, precise in the way it found weak spots and pressed on them, forcing its way into my skull. I pulled my headphones closer and held them tight to my ears. Behind me, a sudden cacophony of screams erupted. Someone had found my class. Alia reappeared half a second after I considered running for it. With her was a guy I vaguely recognized. He was on the basketball team. I could see why. The guy towered over Alia, who resembled a fairy in comparison. Nicholas Whittaker.
He owes me a favor,
Alia said, out of breath.
He'll drive us.
I pulled Reuben, who was trying to yank out of my grasp.
Us?
Nick turned several shades of white when he noticed Reuben. His bright smile bled from his lips.
Wait, I didn't agree to kidnap someone.
It's not kidnapping, love,
Alia said, helping me pull Reuben to Nick's car.
He's not feeling great.
She stood on her tiptoes to kiss Nick on the cheek.
You're gonna help us, right?
Nick's eyes flashed to me, his lips curling. He kissed Alia back.
Sure.
But the three of us proved no match for Reuben Sinclair. He tore free twice, falling onto his stomach without using his hands. We finally tied him up, forcing the boy into the back seat. For a moment, his writhing limbs went limp, and Alia snapped her fingers in front of his face.
Is he okay now?
Reuben's head lolled back, eyes fluttering, lips parting. Nick stomped on the gas, and Alia met my gaze. I risked a glance, leaning over in my own seat. He was still breathing, eyes open, lips parted, perfectly still. I made the mistake of looking out the window. Gray sky, storm clouds. Rain was coming. Before I could process that lonely, hollow feeling encompassing my mind, something slammed into the back of my head. Physical. Not the noise clawing at my brain. Hard, sharp. The curve of a skull colliding with mine. I blinked away stars, my head spinning, and caught Alia wrestling with Reuben. I had to force myself upright just to stay conscious.
Are you okay?
Alia's voice floated toward me, distant like waves. Louder now, as the ringing in my head collapsed into white noise.
Spencer, you need to... Spencer, are you listening to me?
My eyes popped open, my head against the window, the taste of copper stuck to my tongue.
Hold him down, now!
I snapped out of it. I jumped up, blinking away dizziness, as Alia pinned Reuben down, straddling his lap. Reuben flopped in his seat like a demented fish, his head jerking violently, mouth agape, eyes vacant and rolling back and forth. Alia wrestled with the phone charger binding his wrists.
How long until we get there?
She squeaked, struggling to hold his head in place. For a moment, his head dropped. I thought he'd given up. But then a sickening squelch sounded. Something warm and sticky seeping across my fingers as I pried his mouth open. In that half second, realization hit me. He was trying to bite off his own tongue. If I didn't knock him out soon, he would.
Is everything okay back there?
Nick yelled.
Is that kid alright? Some kind of seizure?
He's fine, I groaned out, slamming my hand over Ruben's mouth. When that didn't work, I grabbed a workbook lying on the seats and jammed it between his teeth.
Dude, the hospital's just down the road.
Nick laughed nervously.
I can take him there.
I said he's fine.
I snapped.
It's a medical condition. That?
Nick shrieked. When Ruben spat in my face, giggling, I lurched back.
Pills.
I gasped out.
What?
Alia said, pinning the squirming boy to his seat. He was getting stronger. Ruben was bad enough as a mildly tolerable varsity captain. The last thing I needed was super strength.
This morning, I gave him pills. Painkillers. Shit that would have made him high.
I swallowed a cry.
They're in my pocket in a large blue baggie.
Alia paled.
Are you crazy?
She squeaked.
We can't drug him.
What's our alternative?
I demanded.
You want me to untie him? See if he'll pull out his brain?
I lurched back when the boy headbutted me and briefly saw stars blinking across my vision.
Damn it, Ruben.
Alia squeezed her eyes shut.
Why can't you get the pills?
Barely dodging another blow, I rammed the textbook between his teeth again, harder, except he was chomping through it.
Because I'm trying to stop him from swallowing his tongue.
I can't trust you.
Alia said, avoiding my eyes. Her hands were shaking as they pinned Ruben down.
You could be one of them.
I laughed.
You're not serious.
You're in his class.
Alia glared.
You said everyone was infected.
Yes, but I'm not.
Snapped back. Liar. I was lying to her again. I was a proud fucking liar. I lied to Ben. I lied to the school. I lied to myself. Alia sputtered.
Unfucking believable. You're lying. You dragged us into this mess, and you're doubling down.
Listen to us.
Ruben's voice cut through our back and forth, shredding the air in a high-pitched shriek, piercing my skull. I clamped my hands over my headphones. Alia squeaked, toppling off his lap. My vision blurred. I saw the classroom. 25 faces. Blood smearing my hands. A screech locked in my throat. So loud. So loud. Stop. My mouth wouldn't form words. My body hung useless, limp, moving with agony.
Moving's not allowed.
They told me, their voices light, melodic.
Stop moving.
They were here. Soon enough, entwining around me. First, like warm water, soft and gentle, caressing me. When I retracted, their lukewarm embrace became a metal clamp around my brain, squeezing. No, I thought dizzily. Eyes splintered through my head, doubling, tripling, multiplying, pupils shrinking and blooming, phantom fingers clawing through my skull, tearing each broken thought apart. Thoughts that barely strung together, thoughts that never left my subconscious. One collective voice with multiple hands, multiple minds, multiple mouths, multiple screams, multiple hands clawing at me. They were searching every part of me, every memory, slipping between every crack and gnawing deep inside my consciousness, digging deeper and deeper until I was losing myself, until I was reaching toward them. Then, just like that, they let go. I was left dizzy and disoriented. No thoughts, no inclinations to think, only follow. It took sound bleeding back into my ears to snap me out of it. I was curled up against cold glass, head bowed, hands clamped over my headphones, wet warmth flooding from my nose and ears, my lungs starved of oxygen. My mind was blank. Where was I? I was moving. Car. Nick's car. Alia was in front of me, wrestling with Ruben. Ruben. Agony cracked across the back of my skull, colors dancing in front of my eyes.
You okay?
Alia whispered, her panicked gaze glued to me.
Did you just pass out?
Before I could respond, the radio, which had been playing old-school 90s songs, crackled. Static bled through. Alia's hands slipped from Reuben's shoulders, and his body went limp, his arms falling to his sides. Alia sat back, wide-eyed. She didn't need to say it. I already knew. It was them. They found him. Through me. I saw my chance and yanked the pills from his pocket. Reuben's eyes flickered. His words were slow and delayed.
Bring him back to us.
I nodded at Alia to hold his mouth open. After hesitating, she did. One hand holding his mouth open, the other pinning him to the seat. I shoved one pill in. His body spasmed violently, coughing and gagging, trying to force it back out. Alia fell back, breaking into sobs.
What if we kill him?
He needs to swallow it, I hissed. When Alia drew back, her eyes wide, I lost patience. I slapped her. The sound of skin on skin barely registered. Neither did the red mark blooming on her cheek. All I could see were the others. Mushy, pink, and vacant eyes, a classroom smeared, pooling red. Then, his body was still there, but his mind was gone. The radio crackled.
No harm will come to him. We promise.
Hold him down,
I ordered. I grabbed Alia and pulled her close until her startled breaths tickled my cheek. Listen to me. I didn't care that I was almost strangling her. I didn't care that my fingernails were slicing into her skin. I didn't care that I sounded out of my mind. If you don't hold him down, he's gonna yank out his brain. Do you understand? I didn't realize I was giggling, caught in hysterical sobs, until Alia nodded in a single motion.
Reuben?
She spoke in a shuddery breath, grasping his chin and forcing him to look at her.
Hey, eyes on me.
His eyes flashed, limbs twitching under her weight. I pushed the second pill into his mouth.
Bring the boy back to us.
Reuben spat a mouthful of pooling scarlet and pill mush. My phone vibrated. Alia screamed when a van slammed straight into a bus behind us.
He is necessary to our cause.
The radio continued. Alia yanked her phone from her pocket. I checked my own. Like an emergency alert, the message stubbornly filled my screen, echoing the radio. Bring him back. They were everywhere, bleeding from car speakers, phones, every electrical device within reach. Outside, traffic was piling up.
What the hell is that?
Nick shouted from the front. The car jerked forward violently, almost giving me whiplash.
I can't drive around them.
Nick panicked.
Can you guys get out and walk? I think I just need to call my parents. Just drive.
I said, my voice strangled and wrong.
I'll pay you.
He is necessary.
Reuben droned. He was slowly catching up to them. Whatever had him was tightening its grip.
To our cause.
Alia shot me a look as Nick stepped on it, driving straight through a roadblock.
Aliens,
She whispered. I looked away, my eyes stinging, and focused on Reuben. Worse. It was raining when Nick pulled up outside my father's apartment. The neighborhood was quiet, removed from all the chaos in the middle of town. Still, a lamppost flickered erratically, immediately sending my heart into my throat. At the end of the road, the traffic lights were stuttering between orange and red. My fingers subconsciously twitched to cover my ears on instinct. They were everywhere. Hauling a subdued Reuben Sinclair from the back seat and into the downpour, the pills seemed to have worked. He was less jerky, now more tame, his head tipped back, half-lidded, eyes gazed over at the turbulent clouds. Stay here, I told Alia, who immediately started to follow me up the stairs. Nick swiftly yanked her back. Call the police if I don't come out in 10 minutes, okay? Alia opened her mouth to speak before her phone vibrated. Instead of looking at it, she tossed it into a trash can. The traffic light nearby flashed again, this time to a far too bright green. Alia clamped her mouth shut and nodded, shielding her hair from the rain.
hurry up.
I hesitated, grabbing her hands and planting them over her ears. Don't remove them until I tell you, okay? I shot a look at Nick, who after rolling his eyes mockingly covered his ears. I left them in the rain, dragging Reuben up the stairs to Dad's apartment.
What's going on?
Ruben's voice was soft, splintered, barely a breath through his lips. I almost cried. He was conscious, still fighting it. Immediately, he tried to pull his restraints apart.
Spencer?
He spat, digging his feet into the floor.
Oh, what the fuck are you doing?
Just don't say a word, I breathed. Don't move. Don't blink. Pretend you're in a trance.
What?
I stepped into my father's apartment, dragging him with me. The stench hit me like a truck. Mold, blood, old takeout, and rat droppings. Look straight ahead, I told Ruben calmly, pressing my hands over his ears. Trust me. He didn't respond, but he did stop squirming, letting me haul him over the threshold. I shut the door behind me and pretended not to see my brother sitting in the corner, eyes open, mouth parted, that same unearthly screech emitting directly from his mouth. The metal headset drilled directly into his skull like an antenna. Dad had told me to ignore him. I wasn't allowed to look at the receiver. If I did, my father would take off my headphones.
Hey, Dad?
I shouted, pulling Ruben with me. No answer. I found myself drawn toward my brother, toward the red rivers dried down his chin. His cold, translucent skin that would never be warm again. I hated myself for being relieved I wasn't chosen as the receiver. Somehow, my hands found the metal prongs sticking from his head, tears stinging my eyes. One pull, and it was all over, I thought, dizzily. One pull, and my brother, the receiver, was dead.
Don't do that, kid.
The voice didn't startle me. I knew he was behind me. I turned toward my father, who had both Nick and Alia standing at his side. Dad shoved them inside. Alia stumbled obediently. Nick strayed back until Dad pressed a gun into the back of his head.
Move, kid.
Dad grumbled. His eyes found Jasper, and I half wondered if he was being sympathetic, if he cared about what he was doing to my brother. But then I remembered the experiments. Jasper's screams keeping me up at night. One of the reasons I wore the headphones. They protected me from the signal, but they also blocked out Jasper's cries. Dad knelt in front of Jasper, wriggling the headset into place.
We need a new receiver.
He hummed, his gaze flickering to Nick and Alia. Then he looked at Ruben, the exact way he had looked at my brother.
It's truly fascinating.
Dad was in awe.
Someone actually managed to fight the collective consciousness.
He lunged forward, grasping Ruben's chin, wild, delirious.
Thank you, Spencer.
Dad's voice came out in a shuddery breath. Ruben jolted in my arms, his body jerking violently.
Thank you, Spencer.
Ruben spat, dropping to his knees.
You brought the failure back to us.
Dad continued. Ruben choked on sobs, pressing his head into his lap.
You brought the failure back to us.
My father stood up, twisting around, and shot Nick point blank between the eyes. The sound of dozens of pounding footsteps running up the stairs filled my ears.
And now we will begin with phase 2.
Nick dropped to the ground. Elias screamed, tearing through the crack of the gunshot. Ruben's limbs went rigid, his lips splattering into a perfect mirror on my father's grin. I had no doubt that outside his door, 24 faces wore the exact same expression. Because that's what my father wanted to create. Unity. One body, one collective mind, free of human suffering. Together.
And now we will begin phase 2.
It's easy to admit that my entire world revolves around my girlfriend. I know it's embarrassing to have your entire life in the palm of a romantic partner, but she fills the void in my empty life. I've never been close to my immediate family and moved out at the age of 18. I'm now 25, happily dating my partner, Isabel, for the past 4 years. We bonded very early on our relationship over our broken family ties. She never dove into her family history and would often become uncomfortable if I kept pushing the envelope. She had numerous scars littered across her body. The most terrifying scar, the one that shook me to my core, was carved into the center of her body, cut deep into her pearly skin. The number 666. She usually covered it with bandages of some sort, and it took her a long time to find the courage to show it to me. That alone should have been enough for me to understand that what she went through was truly hell on earth. My girlfriend has always talked in her sleep, something I noticed once we moved in together. I work remotely and usually stay up most nights, so she's always the first one knocked out. Most of the time it's just gibberish, so I ignored it. It was a normal work night for both of us. I had just finished washing the dishes as Isabel scurried off into the bedroom to read her book. Afterward, I made my way to the bedroom. Isabel was huddled in the corner of the bed, fixated on her book. I interrupted. "Hey, I have to finish up some extra work." She looked up, groaning.
Oh, babe, I'm sorry.
I let out a sigh. "I'll be done in a couple of hours, so get some rest for tomorrow." She smiled and jumped up, embracing me. I whispered, "I love you. Good night, my goddess." She chuckled.
I love you so much. Get some shut-eye, my Superman.
I regretfully stumbled off into my office, dreading the work I had to do. After a few hours, I quietly stepped into the bedroom. The room felt brisk as I inched closer to the bed. Isabel lay stiff on her back, letting out subtle snores. I climbed into bed carefully, not wanting to wake her. As I adjusted myself, I turned toward her, observing every little movement she made. I kissed her lightly on the cheek and softly said, "Good night, my love." As I rolled over and began to drift off, I heard a soft giggle come from Isabel's direction. I flipped back over. She was still sound asleep. I thought nothing of it as I stared at her for a few seconds. Then, she began to mumble. I couldn't understand it, so I inched my ear closer to her mouth. The words that erupted suddenly rose in tone.
They need me. They want to kill me. They want to take me.
She chanted the same words over and over. Her body slowly rose upright. In one swift motion, her head snapped toward me. I heard soft giggles behind me. I felt the presence of someone lurking there as the sound drowned out everything else. I was frozen, still fixated on Isabel as she continued chanting toward me. My heart pounded as my thoughts spiraled out of control. I furiously grabbed Isabel by the shoulders. The giggles vanished. The chanting stopped immediately. Her eyes slowly opened as she stared at me with a confused but welcoming expression. Tears streamed down my face as I tried to speak, but no words came out. She tilted her head, perplexed.
Honey, what's wrong?
I shook my head, still in disbelief at what had just happened. She smiled. Then, her grin began to widen. In a dark tone, she hissed,
I'm going to rip out your intestines and hang you up like the tool you are.
Her body went limp, collapsing into the sea of pillows. I gasped in utter disbelief. The room went silent once again. I lay back down, forcing myself to sleep and forget the horror I had just witnessed. I silently wept until I finally drifted off. I awoke to the bright sun searing into my eyes. Isabel was gone from the bed. I shot upright, frantically searching for her. I darted into the living room and noticed her car was missing. I quickly realized she was already at work. Still half asleep, I stumbled into the kitchen, where a note from Isabel sat, waiting for me. It was a sweet message of encouragement, mentioning she'd be picking up a special dessert for dinner. Needless to say, I didn't work that day. All the dread and confusion from the night before flooded my thoughts. I spent the entire day trying to rationalize what the hell had truly occurred. I had no answers. I didn't text her or tell her about it. I didn't want to ruin her day with something I couldn't comprehend. Honestly, I was scared. Call it intuition, or whatever the hell you want, but she was aware during that moment. I don't know if she was under some supernatural control or playing some horrific joke to get me to stop working late. I dreaded the hours ticking down to sunset. As the sun set, I heard the hum of her car pulling into the driveway. I trembled as I approached the front door, my palms slick with sweat as I grabbed the handle. I forced myself forward and swung the door open. I was greeted by the most beautiful smile I'd ever seen. She held a package of cookies from our favorite late-night spot. She dropped them and wrapped her arms around me.
I missed you so much.
She whispered into my ear.
How was your day?
I slowly pulled away, the fear from the night before flooding back. She looked at me, confused.
What's wrong? Did something happen today?
I quivered. Nothing, babe. I'm just exhausted. I had a lot of meetings earlier. She smiled and hugged me again. We went inside and laid down on the couch. She began crunching into her cookies as I studied her, tension building in my chest. I knew I had to ask. I leaned closer, maintaining eye contact. Something strange happened last night, I whispered. Do you remember anything? She gripped my leg.
Honey, stop messing around. I was asleep last night.
I tilted my head in confusion. Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside. Did you hear that? I asked. I snapped my head toward Isabel. In pure horror, she was on all fours atop the couch, lapping methodically. In the same dark, familiar tone, she hissed.
Stop asking questions, or I'll leave you in a pool of blood.
I screamed. Oh, what the hell are you doing? She dropped down and closed the distance between us. I felt her warm breath against my skin. I shoved her back, screaming her name over and over. She fell to the floor, slowly lifting her head.
Why are you yelling at me? What the hell is wrong with you?
She stood, tears streaming down her face.
I... Leave me alone for the night and get a grip.
She snapped before storming into the bedroom and slamming the door. I began questioning my sanity. I retreated to the guest room, replaying everything in my head. My only conclusion was that her past trauma was manifesting somehow. It wasn't solid, but something was terribly wrong. I eventually drifted off. I awoke to giggling. I jumped up and flipped on the lights. Nothing. I checked my phone. 3:33 a.m. The giggling started again, this time right outside the door. I worried about Isabel and rushed toward the bedroom. The door was already open. She was gone. I called her name repeatedly. No response. Then, I heard quiet sobbing from the bathroom. I cautiously approached and turned on the light.
Baby, what are you doing?
She was kneeling on the cold tile floor. Concern washed over me as I noticed blood soaking her clothes. I rushed to her, begging her to tell me what happened. No response, just sobbing.
They're here.
She whispered.
I feel it.
Giggling erupted behind us. I turned toward the doorway. A woman stood there, draped in a red robe with a hood pulled low over her face. The smell of rot filled my nostrils.
We have come back for you, my daughter.
She crooned. She raised a butcher knife. I charged her, adrenaline taking over. She stabbed me in the back as I grabbed her, lifting her off the ground. Screaming through the pain, I threw her through the window without hesitation. Glass shattered as her body tumbled outside, hitting the ground below. Cold air rushed into the room as I stared down at her lifeless form. When I looked back, I froze in complete shock. Surrounding the entire right side of my house were nearly 40 individuals dressed in red robes. They stood like statues, staring directly at me. I ran back to Isabel, who was still kneeling on the floor, crying. I demanded to know what the hell was happening and asked for her phone. She glanced up at me, tears in her eyes, and muttered,
It's my family. I should have told you earlier, but they never did anything messed up to me, like you always believed.
I stuttered. But your body, and you never want to open up about your past? She mumbled back.
I was born to be a vessel. They worship who I will become. It's almost time for me to relinquish my body and soul.
Confused beyond comprehension, I was speechless. The adrenaline began to wear off, and I felt a sharp pain gushing from my back. I stumbled, pulling Isabel into my arms. She embraced me, apologizing over and over. We have to leave, or call the cops, I pleaded. She shook her head in refusal. I refused to give up. I stood, gripping her hand, urging her to come with me. We stumbled toward the guest room to grab my phone. 4 men, adorned in red robes, marched upstairs, blocking the hallway. I clenched my teeth and ripped the knife from my back. They rushed us. I stabbed the first man in the gut, using my body weight to hurl him over the railing. Another man grabbed me from behind, slamming me into the wall. I was pinned down by both of them. I watched helplessly as the last man dragged the love of my life downstairs. I screamed and begged for them to stop. Isabel never broke eye contact with me as they pulled her away.
Matt, I love you.
She cried.
It doesn't matter how long. If I still have a soul, I swear I'll meet you again.
I could do nothing but watch. I was dragged downstairs and tied up. They carried me outside, where I was met with the sight of a burning cross. Her voice shifted into that same dark tone as she proclaimed,
Yes, it's time for me to be reborn.
My entire world was destroyed in seconds. She was my soulmate, truly and completely. I don't know how long the chanting lasted. Minutes or hours blurred together as the fire climbed higher, as her body was engulfed in flames. Something else emerged, an abomination wearing her skin. The thing approached me, laughing maliciously. The stench of rot poured from its breath as it roared in my face.
You're never going to see her again.
It sneered.
She's in hell right now, burning as we speak.
It bared its new fangs inches from my face. I spat at it, refusing to speak. It struck me across the face and proclaimed its new name. Kali, the source of destruction, of love and faith. She grabbed a knife from one of her followers and dangled it before me. Leaning close, she whispered into my ear,
I still have use for you, mortal.
I trembled as Kali carved deep into my chest, etching her signature numbers into my flesh. Darkness overtook me. The last thing I saw was the grin plastered across her beautiful face. I woke to find my wounds completely healed. Months have passed since that night. At first, I was lost. The person I devoted my entire existence to was gone. But I turned that emptiness into purpose. Revenge. I've been training, preparing. I know the cult and their deity still have plans for me, but I intend to strike first. I've followed every lead, studied every trace they left behind. Through my research, I discovered that the scar Kali carved into my chest glows whenever I'm near her. I'm currently hunkered down near the woods on the east coast. The mark burned just hours ago. There's a ranch nearby where prominent members of the cult reside. I'm going to get answers, and I'm going to get revenge. My intuition tells me Isabel isn't completely gone yet. She's trapped, unable to move on, while her body still walks this earth. I will see you again, my love. When I was a little boy, I was fascinated with the unknown, ever since my father told me stories about my great-grandfather, who always swore up and down that he saw Bigfoot. The way he told it, the story sounded genuine, tangible, like it could have happened. It wasn't the ordinary tale of, I heard this sound, followed by a strange noise that could easily be explained as a bobcat or a horrific mountain lion scream that sounds like a banshee. My great-grandfather saw something large, hairy, and intelligent. According to the tale, he saw him fashioning a tool, like some caveman. When my father told me the story, I believed it. You could always tell someone's lying to you just from the look on their face. A curve of a smile, or maybe a fidgetiness of excitement. But for me, it's always the eyes. When someone tells you a made-up story, they'll look around you instead of at you. And my father, he was staring right into my soul. I grew up, went to college, got a steady job at first, and then I was able to become a cryptozoologist like I'd always wanted. I take calls from folks to investigate, and I get sent pictures and videos to confirm their authenticity. The latter has been getting especially frustrating as of late, with the continuing AI slop that propagates throughout the internet. At least old hoax videos and pictures had some effort put into them, some genuine craft. Now, though, you just generate all sorts of things. Investigations slowed down a lot since COVID, and many folks had just become outright antagonistic nowadays. I show up with a camera and audio equipment as well as other odds and ends, and folks just stare at me funny. One example is that this fella in Tennessee said he spotted the Wendigo out in the middle of the forest. I listened to his testimony over the phone, and he seemed genuine in his belief. So I drove on down to ask if I could investigate about his house since he lived deep in the woods. And so I drove on down there, and as I was unloading my equipment, he came out yelling.
What's all that?
I assured him that the equipment was necessary to capture what he experienced.
I don't like it. You gonna film me? Make me look like some fool?
I also assured him that if I decided to release any of my findings, he'd remain anonymous. He eased off and let me finish. He sat on the porch, scowling at me and smoking a cigarette. I set up everything, and I monitored everything from my laptop from inside his house for a long, long time. I'm talking nearly 12 hours. Even when I slept, as soon as I woke up, I'd scan over the footage that I had missed while I was asleep. And when I didn't find anything, he shouted at me for wasting his time. After an experience like that, I'm glad I didn't do investigations often. I've sort of become a stay-at-home cryptozoologist now, often being a debunker or listening to folks' first-hand accounts. Some folks call me a skeptic, but I'd argue that I'm a healthy skeptic. While I want to believe in the things I'm looking at, I'm not going to fall head over heels for every case I come across. Lord, I've done so many cases now that I lost count. I've even bought some mics along with some soundproof foam in hopes of starting a podcast over the experiences that I've had. While I can't necessarily vouch for the authenticity of every cryptid that I've come across, I've definitely seen my fair share of strangeness. However, what I experienced recently has left me shaken, to say the least. I received a phone call back in November from, well, let's just keep it anonymous. But if you really want to look for where it is, you might find what you're looking for in Appalachia. The call came from a woman who asked if I'd like to come investigate something that she said was the explanation. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was tired, so I replied with a snarky comment that I admit wasn't the kindest. Listen, I'm a cryptozoologist, not a paranormal investigator. If you want to get Zach Bagans, be my guest. As I said, I sounded like a grumpy jerk, but she was kind enough to respond and give me more grace than I deserved.
It does have to do with your field of work, she said. I'm speaking of a thing, not an experience.
So you've seen something then?
I have, and...
She quit talking, and I heard her sniffle. Her breath was shaky.
Oh, God.
I sobered up almost immediately, then spoke much more kindly. Hey, now, I'm so sorry. Miss?
Janice. My name is Janice.
Listen, if you're not comfortable talking about it over the phone, I could meet up with you and talk if you want.
That'd be lovely.
I set a date when I could drive down, and she gave me directions on how to get to her. Mossy Pines is a small town, and that's stretching the word extremely thin. It is a tiny little town. Don't bother looking into it, but I don't think that you'd find it anyway. I punched in the exact coordinates into my phone, and the location didn't even appear on Google Maps. If anything, it looked like I was going off-road. That is, until I saw the old "Welcome to Mossy Pines" sign. Below it was a slogan, "A great place to raise a family." I arrived early in the morning, fog still rested on the ground and amongst the surrounding mountains. It was serene, albeit a little eerie. I drove around the old buildings, seeing a scant amount of folks out and about. There was a shabby downtown that had most of the business shut down, and the one business that was open was a general store with a neon "open" sign blinking on and off. I saw a diner named Pappy's Greasy Spoon, and knew that must have been the place where I'm supposed to meet with Janice. She mentioned a restaurant in town, and it was the only one I could spot. I looked at my dashboard and saw I had plenty of time to kill. So I drove around the town, getting a feel for Mossy Pines, and the more I looked around, the more uneasy I felt. I saw a handful of houses that looked functional but were in bad shape. Folks were on their porches just staring at me as I drove down the road with curiosity in their gaze. The rest of the houses were worse, with most of them being completely overtaken by nature. Smashed-out windows, collapsed chimneys, unkempt tall grass swallowed the yards, and moss and kudzu devoured the remains of the houses. After I had my fill of looking at the remains of what looked to be a moderately sized small town, I decided to head back to the diner. The parking lot only had about 3 or 4 cars out front. The exterior looked like a 50s diner crossed with a log cabin, but it looked withered by time. The windows were unclean, the wooden steps were splintering, and the sign out front was rusting away. I ascended the steps and walked in. The door chimed with little dangling bells. The interior smelled heavenly with the aroma of fried oils, coffee, and cooked meat. I looked around the place, observing the folks who were in attendance. There was a lone, scruffy-looking cook behind the grill. There was an old couple in the back chatting to themselves, and another older man who sat alone with a newspaper and a cup of coffee. I eventually found a woman, younger than the rest, but still older than me, waving to me. She was kind-looking. She had shoulder-length, graying hair with eyes that I could only describe as tired. I sat down at the booth with her, and I asked, "What's good in this place? I'm starved." She smiled and said,
I always thought Dale's biscuits and gravy were especially good.
"Then I'll have that." The old cook, who I assumed was Dale, wandered over with a mug and a pitcher of coffee. He filled it up and asked what I wanted to eat, and I told him. He ambled back to the kitchen and got started on my breakfast. I cleared my throat and sat up straight. Whenever I conducted myself for my clients, I always try to give them the respect they deserve. It's not just for good business, but I consider it a genuine courtesy to treat someone's experiences as if they were facts. I placed my satchel beside me and received the Tascam recorder and hooked up a small cardioid microphone. "Now then," I said. "Over the phone, you talked about something you couldn't explain. Care to try and tell me exactly what that was?" Her smile disappeared. She sipped her coffee and looked out the window. The town was bathed in the dull grays of an overcast sky.
I'm not crazy. Just know that before I get started, okay?
"I'm not one to call folks that, ma'am." She looked back at me, her eyes wet, not with tears, but maybe they were going to become tears.
Mossy Pine is cursed.
"This town?"
Yes,
"How so?"
we've got something here. It's in the woods. It hates us.
"So, this thing, is it like a harbinger for bad times? In Point Pleasant, the Mothman was a sort of..."
No. It feeds off mystery.
The tears finally came. I reached out for a hand, and she took it. It was trembling. "Take your time."
I know. I've just Everyone in town acts like it's normal, but it's not. They act like that thing out there is just a normal part of life. They've made peace with it, and I say fuck that.
This small outburst gained looks from some of the patrons for a brief moment, but they quickly dismissed it. Janice wiped tears from her eyes with a napkin and cleared her throat. She took a deep, heavy breath and sighed.
Have you ever, in your field of work, heard of a flayed deer?
In my years as an expert on the unusual animals and myths in the United States, I don't think I've ever heard something with a name quite like that. I've come across many different and unique cryptids that I've studied. The giant ambling skeleton, Fresno nightcrawlers, the Pope Lick monster, Thunderbird, the Ozark howler, Frogman, and many other illustrious names. Never heard of the flayed deer before. I was legitimately stumped. I'm sorry, but I've never heard of it. This seems to upset her greatly. She was visibly shaken that I had no idea what this thing was. I asked her, why does it have that name? And what does it look like?
It's got that name because of its looks.
And? She sipped her coffee again, and with a shaky voice, she explained.
It's a walking deer skeleton, and it's draped in flayed human skin.
This was certainly something new and unsettling to me. I looked at my forearm and saw that my hair was on end and my skin was breaking out in goosebumps. She continued.
It's been a year, lingering in the town since its founding, like a fog.
Do you have any background on it? Any information would be helpful.
Most folks don't have an explanation for it. Everyone you see here in town has just given up, accepted it like it's a local pest. I feel like I'm the only one left who has enough sense to give a shit anymore. But I'm sorry to say that I don't know much. I only know as much as my parents did. My daddy said it was a sort of vengeful Native American spirit, but I called an expert on Native American folklore out 3 countries away from here, and he said he'd never heard of it either. Like you. My mama told me that she thought it was the devil himself, but she wasn't always mentally sound. God bless her.
Well, what do you think?
I used to think it was death itself. Like how some folks just see strange things before they die. But I don't think so anymore.
How so?
I just think it's meanness. Pure evil.
How is it evil?
It doesn't kill you right away. It just lingers around, waits until everyone you love dies, and then it'll just start tormenting you. It may not have lips or vocal cords, but it speaks to you. Whenever you get old, like me, it's when the voices start.
When I heard the mention of voices, I felt sadness wash over me. Had I traveled all of this way and started listening to a woman who may be suffering from mental illness? She mentioned her mother was mentally unwell, so it tracks. In her eyes, she was telling the truth, I could tell, but it was the truth as she saw fit. Whenever someone is suffering from psychosis or schizophrenia, they believe every word that they're spewing. I didn't let her in on my skepticism, and I just played along. What are the voices you hear?
I hear my parents, and most recently, my husband.
When did he
pass? Last year. He wandered off into the woods to get some firewood for the winter, and he never came back. I think it got him too.
I wondered if it was exploitative to ask this question, but I asked anyway. What kind of things do these voices say? She looked at me with tired eyes. She looked at her empty mug of coffee and shouted to Dale.
Could I get some more coffee, Dale?
Yeah. He grunted. He walked over and filled the mug to the top. The steam rose into the air. She blew on it and then sipped some of the coffee.
The voices say they want me to come to the woods.
Is that all?
They also say they need my skin because they're cold.
By the time my biscuits and gravy arrived at my table, I didn't feel so hungry anymore. I reached into my wallet but Janice put her hand up at me.
Listen, I got it.
Oh, no, I got it.
Lord have mercy, you're my guest. Let me treat you.
Defeated, I put my wallet back into my pocket and ate my breakfast. It was tasty, but overwhelmingly fattening. I think I had a week's worth of calories. After breakfast, I told Janice that I'd meet her back at her house to discuss what to do going forward. Before she left, I asked her, "One more thing.
Yes,
Why not move?"
I tried. It followed me. I figured I'd rather face it in my own home.
I nodded, thanked her, and she was gone. I sat in the booth, going over what to do in my head. Janice was honest, and she believed in every word she said. However, I may be dealing with someone who may have mental illness. The story that she told me, this creature she claims to see, doesn't have any concrete origin, and I've never heard of it in my entire career. I was troubled. On one hand, I was giving this woman closure, putting her at ease with something she claims to have seen, but on the other, was I exploiting this woman? I sat there mulling it over in my head until I got up and made my decision. I drove to Janice's house, which was deep in the woods, and the road was nothing more than gravel and dirt. The house itself was a nice, albeit plain, 2-story house that had seen better days. The paint was chipped, the windows were opaque, and the lawn was wild, but not in the level of some of the abandoned houses I'd come across. Janice sprang from the house and rushed to give me a hug. It was stronger than I anticipated.
So glad you made it. Are you planning on staying?
If you'll have me.
Of course. I've got a spare bedroom upstairs. It should be plenty big for you.
Good. I got some equipment I gotta bring in, and I want to make sure you're absolutely certain about me recording and shooting and collecting anything I see here. I only ask this just to be absolutely sure.
You have my full permission. Now get inside. It's cold out there.
The inside of the house was beautiful, and it seems that every room had this feeling that a life was lived well there. Portraits of families on the wall that spanned decades, old furniture that was worn down from years of use, and paperback books with withered spines. The house smelled damp and dusty, but it was at least very warm compared to the chilliness of the November weather. My room was upstairs, like she said, but she never let me know that it used to be a child's bedroom. It was faded pink, the bed was big enough, but noticeably smaller than I wanted, and there were little drawings pinned on the walls. The drawings were attributed to a girl named Sarah, whose name was in the corner of each piece of paper. One of them stood out to me. One of the drawings, as crude as it was unmistakably a deer skeleton. It sent a chill down my spine and made me feel uneasy, because it made Janice's story feel a little more real. I grabbed my things and hauled them upstairs. Janice stopped me once and asked,
You sure you don't need any help?
"Oh, I'm fine, but whose room do I have?"
Oh, that's my little Sarah's room. I lost her quite some time ago. She had cancer. Drove out nearly 3 hours for each doctor's visit. And it just...
Listen, I'm sorry. I forget I even mentioned it. It was rude of me to ask.
No, it's fine. It's been a long time, nearly 20 years now, but it still feels like yesterday. Sarah was a sweet girl, and I just know she would have been more than willing to share her room.
The rest of that day, I consulted with Janice to get her idea of where I need to set up my cameras and audio equipment. From what she told me, the flayed deer sort of appeared to her wherever, that there wasn't a single location that I could hone in on. So I set a perimeter around the house, creating a perfect circle with the cameras, and installed top-of-the-line audio equipment, also positioned in a similar circle, pointing out into the forest. I explained to Janice that the process could take nearly a week before I could come to a conclusion about the existence of a cryptid, especially something that has not been documented or recorded in history, like the flayed deer. The first night yielded no results, much to my disappointment. I very rarely got any results on the first night of investigations. The following morning, I looked around the woods surrounding the house, looking for possible hoofprints or any other signs of disturbance, but came up short. The second night, I caught footage of a possum with a litter of babies on its back crossing the driveway. It was cute, but not what I was looking for. However, I did hear the rustling of leaves out in the distance, caught on some of the audio, followed by a loud, clacking noise. When I investigated in the morning, I saw that one of the trees around the house had the bark stripped from the trunk. A deer was here, scraping its antlers across the wood. It was something, but it was easily explained. Night 3 was much more interesting, because on the night vision camera, I saw something. It was dark, very dark, but deep within the woods. I saw 2 reflecting eyes looking at the camera. I could hear the leaves rustling beneath it as whatever it was walked. And then I caught something on the audio recorders. It was faint, barely even a whisper. But as I boosted the volume all the way up to 100, it was a withered old voice saying in a dull, flat tone,
Can you see me? I can see you.
Then it ran off, leaving crunching beneath its feet. And I just sat there, frozen in my room, because the voice that I heard belonged to my grandmother, who has been dead for nearly 30 years. That morning, I walked to the site of where that thing might have been standing. Looking at one of my cameras, Janice shouted from the porch.
What are you doing?
I shouted back.
Just checking something.
When I approached the scene, I saw something sunken into the leaves and mud. It was deer prints. All of them pointed directly at the house. I kept this information to myself, and I went back to Pappy's for breakfast. I just had eggs, bacon, and toast this time. When she asked me if I'd seen anything yet, I was honest. I saw some things that could be easily explained, but I have this audio I can't explain. A voice. It sounds familiar to me. Her face grew weary and distraught.
Oh, God,
She said.
it's latched onto you.
I smiled, trying to play it off. Oh, I've been told I've been cursed plenty of times, Janice. I'll manage, but I appreciate the concern.
It'll follow you when you leave.
It'll have a lot of ground to cover. Trust me. She just looked at me with heavy, tired eyes and quietly began eating her breakfast. We didn't talk the rest of the night. Night 4 was another dud. Nothing at all. I took a walk around the house in the morning, checking my things, making sure that everything was functioning in these last 3 days of recording. Janice called my name from behind.
Peter.
Yes?
I heard nothing and yelled louder.
Yes?
Nothing.
What do you want, Janice?
I'm sorry.
A voice said in front of me. That's when I saw Janice was walking out of the house, looking at me, utterly confused. Were you saying my name? I turned around and saw a brief glimpse of 2 great antlers poking out from behind a large tree. As soon as I saw it, it skulked away extremely fast, the sound of crunching leaves trailing behind it. I felt my stomach turn over, my blood felt icy, and I didn't realize that I was trembling.
Good Lord. Are you okay, Peter?
I heard your voice calling to me. Where were you? Just now.
I was in the house. Why?
I didn't want to panic her. So, despite my pale expression, I lied to her face, said that I was fine. I had a sinking feeling that she didn't believe me, but she went with it anyway. The last night I was there, I stared at the monitors from the laptop in Sarah's room. I watched the wilderness around the house and listened to the ambience of wind rustling through the branches. I fell asleep halfway through. I attribute it to stress, but I was awoken by the sound of a voice calling from outside. It said a voice so sweet it'd melt your heart. I brushed the crust from my eyes and looked at the camera feed to see something on the edge of the forest. The moonlight shone the outline of a deer with 2 large antlers. Smoke bellowed from its nostrils as it snorted in the cold air. I heard the voice coo again.
Mama, it's cold outside.
I ran to the door to try to tell Janice, but found it locked. I jiggled the knob, shook the door, and even tried to shoulder it. But Janice's voice spoke to me in an eerie calm.
It's okay, Peter. I knew this would happen. I held it off for as long as I could.
Janice, open the door.
I brought you here so you could see what happens. Our town has had to fear this thing. And no one helped us because they didn't believe us. But you can make them believe.
Janice, you're not going out there. Just stay inside and open this fucking door.
Just watch, Peter. People need to understand what this thing does. What it did to all of us.
I heard her descending the stairs, and I tried kicking the door as best I could, but to no avail. I looked on with horror at the camera feed as the great stag emerged from the tree line, its body illuminated by the moonlight. It was a great skeletal deer, and upon its head, neck, and back were pieces of flayed human skin. It lay on the deer like some sort of holy cloak of flesh and hair. The skins were of different colors, ages, and tones, as well as states of decay. It trotted slowly to the front of the house, in direct view of the cameras. I heard the front door open and close. Sure enough, Janice entered the frame, unafraid and staring eye to eye with the giant stag. The antlers towered over her like the branches of an ancient tree, casting shadows over her. She spoke to it one last time.
Go on then. Do it.
How do I describe what happened next? I have the footage, but I've erased the memory cards containing it. No one should see this. To my recollection, it happened like this. The stag brayed into the night, a long, high-pitched bugle. It was a deafening sound. In a trance-like state, Janice fell to her knees and stripped herself of her clothes. Then, as if by magic, her skin loosened and grew saggy. With one of its antlers, it hooked a bit of her flesh and yanked off her skin with one clean motion. Blood splattered onto the ground, and Janice was left a wet mass of structured muscle and bone. It flicked the skin backwards and lay onto the collection of human pelts it had gathered for so many years. As if she regained her senses, Janice began to scream. It was the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. She screamed until her voice was hoarse, but the flayed deer just kept staring at her with the 2 empty sockets where eyes should have been. As she writhed in pain, she looked at the camera again and spoke with Janice's voice.
Are you watching, Peter?
It let out another high-pitched bugle, and Janice's suffering ceased. Her body, well, there's no easy way to say it. Her body seemingly exploded. Her flesh and bones shot in every direction, and the blood splattered the cameras, obscuring the image. Shortly after the decimation of her body, I heard the wet slaps of meat beating against the house, as well as the ground outside. I stared at the laptop in shock, and through the smear of blood, I saw a flayed deer trot back into the dark woods. I didn't sleep. I eventually kept trying for the door until I broke it off its hinges. I took my things and haphazardly threw them into my car. I walked by the pulpy red stain that used to be Jana's, and that's when I lost it. I drove away in tears. I was effectively having a panic attack as I drove out of Mossy Pines. I kept driving for hours until I saw that the gas was dangerously low. I fueled up at a gas station, grabbed some shitty gas station food, and kept driving on until I was home. When I got back, I think I slept for a full 12 hours. I awoke reviewed the footage, and instead of submitting the footage to my colleagues and friends, I removed the chips from the cameras and burned them. I figured the best way I could document this was to write about it. I wondered if this was how my grandfather felt all those years ago, when he allegedly encountered something he couldn't explain. All I know is that I've gone from a healthy skeptic to a weary believer. I wish that the story ended in Mossy Pines, but I've been hearing voices at night recently, family and friends from my past, and sometimes I'll hear Janice, too. They're cold. They want something to warm them up, and they always politely ask for my skin. The flayed deer is waiting for me. I was on my third beer in a local bar. She must have noticed me before I noticed her. She was already looking my way. There was passion in her eyes. She wore a short black dress, and her crimson hair complemented her emerald-colored eyes. A tattoo of a snake stretched across her arm. As soon as we made eye contact, I looked away. I've always been a nervous guy, and I don't want to make things awkward by staring at her. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her keeping a constant gaze on me. I pretended to be busy on my phone when the bartender put a beer in front of me. I didn't order this, I told him. Carl was the regular bartender and gave me a little wink. It's from the girl sitting at the bar. He walked away, and I looked at her, dumbfounded, but gave a small nod to say thanks. She took this as an invitation and walked over to me. So, you finally stopped avoiding my eye contact, huh? She took a seat to the right of me and gave a playful smile. My nerves were acting up, and I felt sweat running down my back. This girl was beautiful, and she was talking to me. I decided to play it cool. Trying to catch my eye, were you? She looked at me as if she were expecting something more. Can I get you a drink? I offered. Something strong. I called over Carl and ordered her a beer. She didn't complain. Oh, what's your name? I asked. It's Madeline. Well, Madeline. My name's Jack. So, what made you sit down next to me? You have inviting eyes, and I was bored, she replied. If it wasn't for that second part of your sentence, I'd be flattered as hell. She laughed. Interesting choice of words. I didn't get the joke, but laughed anyway. Do you live close by? She asked. I noticed that every few minutes, she'd scooch her chair closer to mine. Yeah, it's a 10-minute drive from here to my place. Interesting. She took a sip from her vodka. Want to play a game of truth or dare? Sure, I said, trying not to break eye contact. You go first. How about we make it more interesting? If you win, you get to take me home tonight and do whatever you want. If I win, I get to take you home. So, what will it be? Truth or dare? That sounded like a win-win in my opinion. My luck with girls had never been amazing. I'd been on a dry spell for over a year now, and here was my chance to take this lady home. I couldn't mess this up. Dare. My kind of guy, she said, giving me that flirtatious smile again. Let's see. What to make you do? I know. You have to steal something from this bar. I looked around, trying to find an easy steal. Okay. Be right back, I told her, and went to the bathroom. When I came back 2 minutes later, I showed her the roll of toilet paper I'd stolen. She laughed. Well, not exactly the great heist I was expecting, but I guess it'll do. I was starting to get tipsy. Your turn. Truth or dare? There was a malicious glance in her eyes. Dare me. Get a stranger to buy you a drink in this bar. She rolled her eyes. At least make it a challenge. She got up, pulled up her skirt slightly, and gave me a wink. Not 3 minutes later, she set down a vodka and a beer on the table. Got you something as well? Now tell me, boy, truth or dare? Okay. Give me a truth, I replied. When's the last time you've screwed someone? This got me by surprise. I hesitated, wondering if I should tell her the truth to make up a wild story.
I'm gonna be honest here. I wasn't exactly on my game this past year.
She looked at me with surprise.
Oh, well then, you just have to make sure that you win tonight.
To be fair, I thought I was rocking this interaction, and I'd just thought of a dare she couldn't possibly go through with. This was going to be my victory move. Truth or dare?
Dare.
I took a deep breath. Okay, Madeline. Take off an article of clothing. I knew she wouldn't be able to do this because she was only wearing that short black dress. She smiled.
The gloves are coming off, huh? Finally. Let's play then.
As she spoke, she reached under her skirt and pulled out her underwear. With a few easy movements of her legs, it was completely removed. I tried to look cool and casual, but I'm afraid I was just gaping at her. She laughed, and without saying anything, moved closer and slipped her underwear into my pocket.
Truth or dare?
I knew if I said dare, she'd pick something insane. I decided to play it safe. Truth, I blurted out. The beers were getting to my head. She looked at me. Her eyes went cold, all expression draining from her face.
Do you still think about your brother a lot?
My stomach turned. I went from almost drunk to stone cold sober in a second. What? What did you just say?
I asked, do you still think about your brother?
My heart sank. Who are you? Sweat ran down my back again, but this time it wasn't nerves. It was fear.
It doesn't work that way. You have to answer, or you lose.
For the first time that night, I felt genuinely scared. I thought about getting up and walking out, but something in my gut told me I needed answers. Every day, I said, trying to hide the sadness in my voice. She looked surprised, then laughed.
Oh my, you really are someone special. I was sure you would have walked out after that one.
I glanced around the bar. It was almost empty. The local drunk slumped in the corner, Carl chatting with a blonde, two guys murmuring at the far end.
Well, don't you have anything to ask me?
She said, clearly enjoying herself. Who are you? She frowned.
No, that's not how this works. Second time, you get one more chance.
Her eyes flashed red for a split second. Summoning all my courage, I asked, truth or dare?
That's more like it. Truth.
Who are you?
I have been known by many names on many different planes. One of the names you people gave me was Apollyon. Others called me Abaddon. Though the legends far outweigh my actions, this body isn't even mine. It belongs to someone who performed a ritual with her friends, looking for cheap thrills. Now she gets the privilege of being mine until I'm sick of her.
She smiled sweetly, as if unaware of the weight of her words. I shook my head. This has to be some kind of sick joke.
Truth or dare, Jack?
She asked me. I chose truth.
Do you believe what I'm telling you?
No. This is too much to believe. Her only response was a faint smile. I felt trapped. Walking away crossed my mind, but fear kept me seated. She couldn't have known about my brother. He died 7 years ago, before we moved states. Still, I kept playing. Truth or dare?
Dare.
Go away. Leave me alone. She laughed.
That's not how this works. Leaving is a forfeit. But I'll be kind and give you one more chance. We can't dare each other to go away or to kill ourselves. Now, give me a dare.
Fine. Prove to me who you are, who you say you are. She smiled.
That I can do.
She grabbed my hand and images flew through my mind. I immediately knew she wasn't human. God, the things she made me see. I stood in an unfamiliar landscape with black fire burning everywhere. There were things walking around that couldn't have been real. Giant monstrosities with 2 snake-like heads and 6 legs. Almost humanoid creatures that must have been 4 meters long, with bat-like wings on their backs. It was painful to my eyes and sanity just to look at them. An eclipse loomed high in the sky. In the far distance stood enormous mountains. At least, that's what I thought. Until those damned mountains started moving. At the center of it all was a pit. Thousands upon thousands of humans and other creatures lay inside it. I was shocked to see they were still alive. The sound of their screams and muffled moans was horrible. But the most awful thing of all, when I looked at those poor, damned souls in that wretched pit, I saw his eyes. He was buried beneath others, and even after 7 years, I would never forget the eyes of my own brother. Jonathan was in that pit. I don't know what came over me, but suddenly my fear of that hell-like world faded away, and I ran toward the pit. I saw his eyes widen in response. I was getting him out. I blinked once, and when I opened my eyes, I was back in the bar. Madeline sat next to me, that same smile plastered on her face. "Don't make a scene, or this won't end well for the people here," she told me. My brother was stuck in hell, and this bitch didn't want me to make a scene. "Get him out of there," I said, trying to sound confident and intimidating. Tears rolled down my cheek. "Poor baby," she replied. "I know it can't be easy facing this reality." She wiped a tear from my face as I sat there in utter shock. "God, I love that taste," she murmured, licking the tear from her finger. "I'm afraid I can't get him out. The stakes of this game have already been set." I tried to stay calm and think rationally, but that was easier said than done. The only thought going through my mind was finding something sharp and stabbing her in the face. That wouldn't help, though. I had to save my brother. "You told me if I won, I could tell you to do whatever I wanted," she chuckled. "You sweet child. The deal was that you could do whatever you wanted to me. And I really mean that. You can torture me, or take me and work out every fantasy you've ever had. Hell, you can do both at the same time. It sounds like a fun night. But you can't tell me what to do." The way she said it almost sounded sympathetic. "Please," I said, no longer holding back my tears. "Get him out." "Truth or dare, Jack?" I chose dare. "Make yourself bleed." "Wait, hold on. You said we couldn't ask each other to harm ourselves." She laughed. "I said we couldn't tell each other to kill ourselves. I just want to see a little blood." I pulled out my pocket knife and held my hand under the table as I made a small cut in my finger. It hurt like a bitch. As soon as the blood welled up, she took my finger and licked it clean. "Do you like that?" she asked, licking the last of the blood from her lips. I didn't. "Can we just ditch the small talk and play the game?" I asked. That only seemed to excite her more as she leaned forward, eagerly waiting for the question we both knew was coming. "Truth or dare?" Truth." "How can I get my brother out of there?" I asked, wiping away the last of my tears. She tilted her head, studying me like a sick puppy. It disgusted me. "You can't, Jack," she said. "Your brother played a game, and he lost. It's that simple. Even if you manage to return, there's not a goddamn thing you could do." Those words devastated me. I had 1,000 more questions about Jonathan and that wretched world, but this horrible game wouldn't allow them. "Truth or dare, Jack?" I picked truth. There was no way I was choosing dare again. "Would you take his place? If I gave you the option right now, would you go to the pit to free him? A soul for a soul. It's not a bad deal, right?" The question caught me completely off guard. Everyone likes to believe they'd be the hero, the martyr, who wouldn't hesitate to save someone they love. I thought about my parents, my friends, my colleagues, even my online gaming buddies. Tears welled in my eyes again as I realized what I had to do, even if it meant being trapped in that world forever. I had to try. For Jonathan. I looked at her with disgust.
Okay. Take me there. I'll take his place.
She burst into manic laughter.
Oh, my dear boy, I just wanted to know if you would. The truth is, even if I wanted to, I can't get your brother out. He's property of that world now, and its inhabitants.
Never in my life had I wanted to hurt someone so badly. I knew I couldn't lose this game. I couldn't bear the thought of my parents losing another child. It would destroy them. Then, something clicked. It wasn't a good plan, and I didn't even know if it would work. But it was my only chance. Truth or dare, Madeline. As expected, she chose dare. I dare you to leave the body you're possessing right now. Her eye twitched, and her smile finally vanished.
Well, clever boy,
She said.
if I'm not here, I can't play the game anymore. Of course, you'll miss out on your prize. Or, who knows, this girl might still be into you. Let's do this again sometime.
She laughed. None of this meant a damn thing to her. She was just having fun. And that infuriated me most of all.
Please, I said, exhausted. Just leave me alone.
In an instant, her eyes changed. Confusion flickered across her face before she collapsed. It took me a moment to call out to Carl for help. The past half hour had felt like it was just the two of us in the world. I told him I thought she'd had too much to drink. He called an ambulance and told me to go home. On the way back, I replayed everything, tears streaming down my face. When I got home, I had a drink, then another, and another. I woke up to birds chirping as sunlight spilled through the window. My head felt like it might explode. Relief washed over me. It had all been a dream. Until I noticed I was still wearing yesterday's clothes. I reached into my pocket for my phone, and my body went cold when my finger brushed against a piece of underwear. Yup, you read that title right. I'm a fully certified demon hunter, government issue and all. Most people think demons are all some paranormal bullshit, just straight instances of possession of the human soul. You know, some real Exorcist or Conjuring movie type stuff. But actually, our own government is using demons as a blanket term for all the ghoulies, mummies, werewolves, and the things that go bump at night. Let me get this out of the way early. If there was a god, he wouldn't have made half the shit I've seen. You can be damn sure of that. You ever heard of the Grunch? Little feisty, ugly thing she is. Smells like a rotting corpse layered in a pile of onions. Who would create that abomination to terrorize hardworking farmers, huh? Now, I've been in this profession for almost 13 years, and I still can't believe I've lasted this long. What I mean by that is I can't believe I haven't ended it by my own hand. This job is gritty as hell, and really takes a toll on you. I'm a greedy dog, just listening to the orders sent by the higher-ups. It wears on me. Most creatures from the depths of hell I've come across aren't what they're made out to be. They're just trying to survive and see another day, like the rest of us. Most of the exterminations I do aren't justified. These beings are living creatures that deserve just as much right to live as anything else on the planet. I kill a lot, or capture a lot, of docile demons that don't mean anyone harm. but my greedy self keeps a blind eye for that green the good old government gives me. When I began my work, I justified it as helping humankind, knowing most of the creatures I'd encounter would be a danger to the good old American dream. But I knew all along they wanted to experiment on or use these creatures for whatever messed up science project they had going. Didn't bother me at first. I loved the money too much. But it started itching at me over the years like a ticking clock. Sure, I've encountered some scum of the world that would hunt humans for sport, but most of them, they just want to live out their years secluded. But enough of my little rant of self-pity and regret. Just wanted to let y'all know these demons aren't all the glorified boogeymen they've been made out to be. Now let me tell you about one of my first jobs. Young, cocky as hell, and ruthless as all get out. Ready to pull the trigger on a demon at a moment's notice. Got the text from the unknown number. I included the coordinates to pick up the file for my next job. I arrived at an abandoned hotel and went to room number 19. I swung the door open, dust flying everywhere, and found a nice, neat file folder lying on the cockroach-infested bed. I opened up the file and skimmed through it. The location was a small beach town in North Florida. Target's name, The Abyss, 9 feet tall on the dot, 450 pounds, covered in pitch black, long hair, and fitted with a nice pair of bright red eyes. Also listed were razor-sharp teeth and a pair of 5-inch claws to make the ultimate killing machine. Basically, the gist of it was a lot of dead deer popping up everywhere and a couple sightings by the locals. All the deer were found with a nice, clean slit across their throats. The men in black swiftly came to defuse any crazy talk between the neighbors, gaslight them into believing it was a rabid, oversized black bear terrorizing the small town. Yeah, the men in black with their almost perfect clean suits exist, and they're dicks. I was tasked with eliminating the target. Sounded like I was in for a lot. I arrived shortly after and did a little recon, which suggested finding the closest bar. They had this little place called Sundown, a tiki hut with the best margaritas on the beachside I've ever had. I didn't have too much to go off, but I knew the killings of the wildlife were near the locals, so that's where I'd start. Let me tell you, the government sure knows how to give me the best gear a man could dream of. I had high-tech night vision goggles that could track footprints from about a mile away, a fully geared out AR-15, and my lucky 1911. Always took it with me. My dad gave it to me when I was a boy, and it really meant a lot. I had one stim with me called a Keo, made from the best of the best the government could get. Basically, if I sustained a serious injury like a broken leg or a huge open wound, one stick of this and I'm brand new in seconds. Also grants some superhuman-like strength for a short time. Crazy what those guys can make now. I also picked up some special bear-like traps that would snap any normal human being's leg right in half. Once nightfall hit, I started setting up traps in the woods right across from the 2 households that saw the Abyss most recently. A lot of woods in this area, including a huge state park right next to this beach town called Tate's Hell. Got a nice ring to it, huh? Did a little research into the place, found a story about local fishermen seeing what they called a skunk ape. No mistake, that had to be the same thing. I was posted about half a mile from the houses, had my night vision goggles on and was listening to some Fergie, waiting patiently, wondering if the Abyss would make another appearance near here. I know, Fergie, right? But her catalog's pretty good, especially when she was with the Black Eyed Peas. A couple hours go by with nothing. I'm running out of Jack Daniels shooters. I'm getting a little pissed off. Then, around 3 o'clock, I see the thing appear on the other side of the woods near the houses. His name sure did live up to his reputation. He towered in almost complete darkness, except for those beady red eyes that left a glare in the night sky. He had a dark green vest on with small pouches everywhere. I wondered where he got such a huge vest, and why the hell he was wearing it. I mean, it kind of stood out with his whole pitch black fur thing. I'd left him a little present on the edge of the woods, not in plain view. 3 deer with their necks slit from ear to ear. Watched him approach the bait. So now I know the bastard has a keen sense of smell. I moved in closer to position, wondering if my presence would piss him off, thinking he's got competition. I got right by the house, facing the woods. Not a single peep from the wildlife. Complete, utter, dead silence. I saw the abyss, overwhelming dread hitting me as he made his soft, small steps toward the deer. He was reluctant to approach them, and took a while just staring, maybe admiring the work. I felt sweat drip down my face as I slowly pulled out my assault rifle, careful not to make a sound. Finally, he stepped into the woods, and seconds later, one of the deer's bodies came flying into the road. No head attached. The abyss let loose an ear-piercing screech of pure anger and bloodlust. My headphones, blasting Black Eyed Peas, Meet Me Halfway, combust on impact. Surprisingly, the glass in the house didn't shatter. Of course, that woke up the sleeping families. I could see lights flicker on and heard a couple of shrieks of terror. The abyss swiftly came back out, eyeing the first house with intent to destroy and conquer. I knew he was fast and deadly. I aimed at the target, took a deep breath, and knew my first priority was getting this thing far away from those families. I only had a few seconds to react. I shouted in my brain, "Just focus, you're better than him," over and over. I pulled the trigger, unloading the full clip into the oversized Prince of Darkness. Then, I began moving in on the target, fingers still pulling the trigger. He tried shielding the bullets with his bulky arm, but quickly became overwhelmed and ran off into the woods. I quickly threw the gun over my shoulder and, with no hesitation, followed the target. As I made it into the woods, I overheard the terror and confusion of the neighbors. Knew the cops would be there soon. I followed his footprints, big enough they were easy to track. My plan was going accordingly. He took the bait, and I forced him into the woods, where my traps were waiting. I kept tracking the prince under the moonlight, knowing I couldn't possibly keep up with him. He had to hit one of my traps. I kept tracking for 30 minutes, in almost a full sprint the whole time. Then, I slowed down, pulled out my flask, and took a drink of God's nectar, bourbon whiskey. As I crept up, I realized the thing hadn't hit a single trap. I set out a decent amount. Then, my heart sank. I lost him. My emotions got the best of me. I started overthinking about my paycheck and early resume. I snapped back into reality and realized I was in the middle of Tate's hell with a destructive force of nature pissed off at me. If I remember right, Tate's hell got its name from a guy who got lost in these woods for 7 days. Once he made it to the edge, he fainted and died on the spot. Really shitty way to go if you ask me. Right there at the finish line, but not strong enough to make it. I kept following the tracks, too determined to let this money go. Then, I reached an open area, and the tracks disappeared. Literally vanished. Nothing in sight. I pulled out my night vision goggles and scanned the area. Nothing. Not even a trace. I slowly looked up and saw a heat signature footprint on the tree in front of me. It kept going up. I dreaded the idea of looking up further. Dropped the goggles in the dirt, pulled out my 1911, and stared directly above me. And sure enough, those goddamn red beady eyes looked right into my soul. My stomach twisted upside down, and I felt the whiskey about to come right back up. I didn't shoot. I held the gun in a firm grip, locked in on the target. I was frozen in fear for about 10 seconds, which felt like an eternity. I still had my lucky firearm trained on him. I knew if he moved a muscle, I would start shooting. In a flash, he dropped down, landing on his enormous, bulking feet. I stepped back, feeling the adrenaline starting to kick in. I was about to pull the trigger. Then, the abyss spoke in a dark, condescending tone.
What do you want from me, human?
If I hadn't pissed myself yet, that surely did it for me. The goddamn thing speaks. I never heard a target speak up until now. I didn't mutter a peep, completely starstruck by this oversized behemoth pacing back and forth, slashing his claws together. He stopped in his tracks and stared at me. I noticed my bullets had managed to damage his hide, with a dark, purple, blood-like substance oozing out of him. Thank God for the government giving me some real-deal, monster-killing bullets. He proceeded to state,
I do not hunt your kind. So what is your business with me? I honestly pity you disgusting creatures, always fighting with one another.
I silently nodded in pure amazement. I mean, this thing speaks, and fluent English at that. So many questions were rushing through my head. The Abyss inched closer to me, baring his shiny, almost metal-like teeth. He then said in a demanding voice,
I want to be left alone from your kind. If this is about the deer I slay, it is purely for entertainment for my lonely self.
I twisted my head to the right and whispered, What the hell are you supposed to be? He proudly puffed his chest out and began to laugh his ass off. Then he settled down, looked me square in the face, and said,
I will be the end of your wretched life if you don't leave me be, you insect.
That hit a chord with me right there, and I switched my demeanor quickly. I gave the Abyss a cocky smirk and let off 3 shots right at his red eyes. He covered his face quickly. I then threw my assault rifle off my body and slid right through his legs, pulling out my 2 knives from my back pockets. I struck and impaled both of his grimy feet. He let out a shriek, and I quickly got up and opened fire on his back. He turned around and rushed toward me. I managed to dodge his first slash and took off hauling ass. He caught up quickly and picked me up with ease, throwing me into a tree. I looked up and saw one of his eyes completely shut, with the same substance oozing out. He then proudly said,
I'm impressed by you. Quick on your feet, but you will pay with your life for such foolishness.
I stood up and took off running to the right of him. He opened up his pouches and pulled out 8 knives, each twice the size of his claws, and began throwing them at me with precision. I evaded most of them by ducking for cover behind the trees, but one slipped through and hit me right in the thigh. I bit my lip and pulled it out, blood gushing everywhere. I slipped the knife into my back pouch. My adrenaline surely kicked in, and I was in complete survival mode, taking off, trying to get back to my assault rifle. I was using my 1911 to lay down suppressive fire on him. I was hoping my shots would distract him and give me enough time to reach my rifle. He was not amused. I saw the Abyss squat down and leap into the air, sending a gush of wind towards me. He then landed next to me, almost squashing me like a bug. I get sent tumbling across. I look up and see my rifle right next to me. I picked it up. Then, in an instant, the Abyss slashed my chest open with one swift attack. I flew back a couple of feet and could hear him croaking in full enjoyment of my death. I injected Keo into my open chest wound without a second thought. Still on the ground, I picked up my rifle and unloaded bullets into the beast. After 10 seconds, all my wounds were healed up. I backed up, still shooting at him. He was tanking all the bullets, but at a cost. It was starting to wear him down. I rushed at him, still unloading bullets directed at his face. He covered his face, clearly scared to lose another eye. I then made a swift move through his legs, but used all my strength to pull out the knives from his feet. I began furiously slashing at his legs with everything I had. He fell to his knees, and I began to lunge the knives into his back, climbing all the way to his head. He threw both of his hands behind himself. I managed to dodge the first clawed fist, but the second impaled my lower half. I could hear the Abyss shrieking in terror. At this point, I pulled out his signature knife and slit his throat in one quick, swift motion. He dropped like a bag of potatoes to the ground. I pulled out his claws, not feeling any of the pain. I let out a scream of pure rage while covered in blood. My own and the Abyss's. I stood over him, taking in the glory of his defeat by a mere insect. My heart was pounding nearly out of my chest. I barely managed to pull out my phone and dial the emergency line for a scenario like this. Then, I collapsed in utter victory. I woke up in a special government institution, lying in bed. IVs were hooked up to me everywhere, but my wounds were all gone. A man walked in, toting cargo shorts with a pink flower button-up shirt. He looked at me and said, "You looked like shit when we picked you up, but good job. Your payment will be wired to you shortly. Till next time."
Jack.
There's still so many questions from that night that linger in my head now and again. That was the first time I found out demons can be as intelligent as us humans. I have seen and encountered many strange beings in my time, but that day was when I really started to question if what I was doing was right. Movement 1. Overture. I hadn't touched a piano since Claire died 6 years ago. She taught me everything. How to read sheet music, where to loosen tension and where to hold it, how posture shapes sound, and how patience shapes art. She played with this delicate, deliberate grace. It was like her fingers didn't just press the keys, but also understood them. Music wasn't just something she made, it was something she was. I thought we would live a good life. Marriage, a house, maybe kids. We'd grow old together, hands still brushing as we played duets on some dusty upright in our living room. But then came the diagnosis. Brain cancer. Terminal. Sudden. She faded quickly. Her eyes lost their spark, her fingers their control. The music left her long before she left me. Her final days were in a hospital bed, where tubes hummed in place of melodies. Just before the end, she made me promise I'd keep playing. For her. I gave her my word as I held her hand and felt her pulse disappear beneath my fingertips. But I couldn't do that. Every note sounded like her ghost. I didn't sell the piano. That would have been like discarding her soul. I just covered it, a white sheet draped over it like a shroud. It sat in silence, mourning with me. Then, one morning, I found a letter on my kitchen table. I didn't hear anyone come in, didn't see the door move. At first, I thought nothing of it, but the envelope was thick and yellowed, like parchment pried from a tomb. My full name, Liam Goodprey, was written in fine, looping cursive. No stamp, no return address. The first thing I noticed as I picked it up was the smell. I must have been imagining it. How could I not be? It carried a faint trace of Claire's favorite perfume. Lavender, soft, calming. But there was something else beneath it now. Something colder, sharper, metallic, like old blood or a rusted key. Maybe it was just the scent of memory decaying. Maybe it was grief finally finding new ways to haunt me. I sat down at the table and turned the envelope over in my hands. The paper felt thick, almost damp, like it had been waiting somewhere dark for a very long time. My fingers hesitated at the flap. For a moment, I was afraid to open it, afraid of what it might say. But curiosity is a quiet kind of hunger, and it always wins. I broke the seal. Inside was a single sheet, folded twice. The handwriting matched the envelope. Elegant, flowing script that sounded carved more than written. Each letter precise, familiar. I began to read. To Mr. Liam Goodprey, you are cordially invited to perform at the Belmore Concert Hall, located in our old town of Dorset Hollow. One night, one recital. Compensation, solace. Mr. Wellers awaits you. That was all it said. No instructions, no contact information, just the offer, signed by a name I'd never heard before, and a faded, brittle map inked on the back. No phone number, no email, just parchment and mystery. I actually laughed out loud. Solace? What kind of payment is that? But the laugh didn't last long. Something stirred in my memory, an old rumor about Dorset Hollow. A fire. Long ago, The kind of story whispered by locals too tired to care and too afraid to dig. They said the town was swallowed whole by flames no one could stop. Just gone. Vanished under smoke and ash. No one ever talked about what came after, whether it was rebuilt or left behind like a bad dream. Over time, it just faded from maps and minds, a ghost of a town that no one cared about anymore. And now, here I was, standing in my kitchen, holding a letter summoning me back to it. I won't lie, it piqued my curiosity, but I didn't make any decisions. Not then. I just folded the letter back up, placed it gently on the table where I'd found it, and walked away. I dreamed of Claire that night. She was on stage, but not dressed for it. She wasn't in the blue dress she used to wear to her performances. She sat there, barefoot, in black jeans and a faded Nirvana shirt. Her black hair fell to her shoulders, and her eyes, those deep blue eyes, the kind you look into and can never see the bottom. She was playing something I didn't recognize. It was beautiful, yet impossible, like trying to comprehend the full scale of the universe. The music sounded like the concept of grief. Pure, unadulterated grief. Grief so deep, it was sacred. I stood there, unable to move, watching her hands glide over the keys like they still remembered everything this world had taken from her. She simply looked at me and said, "Don't go." No fear or worry, just pleading. I woke up, shaking, and there, on my nightstand, was the letter. I went through my morning routine on autopilot. Coffee, cold water to the face, clothes, keys. Then I got in the car. After the dream, after Claire's voice in my head, I needed to see Dorset Hollow. I told myself I wasn't going to perform. I wasn't even going to touch its piano. I just wanted to see it. That's what I told myself. Over and over and over again. The drive took 5 hours. Back roads the whole way, twisting ribbons of cracked asphalt. No signs, no traffic. Halfway there, the GPS gave out entirely. The screen just froze on a blank patch of nowhere. So I used the map from the back of the letter. It was nearly illegible. Faded lines like veins on old skin, as if it was trying to vanish with time. Like it didn't want to be followed. But I traced the path anyway. The trees thickened as I drove deeper in. The road narrowed to a breath. The usual sounds of the forest, birds, wind, insects, began to fade, one by one, until there was only the hum of my engine. Even that started to feel distant, like it was being swallowed by the air around me. The further I drove, the more the light changed. The sky turned grey, like the world was slowly being drained of hue. Then I saw the sign. A wooden plaque rotted at the edges, carved in an old-fashioned serif. Dorset Hollow, a place for quiet reflection. The town looked preserved, paused, as if time had decided to stop flowing here and never started again. It looked like someone had tried to restore it, faithfully and lovingly, back to what it might have been decades ago. Maybe the fire was real. Maybe they rebuilt it. But if they did, they rebuilt it too well. The buildings stood upright and well-kept, their paint untouched by weather or age. But there was something hollow in their stance, like they were facades of real places. The windows were especially strange, clear as crystal, but dim, like they were reflecting a moonlight instead of basking in the afternoon sun. I could see my car clock said 1:13 p.m., but everything around me felt like dusk. The most intriguing thing, however, was that the streets were empty. I didn't see a single soul in sight. and I don't know how to explain it, but I knew people were there. I could feel them, just out of view, just around the corner, watching without watching. Then, I saw the diner. Simple, modest, it sat on the corner like a prop from an old TV show, its neon sign buzzed softly, the N flickering every few seconds. Dine, N-E-R. Clever. I hadn't eaten all day, and despite the strangeness of it all, the place felt comforting, familiar even, like a memory from someone else's life. I pulled in. The interior was straight out of 1965. Black and white checkered floors, red vinyl booths, chrome fixtures that caught the dim lights like they were polished just minutes ago. An old jukebox sat in the corner, humming faintly, waiting for coins. The whole diner smelled like hot coffee, bacon grease, and a hint of lemon floor polish. 3 customers were seated. An old couple in the corner booth, and a man about my age sitting alone by the window. All 3 looked at me when I walked in, like they'd been expecting me. I slid into an empty booth, the red vinyl squeaking under me. A moment later, the waitress approached. Her hair was pulled into a tight ponytail, not a strand out of place. Her lipstick was too red for a town this faded, like something from a poster instead of a person. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. They looked hollow, like the windows outside. Clear, but distant.
You headed to the concert hall?
She asked, handing me a menu. How'd you know? I asked, more unsettled than curious. She shrugged and glanced off toward some vague direction.
Not many folks come by here unless they've been invited.
All right, that made sense. I gave her my order, just coffee and something simple, but she didn't write anything down. A few minutes later, she brought over a feast fit for kings. Black coffee, scrambled eggs, perfectly buttered toast, and a side of crispy bacon. It smelled like memory. And when I took a bite, it tasted like childhood. Sunday mornings, cartoons, humming from another room. Someone humming a tune you forget the name of. Warm, familiar, a little too perfect. Across the diner, the young man in the window booth looked up.
You play?
He asked. I paused, unsure if I wanted to answer. Used to, he said finally. He nodded, slow and solemn, like it was the only answer anyone ever gave.
That's good enough for Belmar.
I offered a weak smile. You been? But he didn't answer, just lowered his gaze and stared back down at his food, suddenly uninterested. I reached for my wallet, but before I could pull it out, the waitress was already there, hand out like a gentle warning.
It's covered,
She said. Why, who? She gave a small shrug.
Mr. Wellers. He takes care of his guests.
Nice guy, I said, more to myself than her, and left a 5 on the table anyway. Belmore Hall stood at the very edge of town, where the sidewalk gave way to dirt, and the dirt turns to forest. It didn't fit Dorset Hollow, not even close. Where the town was quaint, Belmar was monumental. Where the streets were quiet, Belmar was imposing. The structure was carved from pale stone streaked with veins of deep gray, like smoke frozen in marble. The surface was smooth in places and weathered in others, as if time had tried and failed to erode it. Vines clung to the walls like veins on skin, winding up the facade toward tall iron lanterns that still flickered with open flame. The air smelled faintly of wax and old wood, but it was the details that really impressed me. Engraved into the walls and columns were figures, human figures, draped in flowing robes like Roman statues. Each of them were frozen in acts of music. Some had violins, others cellos or flutes, their hands positioned mid-note. Their faces were serene, solemn, or ecstatic, captured expressions of people who had long since played their final piece. Along the trim and archways were the likenesses of instruments. Violins, grand pianos, harps, even unfamiliar, archaic ones, woven into the architecture like sacred symbols. The great doors stood 12 feet tall, made of dark-stained wood reinforced with iron bands. A knocker shaped like a curled treble clef hanging in the center. It stood like a grand cathedral to music, solemn, sacred, and built not to echo prayers, but to cradle every note and melody like a holy relic. Every inch of the place radiated the feeling that something important had happened here, or was perhaps about to. I wouldn't have known whether I was meant to walk in or wait to be summoned. But a man stood waiting on the stairs. He was unnaturally tall, scarily thin. He wore a charcoal gray suit that clung to him like it had been sewn on in another century. A black top hat perched neatly over a few stubborn tufts of white hair as if it was clinging to his scalp out of habit more than life. His skin was paper white, thin enough to see faint blue veins beneath the surface. His eyes were glazed and colorless, like glass that had forgotten what it used to reflect. It looked like today was his funeral, and he'd forgotten to attend.
Mr. Goodprey,
He said, voice smooth with a southern drawl, low and slow.
Mr. Wellers welcomes you.
His smile was polite, inviting, practiced. "You're Mr. Wellers?" I asked. He nodded once, sharp and controlled.
Some call Wellers that.
"Is that what you call you?" He tilted his head slightly, letting a thin smirk crease one side of his mouth, like my question was an inside joke.
Mr. Wellers prefers to keep things proper.
That didn't answer anything, but I let it go.
Wellers is glad you chose to perform in our humble town,
He said, almost offhandedly, as if we were discussing the weather. I stopped walking. "I didn't say I came to perform," I said, my eyes fixed on his. "I came to look, to see the hall. That's it." Mr. Wellers turned back to face me fully, hands clasped gently in front of him. He tilted his head in a gesture that was either curiosity or condescension. It was hard to tell.
No one ever says they came to perform,
He replied smoothly.
not at first. They say they come to look, to remember, to pass through.
"I mean it," I said. "I haven't touched a piano in 6 years."
Yes,
He said softly.
Wellers knows.
That answer froze the words in my throat. He smiled again.
Or something brought you here, didn't it?
He continued.
Something more than curiosity. Grief, perhaps. Or hope. Or maybe you're just looking for something to make the silence bearable again.
"I didn't agree to anything," I said, slower now.
But you came,
He replied, his voice dipped in certainty.
and that, Mr. Goodprey, means you've already begun to agree. The decision always starts with the arrival. Everything after that is just the song playing itself out.
I stared at him, heart heavier than I wanted to admit. He took a single step toward the doors and placed one long, pale hand on the iron handle.
Shall we?
I stepped forward into the building and nearly stopped in my tracks. The interior was breathtaking. The lobby soared high above me. Crystal chandeliers dangled from the vaulted ceilings like constellations, scattering fractured light across the room like falling stars. The red velvet carpet beneath my feet was so thick, so plush, it swallowed my footsteps. Even the sound of my breath seemed to vanish into it. The walls were paneled in dark, polished wood, every inch lacquered to a mirror sheen. They reflected the chandeliers too well, too brightly, almost unnaturally so. It hurt to look at them for too long, like the reflections weren't bouncing back light, but echoing something deeper.
That
was only the beginning. Because then, we stepped into the concert hall, and the world changed. It was massive, far larger than the exterior of the building could possibly allow. The space seemed to stretch endlessly upward and outward. A grand cathedral of music carved out of dream and impossibility. Tiered balconies climbed the walls like layers of an ancient colosseum. Rows upon rows of empty seats spread out before me in perfect symmetry, all facing the stage with quiet reverence. And at the center of that stage, alone and waiting, was the piano. It was a full grand, black lacquered. It gleamed like obsidian under the soft glow of the footlights. It sat there like the crown jewel of Dorset Hollow, untouched yet eternal, as if it had been waiting not just for someone to play it, but for me specifically. But other than that, something about it felt familiar. The shape, the shine, the stillness. It wrapped around me like a memory I hadn't made yet, comforting and yet deeply wrong. It stirred something in me I couldn't name, a kind of ache, a quiet, terrible longing. The hairs on my arms stood on end, my heart skipped a beat, and still, without thinking, I stepped toward it, slowly.
She's a piece of beauty,
Weller said behind me.
specially made for this hall.
I nodded slowly, still watching the piano.
She looks
I paused, trying to find the right word. Hungry. He let out a soft chuckle, but there was nothing warm in it.
Music's always been a hungry thing. Same with memory. Takes what you give it, sometimes more.
I glanced back at him. That sounds less like admiration and more like a warning.
Well, admiration and warning are often siblings. Beauty isn't gentle just 'cause it's lovely. And music.
He trailed off for a moment, eyes on the stage.
Music remembers, even when we don't want it to.
There was something in his voice, a heaviness, a certainty, maybe even grief, like he was mourning something that hadn't happened yet, but would. You sound like you're giving a eulogy.
Do I?
He asked, tone still smooth, but now with something like a leer beneath it. I blinked. Something about that response landed wrong. You usually refer to yourself in third person, I said slowly. But just this moment, you didn't. He paused, just for a heartbeat.
Mr. Wells finds it easier that way. Keeps things separate.
Separate from what? I asked.
From before, he replied, almost too quickly. Before doors like these opened, before others started walking through them.
I raised an eyebrow. And what happens once they do? His eyes drifted to the piano, then to the empty seats.
They play. Sometimes once, sometimes forever.
I was about to press him on that, but he lifted a hand, gently steering the conversation elsewhere.
You'll have time to prepare, he said. The recital is tomorrow.
Why have one, anyway? There's barely anyone in town. I turned toward the empty row of seats, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. A flash of color, a flicker of blue in the far corner of the front row. But the instant I looked directly at it, there was nothing there. Just empty seats. Movement 2, Elmar's aria. I didn't sleep much that first night, but it's not like I didn't try. The bed in the guest suite was unnervingly soft, too soft, like it had been waiting for me. The sheets were fresh and crisp, almost sterile in their cleanliness, and the pillows held my head better than any before. It shouldn't have been comforting, but it was. There was something off about the silence. It wasn't just the absence of noise. It was the presence of something else. The kind of silence that isn't empty, but watching. The kind that settles too evenly, like the air itself is listening. I stared at the ceiling for hours, barely blinking. The shadows overhead didn't move. The ticking of the old clock on the wall had stopped. Time, too, seemed hesitant to move forward. I kept thinking about the flash of blue I saw in the hall. Claire's blue. It was so brief, there and gone, but real enough to root itself behind my eyes. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I wanted to see her so badly that I was turning lights into ghosts. But behind all that, a feeling lingered. A feeling like someone or something was watching me. Not Wellers, not anyone with a name. The place. It felt like Belmar had eyes, and that it had memory. By around 2 a.m, I gave up trying to sleep. My limbs were restless, but my thoughts were heavier than they'd been in years. I got out of bed and wandered out of the suite, moving like I didn't want to wake the walls. Moonlight streamed in through tall windows, painting everything in silver and blue. It gave the corridors an abyssal glow, like it was moving through a submerged memory that hadn't yet realized it was drowning. At first, Belmar felt newer than it looked. Clean walls, thick, pristine carpets, soft overhead lights, even a place prepared for guests. But the deeper I went, the more things began to change. The lighting dimmed gradually, like it didn't want me to notice it. The wallpaper began to yellow at the corners, curling back as though it were trying to escape the walls. Doorways grew farther apart, and the halls stopped ending. They just spilled into each other, one after another, without pause, like the building was forgetting how it was supposed to be built. The floor creaked beneath me in places that looked too new to creak. I stopped at one point and looked behind me. The hallway was longer than I remembered, and darker. Eventually, I turned a corner and stopped. At the end of the corridor stood Wellers, still in his suit. His spine was straight, his hands folded behind his back. He didn't seem to notice me standing there. Or maybe he did, and simply didn't care. He was staring at a painting mounted on the wall. I stepped closer, quietly. The air felt heavier the nearer I got. The painting depicted a man seated at a piano, fingers arched mid-performance, body frozen in a posture of intense emotion. The lighting in the portrait was dramatic, chiaroscuro style, casting deep shadows across the man's face. His features were indistinct, as if the paint itself had blurred them. No nameplate pressed beneath it. Just a silence. Wellers swayed slightly in place, like he was listening to something only he could hear. Some internal rhythm, some private melody. You usually hang out in these halls at night?
Wellers rarely sleeps,
He said, the portrait still holding his gaze.
The hall has its own hours, placed by its own clocks.
You live here? He gave a slow, purposeful nod.
For now.
He turned, smiling softly at me, and gestured for me to follow him. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to or not, but I relented to his request. The floor creaked beneath as I walked, but no sounds followed Weller's footsteps.
Every performer who's ever graced the halls of Belmar leaves a bit of themselves behind,
He said as we walked.
like dust in the sunlight, or the echo of an applause.
He shot me a soft, forced smile.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Goodprey? That music holds memories.
I shrugged. I think that people hold memories. Music just brings it back, reminds you of them, good or bad. He smiled wider. This one seemed genuine, albeit tired.
Then perhaps we are not so different. After all, I only remembers what I am given.
I halted to a stop. You did it again. He shot me a quizzical look underneath a smile.
Did what?
You slipped, I said.
Slipped?
Yeah, you usually talk like you're narrating yourself, but just now you didn't. Wellers paused beside a portrait, his fingers gently brushing the frame. His face didn't visibly change, but the air around it did. It was like an invisible tension around him was pulled slightly tighter.
Old habits,
He said, his voice soft.
some names are easier to wear from a distance.
I didn't like that answer. Regardless, we continued walking in silence. The deeper we went, the darker the halls became. The lights dimmed slowly until they barely illuminated anything at all. A kind of artificial dusk was formed, where only our path remained visible. But even that light felt borrowed. I noticed a series of doors along the corridor we turned into next. All of them identical, tall, narrow, and old. Each was painted a faded cream, chipped at the edges, and sealed tightly shut. No signs, no numbers, no knobs. Just keyholes at the center. I slowed my pace, eyeing them. What are these rooms? Storage or something? Wellers didn't slow down, but his voice answered without delay.
Wellers prefers not to disturb them.
There was a strange calm in how he said it, like someone stating a boundary, not giving a warning.
The echoes inside are old, he continued. Loud when it started.
I raised an eyebrow. Echoes of what? He finally stopped and turned slightly toward one of the doors, just enough to glance at it, never fully facing it.
Of course, those who played, and what they left behind.
I stared at the line of doors, suddenly aware of how cold the air had become. You mean performers? He nodded once.
Every note played in Belmar leaves something behind. A vibration, a memory, a presence.
I didn't know what the old man was getting at. Not really. But I asked anyway. And those presences, they get locked away.
They find their way to where they belong,
He said, brushing a gloved hand along the trim of the nearest door.
Some prefer solitude, some demand it.
The silence between us stretched. He then guided me towards the final door in the hallway. He opened it, and what greeted me was a balcony overlooking the grand performance hall. The piano glistened from its stage, like it was waxed by candlelight and a moonlit sonata. It looked untouched, ancient, like a relic from another time. But in spite of that, it stood like it was waiting, enduring.
She's always listening, even in rest,
Wellers whispered. She? I asked.
The piano,
He clarified, like it was obvious.
not every piano in creation is simply wood and wire, Mr. Goodprey. Some are vessels, conduits. This one, especially, was built for resonance.
Like acoustics, I said, staring at him.
Wellers means memory.
He said with surety and finality, like he wasn't talking about sound at all. I squinted at the stage. Earlier, you said that music remembers, that everyone who's ever performed here leaves something behind. Are you implying they aren't just echoes?
Wellers does not presume to know what becomes of souls of self.
He looked at me, his eyes shining like they held moonlight in flames.
But the piano, it grieves beautifully.
That chilled me more than anything he had said before. Okay then, I muttered. I think I've had enough haunted poetry for the night. Back in my room, I locked the door. I didn't know which thought I hated more. Someone breaking in, or someone already inside, just waiting for a chance to get out. When I finally knocked out, my dreams were like a winter fog. Heavy, strange, and frantic. Claire sat at the piano, still in her casual attire from before. This time, however, her back was to me, and she wasn't alone. Ahead of her, watching, listening, were shadows, outlines of figures I couldn't make out. Her fingers played the keys just as swiftly and precisely as they did when she was alive and well, but no sound followed. She looked at me, eyes not as blue as they once were. For a second, I could hear a melody composed of only 3 notes. She mouthed one word. Don't. I woke up, heart beating like a drum, breath caught in my chest like a held note. Morning came, gray and reluctant, like someone had dragged the day out of bed against its will. Everything outside looked washed out, like the sky had been painted in the same charcoal as Weller's suit. Even time felt sluggish, unsure whether it wanted to keep moving forward, like the town didn't know whether to wake up or not. I noticed something on the floor, slipped under my door. A program. The paper was thick, almost like vellum. The title printed in silver ink that caught the light in unsettling ways. It felt less like an invitation and more like a contract, a ritual. Belmar recital, featuring Liam Goodprey, 7 p.m. I stared at it for a while before I sat it down on the desk. I needed to get out of here. The longer I stayed, the more it felt like I was being forced into some story written without my consent, especially after that dream. I went to the bathroom, opened the sink, and splashed cold water on my face. I needed to be as alert as possible. I looked up and froze at my reflection. In the mirror, I saw myself. He was seated at the piano, just how Claire taught, hunched forward, elbows out, fingers poised in perfect form. He was about to play. Slowly, he raised his head and stared at me. I blinked. The mirror was just a mirror again. I stood there for a full minute, chest rising and falling in uneven beats, trying to convince myself I hadn't just seen what I saw. I packed my bag and bolted downstairs, ready to leave. When I made it out to the lobby, Wellers was standing there, hands casually folded in front of him.
You're free to leave,
He said calmly, like he read my mind.
No doors here lock without consent.
Just letting me leave? You expect me to change my mind? What if I just don't play? He looked at me and tilted his head.
Weller expects nothing. Belmar will slumber another season, and the music will wait, just as it always has. But it will not forget you.
Is that flattery, Wellers? I paused. Or a threat? His smile remained as it ever did, but his eyes glinted like a match about to be struck.
Some performances are inevitable, not because of fate, but because they've already happened.
I stepped outside without saying anything else. The streets were empty, just like when I first drove to this place. The air had a strange stillness, like it was too scared to do anything. I looked towards the road that led out of Dorset Hollow. Just as I was about to take a step away, I paused, because somewhere, very faint and far away, I heard the piano. Just one note. A low, clean D minor. Yet, even though the streets were silent and the halls were vacant, I heard applause. Movement 3. Prelude. For a moment, I forgot where I was. Time, place, identity, they all slipped, like I dropped a thought mid-sentence and couldn't find the beginning again. When I came back to my senses, the air had changed. It wasn't thicker because of heat or humidity, but something heavier, like I was standing underwater. My limbs felt slow, sound came dulled. Even my own breath took effort, as if the air resisted me pulling it in. I stood there, just outside Belmar, unsure if I should take another step. The dreams had rattled something deep in me, left behind a cold I couldn't shake. Part of me wanted to get the hell out of Dodge, but something about the hollow came to me. It was like a thread tugging at the center of my chest, winding through my ribs, pulling me forward. It wasn't exactly out of curiosity, but still, some part of me wanted to see what waited in the dark. And beneath that pull, another tether held me tighter, heavier. The piano, the single notes that still echoed in my bones. The ghost of applause wrapping around me like a chain. Whatever it was, whoever it was, I wouldn't understand it just by running. I had to see it, though, and the only place I'd find my answer was at the performance later that night. I focused my vision again on Dorset Hollow. Still there, still silent, still waiting. The streets remained empty, as always, but now I knew they weren't abandoned. There was presence here, a pressure behind the eyes, a shift in the light. Every so often, in the corner of my vision, I caught movement, shadows that pulled away just before I could look at them. There was nothing else to do but wander, the kind of wandering you do in dreams where the destination doesn't matter, just the walking. I passed storefronts that might have once had purpose, but now only whispered the idea of life. The flower shop with brittle tulips in the window, their petals shriveled and gray, a tailor's studio with empty hangers and no mannequins, just lengths of cloth draped like shrouds. Even the post office had its mail slots nailed shut, as if the town refused to receive anything from the outside world. The hollow wasn't large, not in the way cities are measured, but it was deep, layered, like a painting whose shadows pulled you inward, further into more. The streets twisted, turned, looped. I kept walking. Some of the houses I passed looked exactly like the ones before, but with just enough difference to make me doubt my memory. One had 2 windows instead of 3, another had a door handle that shifted sides. Every so often, I'd pass a porch I swore I'd seen moments earlier, but this time the rocking chair was facing a different direction. Small things, not big enough to prove, but just enough to disturb. I tried leaving, just to see if I could. Every road led back to itself. Every sign became circular. There were no cars, no wind, no birds or rustling trees. Even my footsteps sounded distant, like they weren't entirely mine. Then, faintly, I caught a smell. Fresh bread, warm and sweet, like it had just left the oven. It pulled me like a memory, straight to the bakery on the corner. The windows were fogged slightly, as if there was life inside, but the door was locked. A handwritten sign hung in the glass. Recital tonight, 7 p.m. Of course. I kept walking. A few storefronts later, I passed a bookstore that I hadn't noticed before. Or maybe it hadn't been there before. Dorset Hollow seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. There was only one book in the window, laid on a pedestal. Blue cover, silver ink. The audience remains. I don't know why I went in, but when I did, there was no bell, no creak of the hinges, just a hush, a dense silence that folded around me like fog, soaking into my skin, my bones, my breath. A woman sat at the counter, clerk, maybe. Her back was to me, still as stone. She didn't turn, Didn't flinch, didn't even breathe as far as I could tell. I stepped in further. The bookshelves were tall and crooked, packed tight with strange tomes. The spines were unlabeled. Most of them were bound in a leather that didn't feel right. Too dry, too smooth. I pulled one free and opened it. Blank pages. Another. Chaotic piano scores, like a child's scribbles. Another. My name. Liam Goodprey. Written over and over in identical script. Line after line, front to back, hundreds of pages. Liam Goodprey, Liam Goodprey. My chest tightened. I slammed the book shut. The silence echoed like thunder in the dead quiet. Then, I heard it. A hum. Low and steady. 3 notes. Those same notes from the dream. The woman still hadn't moved, but she was humming. Her voice didn't waver. It was soft, but too constant, too clean, like something pretending to be human. I didn't wait for her to turn around. I left, fast. Didn't close the door behind me. Didn't look back. But as I stepped out onto the street again, I heard a page turn. I went to the diner. It was quieter than yesterday, though. The indoor lights were diminished slightly, and the red glow of the diner sign was noticeably faded. I walked in, if only for the sense of normalcy it would provide. That was naive of me. The young man was sitting in his booth. He had the same flannel shirt and same 1,000-yard stare. The same waitress stood with the same cherry-red lips. I didn't ask for any, but she poured me coffee.
Sleep well, honey?
She asked. Not really. She didn't say anything to that, but placed a napkin near my cup. Someone had drawn some music notes on it in pen. It was the same 3 notes from my dream. You know this song? I asked.
It knows you.
I didn't ask her to explain. After drinking my coffee, the young man motioned to me and then pointed to some kind of bulletin board near the register.
I didn't know you were famous,
He said. I looked. It was a concert poster. In an elegant silver-penned script at the bottom was the Belmar Hall crest. But the person on it wasn't me. It was Claire. She was mid-performance, at that same piano from the hall. Her black hair was tucked behind one ear on her tilted head. The dress she was wearing was the same blue as the flash I had seen yesterday in the concert hall. Her expression was the same one she had when she got lost in the music. Poised, serene, beautiful. But the date at the bottom of the poster between the crest and the picture read, March 3rd, 1953. That's not me, I said, barely holding back tears. The man simply looked at me and shrugged.
Sure looks like you, buddy.
I stared harder at the poster, and just for a second, I could see it. My hands on the keys, my face superimposed onto hers. But then it was gone. Just Claire again. I blinked, and some tears made their way through. That's not me. Just someone I knew. Someone who's gone. He looked at me again, with no emotion behind it except maybe tiredness.
Lots of folks think they recognize someone in those old posters. Faces change, blurs overlap.
He turned his tired eyes up to me.
But she's always there. The lady in the blue dress. Always seated in the front row. Always smiling like they're playing a song that she composed.
I stepped forward and leaned in closer, till my eyes were inches from the poster. More details emerged, details that shouldn't have been there. A necklace I gave her on our 3rd anniversary, a scar on her hand from that time she broke a plate. This can't be real. She's never been here. She wasn't even alive in the 50s.
Time's funny in this town, especially around Belmar,
The man said, looking at his coffee.
Sometimes it doesn't flow. Sometimes it sits still, waiting.
For what? He took a sip of coffee. You. I stepped out of the diner, my heart pounding in my chest like a wild animal in a cage, and my hands squeezed so tight it felt like I was holding glass. I didn't know where I was going, but I just had to walk. A poster from 1953 with Claire on it. This had to be some twisted joke, a prank that the whole town was in on. But I couldn't explain the necklace or the scar or how her face almost became mine for a second. I kept walking, right by the empty stores, right by the hollow houses. Shadows followed me in the windows like angels of death. They were gone once I looked at them, and the sun seemed to be setting, but only in the spots where I stood. Maybe I was going crazy. I just kept walking, but then I noticed it. Past the hollow buildings and shaded windows, a small church, rooted in ivy and fog, its white steeple pointed heavenward. The door hung open, inviting me in. The sign out front was faded, but I still made out the lettering. St. Cecilia's, EST, 1897. Beneath it, scratched into the wood. Sing unto him, ye who mourn. Through the glass, I saw a figure. A red-headed woman was seated in a dim glow, playing a violin. I heard no sound. Her fingers traced melodies I couldn't hear, but somehow felt in the depths of my being. Sorrow. Her figure blurred and then vanished into the shadows. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped immediately. It wasn't just cool, it was freezing, like an Arctic crypt. I could even see my breath. The air smelled like damp wood, and it had a sharp, metallic undertone that I couldn't make out. The interior was dimly lit, but it was still intact, untouched by time. Pews were lined up like a tightly knit army, and a simple altar stood at the opposite end of the door. A modest piano sat to the side of it, much different than the one in Belmar. This one didn't seem to be calling me to play. On the walls were stained glass windows, but the colors seemed too dark. I thought it was just dust, but then I noticed that there was no sunlight behind the glass, despite the fact that it was the afternoon. It was more like they reflected the glow of a dying blaze, strong, impactful, but otherwise ending. I moved further in. The floor creaked sadly beneath my feet, as if it was mourning itself. On top of the pews, candles were lit, leaking wax down the wood. They left fresh impressions upon the cushions. There wasn't a soul in sight, and I saw the hymnal. It laid upon the altar, pages yellowed and stained. One stood out. Fresh ink was written on it, blacker than black. It read, "Requiem for the empty, for the grieving and the chosen." Beneath that title was a list of names, a couple dozen perhaps. They didn't mean anything to me. After all, they were just names. But then I noticed the dates beside them. They ranged from the early 1900s all the way up to 2018. Each had a title. Harold Carr, 1902. Died during performance. Benjamin Mandel, 1907. Checked in, hasn't checked out. Jonathan Bale, 1912. Playing still. And right there at the very end, Claire Halden, 2018. Admitted, not recovered. I stared in shock. This couldn't be the same Claire. My Claire. Halden is her last name, but this was impossible. Then I noticed something off about the page. It was strangely warm. I turned around without even thinking. Nothing behind me but the dripping wax. But then I saw the floor. The impressions of bare footprints on the dust led from the altar to some corner in the back near the confessionals. I followed. The door of the booth was open, just a bit. I didn't step in. I couldn't. Not when I saw what was scratched onto the inside of the door. It's not her. Not really. Then, from behind me, from where the piano lay, 3 notes. That was enough. I left, quickly, not running through. I didn't want to feel like prey, but every step had more effort put into it than the last. I eventually had to force myself to go further, as it felt like something behind me was commanding me to stay. I didn't look back. Not even once. Back in town, the sky had dimmed. It wasn't sunset yet, but the light was dying. Shadows stretched farther than they should have been able to. A nearby clock read 4:22 p.m., but I didn't think time was behaving correctly anymore. I passed the town square and noticed a statue. It wasn't a war memorial or a founder's statue or anything. It was a man seated at a piano, his arms stretched and bent wrong, fingers melted into the keys. No name or plaque adorned it, but wrapped around his throat like a noose was a blue scarf, and a lavender bouquet laid at his feet. I continued onward. I made it back to the hall just after 5 p.m. The doors were already open, beckoning to me. Inside, the chandeliers were lit, and the air held a hush like an auditorium right before a conductor lifts their baton. Wellers stood, waiting in the lobby. Same suit, same smile.
You've seen her, haven't you?
He asked.
I've seen something, I replied. Mr. Wellers finds that it often helps to look, he said, hands folded. Not too long. Reflection is a doorway, Mr. Goodpray. But some doors, once opened, don't shut.
I stared at him. You speak like a preacher, or maybe like something else is speaking for you. His lips curled ever so slightly into something that somewhat resembled a smirk.
Wellers is but a humble mouthpiece, he replied.
He then paused, tilted his head, and stared right through my soul. And then, in a voice different to his own, but the tune is me. I backed away, but he didn't move, didn't follow. He just bowed his head.
You should prepare,
he said. His voice returned back to that soft Louisiana tone.
The performance begins at 7 sharp.
I turned toward the exit, toward the parking lot, toward escape, toward normalcy. My instincts reached for the car, but my soul had other ideas. My legs moved on their own, and after a moment, my mind gave out trying to argue. Instead of asphalt, I found stairs under my feet. I climbed back toward my room, slow, like wading into a dream I already knew the end of. The hallway felt longer this time, or maybe I was smaller. The light bent differently now, and the carpet didn't make a sound. The door to my room was open, even though I distinctly remember closing it. Inside, the suit was laid on the bed. Black cashmere and silk, cleanly pressed, spotless. Under the amber lights, it shimmered like the night sky. Beside it lay a single lavender and a slip of paper. I picked it up, in the same damn handwriting as the letter that started this whole mess. It read, Belmar presents, one night only. Liam Goodpray, pianist. Those who play, remain. Outside, I heard the wind whisk its way through the branches, like whispering voices. And beneath it, music. It wasn't a melody I knew, but one I could understand. It had a purpose, shape. But then, it exploded from everywhere. The bed, the desk, the walls, even the windows. I leaned closer to one, drawn in like a sailor to a siren. A reflection began to form in the glass. Claire, in that blue dress, sitting in the front row of the concert hall, just as the young man said. Through the reflection, her eyes met mine. She was smiling, and then a nod. A part of me believed that it was her who played that note I heard outside Belmar. That faint, aching D minor echo. And then something inside me clicked. If I stayed, if I played, maybe the performance would finish what had been left undone. Maybe the music would bridge the impossible. And maybe, just maybe, I could see her again. Not in my dreams, not in my memories, but really see her. The clock on the wall struck 6:55. I reached for the suit. Time to play. Movement 4. Crescendo. 7 p.m. The clock struck like a judge's gavel, echoing from the wall with finality and judgment. I stood before the mirror, the suit laid across my shoulders like a midnight chainmail. The material was too soft, too still. It clung to me like memory. The sleeves fell exactly where Claire once said they should. The collar pressed like a palm at my throat, or a noose around my neck. The lining was scented faintly with lavender. This was all impossible, but so many things were now. The wind outside was howling through the windows, like the room had forgotten it was ever sealed. I slipped the jacket on, a foreboding dread washed through me. The air shifted in an instant, heavier, darker, more desperate. Like the space around me recognized something had begun and would never end. I looked back into the mirror. The lights flickered behind me. Claire's reflection stood near the door. Black Claire, the one that's been haunting me since before I came. The version carved in twilight and ink. She opened her mouth to speak, but I left. The corridors of Belmar were no longer dim. They were starving. The lights hummed low like dying insects, and the wallpaper shifted as I walked. From a twilight black to a crimson velvet to a cosmic blue. The hallway itself seemed to gravitate towards me, as if it was tired of standing, or maybe it was trying to listen. As I walked, I passed the painting again, the one Wellers was staring at the other night. But now I saw it. The pianist's face was no longer blurred. It had sharp, drawn features, skin pale as parchment, eyes glassy, and underneath, the shadows of its sockets. Recognition. It was Wellers. It wasn't a younger version exactly, more like a mask made of moments he hadn't lived, like the future and the past were conveying in a single moment. And in that frozen pose, fingers arched mid-song, he almost seemed to move, like a whisper caught in canvas, an echo caught in a moment. And below the frame, something new. A tiny plaque written in silver ink. Pianist, witness, archivist, the most gracious of hosts. I didn't stop long. The walls began to narrow as I walked, like the building was exhaling. Portraits twisted in their frames. Some were blank, some were mirrors that didn't reflect me. Ahead, the doors to the performance hall yawned open, breathing warm, candlelit air into the hall. The scene of wax and polished wood struck me like perfume from a long-dead room. The theater was full and silent. I don't know how I didn't notice it at first, how a room that big, that full, could be so quiet. There were no breaths, like the audience wasn't watching the stage, but waiting for it to see them. I stepped in, and I saw them. The audience, in detail. My knees nearly buckled. They sat shoulder to shoulder, their bodies wrong in ways I couldn't fully understand. Half were made of what looked like shadows, deep, black smoke, unmoving, as if they were superimposed upon reality itself. They didn't shift or sway, just sat there with faceless expressions. The other half didn't make sense. They were human, but each face was like a painting left out in the rain. Familiar, but ruined, borrowed. Limbs bent at angles meant only for furniture. Eyes hollow or sealed shut. Some faces reversed or stretched like clay. Clothes were outdated, some modern, some centuries too old. I thought I saw faces from the town. The waitress, the old couple, the young man. But they faded into the crowd like shadows. None of the crowd moved, yet I felt them watching. Each eye in silhouette, real or not, drawn to me with the gravity of a dying star. Hungry, waiting. A canyon of meat and shadow, waiting to eat me up like a Venus flytrap does to a bug. My throat shut. I could barely force my breath in and out, like I was simultaneously held underwater and adrift in the cosmos. But my feet moved away, not by courage, but by will. Someone else's. In the front row sat two figures. Blue Claire sat stage right, her face beautiful, regal, her dress an ocean of velvet and poise. She wasn't smiling. Her expression was one of inevitability, of fulfillment, as if she was just waiting for completion. And across the aisle, almost invisible in the red velvet gloom, Black Claire, in her usual attire. But this time, it looked like she was mourning. Her hair unbrushed, her expression terrified. Yet, she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at her. And for just a second, Blue Claire turned her head, the faintest bit toward her opposite. It wasn't one of acknowledgement or rivalry, but victory. I turned toward the stage, and there he was, where he wasn't before. Mr. Wellers, standing beside the piano like a priest giving last rites. Same suit, same folded hands, same discriminatory smile. But now, it was a mask. His mouth smiled, but everything behind it was breaking apart, like porcelain being cracked by the voices of the damned. His shadows stretched across the floor, reaching up toward the piano bench. And his voice.
Mr. Goodprey,
He said, but the words arrived delayed. What?
it is time.
I said nothing. He bowed just slightly and turned away. As he left the stage, his footsteps made no sound. I sat down. The bench creaked beneath me, an unholy sound of destiny and grief. The keys stood before, yellowed with age when they weren't before. They pulsed faintly, like something living beneath them. The sheet music lay open, though I don't remember opening it. Its pages were blank, but as I blinked, the notes began to form. They formed my name, again and again, like it was the only melody the piano remembered. I blinked again. Notes that shouldn't exist, chords stacked onto each other, a discord of nonsense, a cacophonous mess. Yet, I understood it all. I lifted my hands, and I began to play. The first movement, the overture. The sound that came out wasn't music at first. It was like pulling sinew from a corpse. Wet, resistant, wrong. Each note tore through the air with a grotesque weight, as if dragging something behind it. Something that didn't belong to this world. The keys beneath my fingers were slick with something that pulsed with its own rhythm. Each press reverberated like a scream caught in slow motion, echoing through a place deeper than the concert hall. Beneath the floorboards and inside the walls, the audience didn't flinch. They leaned forward. Their faces were still. The walls shook. The ceiling swayed like a fabric caught in a breeze no one could feel. Dust fell in slow, deliberate spirals. The chandelier above creaked, then moaned, a long, low sound that matched the frequency of something alive. The sound of the piano changed, warped. Sometimes it was the piano. Sometimes it was my voice, whispering things I didn't remember saying. Sometimes it was Claire's laugh, the one that I hadn't heard since the hospital. Sometimes it was silence so loud it spoke in full sentences. My heart wanted to stop, but I couldn't. Not if I could stay with her. My hands moved without me. The muscles in my arms pulled like marionette strings, jerking in time to a rhythm I didn't know I knew. My fingers descended again and again and again. Then, I struck 3 notes. The same 3 notes. The ones from the diner, from the hum in the bookstore, The ones from the church, from that dream where the silt-shrouded version of Claire wanted me to not be with her. I struck them, then something struck back. The air folded, the stage cracked. Sound poured upward like smoke, thick and humming. My vision blurred with tears, and with something more mechanical, like static. The faces in the crowd flickered, features rearranging like puzzle pieces forced together with the wrong image. And then, everything lost its sense. The second movement. Belmar's aria. The hall split with some impossible sensation as though time and space itself had become fragile. And those three notes with a chisel that tore it asunder. A silent fracture carved itself through the air, and reality recoiled. The walls trembled with a lurching shift, like something immense was pulling them apart from opposite ends of existence. One half was flooded with cold, electric blue light that dripped from the ceiling like rain made of mercury, pouring down the seals, soaking the stage, drowning detail. The other bled with ink-black shadows that rose in thick tendrils from the floorboards. It reached upward like ink underwater, slow and deliberate. They met at the center, wrestling. The air buckled, dense and thin all at once. Breathing felt like swallowing broken glass, like every inhale rewrote something about my insides. Time folded like parchment soaked in oil, corners curling, moments bleeding into one another like colors on wet canvas. Above, the chandeliers began to spin, slowly, impulsively, suspended from the void itself, orbiting around an invisible axis of madness. Their light no longer obeyed direction, fracturing into impossible geometries. And then, the audience began to sing. Not in any human way, not with the voices. What poured from their mouths, those who still had mouths, was an aria of sorrow and chaos. A hymn written in no language spoken on this earth. A harmony of dissonance, their bodies no longer confined to shape, warped into trembling masses of skin, smoke, and echo. Silhouettes blurred and bled into each other like wet ink. A grotesque fresco come to life. Fingers melted into sleeves, faces split into triads of eyes and teeth. Some swayed in time, others convulsed in rhythms too ancient to understand. Their song reverberated with layers, notes sung backwards, others in spirals, others in the ancient moan of something that remembered stars being born. It wasn't just sound, it was presence. It entered my ears, yes, but also my teeth, my bones, my memory. I tasted it. I remembered it. I regretted it. And still, I played. Each note summoned another wail from the choral mass. Each keystroke fed the dissonance, twisting it further into something resembling worship, of warning, a liturgy unraveling sanity. And on either side of the front row, they remained. The Claire in blue sat on the right, poised, ethereal. She seemed untouched by the madness, yet somehow its source. Her face was still, serene, yet it hid power, like the surface of a frozen lake just before it breaks. Her eyes shimmered like two moons caught behind cracked glass, unmoving, unblinking. She reached toward the piano with will, a suggestion of movement. Her fingers stayed curled in her lap, yet every atom of her presence beckoned. Her lips parted, and what came out was neither breath nor sound, but something between a hymn and an order, a command in the shape of a lullaby. But opposite her sat the other Claire. Hair tangled, skin smeared with soot and memory, her hands gripped to the armrest, knuckles white with tension, like she was anchoring herself to this plane, like she was struggling with all her might to prevent herself from getting caught in the madness surrounding. Her eyes were blessedly, heartbreakingly human, wide, terrified, pleading. She didn't speak, but her whole body screamed. Her posture cracked under the weight of desperation. She shook her head once, a tiny motion in a world now devoid of scale. Her mouth opened. The sound rose, but it was devoured before it could take form, swallowed by the aria, drowned in the choir of the damned. And I was the conductor, or the instrument, or both. The third movement, the prelude. The two Claires stared at one another across the shattered aisle, frozen in their opposing throes like queens of rival worlds. One of frost and temptation, the other of ash and anguish. Between them, reality strained. The floorboards curled like burning paper, the lights above flickered in panicked Morse, and the piano beneath my hands began to tremble. It groaned with mourning. The sound was low and ancient, like a coffin waking up after a century beneath the soil. Its keys rattled as though whispering names, syllables scraped from forgotten tongues. A dozen voices lingered in each chord, exhalations of those who never finished their final piece. The bench beneath me cracked, a push and pull like I was seated at the fulcrum between two impossible tides. I felt myself being drawn, atom by atom, in opposite directions, my body a rope in a divine tug-of-war. And then, in the theater of my mind, the two Claires overlapped, like reels of film roll atop one another, their images stuttering in and out of sync, split straight down the middle. One side luminous, lit with winter starlight, crystalline and still. The other side dimmed with soot, the silhouette of its idea trembling like smoke in a broken cathedral. They stared at each other as if across lifetimes, across choices unmade, across the last breath of a shared dream. And I began to break, split into threads, into echoes, into selves. I saw myself playing in the church, the old piano beneath stained glass, the hum of rot in the floorboards, the weight of history in every note. I saw Claire mouthing the word "don't" in a dozen mirrors, her reflection multiplying, each one more desperate than the last, their hands pressed against the glass like prisoners behind invisible walls. I saw a boy I didn't recognize, standing on the stage 100 years ago. His fingers trembled over the keys, his mouth wide in silent horror as shadows leaned in to listen. I saw Belmar being built, with music stitched into its foundation, keys used as bricks, strings as mortar. I saw Wellers watching, always watching. Not a man anymore, just eyes, always watching. Watching from pews, watching from portraits, watching from the knots in the wood, the cracks in the ceiling, the space between seconds. Watching through me, watching through Claire, the presence dressed in patience. And all around me, the audience began to howl with memory, their forms spasmed, wrapping like heat mirages, slipping through time and identity, each figure fractured into a kaleidoscope of selves. I saw children in recital costumes. I saw elderly men in smoking jackets. I saw blood-stained ballerinas. I saw empty-eyed girls clutching bouquets, patrons in rows that didn't exist anymore. I saw hands clapping without bodies and players hunched at ghostly pianos. Victims, spectators, specters, prisoners. They came closer, no longer content to sit and sing in that dissonant, voiceless hymn. They rose, row by row, they swayed, stumbled, surged. The aisle grew narrower. They locked on me. Their shapes pulsed with hunger, with irreverence, with the ache of unfinished music. Each movement forward carried the weight of every note ever played inside these walls, every wrong chord, every broken promise. They reached toward the stage, arms lifting like roots searching for light, all singing in something deeper than silence, all watching me, all of them versions of those who never should have come. And still, the piano waited for the next note. The fourth movement, the crescendo. Then the fire came. It arrived without warning. No spark, no flicker, just a sudden presence, as if the idea of fire had decided to become manifest. It poured into the hall with the weight of revelation, erupting in perfect silence. A bloom of crimson unfurled in the aisles, each flame a flower opening its terrible petals. Seats ignited with a wet, blistering hiss, velvet curling and peeling back like burned skin. The wood beneath sizzled and cracked, bleeding smoke that carried the scent of old incense and something older still. Grief, maybe. Regret. From the smoke and flame, figures rose. First fingers, then arms, then whole bodies clawing their way out of unreality, formed entirely from cinders. They weren't on fire. They were the fire. Embers given shape, their bodies shifting with every motion, shedding ribbons of ash that drifted upward, then curled downward like falling feathers, and restitched into new skin. Over and over. A cycle of burning and becoming. Their eyes glowed like coals beneath bellows. Their mouths opened in directions the human face never intended. And they clawed with terrible purpose, pulling themselves forward, seat by seat, toward the stage, toward me. In the audience, those malformed silhouettes of memory and madness had already arrived. They stood at the edge of the platform, surrounding me in a ring of outstretched limbs and flickering skin. Their shapes bled together, woven from fragments of lost identities. Dozens of faces flickered across a single head. Fingers reached like branches through heat waves, some trembling with hunger, others frozen in reverence. They encircled me in silence, the audience transformed into a congregation of broken ghosts and forgotten souls. Still, the piano played. It screamed in voices. Claire's voice, then Weller's, then mine. I lifted my hand. The final note hovered in my palm like an iron brand, humming with impossible weight. It burned without heat, like a covenant made to something I never meant to worship. All I had to do was lower my hand, play it, complete the song, let the story end. But through all the madness, through the fire and fracture, through the screaming wails and bleeding time, through every echo of sin and sorrow that had ever been carved into this place, I saw her. Black Claire. Amid the ruin and the ruinous, she remained. The only thing that wasn't shifting or howling or burning. Her form steady, her sorrow vast. The weight of everything she carried did not consume her. It shaped her, anchored her, made her real. More real than the flames, more real than the song, more real than me. In the center of a world unraveling, she looked at me, and I saw her. Her eyes were wide with pleading, with memory. Her shoulders trembled with burden, the burden of knowing, of mourning. She mouthed something, soundless against the roaring silence. I couldn't hear it, but I understood. The words in the church, desperate attempts to get through to me. The hand holding the final notes began to fall. Not her. Not really. Then stopped. It hovered, motionless, above the keys. The audience swayed around me, their mouths stretching open, as if in preparation for some eternal chorus. But I didn't play it. I held the note in the air, trembling as the world strained around me. The air snapped back like stretched elastic finally released, striking reality with a soundless jolt that rippled through the bones of the building. The hall began to normalize. The scorched walls now looked untouched. The ceiling hung steady. The velvet seats, once curled with flame, now sat unmarred, plush and waiting. The twisted geometry of the space smoothed out. The angles corrected themselves. The impossible folding of time and space unspooled into rationality and lucidity like a rewound reel. Everything realigned, as if waking from a fever dream and pretending it had all been sleep. Above, the chandeliers stilled, their impossible orbit ceased, crystal arms swaying slightly, the last of their motion spiraling away like the echo of a forgotten melody. Light returned, but gently, tentatively, as if unsure it was welcome in this place. And the audience collapsed. The congregation of burning shapes, the flickering horrors stitched from memory and grief. Each one fell in on itself with strange grace, as if exhaling for the last time. One by one, they folded inward, their limbs curling, their faces slack, vanishing like smoke pulled into a vacuum. Shadows and fire receded like floodwaters after a storm, dragging with them all the noise and madness until only ash remained, drifting, harmless, like dust in cathedral light. I hadn't played the note. I turned. Both Claires were gone. Only the empty rose remained, littered with lavender petals and droplets of something ink dark soaking into the fabric. I rose, slowly, my body heavy, like someone had turned gravity up in the room. But there he was, standing at the mouth of the corridor. Mr. Wellers. No podium, no folded hands, no smiling. He didn't move at first. He watched me with eyes I didn't recognize. They were neither cruel nor kind. They were hollow, like whatever had once lit them had gone cold, like the ash that remains after a fire. He looked thinner now, not physically, but conceptually, like a sketch instead of a man, as if time had started peeling him apart at the seams. And still, he said nothing. I stepped forward, past the piano. My feet left dark imprints on the stage, like I'd walked through wet ink. There I stood, at the edge of it. He blinked once, then his head tilted slightly. It was a gesture I'd seen before, but this time, it was tired.
You didn't finish,
He said. His voice wasn't accusatory, nor did it carry disappointment. It simply was, like a line from a book he'd already read. A statement. I didn't answer, just looked at the seats, where they had been. When I looked up again, Wellers was already turning, stepping backwards into the hallway that led deeper into the building. Footsteps now echoed where they hadn't before. He took one last glance over his shoulder. He didn't smile. He just watched, and then disappeared into the dark. Movement 5. Coda. The last echo of the broken note still clung to the rafters, even after Wellers had turned and walked away. I stood there, surrounded by emptiness. The chandeliers above no longer shimmered. The hush was heavier than silence, thicker than dust. I looked out across the audience. The red velvet seats had returned to stillness. No more clawing shadows, no mouths stretched into forever. Just rows upon rows of perfect emptiness, as if no one had ever occupied them, as if the things I had seen, felt, feared, had never been here at all. But one chair drew my eye. Front row, center left, seat 7. Claire's seat. No one sat there now, but the cushion bore the faintest indent, the shape of someone having sat with poise, stillness, care. Pressed into the velvet was a ghost of a presence, more intimate than anything else in the hall. I stepped down from the stage, giving the piano one last look. They were cold now, lifeless, no voice left in them, just polished wood and quiet dust. Down the aisle I walked, past where the shadows once writhed, towards the corridor Wellers had vanished into. The door parted just enough to suggest invitation. As I walked through, the ground beneath my feet had begun to crack, hairline fractures like veins in skin running beneath the surface. The sconces lining the corridor flickered as I entered, like they were deciding whether to stay. I moved slowly. The hush of the hall followed me into the corridor, but here it was different, denser, almost syrup, like I was walking into soundlessness made solid. The corridor twisted subtly with each step, just wrong enough to feel in my bones. Paintings lined the walls, portraits of men and women in recital dress, all expressionless. The further I went, the more warped their shapes became. Limbs too long, necks too thin, eyes that didn't point the same direction. And then I saw her. Claire. Or what looked like her. She was seated in the painting, hands resting in her lap, dark hair tucked behind one ear, a blue dress like the one from the recital. But this wasn't the frozen poise of performance. This was different. She was looking at me. No, through me. The brushwork shimmered like wet paint. I stepped closer. Her eyes seemed to change as I did, widening, softening. There was recognition in them. Sorrow. I raised my hand, fingers trembling. I didn't want to touch it. I just needed to see if she would stay. I blinked. She was gone. The frame was empty, just aged canvas now, the ghost of a portrait that hadn't ever been. I stood in front of it for a long while, unable to breathe. Then I heard footsteps, soft and steady, from up ahead. Weller's. I turned and followed. Eventually, I found him standing at the end of the corridor, motionless, his hands folded behind his back like a curator admiring a painting. Before him loomed a tall door of polished black wood, inlaid with a mirror that didn't reflect a thing. No light, no room, no me. Just a yawning pain of stillness, like it hated the concept of its existence. He didn't look at me when I approached.
This is the quietest part of the ballroom,
He said softly.
She breathes slowest here.
What is this door? I asked. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening to some distant instrument tuning itself.
A mirror, Mr. Goodprey, but not to what's in front of it.
I stared at the door. It pulsed slightly, like it was waiting. His eyes, dark and glass-like, held no warmth, but no cruelty either. Just something deep, old. You talk like you're part of this place, I said.
Weller's has been many things,
He answered, almost wistfully.
concierge, usher, custodian, mouthpiece,
He placed a hand gently in the doorframe.
but never the composer.
And who is?
The one who listens, who gathers, who waits for the final note to fall.
He glanced at me.
But not all music is meant for endings. Some simply linger.
My breath had fogged slightly, and I hadn't noticed until now. The hallway behind us seemed longer than it should have been, like we'd stepped outside of something, or beneath it. Weller's, I asked, quietly. Is there a way out? He regarded me.
That depends. Some find freedom in silence, others in crescendo.
He paused.
But you, Mr. Goodprey, you've already given the performance. The question is, what do you do after the curtain falls?
We stood before the mirror door, It didn't show us, just a pitch black depth, like staring into a river without bottom.
Well there,
He said, as his voice barely rose above the breath of the hall.
shall we proceed?
I nodded, though everything inside me screams the opposite. And together, we stepped through. Beyond the mirror, the world shed into shape. It was absence stretched into suggestion. The corridor was gone, replaced by something less built and more remembered. Space didn't hold here. The ground shifted and pulsed beneath us like walking on water. The memory of walls curled like parchment soaked in time. We were walking, but nothing moved. Memories blinked into view, then vanished. A field I'd never walked in. A woman who looked like Claire, but wasn't. A recital hall where the ceiling bled stars. A cracked piano in an old train car. Children's laughter from a mouthless choir. None of this makes sense, I muttered.
Withers never promised and would,
He said beyond me. You aren't Wellers, are you? A pause.
No.
I stopped. The air stood still. Then what are you? He turned his face to me, and in the not lights of this place, it blurred slightly, like a portrait that hasn't fully dried.
I'm the third son of the one who buried the stars,
He said softly, as if the words were old and tired.
I was composed before the bell was first struck. I listened. I learned.
His voice was Weller's, but not just Weller's.
All that remained was silence,
He said.
so I filled that silence with voice. From voice, I became music, song, echo, memory. I learned to wear men like overcoats. They walked me into churches, into concert halls, into cities built on sorrow. I listened to their notes. I remembered them.
And Wellers,
He led me in.
the voice replied.
Long ago, in grief, in yearning, he wanted to remember something so badly that I stayed to help him.
What did he want to remember? There was a hush, like a page turning.
A girl with hair like copper cords. She played violin in the hollow before the hollow.
Silence settled. I didn't push that subject further. You said you listened, I said again. But why me? Why now? The not light around us shimmered, and for a moment, the corridor folded into something like water. It was navy, with a full moon hanging heavy above, its pale light fractured by waves that never broke.
You didn't drown in your sorrows,
Wellers murmured, voice low and sure.
though many do. You faced the currents, though the depths called.
The faint image shifted, the watery veil around us now twisted into shadows, deep and near, weighted like the blackened surface of a lake at midnight, cold and silent.
Nor did you turn away, closing yourself to the echoes that cry in silence, burying your face beneath a silence not meant for keeping, hiding passion and love beneath the frozen dark. That kind of silence suffocates.
I looked at him, the figure who was not quite Wellers, and waited.
You played,
He said again, softer now.
the grief in your bones, in places like Belmar remember songs like that. You gave your mourning shape. That makes you more than an audience.
I wanted to be angry, but there was no room for rage anymore. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He turned his head just slightly.
You weren't ready to let go.
The path beneath us flickered like piano keys pressed by invisible fingers. Each step sounded like notes played in a room with no walls. Is Wellers still alive?
For a time. Long enough. He served the Hall well. Carried its quiet for decades. A good host.
And now? A small smile touched the corner of Weller's borrowed mouth.
He's fading. The song is softer now.
I swallowed the lump in my throat. And Claire? The real Claire? A longer pause this time. The silence felt like a drawn breath just before the crescendo.
She passed through,
The voice said.
but she was not taken. Some spirits write themselves louder than I can erase.
I didn't know whether to thank it or mourn again. We walked a little farther, and the non-existent path finally formed into something definite. A door, wooden, carved with a wreath of thorns around a single keyhole. No handle, no reflection. The thing wearing Wellers looked at me.
This next part,
He said.
you walk alone.
I stepped through the door and into home. The apartment smelled like rain and dust on the sill. It wasn't just any place. It was ours. Claire's scarf hung on the hook beside the kitchen. One of her books lay open on the coffee table, spine cracked in that same way it always had. The window was cracked an inch, the curtains breathing in and out like lungs trying to remember how. The walls were warm with afternoon gold, the kind that comes just before a storm, when the air thickens and memories slip through the cracks. I half expected to hear the kettle whistle from the kitchen or the soft thump of her feet padding across the floor. Instead, there was only music. It came from the piano, just out of view, in the far room. Gentle, slow. Each note held too long, like it didn't want to let go. I turned the corner, and there she was. Claire, not in blue, not in black, not some twisted reflection from Belmar's throat, but her. Hair loose and dark, falling like a ribbon down her back. She wore an old grey cardigan with a hole in the sleeve. Her fingers moved across the keys with grace. She didn't look up at me. I stepped closer. Claire. She finished the song, let the silence land gently, then turned. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment, the ache in my ribs untwisted itself. Hi, she said. My breath had caught somewhere between the ears. Hi, I've missed you, I managed. I know, she said and smiled, sad and warm. I've been with you the whole time, you know, even when you couldn't see me. I knelt beside her, not daring to touch her. Was it all real? The hollow, the hall, the music? Her eyes moved to the piano. Some places are made from grief, she said, and some scores stay because we keep playing them. I tried to save you. I know, she whispered, but I didn't need saving. You did. Silence hung between us like a last note waiting to fade. Her hand reached out and hovered above mine as if contact would break the illusion. You can let go now, Liam, she said. I don't know how. She blinked slowly, like a curtain falling. Then just try. I did. And when I opened my eyes again, she was gone. The piano was empty, the keys still warm. The sunlight had dimmed and the room had folded itself back into memory. As I stood, I felt the absence land quiet in my chest. This time, it wasn't jagged like before, but soft, bearable. Behind me, a shadow crossed the doorway. "Wellers," I said. He nodded once, eyes dark and calm.
To leave,
He said, voice still too calm.
there must be a price to be paid.
I've paid, I said without hesitating. I've played, I've wept, I've given her up. He tilted his head slightly, something ancient flickering behind his eyes.
Yes,
He said, voice richer now, more layered, like a choir echoed inside his chest.
you have, and I do not keep what was freely given.
He reached into his pocket and pulled a folded piece of paper, handing it to me silently. I unfolded it carefully, tracing the words with a finger.
Compensation. Solace.
I placed the letter gently on the kitchen table, the same where it first appeared. The start and end of this circle. He stepped aside, revealing a new door, one I hadn't seen before, even in my dreams. There was no sound behind it, no music, just wind and the scent of soil and ash.
Wellers is resting now.
The voice added, quieter.
He heard enough songs for one life. Maybe too many.
I looked back once more at the piano, the room, the absence, the fading visage of Wellers. Then, I walked through. The door didn't creak as it opened. It breathed, like something sighing at last. I stepped through into air that was far too still. The sky was grey, but free of storm and smoke. It was the kind of sky the world forgot about. Dorset Hollow lay before me. Or rather, what remained. The town had been consumed, not freshly. This wasn't the aftermath of a sudden fire. No, this had happened decades ago. Charred timbers stuck out from cracked sidewalks like bones. Vines and ivy choked storefronts whose signs had long since faded to memory. The post office was caved in. The diner was gone entirely. Only the metal skeleton of the diner sign left, its last flicker long gone. The silence was total. It felt cleared, like the performance had finally ended after the final act. I walked through the ruins, boots crunching cinder and glass. No one followed. No voices, no notes. Just the wind. I passed the statue. It was now collapsed, overgrown, eroded to the knees. No piano, no scarf, just a stone base lost to time. But it was the church that stilled me. St. Cecilia's stood at the end of the street like a forgotten sentinel. Its steeple was cracked, its sign hung crooked, the lettering barely legible. Sing unto him, ye who mourn. The windows were blackened from the inside with more than just soot. Scorched glass melted and warped like they burned in a fire that never touched the rest of the building. And behind them, even in daylight, there was that same impossible glow, like flames from a time far gone. I didn't go inside. I just stood there a while, not praying, not asking, just listening. And the church, mercifully, was silent. I followed my car at the entrance of the town. It was dusty, but intact, the keys laid on the hood. The drive home was long but uneventful. Roads uncoiled beneath my tires like ribbon being drawn back from something. Towns flickered past, alive and indifferent. Gas stations, trees, traffic lights. The world had kept going. And now, so would I. When I stepped into the apartment, the scent of old life greeted me. Mail piled by the door, a coat left hanging. Silence. The same silence from Belmar. But this time, it wasn't malicious. I crossed the room, past where her photo still sat, framed in silver, smiling in spring. I didn't touch it. Instead, I went to the piano. It had been under a sheet since the day I stopped playing. Not out of spite, just pain. I took a breath and peeled the cloth back. Dust swirled, catching the amber light of the setting sun. The keys were yellowed slightly, the wood dry, but it was whole. I sat down. No voices whispered, no shadows reached for me, no notes forced themselves into my hands. Just silence. I placed my fingers on the keys, and then, for the first time in years, I played. Not for her, not for anyone watching, just to let something go. The melody was soft, simple. I don't even know where it came from, but it felt like closing a door. When I finished, I left my hands resting on the keys. In the hush that followed, I almost imagined I heard someone whisper, "Thank you." But no one was there, and that was okay.